out of his hands as
Not
Mario.
Bowser.
Yeah,
And
Bowser's
Mario-
not a dragon.
I think you could safely describe Mario as a wizard.
But I mean, are you a wizard if it's specifically just getting magic
No.
abilities?
Are you a wizard if
from,
you
like,
just have... Are we going to
items?
crack that open again? The wizard discussion.
Yeah, I don't know if we
Well,
want to
no,
be
I
doing
think it's a matter of if you like. He's not a giant either because he eats a mushroom, you know,
Yeah,
and gets big.
like he's just a regular fella, and then
Kind of,
occasionally
yeah.
he's a big guy, and
Yeah, I'm
occasionally
not-
he shoots fire.
I'm not sure what kind of superpower I described to going from being short-ish to tall-ish. You know,
I'm actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about power-ups, I'm kind of surprised by the breadth of the power-ups that they used in the film, like the mini mushroom thing. Like, I didn't know that they'd be using that, or
yeah.
like, or the ice flower as well. Tanuki suit was, they were definitely going to use that, obviously.
I just find it funny that Grace Randolph apparently complained about it because she said it wasn't
What?
set up properly and properly explained.
It wasn't properly set up or explained that there's a Tanuki power-up in the Mario world.
I don't even... It's just
The
funny.
other ones
like-
made a lot of sense.
What do you want?
Well, because me and Rags watched it, it was like, what makes sense? Like, what exactly
About
were you
the
grabbing
Mario
onto in this world?
Yeah.
They go into the
I-
sewers and get sucked into a mystery mushroom world. Why does that happen?
That makes that follows.
That makes sense. I
Yeah,
understood that part.
follows.
As far as
right,
playing
yeah.
by its own rules goes, though, I mean, they did set up that the question mark
There are
boxes give you
power-ups.
items that give you mysterious powers that often give you suits which you gain the attributes of the thing that you touched. You know, so I don't know. I thought they made it make sense within
feel like-
the context of itself.
I don't know why she would complain about something like that. It's Mario.
Now, how does the cat suit make sense if the Tanuki suit doesn't? You know.
That's the first thought I had. Is just like, what is her metric? Why is she picked on that? Like, of all things. Like, okay.
Was that meant to be like a piece of meaningful criticism of this film?
I don't know. I've already heard it repeated. I haven't actually like seen it
I
in
saw,
context.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Also,
It's funny
Yeah.
because we already had a movie in 1993 where they tried to like explain all the things about Mario. It's like they jump high. Okay, let's give them like space boots. Where do the dinosaurs come from? They're deep under the earth, and it was like took itself too seriously at certain parts. Like, I'm glad that with this new one they just like, yes, those are the video game elements. Whatever, they're there.
Have you seen it yet, John?
I haven't, but I got nothing against it. I would like to see it.
I think you'll like it.
I think so too. It's
I
doing
don't
the
think
thing
anybody
where
would
adults will
like
be like, huh, and it'll be an hour and a half, so it's not too bad, and children will love it.
Yeah, I figure kids will really dig
And
it.
I figure that basically most people who like Mario will be like either okay with it or happy with it.
Yeah,
But I mean, as for being a film itself, it's pretty. It's like it's fine. It's
is
middling.
fine.
You've seen a lot of
as
these
can be.
movies before, but
Yes.
like I don't think anybody's going to walk out of the theater angry. And they will
Yeah.
be making more of these films, guys, because it's going to make about $360 million worldwide opening weekend.
I'll be
So
waiting for
it's-
that Zelda and Star Fox announcements. That's what
Wow.
I'm interested in.
I don't
Hell yeah.
You think they're going to do Star Fox?
Zelda.
I think
probably.
that
I
they
think
could be
so.
convinced by the
Once they
teams
get
that
some
Star
steam.
Fox isn't popular enough, like as a gaming IP or whatever, but that there should be someone there to tell them,
Yeah.
trust me, as a film, this thing will kick off.
Once they
Yeah,
pick up a
well-
little bit of steam with these movies, quote unquote, pick up steam. When they get a few down the road, I think people will be so ready for Star Fox
I
at that
think,
point. You get the Zelda and the other stuff, done.
Well, so that's a real question. Are we actually going to be doing Super Smash Brothers at this point?
I think
Oh,
that's an
that
That one's
inevitability.
the no-brainer.
if they do like a Mortal Kombat style thing, tournament, and the winner of the fight gets the
I
big
don't
magic
think it'll be a
star.
tournament. It would be that like they'd find some excuse to have them fight, but then they'd eventually work together. Like it would be the blending of worlds would
Yeah,
lead
like
to
maybe it
conflict,
starts
and
as a
eventually
thing.
they'd work together to beat the big bad, the master
maybe.
hand. That's what.
Oh yeah,
I
Master
guess
Hand.
the thing is,
Yeah.
because they're definitely going to make more Mario movies. There's no way that's not that's happening.
Oh, I will say as
and I
well,
guess-
watching
Yeah.
Charles Martinet play his in-universe father, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
That was
And
Okay.
he played Jumpman in the
Father
the
of
little
Mario,
after the little intro where they were doing the Mario Luigi voice, and he was there playing
That's neat.
playing Donkey Kong on the little arcade machine, and he was
Stuff
doing
like
his
that. I
little
was like,
thing,
I don't hate you
Mario
as
voice.
much now. All right.
What, for not letting him play Mario, yeah,
Yeah.
giving him stuff like that. That does help. I mean, that film is like loaded with references. Like, there's so many like little nods and throwbacks to different games. There was like Duck Hunt, like Kid Icarus, the original cartridge, like the original arcade game. There was, of course, all of the musical cues and everything. That was like jam packed with references.
Well, I hate to rush you along,
this
but we
is
should probably
Mario
get started
This
because
is Resident Evil stream. Yeah.
some of us are on timers, and this is going to take a while, more than likely.
Oh my.
I've decided what I'll have running in the background is a just recorded playthrough of my... It was my fun playthrough of I've completed everything, I've unlocked everything, so now I'm just going to play as Leon with his cat ears and have infinite ammo. So you'll be able to see that while we're...
Normally he
having a
has
little
ape
chat.
ears.
So we'll do the standard. We'll go I don't know, left, right to left. Maybe we can figure out another unique and fun order, and we'll give a little brief overview of what we thought of the game. Maybe a little bit about what you know of Resident Evil too, because I imagine we're all going to be very different on that front. But of course, in any case, welcome, by the way.
Hello, everyone. Welcome
Hello.
to the Resident Evil 4 remake / Mario EFAP.
Yes.
Long
Mario
We're going to be talking. We're going to be talking Resident Evil for 78 hours. We're going to talk about the remake.
And the thumbnail is
what it went
fixed,
into
and
our
I've
experience.
Metal's link. It works, and then people tell me it doesn't. I've refreshed it again. Hopefully, it works this time. I don't know why YouTube hates you specifically.
I don't know. It just always destroys my links everywhere. It's so stupid.
So,
Resident Evil 4.
Resident. Dun, dun, dun. They actually took that out, didn't they? Sad.
It did. It's sad.
Did.
A couple things they took out. We're going to talk about that. Why don't we'll just go classic? Why not? Left to right. We'll go, like I said, about the thing. Say whatever you want to say. Az, why don't you go first? You played Resident Evil 4 remake. What did you think?
I absolutely adored it. Thought it was fantastic. I thought as a remake that came best part of 20 years after the original. It was an exceptional remake of the game without taking anything away from the first one. Apart from Ada's voice, which has got everybody I thought the characters were kind of upgraded. I thought Leon was a little bit better in this. I thought Ashley was certainly a bit better in this. They gave Krauser a little bit more flesh. They gave Luis a little bit more flesh, which those characters, I think, deserved a little bit more. We've had some more Krauser stuff over the years to explain the Resident Evil 4 stuff. I can remember playing Resident Evil 4 originally and thinking, who's this Krauser stuff and what connection has he got and all this? You're kind of filling in some gaps yourself. But in terms of atmosphere, gameplay, replayability, I've already completed it 3 times. I'm on a 4th playthrough at the minute. The Mercenaries is a ton of fun as well. Ada's coming, Wesker's coming, Mercenaries, Separate Ways is coming.
Yeah.
A little bit sad that they after the house they took away the choice of direction. Because it was just, I think, added a little bit more replayability. Oh, I went this way this time. Let's go this way this time because I don't know what goes on down here. And of course,
you can do
if
both
you go
in the same run if you want.
I don't think you can. I think if you
can. Yeah, you can.
I did.
I thought I thought it locked it off if you
you can
went
go
through
back,
one.
which is kind of neat. Like you could kill the sisters. Or are they the sisters or the twins? People know them by a name, right?
Sisters, I think.
Right. You can kill them, then go back and kill the second El Gigante.
I thought it was great. I thought it was great. It's not a red flag anyway. I would say it was.
We'll
was
give you a
just
few.
really
Don't worry.
good. Okay.
But okay, cool.
Red
Thanks very much.
dot.
Fringy, you're up next. What did you think?
I really, really enjoyed it. I think this is a great game. The preamble would be that I played Resident Evil 4 for the first time a little while ago, like a couple of weeks ago, ahead of this, and I thought that game was awesome. And then I played this one, and I thought it was really great too. They're quite different though. This isn't the case like with the Dead Space remake, where it basically tries to essentially replicate and elevate the same experience. This one is offering a very different experience, but I think that what it's provided is really, really cool. It's a very fun, polished, gamey game. So yeah, I like it a lot.
Alrighty. John, what do you think?
I love this. I had an absolute blast playing this. It made me feel young again. Can't remember the last time a game made me feel like that.
Was it
Took
Dead
me
Space
back to,
Remake,
like-
maybe?
Well, this I enjoyed this one more, and I was more excited for it for some reason. I'm not knocking Dead Space at all, but I don't know. There's something special about this one that made me feel quite young again. It took me back to 2005, playing the demo on like a GameCube in a store and being like so blown away. And it's such a smooth playthrough. It's probably the best example of New Game Plus implemented that I can think of. Like really carefully designed, not just for one playthrough, but for like 10 playthroughs. And it I was on Facebook one day and I saw a review of the game from PC Gamer. And this was around the time when all these news outlets were giving it 10 out of 10. And PC Gamer gave it an 8. And they said the teeth were filed down on it, something to that effect. And this annoying thing happens when people start dropping 10s out of 10 because like you have the people who fold their arms and go like, oh really, perfect, is it? And then they're perhaps more critical than they normally would be. And then you have people who they're like the defense force people who come out and they're like, anybody who, if it gets enough 10s out of 10s, anybody who comes along and doesn't also give it a 10 out of 10 is just like being contrarian and stuff. And so like a bunch of people were like shitting on the PC Gamer article. And but I think you can make a positive and negative argument for why for like the difficulty spikes being shaved down a bit for this remake. But I think it makes for a really smooth and fun playthrough. And I don't see it as a replacement for the original Resident Evil 4. Just like I don't consider the remake of Resident Evil 2 to be a replacement for the original on the PlayStation 1. Because even today, Resident Evil 2 on PlayStation 1 has a really unique experience to offer with its fixed camera perspective and a really memorable like 90s synth horror score. The music is great. But yeah, this remake, I like to think of it as just a fun reimagining, and I would replay this just like I would still replay the original Resident Evil 4 for what it offers in terms of like mechanics, because it's quite a change, like having the camera direction and the player direction now separate, no longer tank controls. But it's fun as hell, and I've played it quite a few times now, and I'm still not bored. So, yeah, positive review from me for sure.
All right, Mark, next up.
I absolutely loved it as well. There were a few things that bothered me. Largely, I was able to avoid the main one, which was just the choice of reticle on on most of the weapons by default, which I'm sure we'll get to at some point. But it can be mitigated by an item that you can put on a few of the pistols that makes it feel a bit more like OG Resident Evil 4 when you're taking your aim, lining up your shots. But the thing I am most happy that they carried over from the original is that element of aiming at specific parts of the enemy and them reacting in a way which makes sense, or at least to a degree. I found on the higher difficulties some knees and heads even were a little bullet spongy, but for the most part, there's triggers that you can do to aim at a part of an enemy that put them in a state that allow you to give a contextual action like a melee attack or a knife stab. And it's all very video gamey and fun. And they didn't sacrifice that in the remake. They didn't just make it, hey, this is Resident Evil 2 remake, but with Resident Evil 4's story. It really still feels like Resident Evil 4, and that made me quite happy. And I think that by and large, they did a fantastic job with updating the story. And as kind of Baz was saying about giving Luis and Krauser sort of more to do, I thought that that really did make it a much more satisfying experience, at least from a narrative standpoint. So I think we've been very lucky with the action horror remakes this year, with both Dead Space and Resident Evil
Yeah, we
4
have.
being probably better than I expected either of them to be, as far as how well they delivered on the potential of their source material, like their predecessors.
Alrighty.
Yeah, no, very very satisfied.
So as people may or may not know, I have a passing familiarity with Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, and funnily enough, much more so in their remakes than the originals. 4, though, I've been obsessed with 4 since I first played it, and I'm pretty sure I played it on a whim. Like, it wasn't like a friend recommendation or known for what it was. I just saw it, thought the cover looked interesting, and then played it, and was like, holy fuck, this game's amazing. And I've since played it probably like once per 2 years at most. It's just a mainstay, one of the greatest games of all time as far as I'm concerned. And so this was a bit of a worry getting a remake. It was like, oh god, are they going to be able to nail this? Maybe they shouldn't even touch it, because is it worthwhile remaking something that is that good? Like, what's the point? And hopefully we'll be able to address questions like that today. But I adored it. I have played it like 20 times, I think I've completed it at this point. The run-through that I said that's being on screen right now is my run-through, and I've unlocked everything. You can see I've got an Infinite Launcher, Chicago Sweeper, Red 9, etc. I've just got a bunch of shit that I'm messing around with. It plays wonderfully as far as I'm concerned overall, but there'll be plenty to go into in terms of details. But yes, I would say I very much highly approve of and enjoy this, to the point where I would recommend it to pretty much everybody. Resident Evil fans, Resident Evil 4 fans, action fans, horror fans. Like, I don't see why you wouldn't have some interest in this if you think video games are cool in a general way. That's pretty glowing. We'll get into more details as time goes on. Metal, what do you think?
Hello. So for me, Resident Evil, I think I played almost everyone at least once, but I never engaged with the story, so please don't ask me about the story.
Neither did the writers. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Because I'm more in there for the gameplay. I don't even remember which ones I played, but I played a bunch of them for the gameplay, really. So yeah, I quite enjoyed them, and yeah, Resident Evil 4 was always one that I enjoyed the most for the named gaminess of the game. It's just feels nice to control everything, the OG one. And yeah, with this one, I mean, pretty much the same with mod. It's like, oh man, what are we gonna do with this one? What can they fuck up here? Basically, it's like this cynical mindset you get to have after all these poopy remakes. And no, I'm very happy. I mean, I've streamed all of it, so you probably, if you've seen those, you can probably guess that I really like this game. Very fun to play. Also have a bunch of things to talk about that we get to. The aiming, some RNG stuff, and whatnot. We'll get to that. I'm just gonna go into it right now. Does it replace the first one for me? I don't know. I can see playing myself both. Still in the future, maybe just back to back, just when you feel like it. Like every other year, it's like, oh, let's play those Resident Evil 4 games. Those are fun. And yeah, I've completed a whole lot of this game as well. I got the S+ rank yesterday on professional, which was a pain in the ass. And yeah, good shit. Very happy with it.
Oh, you did finish it, and you did get the S+. Very good.
I did. I had like 18. Oh, come on! Just because you did
no, there is
the
no
hard
come
way.
on. You didn't. You got the S rank. By the rules, you got the S rank. You didn't get the S+.
What?
You got the... Okay, Rags, what do you think? If the game's rules are, you have to complete the game in 5.5 hours with 15 saves, you do it with 15 saves, but every time you die, you reload to make sure your time doesn't carry over, when on normal mode, if you hit continue, it does. Meaning the intention of S+ is that you can only fail as much as leaving you up to 5.5 hours. Have you gotten it or not?
You know what? I respect you both as gamers, and I'm very happy that you both.
It's not about whether or not
about this
I've had it.
game.
It's like, it's literally
glad that
just
you're both here.
incorrect information. That's all. You haven't actually done the challenge. No offense.
If you get the rank, you get the rank, but you did it through an exploit.
Yeah,
Not a cheat,
well, how is that not a cheat?
Well, I mean, because a cheat being a specific thing as a way to subvert the actual code of the game, whereas an exploit is you're using the mechanics that are there in a way that is probably subversive to the intention as to why they were designed that way. I don't know if that made sense, but it does. What I'm saying makes sense in my head. I might have to workshop how to explain it.
I think there's a bit of a blurry line here. Like, I mean, there's cheating, but then there's like putting the armor suit on Ashley and wearing the chicken hat. Would you still consider
Well, yeah, but
that,
those
like-
are intentional, right?
Sure.
What I mean, like,
Well, if you completed the challenge with those items, then it's like you might technically unlock it if they allow it, but I'm not gonna like think you're not gonna get any cred for it.
not compared to someone who didn't. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I want to try professional without like armoring up Ashley or the sweeper and stuff like that, like bonus weapons. But I mean, the S like you got S. That's what S is. That's what I'm trying to say.
S is super cool.
Yeah, S is still really good.
The
On
game told
professionals,
me it
fuck
S
it.
plus.
Well, I mean, because that's the thing. It's like if you can utilize the mechanics in a way that you satisfy the conditions to the game for S plus, and you did it without, say, downloading an aimbot or installing a mod. Like you're using what's in the actual code of the game, the rules of the game. You're just doing it in a way that satisfies the conditions in a bit of an unconventional way. That's what I would consider an exploit versus a cheat.
I mean, I'd happily concede it's an exploit, but that like adding in extras that they've pre-approved, like I'm pretty sure they intend for people to use that. Why would they have it be that if you hit continue, it'll give you the time penalty, but if you hit load, it doesn't, or rather go to main menu and load?
Do we know which one is the error?
Oh, I imagine it's the load one, because continue, like why would it be you have to go to main menu and reload would be the way that they expect you to do it?
I don't
was
know
about to
why.
say,
I'm
think,
legitimately not sure which one they might intend for you to use,
Yeah.
or maybe one of them might actually be bugged, or
Because
which one is this?
Things apparently
exploit?
that's how they done it since they introduced these kind of professional ranks. So I don't know why they just made like an autosave after you die
Well,
to
like
prevent that.
for reference,
Yeah,
I've
the
not
autosave
beaten.
after you die.
I've not gotten the achievement on Dead Space remake. Like legitimately, I got killed in like a fire randomly, and so I alt F4'd because I was like, "Fuck that shit." So if someone said you haven't legitimately got it, I'd be like, "Yeah, I know." Like, because that's just true. And people doing this with Resident Evil is just because they can't stop people from doing that, I guess.
To bring up another example of my earlier point, like I have an S on professional, and people might think that's cool, but I did it with the infinite launcher and blew the shit out of everything. So like, I didn't even see it as that hard. It was barely like.
Well, that's why
There's
S Plus is
a
interesting,
few
right?
rooms that
'Cause
were kind of tricky, but
you're not allowed
whatever.
to go on New Game Plus when doing it, so obviously that's intentional. But you are allowed to take Armored Ashley, because I guess they recognize that regular Ashley is going to fuck you up so much that it's just a downright frustration. Obviously, she's not in like 70% of the game, but still.
Right.
Which means Rags, sorry, you're last up and ready to go.
So yeah, Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube was the first M-rated game that I purchased. It was the first, like, I guess, serious, really mature sort of like horror game I ever played. And I was able to get a copy at GameStop for GameCube that I had access to. Played it a bunch, had my struggles as a young gamer, but it became one of my favorites of all time. I ended up buying it across 4 systems, and I've just enjoyed it. It's one of my favorite games of all time. It's one of the classics of all time. Nothing but a great amount of respect and admiration for Resident Evil 4. It's one of the quintessential classic games. Adore it, love it. Played it a whole bunch, beaten it many, many times. Let me see. As far as the remake goes, I really, really like it. I think they did a fantastic job in most regards. I think a great deal of what they did was very respectful to the original. I don't think it serves as a replacement because it's meaningfully different in the way that the game is set up in terms of mostly the gameplay of it and the reimagining of many of the areas. But I have a great amount of... I'm really, really happy that this is what we got. I was extremely nervous before this came out, hearing about a Resident Evil 4, not remaster, but a remake. And I knew that there's a lot of stuff to mess up. There's a lot of great things about that game, a lot of things people love. I was really concerned after, 7, the RE2 remake, the RE Village, that we would get kind of a game like that, and I wouldn't really like it at all. But it really does feel like Resident Evil 4, the modern new kind of version, and I mean that in a good way. There's some issues here and there, but I think in terms of generally the characters, the story, just the way it looks, there's a lot of improvements to laud. So yeah, big thumbs up for me already. Definitely a recommendation.
Which means we'll probably just get into talking about it in a general sense, and I figure the mechanical discussion will go on for a lot longer than the story one. That doesn't necessarily mean one should go first, but I mean it means that
we can do story and characters first, right?
I was going to say that seems to make some sense to me. I'm not sure if it does. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But well, maybe first topic should just be the way it looks.
This is one of the best looking games ever made.
What a gorgeous game! What a really lovely game. We're probably going to be retreading a lot of this. We're going to be retreading a lot of the same kind of things we said with the Dead Space game, where the modern lighting makes such a huge difference to environments and to the mood and the vibe. And with a few little exceptions with that the RE engine kind of has some fiddly troubles with, gorgeous looking game. Looks really, really great, and it runs pretty good for what we see. What an amazing looking game. Very, very pleased by it. Not just how good it looks in terms of the way things are, modeled and the lit, but so many new textures, many new kinds of enemies that we can see. It's just really, really impressive.
Yeah, you get like when you shoot enemies, you can see the damage on them. Not quite as like the Dead Space 2 dealio where you have like the flesh ripped off, but there's like you can see this. I think like the skull when you shoot them in the face and stuff like that, and it just looks very good.
Yeah,
So
enemies that are on fire look a bit charred. They have different stages of looking charred. There is one of the most awesome things I noticed pretty early on was now that we're in the modern age and we can have more graphical stuff out there. Really, really loving the when you blow apart a Ganados and you see the all the tendrils that are moving around coming out of the head and coming out of the torso. I'm like, oh yeah, the Plagas inside of there. That looks great.
It really adds to that
sort of thing.
I think the horror aspect to the story aspect.
Absolutely.
That, like, it's completely subsumed them at that point. They're almost more parasite than they are person.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It does. It adds a huge horror element. This thing inside of you that's kind of co-opted your body and your mind. And we'll sort of get into that later as we. Yeah, it's like it's this thing that's really growing inside of you, and it's got these tendrils, and it comes out of your head, and it's like ugh, it's like that thing. They got that thing kind of look to it. Very, very pleased with that. And as we go through the story, there's going to be a number of things that I praise in this version relating to, I think, some of the horror elements and some of the decisions that they made regarding how they portray some of that.
Yeah, the lighting plays an exceptional part in this because, as per the original, we start off in daytime, then we go into early evening, then we're into nighttime for a substantial part, and then we're coming out of it back into daybreak at the end, which is obviously very metaphorical within itself. But because I'm fortunate enough to have a 4090 and play this on Ultra and all that, and just the way that the day just turns and starts to go into these days, the sunset, and then this early evening, and then this dark. It just really adds this foreboding, claustrophobic sense to the game, and that's just purely with lighting and all these areas that. I mean, I always joke. I shout at people who say, "Why is it so dark?" It's like you're a gamma bitch.
Oh yeah,
you a gamma bitch, Yeah, don't be a gamma bitch. This is how you should be. This is how you should be playing it.
Yeah, this ain't Daisy 2016.
Yeah, you gotta hate those.
Don't be a gamma bitch.
Those video clips or YouTube clips where it's just like really overexposed. You're like, why?
Oh, you're cheating. You're not cheating, but you're cheating.
You're cheating. No, you are cheating because this is the light that I have it on HDR. All that sort of stuff. Ray tracing on. That's how it should be seen. That's how your character should be seeing it as you're progressing through this. So yeah, if it's some nasty little bastards hiding in the shadows, because that's what they want to be, then that's all the better for it.
It's like
But
the
yeah,
Dead Space remake of actually having dark
Yeah.
spaces be dark. Like
Yeah, it
actually
was
dark
great.
to where you need to use a flashlight to
Mhm.
see.
Oh, well,
Yeah, good stuff.
We'll get into that.
Some of these topics feel
But,
like they have such crossover that they should be mentioned already, but it's like,
yeah.
we'll carry on, yeah.
Yeah, gorgeous looking game, runs good for how good it looks. You get an it adds to the sense of adventure that you're on this quest, that you start here in the day, that it progresses, you know, the light wanes, it's nighttime, you go from location to location, the intimately lit interiors of the castle, the bright floodlights of the island, the moonlight of the village, it all really is it's got this sense of, you know, progression. Like it really is a quest, like it's an adventure.
Well, and I think
yeah.
did this come up with Resident Evil 8? Like we said that it looked like I really like the objects individually, all the props of the world and the environments. Just they all look very well detailed and lit as well. Like they all reflect light super well as well.
Yeah.
As just mixing
Now
in.
now that we're in this, you know, modern age, spaces can be filled up with stuff. There's a lot of props you can add now. There's tables that can have items on them. There's just a bunch of just this, that on top of tables and bookshelves. It just adds a lot of life, a lot of credence to the world that you're in.
Having played RE4 for the first time only a little while ago, I think that game looks really good considering it's nearly 20 years old.
Oh yeah.
Like that game still looks pretty nice in
Yeah.
a lot of ways. But the big benefit, as has been already pointed out, is the density of the detail is just way higher here.
Yeah.
These environments
Inside
are
and
incredibly
outside.
dense and feel very lived in, whereas I'd say the original, I guess, is it's much more of a focus on clarity, or maybe just inadvertently there's a lot of clarity in the environments just because of not being able to have as many props or little details in there.
I really, the time of day really stood out to me. I love that Chapter 3 is all at dusk. It looks beautiful. Like the whole thing has like an orange violet glow, and just having that transitory period between day and night this time really adds to the immersion. It feels like a space that you're in. Like, yeah.
Agreed. I really like the mist in several environments. Like one of the first rooms in the castle, I was like, "Holy fuck, what an update!" Like, I think I don't know if it's controversial to say, but like I always strictly preferred the village to the castle and the castle to the island in the original. In this one, I was always quite happy to go to the castle just because I fucking love the environments. I think they look fantastic.
Still
I
don't know
think
which one I like more.
they made some good changes to the castle. I can remember thinking, oh my god, what's going to happen when we get to the part where you're trapped in the cave with the blind guy? That's going to be an absolute, that's going to be that's going to be a nightmare to deal with. And that wasn't, that wasn't in. They tweaked how they did certain things. So, yeah, well, that was fair enough. But that whole bit, I was expecting when you go into that room where you and Ashley sit down, I was expecting a whole secret door to open up and stuff to start happening. And
yeah.
When it came out there, I was like, okay. So
a lot of this, we'll have to return to when it comes to like the enemies and some of the encounters, because there's some, again, a lot of changes I like and some I don't.
Well,
so it'll be interesting to kind of talk through those.
We're probably going to miss things as we go in terms of the bigger topics. We can always circle back whenever you want. Because I mean, do we want to start talking about the general plot line? It's it's essentially the same as the OG. They've just made all these different changes that are kind of like, oh wow, they did that, they moved that there, they took that out, they put this in, blah blah blah. For anyone who doesn't know, it's I mean, you don't need to reveal it as it goes. We can just go from the beginning. Krauser is hired by a guy in a distant Spanish village to steal the president's daughter so they can infect her with something they've uncovered.
To be clear, though, a lot of for some of us, all Spanish villages are distant. So
yeah,
that's true.
So they want to infect the daughter so that she can then, I guess, spread it through to the family, and then they can take over the world gradually. It's the Plagas that they've dug up that had been buried previously by the like ancient Castellans and the Salazar family, right? It was like they were like good guys, at least at one point.
Yeah, they used to be. Yeah.
Keep control. But the latest in the line of Salazar's is much more of a ego-driven, power-hungry man. And
Ramon Salazar.
he's teamed up with the cult leader being Sadler, and they have hired Krauser to get the daughter, and Leon's been hired by the president himself to go and fetch the daughter back. And the story is basically him killing Spanish people extensively
Whoa.
until he gets that
Racist.
daughter
That's
back.
my favorite part of the game.
Oh, everybody's favorite, yeah.
What's that?
And of course, yeah, he meets some characters along the journey and meets some familiar faces, and eventually just absolutely kills everyone. You really just do. You just go through and just mow everyone down. And you could probably start there in terms of the OG and the new one sharing the problem of nobody really ever tries to kill Leon successfully, do they? They have
No,
several
they're
opportunities, but
good
they
at
just
it.
never quite take them.
That's probably 4 or 5
Yes, and-
instances where like, oh no, I'm not gonna kill you. You're one of us soon, and then you start killing more and more of their people.
I
It's
can
like,
respect that.
Maybe next time.
I think it gets more of a pass in this version than the OG for some of those segments. For some, not at all, but some of them, mainly
Also-
those centering around Mendez, I think they are actually better in this version.
And I think the worst instance of it between both games is actually in this one, and it's new. It's the
yes.
Sadler when he meets up
Yeah,
with...
and the Amber storage.
Yeah, that was horrendous.
That was horrific. I was so
pretty
frustrated.
bad.
That sucks. You
I don't know
guys
why they
really
wrote
dropped
it
the
that
ball on
way,
that.
which we should probably explain, I guess, because again, we're happy to jump around, right? We're having some fun. It's okay. We'll deal
Absolutely.
with it. But at one point, you're running around with Ashley, and unlike the OG game, you find a room where they've dug up all the amber, where all the parasites. You could see, like, I think, what do they refer to it as? Like the big piece of it. I remember it's special to them, right?
It's
like
the
host or the master
think
or
it's
something. I
called-
don't know.
something like that. Does everyone refer to it as the Amber, or is it just like Ada and Company, Ada and Luis?
I'm not sure. I thought it had like a special name. It doesn't really matter. The Holy Body, is that it? Oh yeah, that's what people are saying. Holy Body. I think that was
that
it.
sounds
I
about
think-
right.
So
I think the Holy Body is just generally referred to the Plagas.
okay, well, I thought maybe that
Yeah,
the big
you've
piece
been
of
given
amber
our
was
holy
what they
body, that's okay.
yeah. In any case, Sadler turns
Point
up
being.
and he uses, what has developed at that point of his manipulation powers of controlling the Plagas, and it's stressing out Leon and Ashley. They both and they start out with doing like they have Ashley use a pistol and aim it at Leon. And he's like, kill him, do it, kill him. As a sort of like test, which that doesn't happen in the original at all, right?
No.
He basically Leon gets essentially frozen in place, and he says, "Come here, Ashley," and Ashley does.
Yeah,
and
part of the reason I
that's
bring
why.
that up is that we could always handwave several interactions as Sadler being like, well, as long as Leon turns, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm not going to kill him because he's going to turn. I got him. But when you have a scene where he's literally like, kill him, it's like, okay. Well, now that feels like we could throw that out. But yeah, she shoots once and it kills a Ganado to Leon's left. She shoots again, kills the Ganado to his right. And then she pulls the trigger when she's aiming right at him. And I've asked a couple people, I meant to check over it, but it's a gun jam from what I've heard. And,
So what it looks like in this, I need to rewatch the cutscene because it might actually be an error in how they portray it, which means Leon should have died. But the ejected case of the previous shot is in the ejection port. It's called a stovepipe. You can probably figure out why. So what that means is that essentially the next round hasn't loaded into the gun. The previous casing didn't eject properly. So if based on what they actually animate, it might be an improper depiction of what would occur, because if the gun wasn't stovepipe, then the bullet would have been loaded in and Leon should have died. Point being, a miraculous gun jam saves Leon's life.
Yeah.
And then after that, no one else decides that we should kill Leon while he's incapacitated because of the Plagas inside of him. And they had the ability to write something else, and this is what they went with.
It was like a double whammy. He lucked
it's like
out
a
with
double
her
whammy, yeah.
not killing him, and then he lucked out again with Sadler being like, well, guess we're going to go then. It's like,
Yeah,
no,
bye.
what are you
Yep.
doing?
Pretty
Didn't
bad.
he say though that I'm going to leave my subordinates to punish you
But like,
before he leaves that scene?
I don't know how long you can get away with something like that in terms of just like. 'cause
He was right there. He was stunned and
Yeah.
everything.
Done.
And
I
just-
always thought Leon
Just
got
stab
the
him in the eye
benefit.
or whatever.
I always thought Leon got the benefit because Leon is part of the president's personal detail. So
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Oh, like he
Well,
really
it
wants
means
to
that if,
convert him?
if they, instead of just having Ashley go back, if Ashley fails, you've got a second.
Well, so that's a great point. Why the hell
Someone else
didn't he
in.
just chain him up?
Yep. Then they would have tied him up and chained him up, and then left him until his transformation was complete.
Yeah, I've never just like.
Or just let him take Ashley.
Or well, this is okay.
yeah.
So, guys, we're gonna have a discussion here. It's gonna be really short. If you don't agree, you're wrong. The story in the original game sucked balls. I'm sorry, but that's how it's always been. The story was lame. It was an excuse to go to Spain and have some fun in a castle. And it was like, oh hey, look at this evil crazy guy. Oh my goodness, look, midget in blue.
I want to,
but
shoot him.
Just make special mention though. The characters, like, there's some great shit in here and fun.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff I like.
It's the plot.
There's a lot of stuff I like.
Is
The plot's
absolutely
terrible.
nonsense.
It's always fun shooting Spaniards. Come on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why the game's so
Yeah.
popular.
It's the only reason.
Yeah, this applies to the OG and the new one. What Rags is about to say, I assume.
But yeah, like in the original, for instance, this is actually something that they fixed. A big problem in the original that they didn't have in the new one. In the original version, when you encounter Ashley in the church, this is the first time that you encounter. We're not gonna. This is the first time that the player, encounter Osman Sadler, the leader of this fine religious community, and he tells you his spooky plan on the spot, and then tries to kill them both. They narrowly survive being shot by crossbow bolts from cultists. The first time you see the cultists. This is a huge problem with the story. Osman Sadler should have never showed up at all. He shouldn't have told them the plan. He should have just literally done nothing and let them go. She would have been brought back
what would have
to...
been better is if he's at the top of, like, he's someplace where he's distant. He goes, "No, don't run away. No.
Oh, good
No,
God.
that's just what I don't want. Oh, I'm going to get you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to get you." And then Leon will be like, "Clearly he doesn't want us to leave, so we should probably leave." You know? That's just what he doesn't want. It's so odd to be told throughout the game that his plan is to get the president's daughter back with, the president to help take over the world stuff, but then he keeps preventing Leon from leaving with Ashley, who is infected. And by the way, no way to get that parasite out of her by the time he gets her back to the president. Because the only thing really they can use is actually in this facility right now, which is what Luis lets them know about.
Radiation, and even then, that has a time limit for how long it's viable.
But
Mm-hmm.
so what was what were you saying that they've kind of corrected that? What were you going to say?
So the correction, by simply not having that happen, it's better. That's one correction. But I was mentioning the Mendez thing earlier. So everyone, Vitoris Mendez is the village chief, and Mendez spares Leon's life, pretty much. And I think that
Your body has accepted the gift.
this will kind of segue into one of the biggest changes about the remake that I really, really like a lot. They played up the religious angle a great deal. Osman Sadler and the Los Illuminados, the plague, the history of this religion, it doesn't come across as just a cult that wants to try and, I guess especially Sadler specifically, doesn't come across as some megalomaniac, whatever that word is. He comes across as a real believer in this religion. This is, in essence, as real as a religion can get. It has a history. It has ancient text. It has a history to it. It has past leaders who are enshrined. It has rituals. It has a spooky castle full of cultists. And Sadler's references and how he talks to Leon and refers to the Plagas and what's happening are all very religious. His concept isn't really to rule the world so much as the religion needs to be spread to every person on the planet.
Bring them, salvation sort of thing.
Yes, even in the Mendez fight in the slaughterhouse, when you're having him as a boss fight, he's asking God to strike down the believer. He's saying that you've profaned the holy body. I mean, that's essentially what makes Sadler the most mad about anything else, is that you've explicitly gotten you. It's like the most sacrilegious thing you can do in this religion is to remove the Plagas from you, and that's what throws Sadler into his final fit of rage, because the only thing worse than an enemy is a traitor.
Oh.
A traitor. So I really, really like that. The way that Mendez talks, Sadler talks, the way that it's referred to, really, really dig it. The creepy religion cult angle, super, super awesome change that I think they made.
Also,
Voice, yeah.
just because I wanted to mention it before we had jumped, and I was a little bit late with this, but what I was going to say in relation to I thought maybe you'd mention as part of possibly the corrections. I'm not going to make that bold of a claim. Could have just been something else. We'll have to talk about it as we go along. But they weren't quite done with Ashley, apparently. So
Yeah.
not letting Leon run off with her seems in some way deliberate. She gets a little ritual where they pour, I don't know if it's black mold or it's just black goo. I don't know what it is into
Sort
her,
of.
and Sadler says now she's like ready or something.
Mm-hmm.
And
So-
here's the thing: I don't.
Do you think that's
here's the thing
fuel? Do
about
you
that,
think it
'cause
just kind of like fuels the plague gas
Oh,
inside?
it could, well, I guess all I'm saying is
here-
that's enough for me to say why he didn't let her just fuck off straight away with Leon.
I
Hmm.
think that could be very much interpreted as a purely religious ceremony with no like actual plagas changes. In the same way that a Catholic is confirmed or you have baptisms or things of that nature. This could be extremely similar in that regard, where this is the thing that
Well,
sort
even
of makes
if
you
it was
religiously
superficial in
prepared.
terms of like a biological change, it would be something Sadler wanted for her before she leaves, right?
Yes, either way. So,
That's all I'm getting at in terms of it just helping out in terms of why he didn't let Leon run away. But you know, I still think the story is, you know, it's a bit.
it's we need
It
a
exists.
lot of tweaks and things of that nature. But again, I do think it's better. I really like some, like I said, the playing up the cult angle a great deal. I think it makes Sadler a more interesting villain, far more interesting villain. I think it makes Mendez a bit more interesting, though he was similar in the first one, but with all the work that they've done, it makes it a lot more compelling and believable.
Yeah.
In that regard, really dig it. I really dig it.
To
Good one.
not go too like hyper robotic about it, we could start moving into characters if everyone wants. But if there's any events you want to talk about in between it, no problem. We can just bounce between them all. In which case, I think we should talk first at the man of the hour himself, Mr. Leon S. Kennedy. What does everyone think about him as a person? What do you reckon?
So Leon is a-okay with me. I don't know whether I like him more here or in the original. They're kind of different and yet the same, if that makes.
I really miss several lines from the original.
I was
not gonna
about to
lie.
say. I was about to say that too.
We can probably. I don't know who we can talk about it now. Or we can get into the vibe sort of thing later of the game. But there are indeed his best line was cut. Unfortunately, is a real shame. But some of the ones they kept in was everyone going bingo, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Some of the lines seem cheesy, but not in like a ha-ha kind of way. They seem almost try-hardy and lame.
I like him. The fact when he jumps out the window at the beginning, he's just like, "I'll let myself out."
Oh yeah, he's
That's
still
really good. And
I disagree with
Yeah.
the sentiment that he's lost his campiness. Like, he's still there. It's just died down.
It's
Um,
it's a
when
bit
the
diluted.
sister picks up the handle, he's just like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was yours."
yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. It's like
Yeah.
great little line.
Well, I'd like to
Yeah, you're right.
reaffirm.
Hasta luego. Yeah, he never
I
says
s-
hasta luego to Mendez.
He does.
Yes, he does.
Oh,
He
does he?
does. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I must have. I just totally forgot. I totally forgot.
Well, and he
No,
also
he says hasta luego. Yeah.
I remember being surprised they kept that. I was like, oh, nice.
And what he says to him once
Um,
he's killed him was pretty badass as well.
Send my regards to your God.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm an edgy atheist, but fair enough. You know, given he's earned it.
He could be Christian
Let
saying
me
that.
see.
He'd be like, "Fuck your god. it's a fake god. It's a bullshit god. I don't like your god."
Let me see. Of course, as everyone everyone knows, but I'll say it anyway. The best line in Resident Evil 4 was when Leon when Leon falls down the pit in the castle, and Salazar says, "I've sent my right hand to dispose of you," and Leon makes the classic quip, "Your right hand comes off." A legitimately funny line that
Yeah,
has
it's
brought me so
amazing.
much joy over the years that they foolishly did not include in this version.
yeah, they're genuinely sad they left it
fan.
out. So sucks because that line's just funny.
we
It's
got
so-
the you talk too much instead. And he
So
just
I was going to
shoots
bring
him.
up that's possibly my favorite from this game. I was actually surprised that even happened. I loved it. I thought it was great.
Hmm. You
I'm
talk
trying to
too
find
much.
it, but yeah, it was such a just fun, and it definitely felt like a Leon thing too. Which, by the way, is why like stuff like that is why he is my favorite from Resident Evil, and I don't think there's much competition, honestly.
Oh, Leon's I think the
not
best
Chris?
character in Resident Evil.
Yeah, Leon in the original, I think is definitely I like him the best.
Well,
There's
it
things
was
to like about
Shinji-
plenty of characters, but in the remake, he isn't my favorite. But I still do quite like him. I think he's a fine Leon.
I think
The
it was
can-
'cause in the original, Shinji Mikami sort of wanted to make Leon the Bond of Resident Evil. There are a lot of sort of spy movie tropes that are in the original Resident Evil 4 that never really had a presence in the series prior to that, even though there's always been an element of espionage with things like Umbrella and Ada. But Leon in Resident Evil 4, I thought was the first time where it was like, we have a James Bond now. A
Yeah.
suave secret agent.
By the way, that
I think
that moment where
the-
he shoots. Wait, go ahead if you wanted to
Go
say that.
I just want to say quickly that I think the remake version of the character, the campiness is obviously still there, but he has a weight to him now because he's bringing the trauma of the second game in with him, which I really liked. It feels like that's really weighing on him throughout the course of the game. And then you have that beat near the end where he's carrying Ashley to the chair. It's like, this time it's got to be different. Like, I can finally redeem myself, it feels like, because like I feel so horrible about what happened. Because like,
And he goes second then, whereas in the first game he went first, and then
I
Ashley
thought
went
they
second.
changed that.
Right.
They did change that,
So,
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I thought that was I thought that was actually a good move. And yeah,
Well,
I certainly see Leon heavily motivated by the second game. And certainly it does weigh on him, but at the same, you can see he's driven by that, and he has that actually pretty good exchange with Ada in the speedboat, where she says, "You haven't changed. You just think you have." But ultimately, he's that rookie cop that just wants to save as many people as possible, and I like that.
Well, and I do like as well, like, you have that seriousness, but you need the campiest side for this absolutely insane situation he is in. Like, what a roller coaster he goes through, and I think he's good company for it. I don't think he overbears in any way, and he doesn't interrupt anything in terms of what you might be feeling or thinking. He'll works out pretty well with hit. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, he just doesn't get in the way like a lot of video game protagonists can, especially being this is technically a modern game.
Modern Resident Evil game.
Yeah, that's actually worth saying. Ethan Winters, I think, sucks. I find him
Ethan
annoying
Winters
as hell.
Shut up.
Ethan Winters sucks, and I'm glad he's dead. It didn't happen soon enough. Ethan Winters is a fucking moron loser.
Yeah.
Have
Wow.
either of you
Glad
guys
he's
played
gone.
the Ethan's Daughter DLC?
I played enough.
It's really, really bad.
Played enough. Yep.
Yeah.
it feels like Capcom doesn't know what they're doing with Ethan Winters at all, because I think he was intended as like a blank player insert character, but then like they're starting to give him a bit of lore and a bit of personality, but it's just not, there's nothing compelling about it.
Well, yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I don't know what
there's a core for Leon, and they played it up for this when they didn't
Yeah.
necessarily have to. And by the way, I was going to say, this scene where he shoots Salazar, I was wondering if it was a bit of a like a response to a couple people would point out in the OG game, when you go to the first room where the ceiling's coming down, you got to shoot the little things to stop it. That's introduced to you by Salazar. He's in the room with you. It's not a very big room. He's just there after all the shit he's already put you through. He's like making fun of you and stuff, and everyone was just like, "Why isn't Leon just shooting him right there, right now?" He's right there. He's like the boss of the castle. He's trying to kill you, and he's just standing right there. So it felt to me when I was watching this, so I was like, "Oh, nice. He just shot him." Like, it's not even gonna let him talk. She's like, "Shut the fuck up."
Yeah.
And I think it's a good way to sort of set up him having to turn into a horrible monster as well, right? Like, the bullets to the head falling off the platform, he'll evolve, as all Resident Evil bad guys do.
I really, really liked when he shot Salazar. It felt so fitting. It's just like, yeah, I've got a gun. You're there. You're bad.
That's what I'm saying.
shooting you.
Yeah, it felt
You
like
know?
it might
It's
have
just-
been a.
It's like, yes, because there's so many times where you're just like, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him, do it. You've got a gun. Everything, it's all set up for you. You've been given this chance, and you aren't taking it, you idiot. And he fucking does it. It's almost subversive in a way, but it's like, yeah, good.
Yeah, that's why I think it works quite well, and it's a fun addition.
It's also funny that Salazar reacts when you shoot these little microphone thingies he uses. Like, he starts trash talking you, and you shoot them, and then he stops and goes like, because he knows you annoyed him.
I like that he stops, but I was hoping to get just dialogue like,
The
you,
line,
you
that
piece of shit.
references-
Like you.
Yeah.
that was their chance to do the reference to the original game where Leon saves himself
Yes.
in the pit and then shoots the microphone, and Salazar goes ah,
Yeah.
and then he says, then tells his right hand to go and get it. He tells Vertigo to get him. I thought that would have been a clever little reference if you heard him from the other end go ah.
Yeah.
I thought it. Yeah, it
Um,
genuinely seems like a missed opportunity. I don't.
Yeah.
Not trying to be mean. Just.
Yeah, it
You're
is a
being
missed
mean.
opportunity. Wrong to not include it, but that's all right.
So
Moving on
obviously
to
got tied in a bit for him with Krauser. They got their Krauser's a pure invention for Resident Evil 4, right? Or does he show up in anything else?
I don't think he shows up anywhere
he
else.
shows up in there's another
Oh.
game that they have him in, so you actually get to see Operation Javier.
Oh, okay.
Is it
which one?
after? Did it come out
one?
No,
after
it
Resident
came.
Evil 4?
I think. Yeah, I think that came in
One
like
of the Wii shooters.
2012 or something.
Okay,
Uh,
yeah,
you-
because
Operation. Okay.
Operation Javier, and he goes. He's with Krauser in the jungle, and it's like a it's like a. Not
Sorry
like
to
a
hear that.
kind of like a time crisis ish first person.
Is it?
A Wii Zapper game.
Yeah,
Oh,
light
okay.
gun game. Yeah,
Like
well,
Resident Evil Survivor, like that.
and
But
then you
with
get
better
he gets his
controls.
arm. Krauser gets his arm heavily injured in there, and he has to leave the army because of it afterwards. And you see when he's talking to Leon, he looks down. He's got the big scar on his arm from that game. So they do actually put that make that reference. So they fleshed out. They sort of filled in a gap. What 8 years after the original Resident Evil 4?
yeah, and they give you a good rundown. He's not exactly very complicated. He's a guy who power motivates him quite a bit because of the events of that operation, and he's not very doesn't mince words. Tells Leon pretty much just that. It's like, I like power, fucking great,
That was pretty cool.
and that
Look about new arm.
yeah, which I kind of agree with Leon. It's like, I don't know, it seems like kind of a downgrade. Honestly, it's a big spike. The question for a lot of Resident Evil bad guys, is it truly an upgrade? But it's still having an enemy have a tie-in with the character that goes beyond just he's bad and you got to stop him.
But was that only Krauser's? I mean, we saw from Salazar, he goes. From Sadler, he goes completely mental at the end.
Oh yeah, I have to assume
Could there have been further forms for Krauser if he hadn't have got put down early?
probably, and I have to assume there's a mental aspect to it. It must feel really good or something, because like they look a little funky. A lot of the creatures that get made by the Resident Evil stuff. Well, I don't know if everyone wants us to do this or not, but like, do we need to do like is he better or worse overall, or should we just move on?
I don't know. I feel a bit indifferent about him. I think I like the VA from the old one a bit better because it's more campy. I think it was a bit more over the top. But that's about it. I have like
I
no.
like that in this game he feels like a guy who really is trying his hardest. Whereas I got the impression in the original that he is so like relaxed and chill about everything. I found him very funny in the original, but like I buy into him and like this version of Leon more as like a person, especially like with what John said about the weight of his how he feels like he failed in Raccoon City, and that the real motivation to succeed and win this time, like to save someone. I like him more as like a character. I would say that I think the OG one is funnier though.
I think I agree with
He's
that.
a funny guy.
Yeah, I think freaking nailed it.
Really funny guy.
Leon's my favorite Resident Evil character, and after this game, he's still my favorite Resident Evil character.
Also, but I was talking about Krauser just now. I meant Krauser.
I think Krauser is.
Well, wait.
Krauser.
We're not gonna do
or do
Krauser
we
yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought
Okay.
you about Krauser. No, I like him in here better, Leon. Yeah.
Rags, what do you think?
Hello?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh wait, John, if
Hi.
you want to go, I was because making sure everybody had a take on the Leon thing. That's all.
Just to add to what Fringy said, I agree, but I also find him really funny in this as well. There's some dialogue in this that I think is fucking hilarious. Like when you first go into the castle, Lewis, I think he asks if you've left yet. And he's like, we were going to, but Ashley just had to see the
I just had to
castle
check out
first.
this castle, yeah.
I thought that's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah,
Because
no,
that's
he's got
it's
things to
funny
say.
in a way that he might actually crack a joke like that because the situation's so dire, just to like alleviate the tension. And yeah, it was just like it's the delivery, I guess, was dry.
Well, I think
the-
the guy who plays him in this one does a really good, like, he does a good job at, like, as an actor, I would say, compared to the original. The line delivery is great, but it's hilarious, you know. Like,
Yeah.
It's sort of a different kind of character, almost like the original was a guy who's just given a middle finger at all the craziness, and he's embraced its madness, and he's just fighting back against it. And this one's a bit more weighted and I don't know how else to describe it.
the jokes feel like the jokes that someone would make in a situation just to like lighten the mood, compared to in the original where it feels like he's performing for me.
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
like he's actually performing to me. Like I'm watching a film and he's there as an entertainer.
I love that all the cultists basically refer to the Plagas as the holy body just to set up Leon for that one liner at the end where he says, I'll
I
give you a
don't-
holy body.
I don't think it's just a setup for that one line. I think
He'll
that
give
it's
you a holy
adhering.
body.
I think it's.
Yeah.
I think it's. I think it's just part of a larger change that they made to really play up and focus more and really big up the religious element. And that comes through in the dialogue a great deal, the way that they reference it, as they would if it was real.
Oh, sure. I mean, it makes sense that they would call it that. Yeah. I love that it also works as that.
I do too.
setup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good line. It's a really good line. It's no right hand comes off, but it's damn good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you like to move to the next, being Ashley?
Ashley's
Done.
way better.
Leon.
Well,
Way
so
better.
if we can set the table in terms of Ashley in the classic games, often cited back in the day as one of the more annoying people who were added into a game. I think a lot of people who are familiar with the OG game are more so just like, she's not that bad. She's okay.
I'm gonna defend OG Ashley, but I think people who play up how annoying she is and they hate her segment and it's like a babysitting game, I think you're being unfair. I don't think it's that big of a deal in the
So,
original game.
I don't know if we're talking about like the gameplay stuff or the narrative stuff, I guess, because like gameplay
Well,
feels like a different...
I was kind of a little bit of both, I
Little
suppose.
bit of both,
there.
yeah.
Well, I would say playing it the first time, I definitely, because I'd always heard the meme that people didn't like those sections. I don't really get it with the original, but like as a character, she's way better here.
Well, so that's what I meant about setting the thing. So like you have her being known for being kind of like whiny, and mechanically speaking, she feels like a drag to a lot of people. I think if you play the game a lot, that's just not the case. As soon as you know how to use her, especially in the OG game, you'll be fine. You'll have no trouble. As for her narratively, I mean, yeah, it can be a little bit grating to hear Leon. It's like very
the impression
nasally.
you get with the way she seems annoyed, like
Yes.
more than anything.
And one
I never minded her in the first game. I thought she was fine.
I tolerated her just
Her
fine.
voice was a little bit pitched, but
Yeah.
in this one, she's 10 times better, and she actually has a bit of a bravery arc. You know, wouldn't necessarily say a story arc, but she certainly has a bravery arc where she starts off by barely wanting to jump out the window, and I think a big part of that, when she threw herself out the window and Leon caught her, we just have that little pause. I think we just got a little bit of realization that this person is gonna.
Yeah, Leon's
help
got
her.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's.
And then she just gets increasingly. I mean, I think Mauler and I have discussed this, but when he turns around the corner and they're all going into the church, and then you can start that event off, and she's just like, "What is wrong with these people?" Cracks me up every time. I just laughed, and then towards the end, we have some little great moments with her, and she talks. I don't take her seriously for one moment, but she's like, "Hey, maybe I could, become an agent. We can protect the US from all threats." And I just saw that as her just kind of getting a little bit
more confident,
more comfortable with certainly Leon helping as well. And I just think it kind of boosted her. And I liked. I think it culminated well in the fact that she shoots the granadas behind him. when they're being, because it just shows a bit of strength of willpower back from Ashley, who was at the beginning just completely complete wreck.
I would say that
I assume
and
it's
some more opportunities to sort of have agency and like help Leon. I mean, the big one that was pointed out earlier was changing
nice
the order
pun,
of.
Fringy.
I didn't mean to do that. If whatever it was,
Agency. She shows more agency. She wants to be a secret. She wants to be an agent.
Sure. Okay, yeah, I'll take that one then, I guess.
Pretty good.
Yeah, like she gets a lot of opportunity, like to help Leon, and they sort of increase in terms of like the value of it from like originally. I think breaking the window so he could escape the big tall guy, which is what I keep calling him in the barn. And
she opened up the house door
and
and compelled them to leave as well, right? Like that's her doing something.
And then it all leads to her saving Leon's life in the end after he saved hers. It's like they have a relationship that it's sort of like helping each other out. I way more buy them having a connection.
We had the good moment where Leon's talking to Ashley and he says to her, "We can't run. We have to face this. We can't run."
Yeah.
And then when Leon gets trapped in the cave, and he's like, "Run!" And then she runs through the door, and then she kind of like pauses, just like, "I won't run."
No,
and then
because
she's going to try and save Leon. And then I was like, I like those moments are good. I think they're good character moments.
Yeah, I buy into her as like a real person in this one way more than in the original, of like genuine terror at the situation that she's in, which is why it's so like rewarding and satisfying narratively for her to sort of overcome those fears and become a more active participant in the story. I just buy into her way more as a person. I like her a lot.
I mean, I was gonna echo the whole like I'm totally fine and tolerant of OG Ashley, but I think this voice actress is just a strict upgrade.
Way better.
Yeah, she's way better.
Yes.
Way better. Yeah.
When
Way
she
more
screams
range.
for Leon when he's getting shot or something, it's just
Yeah, when Leon's
wrenching.
in
Like
low
the
health,
voice crack
when she's
was
been carried
happening, like,
away.
damn.
It was quite quite shocking when you die for the first few times, listening to her like a woman sound like she's just lost someone incredibly important to her, and she's just cried her eyes out and screaming. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's like, damn.
I'm sorry I died. I'll try not to next time.
Sorry, I'll try to not die
I
again.
didn't mean to upset you.
VA did a great job.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
the arc that this character has, I think, is appropriate and expected. Like, being the president's daughter, she would have a very sheltered, protected existence, not very worldly. And then all of a sudden, she's in like the worst situation ever. And there's a nice little moment where you're in like the sewage part, and you're crouching around in the sewage water. She's like, "I'm fine, but like before this would have killed me." Like, she's just like, she would have been so grossed out before, like appalled, but now she's like, she's in the muck and she's stronger, you know? She doesn't mind.
Compared to everything else I've been dealing with for the last 24 hours, this is not so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, even poo water. Yeah, that's not so bad.
At least it's not a regenerator. Or the worst.
She just overall felt like it was they tried to not only flesh her out as a person, but also the relationship she has with Leon. Felt like they put way more dialogue into the game in general to boost the two of them and their chemistry, which was really cool. Just a couple of casual lines while you're doing whatever, and they talk, and you're just like, kind of neat. The one I use as reference usually is when they walk into the castle. She sees a bunch of armors, which is a fun way, like her pointing it out as something you can wear is fun for the fact that that's her special suit sort of thing you'll be wearing if you want to achieve higher ranks, but also because she said she'd think he'd look dashing in them.
Dashing, yeah.
It's a very, very much just smoother and slower way of developing them.
Do you think that's a cheeky reference to how she can wear armor in the original?
Yeah, I think so.
What I said, yeah.
Because she's, that's what he just said.
All right, well,
so I probably think that, yeah.
Confirmation that you're correct, yes.
And she does some overt in the original, but she does some very subtle flirting with Leon in this.
Yeah.
As it goes on, and even at the end, we don't get the "Hey, do you want to come back and fucking plow my field?" but we get, "Hey, I could put a word in with my dad. He could get put on my detail," and that's her saying
he'll put her on detail.
Yeah, we can get closer together if you want. So it's just, I think they did that. They handled the little flirting bits, and he'll catch her at times and she'll just go like skills, and stuff.
Yeah.
Just kind of like quaint, bit cute. It's clearly the sort of not obsession, but it's clearly a girl who's being saved is going to. I don't quite know what the technical term is. Where you
A
start to
girl
have
worth fighting for.
where you start to have feelings towards the protector, but they're sort of there in the moment, and they probably will dissipate.
Stockholm syndrome.
Well, it's not
Well,
Stockholm.
Stockholm
I mean,
I'm
no,
kidding.
because
That's
that's
when
your
there's a
enemy, not your.
kidnapper.
Yeah. It's kind of like the reverse Stockholm syndrome, but yeah, I think it's a little bit of infatuation, momentary infatuation, because you got this dashing guy, and so she does a little bit of flirting, and that's all good. But that Leon likes a bit of Ada.
I did mention
Oh,
this
yeah.
to something I forgot to mention was that
Fan
I
of
think they kept up Leon's badassery in this game pretty well, in terms of just it's fun. You can believe this guy is actually someone who may actually be able to get through this scenario. And one of the cutscenes I would always reference for is just the way he takes out, like, I think it's just 3 Gadados, but he's trapped in the cage. He manages to make it look exceptionally like talented on his part. Like putting a knife in one's skull to drag him around as a meat shield, and then shoot others, and then use cover, keep an eye on the ones that are crossbowing. It's just like, hey, I kind of do that when I play it. Nice one. Neato.
That was badass in that cutscene. I really like that too.
It was, and it makes you think like, oh, they could probably make this work as a movie. And you're like, yeah.
They've tried many times. I just wish Ashley's running animation was a little less Japanese
girly.
schoolgirl. Yeah.
They do overtly make her seen as a sorority girl, though. When you see her phone, she's got like the Greek letters.
Yeah,
on
she's
it.
got the Gamma Kappa,
They're
whatever.
like, just so you know,
yeah.
everybody, she's in college,
She's legal.
so it's okay.
She's legal, guys. You can have your fantasies.
According to, oh wait, what were you gonna say?
I'm saying that I think it's just a strict upgrade across the board. Ashley,
Yes.
yeah, a lot more to her. Better voice actor.
And it wasn't just a
actress.
mobile phone. It was her Moto.
It was her razor.
Razor
It
Edge.
was a razor,
Very
man.
era appropriate phone.
Yeah, everyone had those razors.
No, I didn't. I wanted
Not
one.
me.
I
Not
never.
me. I didn't get to have a.
I had that
fancy
Nokia
razor.
3330 or whatever that every fucking other poor person had.
I had that.
I had a track phone.
Going around killing people with it.
Brick phone.
Yeah.
So next
Eventually
up,
inherited my dad's Motorola Razor, but it was after they were cool. I was like,
Oh, damn it.
no one
Guys,
cares
look, I got it
anymore.
now. It's like, fuck off, John. Oh.
not going in any particular order, really, but I think I tried to guess
Might as
this
well go
by
by
like
appearance, right?
Yeah. well, in any case, Luis. Why don't we talk about him next?
Oh,
Let's talk
upgrade.
about Luis.
Awesome.
The real
Really cool
hero
upgrade.
Of the,
Does anyone think he was downgraded?
No.
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 I'm just curious if anyone does. That's all.
He rapidly became one of my favorite characters of the game. And I loved it. It's just like, Leon, I've made a mistake. Come save me, Prince Charming.
Yes, I'm cool.
Yeah,
Some
he's
really
so
good
good.
stuff.
He's just excellent. And I really prefer his the way he goes out in this one as
Oh,
compared
yes.
to the first one.
Yeah.
He had a
Yep.
lot more meaning, and his
I'm gonna
little
be honest with
speech to Leon at the end was great.
Now that we have this version to compare, the OG one's kind of weird. It's like,
It is kinda
Leon, I
weird.
have the sound.
I wouldn't leave him alone with
dang
Ashley.
it.
It's kind of like, oh,
That's
there he
what I
goes.
wouldn't do with the first one.
And I feel like we got to know him a little bit better. And good God, what an excellent choice to do. Leon and him have a few adventures before he gets killed.
Yes.
Excellent
Yeah.
choice.
Yeah, killing the Duo Gigante with him, and then have a little dialogue where you're just like, oh yeah, I regret the helping those guys this whole time, so I maybe get a little bit of doing
It's
good.
the great
by
story
helping
of
you.
Lewis.
And,
Lewis is from the village. He's actually from the village. He's the grandkid that's being referred to in the notes, the old man notes. He's the grandkid, and he leaves the village and joins Umbrella. Then he goes and comes back, and becomes part of the Illuminati and whatever, and then again realizes his mistake twice over. He's actually part. If you look at the photograph in his lab, he's actually part of the Nemesis program. So he was
Oh, is
part
that
of
what it was? Okay.
yeah, he's part of the group that created the Nemesis in Resident Evil 3.
That's pretty cool. I missed that.
So yeah, there's like he's a village boy. That's why he's here. It's like what is this guy doing here? Apart from because if he's an ex-member, why is he still hanging around and all this? But no, he's actually from the village and a small boy who, when his grandfather died from an infected wolf bite, went off to join Umbrella, and then
I remember that story. Yeah.
Which, by the way, I think is another. It's like another. In the original, we learned that I think Mendez was talking about how Luis is causing problems with their plan, and he said in a note from the original says something along the lines of he's getting around using old hunting paths his grandfather taught him. The fact that they have his grandfather dying after like a hunting trip is like a little like, oh, okay, there you go.
Little nod.
So there's more to Lewis in this, which is when you get into those little snippets and you see those little extra bits, it just adds a bit more to why he's so desperate to make amends and
so I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This is gonna come as a bombshell. Resident Evil doesn't really get to me at all in terms of emotional. I'm also just like, oh, there that goes. That's that. There's this. Okay.
Resident Evil often gets to me emotionally. I get frustrated. Sad for myself where my life's led me.
But not only was I kind of getting into it with the fun adventure, especially on the fucking minecart section, just the two of them. It seems like such an absurd moment, and they both just fucking go with it. It's just fun.
So good.
But
especially
then
when he pulls the brake and it snaps, and he's just like,
he kind of looks at him like, oh, what nothing we can really do now.
I got the break, as you said.
Yeah.
Such a
reminded me a lot of The Rock, the Nick Cage and Sean Connery, literally in the minecart. And overall, like just like the sort of campy action tone, like the fight with Krauser, that reminded me of The Rock as well.
But I was lucky enough to not know what was going to happen. I was playing this and I didn't know what changes they were going to make. I actually had no idea he was going to be dying necessarily. I wasn't sure exactly what they were going to do because he'd been in so much more of the game up to this point that I was like, I don't know. Could do anything.
I was sure he was going to die, but because they had essentially put Sadler on the back pedal for this version, I didn't see him dying to Sadler, or he would have died at the end to Sadler. But when we came out the lift, and as soon as he turned around and started speaking, I was like, "Oh, this is where he's going to die."
It looks like a death shot.
Yeah,
it's the
and he goes, and it's like, oh, there he goes.
Oh, there he goes. There goes Lewis. Oh.
And I think it was an excellent change to have Krauser kill him instead of Sadler. Actually,
yeah.
And the great line from Sadler there. The great line from Krauser there, where he's just like, cleaning up some business and taking care of a few rats.
Yeah,
because they're referring to obviously Lewis as a rat, as somebody who's given them away, is been a traitor to them. So it's like that's a good line. That's actually a good line from Krauser.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then to top it off, being that you and Krauser are getting into it, and he shoots Krauser's blade just as a last sort of gasp thing. It's just like, oh, look at him to the end, still helping.
I think that it means that his story feeds much more directly into the main narrative, and particularly motivations for Leon and Ashley.
Yes.
Like culminating in the end. And then, of course, it gives Krauser a little bit more of a direct connection to it just gives him a little bit more of a personal connection in the story, too.
Yeah, you really want to kill Krauser.
Well, there's that lovely bit where
charming Luis.
Where when Leon goes and rescues Ashley in the prison cell, and she says, "Where's Luis?" And he says, he was really worried to you up to the end. And he does that pause, and then Ashley's actually getting up because Leon said, "Can you stand?" Before that, she's standing. He's like, "Can you stand?" And she's standing. Going, "Where's Luis?" And then she's like halfway up, and then he says that, and she just sinks back down again onto the bed. I was like, "That's really well done."
Yeah.
That's actually really well done. 'Cause
I really
she kind of
appreciated it.
feels the weight in Leon's voice there, and it's like, and then she's like, for Luis, and he's like, Luis.
Yeah, him.
It's good.
His death scene's my favorite
Oh,
scene in the
all
game,
right.
probably.
Let's find out how you guys, if you guys really cared about him. All right.
Cool.
Let's do the true test of whether you cared about him.
Uh-oh.
Did you sell his key?
Oh, of course I did. I'm a
course I
greedy
did.
bitch.
Whoa!
He would want you to after
Never,
you've used it. He would want you to.
I'd
I
never
need those
sell it.
stongs,
It's a
Drags.
treasure. I'll take it to my grave.
Now, do you know what they should have let you keep? His lighter. Now, would I have sold his lighter? That's a different kettle of fish.
They
That
should
would
have.
probably give me more stongs. Fuck yeah, I would
I
have
think it
sold.
was
Yeah.
it's
How much is it worth?
Yeah.
me and I was chat about this. I want to say a couple days ago or so, but just the idea that this would have been the perfect time to introduce Molotovs, giving us the lighter and saying like you can now make Molotovs or whatever, and just make it
Ooh,
about
yeah,
whatever
good
resource you
idea.
can
I like
collect.
that.
Replace
Yeah.
the incendiary grenades. Molotovs are really good in this game when you shoot them at enemies' heads.
They are quite good.
Mm.
Yeah, not just the Molotovs, but the burning oil lamps.
Good crowd
Yeah.
control as well. Would have been a nice
Those
little
are-
crowd control weapon.
Absolutely.
A
Yeah.
lot of work went into like modeling and damage and stuff for fire on enemies. So it's a
Yeah.
damn shame we didn't get, like incendiaries. I think that would have been nice to have had those as an option. A decent damage over time, potential stun.
Yeah.
I mean,
Shield
with the
breaker,
fire, just
too.
to get a little bit into the, gameplay elements, but enemies have to stay inside of the fire for a long enough time to actually catch fire.
Yeah.
And same thing to you. You don't just start. You don't just light up like you're made out of gasoline whenever you get within walking distance of fire. You have to actually like be in it. Otherwise, you just sort of it slows you down a little bit. You have to. But, yeah, it would have been really cool to introduce. Yeah.
So overall,
grenades like that.
I think they've improved him. I think they've made his impact in the story bigger. I think that they actually took advantage and made sequences funner with him actually having been there. But then there's also just he mattered more to the characters as far as I could tell, and reasonably so. Like he's with them for longer. They're more clear on exactly what his integration with all this was, and he's clearly. It's just. I think they made it more streamlined to the point where, looking back on the OG one, I think Luis's participation was always a little bit off, and that everyone has said like hopefully they give him more time, and they did, and it was really cool.
Oh, he was killed off too early in the first one for sure.
Yes,
for sure.
Yeah, because
that
in the
was only-
original he was killed about 3/4, 2/3 the way through the castle or so, and he's killed by Sadler.
Sadler,
and Sadler's just casually walking around the castle. He's right there. He's just like, "Gotcha, bitch." You're like, "Oh shit, okay."
Yeah.
Yeah, once Luis sees you and he's like, I've got the thing, sample.
But they kind of what was a nice little nod to that though is Luis did get killed by an object through the back.
It is a nice little nod to the original. You're right. I agree.
Yeah, I mean
They kept that bit. They kept that bit there.
But yeah, the whole final the final conversation they have, him finally getting a smoke.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that was good.
Just the voice actor was really, really good. I mean, he looks, obviously he's animated really well. His involvement in the story and how, he's very, very Leon is very standoffish towards him at the front, and then by the end, it's a very solemn, sad thing.
It's a great way for him.
Really like it. When
he goes out, he's not, he's come across in a couple of parts as selfish. We know that's bravado. So at the end, where he's just like, "Hey, Leon, do you believe people can change?" I thought it was such a great thing, because his final thought on this planet was, "Have I redeemed myself?"
Yeah, it's really good stuff considering how limited his time is. Really solid.
Yeah. So huge upgrade for Luis. Very happy. Pour one out for Luis Serra Navarro. He was a real one.
Adios, amigos.
And so
I can't remember if in the original they were explicit about whether Luis had like good or bad intentions, but I really liked at the end of this game they made it very clear with the notes in the little chair lab. Like there's that cool staff photo, and and then it's very clear, like, oh god, he did this terrible thing, he was a part of it, and he feels awful and he wants to fix it, and you're like, well, he was a good guy after all. Like
Yeah, that was
I had
the
that.
Europe 6 picture. That was
Okay.
the Nemesis project.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. I missed the
So
Nemesis part.
he was part of the Nemesis project.
That's awesome.
Well,
So he does have a part in what happened in Raccoon City.
Right.
he does indeed. What better time to now compare someone
for
else?
fuck's sake. Boo! Boo!
Why don't we talk about Ada? Ada Wong.
Let's talk
Absolute
about
dime piece.
Ada.
I said it.
Let's talk about all about Ada. Much Ada about. I don't
Wong.
know.
That character model
Much
is
about Wong.
insanely incredible, and
Yes.
holy shit,
It sure is.
that's where it begins and ends on incredible.
I was really curious to know if they'd keep the skimpy red dress because it always seemed strange and out of place, you know.
Hey,
Especially with the
that's
neck
her.
thing. I
guess.
was just like, that's kind of weird that you dressing like that, you fucking whore. But in the new version, there is this. I like they kept the red. It's pretty tight. You know, she got the leggings. It looks like proper sweater. So I was really like, oh, she looks great. I mean, the model looks great. The outfit really dug it. And then she started speaking.
Oh.
And that's
So
when everyone
the
went,
first-
wait a minute.
You sound different.
So I think the first time we see Ada in a conversation is with Luis. When
true,
he's
yeah.
talking with her at the boulder.
Yumbo.
And so when I first heard Luis and Ada talking, first time I heard Ada talking, I wasn't, I was like, oh, okay, I guess she's talking specifically to Luis. Maybe she just has this flat, standoffish kind of tone with him in particular. So like, okay, it doesn't hit you at first. And then that's how she always talked. And that was, what a shame. What a shame, because boy, what a terrible voice actress.
Yeah.
Sorry, sorry, lady, whoever you are, but
Well,
you
she
fucking
was
suck.
the woman who played Ada Wong in Welcome to Raccoon City. And they gave her the voice acting role for this. Welcome to Raccoon City, a film with a budget of 50 million that lost money. Forgotten about, afterthought now in the Resident Evil world, with Leon Singh Kennedy, Race Change, Jill Valentine, trying to mix together the first and second games and just making it into some sort of Yule Bowl disaster. But she was the one who played Ada Wong in that. And I'm just like, why? Why would you do that? What was wrong with the Ada Wong actress for the Resident Evil 2 remake? Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Well,
Maybe
I
there's
thought
some, behind the scenes reason that we won't find out about or something. Because I don't
I'll
know,
never find
man.
about it now.
No, I mean, all I know, this may or may not have anything to do with it, but all I know is she's a legitimate Asian actress, and all the other women who have voiced Ada have been just regular white women, not been Asian actresses.
That could be why.
So it could be why. It might not be why, but that's the only thing I can even remotely think of is that. But it was a terrible choice.
saying it's union related.
I've seen a lot of people mention union stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Boy,
What a terrible actress.
Well, so
Yeah,
I mean,
she's
it's,
feeling like
it's
played
unfortunate
Ada
to
twice
say,
or-
but listening to her in the scenes, it would yank me out. So I'm less so
Yeah.
listening to what people say, and I'm also like, wow, that delivery, wow. Let's hear
It's so
another one.
robotic. It's so robotic. It's like, I'm reading my line. It's like, oh man, this is like,
I think the worst one is in the prison cell when Ashley's just been released from the prison cell with Leon, and then Leon calls her up on the radio, and he's like, "I guess I owe you one or something," and you just get that like 5-second pause. It's like, okay, and then she goes, "Yeah, you do."
I get.
Like, what?
Also, to address it, because I know people would be saying there's some people in the world who are saying, and it's not without merit at all that she's deliberately delivering this. I hesitate to use the word deadpan because it makes it sound like deliberately
like I was
deadpan.
saying, I
but
thought that was the intention at first. That because she is talking to Luis, he hasn't fulfilled his end of this bargain. She's maybe a little frustrated with him. Maybe she doesn't like him. So that is okay, but that was every line. That was with every character.
Yeah,
that was always.
I think there's some lines I would defend happily with that logic, but yeah, I give up when there's some lines. I'm trying to find examples from 'cause when he talks to her again in the boat. I remember when I was recording this, I was listening to it. I was like, "What the fuck?" Why did she say these things this way?
It sounds like you got something to say to me. Oh,
Many things, actually.
yeah.
I would like to tell you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Who are you? What you done with Ada?
Yeah, because Ada, I'd always remembered her as being a lot more, I don't know, flirty almost,
And
and not even
Fatality.
necessarily
Yeah,
in
a bit
the
more
words.
Classic
flirty and
Ken Fatal.
confident. And, yeah.
And that is not what was like. Okay, let's just say, for argument's sake, with Louise, she wants to be standoffish. It's business. She wants the sample of the plagas, so she's a bit standoffish with him. But when it comes to Leon, she should have been a completely different person. When it came to Leon, we should have seen a much different side to Ada. We should have seen that much more flirtatious side, because she probably still believes that she can manipulate Leon. Now, we can have Leon respond to her however we want after that, but we should have seen the differences of the way that she manipulates or deals with people because of the nature of Ada Wong. And we didn't get that at all. We just got this monotone, deadpan monstrosity of voice.
Well, do you want to? I think, John, do you feel otherwise?
No, I
God
don't
damn
agree.
it,
It
John.
didn't really bother me, but I see where you guys are coming from. I mean, it is kind of a flat, I guess, unenthused, maybe not an inappropriate lack of enthusiasm.
Mhm.
But I kind of prefer a more like grounded delivery over, like, say, the originals Ada, where it's very like Jessica Rabbit, like, "Hey there, handsome." Like, I don't know, like, yeah. I mean, like,
way
Not a bad
prefer her
character
being like that with
this
Leon.
way.
Well,
Like-
look at the Resident Evil 2 remake. When Ada first meets Leon in that, she's actually quite forthright because she's trying to portray this FBI agent.
I
So
think
she's like,
she kisses him in that game too, doesn't she?
yeah,
There's a cutscene.
but that's just it. She starts off very forthright, but then when she realizes that Leon could be a good asset, a valuable asset for her, she starts to
Mhm.
warm to him and become more flirtatious, to the point where when he's going down the cart into the lab, she actually kisses him.
Right.
And so you know, there's a big sort of evolution in the way that Ada has seen and responded to Leon in Resident Evil 2 remake to this, where it's no, jeez, man, no.
Yeah, like I said, I'd
Sure.
buy it if
That's-
she spoke that way with just Luis, or even Krauser. I think she speaks to, right, at one point. But not Leon. Like,
No.
I want a bit more life in the delivery, which, of course, you're saying you see it as very deliberate, right, on behalf of the character and the voice actress.
But she's legitimately wanting Leon to go with her at the end. She's legitimately wanting that. She doesn't think he's going to do it.
That was the one. I forgot it. She's before she leaves, she says she's supposed to say, "Don't think too
Coming?
hard, handsome," and she says, like, "Don't think too hard, handsome." It's like,
Mhm.
it's
I mean,
such
I
an
think
obvious
some-
line to be played like flirtatiously, and she delivers it like a rock.
I
My
think
research
some of these
has shown
issues.
this is how humans communicate.
I think some of these issues being brought up, some of them are writing, some of them are voice acting. I'm not really sure, like, what exactly. Like,
I
if
think
we're
the
just
problem
focusing on
that
one
I
here.
had is it was very hard for me to latch on to like who Ada was in this because the delivery was often so monotone. Like I don't really have a good read on who she is as a person compared to someone like Ashley, for instance, who it's pretty obvious like who she is and how she feels in any given moment. I think the performance kind of obfuscated Ada's character for me. I just didn't get a good read on her, which is different from RE2 remake, which is I didn't play the original Resident Evil 2, whereas I got much more of a clear read on who Ada was, which was more of that she starts off kind of not really wanting to talk to Leon at all, and then as the relationship progresses and as you sort of get layers of manipulation going on with her, like, yeah, I definitely get more of the impression that she's more emotive than she was here. I mean, she
Right.
was more emotive, and I feel like she should be more emotive than she was. Like, I never get the impression that Ada was, like, flat as a character. I get the impression that she's very confident and well-defined.
Yeah,
Knows who
Ada's
she
a
is, knows
great
what she
character.
wants, and will work towards achieving those goals, and just doesn't correspond here with the performance.
She's
I think-
Ada is an awesome character.
Yeah, I think she's
Absolutely
cool as
awesome
fuck.
character. She and her and Leon operate so well together. And like I said, the character model in this is sublime for Ada.
Yeah, it looks great.
Incredible. And
It's
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 the
that mix of
delivery.
practical and it's still a nod to the original Red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. She's very confident in her body to wear something like that, you know.
And she's hot.
I really dig it.
Yeah, really.
Ada's hot.
Oh, really?
Ada's fucking super hot.
I
Almost as hot
hadn't
as Lewis.
noticed.
Nobody noticed. It's okay. I had to point it out.
Well, one thing, my reaction to her voice was kind of interesting too, because I remember thinking, she doesn't really sound like Ada Wong to me, but she sounds exactly like
Sounds like Ada Wong.
No, she sounds like real Chinese Canadian, I guess, girls that I know. And then I
How
found
many
out
Chinese Canadian girls do you know?
quite a lot. But the kind of funny thing
Really?
is, I
But
found
his
out that
wife for one of them.
I
Rags,
mean,
I guess
Vietnamese
it's
Chinese,
you
but
not knowing that
anyways.
there's a large amount of
The thing I
Chinese
found out
Canadians.
though is that this actress Lily Gao is from Toronto, so she's from my city, so she sounds like a Chinese girl with a Toronto accent, and that's kind of why.
What is a Toronto accent?
I suppose somewhere
Hey, buddy.
between how I sound and how she sounds, with a bit of Cantonese
Fred.
slid in there as well.
Hey, Brian.
You've got new buddies, Gap.
I mean, I guess like we do always say things like that, buddy. Hey, guy.
To be honest with you, Mark, I
Yeah.
feel the
Hey,
emotion whenever X-Ray talks, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's true. Although, I mean, she doesn't, to me, sound like the type of person I'm referring to. She sounds more like a
Person?
valley girl, I guess.
Oh.
Who refers more to their wife, Mark or Ben Shapiro?
Oh, I'm
Mark.
in the running for sure.
My wife's an X-ray.
Yeah.
My
Good
wife's
stuff.
an X-ray machine. She
Um,
just
she is?
radiates joy.
Don't think too hard, buddy. So what's that?
Yeah, that was
That would have been a funny little line
I'm
there
not your guy,
at
buddy.
the end.
so is there
I'm
anything
not
else that
your
anyone wants to
guy,
say
friend.
about Ada?
I'm worried 'cause we're
no.
going to get the DLC with her now, and it's just like we can have that voice actress
Are,
in the
are we
DLC.
getting?
Oh,
Is there going to be Ada
separate
DLC?
ways.
As far as I'm
I
aware,
hope the-
Separate Ways is definitely on the way. So
I hope
okay.
Capcom and
I
the actress
wasn't
go
aware of that.
separate ways.
Was
Well-
that confirmed? Because I never saw that.
I've seen several people say that it was found in whatever evidence to imply it in the game files, but can't
I
say
could
that.
believe with how
It's been
well the game
data
is
mined,
told
yeah. It's been
that they're
data
gonna
mined.
do it. I mean, why wouldn't you with how much money this game has made?
It's,
And separate ways and assignment Ada. Maybe
Yes,
You
both.
don't
I-
even.
I think it's a good idea for them to release DLC eventually for this.
Yep.
it's,
Mhm.
it's a very good idea.
But it's great. I mean, and also we had the massive Easter egg from Leon at the end, which went, "You coming?" And he went, "I think we both know this is where we go our separate ways."
Mhm.
Oh God, he said the thing.
He said
Definitely
that.
Mom.
So yeah, I think that's a massive sort of nod to separate ways is coming.
Thank you, Dank, for recognizing my radiology joke. I really appreciate that. It's
I
comments
giggled.
like that that keep
I
me
giggled.
going.
I giggled at it. Yeah,
I gave it a
she,
thumbs up. You couldn't
she
see.
radiates joy.
Right? Yeah,
I laughed.
some good shit. Yeah.
I like Ada's outfit in this as well, but I can't stop thinking about how her sweater looks really water absorbent. And if you're going to like a
Yeah.
rainy, shitty village, it's like maybe you should be wearing a windbreaker
So,
or like a rain jacket.
She
or
has a
something.
big old raincoat that folds right up into her pocket, but she doesn't put it on when Leon's around because it's embarrassing.
Well,
Or,
I know
or a red
in-
silk dress where it can just roll off. You know,
I
there you
think in
go.
2 Remake, she had like a big trench coat, but then she was wearing the dress underneath.
Underneath it, yeah.
For
Yeah, she
that,
took
in
the- yeah,
middle
she
of
took that
Raccoon
off, yeah.
City in this crazy apocalypse. It's like, well, gotta save the world in style, I guess. Well, she don't want to save the world, right? She's a little bit villainous. Well, maybe not. Well, I guess. What about that post credit? Is that worth talking about? Since
Oh,
that has to do with Ada?
Yeah,
Leon's
you know what? We
working
can
his
knock out.
magic.
We'll knock out that and Wesker at the same time. Why not?
Oh well, yeah, that's what. Wesker.
So Wesker doesn't sound as
Yeah.
funny. 0 out of 10.
So I've seen
Yeah,
this from
that is funny.
James several times, so I don't know if anyone else knows more about this, but was it that the original actor released too much about RE4 Remake and got booed off the project?
Oh, really?
That's what I've seen him
For-
say. I don't know if it's true. I'm assuming it is, otherwise it'd be a weird claim to have. But that's why we don't have the actor we want. He's
Oh.
Aww.
yeah. That was
Are we
fake
going to
news,
get a
actually.
Resident? Never mind the Resident 5 remake. I know, I'm really jumping the gun here. Are we
Oh,
going to
wait,
get
DC
a
Douglas.
Resident Evil remake in the same mode as 2, 3, and 4?
That's
Resident
that's
Evil
the
5
real
remake,
question.
probably. Right.
Well, I mean, because a lot of people consider the GameCube and HD ports thereafter remake of Resident Evil as the entry of Resident Evil 1 in the remake timeline, but it uses the same Jill model that's in Resident Evil 5 that's kind of not the remake timeline now. So I don't know, Resident Evil canon's sort of in a weird spot in that regard. So I think they'll probably just do whatever they think will make them the most money next, which my guess would be 5, because it's the next in the time.
I think they'll
Well, I
remake
guess
5.
next up is 9, right? Next up will probably be
Yeah, we'll
Next
get
up
Resident
should be
Evil
9, yeah.
Which
and
it'll be
hopefully
interesting if
they'll-
they decide to go back to just the third person over the. I hope they do.
So-
I
Personally,
hope they do
Yeah, just
too.
to-
Please God, keep this play
but on
style.
the
It's way
I
better
guess
than
on the
7.
Yes.
story bit
Yes.
with
To
Ada.
clarify, DC Douglas played Albert Wesker in Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil, I think, the Umbrella Chronicles. Doesn't matter. Point is that apparently he's the one. He released screenshots of this game really, really early on, and so he was gonna be the voice of Wesker, but then he got booted from it for that. That's the rumor. I don't know if it's true.
Okay.
Which,
Well, if true, pretty stupid, to be honest.
yeah. Well, if true, sucks because I love Wesker's voice. It's absurd and silly.
Yeah.
It's great.
and this Wesker just sounds normal, and that's fine.
But hey,
I
maybe he's holding
Wesker
back
shouldn't
now, and
sound
we'll get to hear the next one.
Wesker
I
shouldn't
sure
sound
hope
fine.
Complete global saturation and all that.
Yes.
So, because I'm not as familiar with Resident Evil as a whole storyline, what are we to draw from these last cutscenes exactly? What do we think is
Yes.
happening?
Please enlighten me. I have no idea. It was
As
to
far as
kill
I
a
know,
lot of people or
Wesker
something.
shooting himself in the foot by almost saying everything he could possibly say to have Ada betray him.
Yeah.
We're gonna
I'm not
kill
gonna
I am
kill
everyone.
very
everything,
evil. I am
except
very
that I'm
evil
gonna
and
kill
billions will
billions.
die. Now give
You
me
mean
the
you'll
thing.
kill millions? No. Billions.
With
Okay,
a
I
Oh,
can
okay. Cool, just making sure it was billions.
Trillions if I could.
Thanks, Ella.
I thought she was just going to open a window and drop it in the sea then.
Well, because
Yeah, in the face.
so she's gonna take it away from him, so he can't develop Ouroboros. Is that what we're supposed to take from this?
Yes, as far as I know, that's. I was thinking, will this sort of end up changing the Resident Evil 5 story if they do a remake of that? Will it? I don't know. What will become of the mold, which I don't like.
I don't like the mold
yeah.
either, and I have
I
a
don't like the
feeling
mold.
they're trying to remake them so that the story leads into the mold eventually.
No, don't do that.
And
no.
that is the current.
Plagueis is the way forward. That's the way.
Absolutely.
The current
That's why it's
theory,
Plagueis is
though,
great.
way
is-
creepier. Yeah, a parasite inside of you that does creepy fucking shit.
And you can do whatever you want. You don't have to make it a boring black mold monster that goes.
Yeah, you can make all kinds of mutations with that shit. I mean, we have lots of them in here.
Well, they
so-
essentially started
Just
cheating and
make-
doing that in the later Resident Evils anyway. They were like, "Oh, look at this crazy creature. What
It's
is it?" It's like
magic.
it's mold. And you're like, "Oh,
It devolved like Plagueis. I can believe they do a lot of work of making you, and we'll sort of get into that later maybe, but they do a lot of work in this remake, stressing the changes in the body over time, how you behave, and just the really creepy body horror element of this thing inside of you that's growing and getting worse and worse. So I think this game in that aspect is definitely scarier than the original. And they should stick with this Plagueis kind of idea because the black molds suck. It's just it's just have you guys? All right, this is a deep reference. Have you guys ever seen Little Nemo?
no."
Oh, but-
No.
No.
video.
All you guys in the
Wait.
chat know exactly what I'm talking about. Well, no, I don't. I take it back. The one in Little Nemo was fucking creepy, but like this black goo sort of thing that's just like, yeah, that's. I guess that's scary, and it just does anything and whatever. It's just not scary. The black mold sucks. Plagueis are creepy. Parasites are scary, terrifying body horror, and they did a great job working on that and developing it, and they should keep it.
James said canonically Wesker takes a sample from Krauser's body, so that's obviously still that's probably what they're gonna do, to make Resident Evil 5 happen. So I spoke to Az about this as well. It's just like the amount of questions they'll have to answer in terms of what they want to make Resident Evil 5, and I'm saying across the board. Like, is it a co-op game? Are you gonna do that? Is that too risky in this day and age to actually put that kind of man hours into a co-op game when co-op is seemingly not that popular anymore? That was
Dude, you cowards.
Well, because the funny part is that like Resident Evil 5 is known for that at this point. The thing people
Yeah.
recommend about it is play it with a friend.
Right.
You know, do they crank the horror aspect, or do they maintain the fact that it was kind of not scary? You know, I'm sure they'll probably try and make it scarier. I guess that seems like a smarter decision to go with. But then, of course, where it's set, who you're going to be shooting. I imagine that's going to change, or at least be heavily
Back in
considered.
the day already.
Yeah. Oh, they're gonna Aunt Jemima this shit, and they're gonna get Uncle Ben, and they won't be allowed. Yeah. They're not. Yeah.
But honestly,
What a way to put
if it's the team that made this and they get the time they need to complete it, I'll play the fuck out of it. Day one.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Anything. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like whatever they do with Dead Space next. You bet your ass I'm playing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so closes out Ada, and like I said, I've not got a particular, and Wesker, I guess. Is everyone up for talking about a little man called Salazar?
Whoa, we can't
Ramon
man.
Salazar.
Ramon
Ramon Salazar. I prefer the original Ramon Salazar. This one is fine. He's fine, but I prefer the original. I like the idea that he's in the original. He comes across as more of like this petulant, spoiled child who's kind of always gotten his way, who thinks that if it's his castle, it's his rules. He gets audibly frustrated when Leon doesn't die.
Mhm.
I like that a lot more. I like his introduction more. I like the model more, kind of.
Yeah.
I just think he's more like playful and like cocksure, and he gets frustrated at Leon, and he plays well with Leon in terms of like their personality dynamic.
He struck me more in the OG than in this one. This one, he was easier to forget, which is a bit of a problem, I think.
He doesn't have like any lines that make me go like, like just the introduction. Mi amo Ramon Salazar, the 8th Castellar of this magnificent architecture. Like it's just like this, you're just like, okay. No, you're proud of the castle and who you are, and I really kind of dig that. And the new one is just like, I mean, okay, but I think we definitely lost something. I wish we could have a redo on Salazar in the remake.
We got that line from Leon where he's just he talks about his brethren, and then Leon just goes, "No thanks,
no
bro."
Thanks, bro. No thanks,
So
bro.
it could be a good. This will be coming up because we're going to talk about the villains almost now. So like, Leon doesn't have his Skype calls with the villains anymore. I had a feeling they weren't going to include that, and I think if I were in full charge of this game, I love everything they've done so far, but I'd be like, I think we're going to keep it. I think we're going to fucking brute force it, lads, and we're going to keep it.
Yep.
Like,
Have
and you'd be
the
like,
villains
we
and
can't
Leon
keep that.
talking back to back.
It's absurd. It's insane. It's like, yeah, it is.
It's a blue midget in a spooky castle. We're already there.
It is absurd, and that's fine. It's totally fine. It's so
That's what
fun.
people love about
It
it.
doesn't
No
take
one
a
ever
long
looked-
jump to throw in some line about, oh, you think you're the only one who can hack a communication signal?
Yeah,
or
it's just-
something like, yeah, it's fine.
Everyone
Okay, yeah,
knows
now
the
we're
whole
talking.
reason that happens is literally for the utility of having Leon and the villains have a chat. That is obviously the fucking point. We know why it's there. Just do it. It's not going to hurt the game that much. Like in terms of the story's not exactly perfect, like, so we'll be fine.
Nobody looks back at the original and says, yeah, but it was just too silly for me. No one says that. That's what people love about it.
It was
Great.
always the question about remaking Resident Evil 4, is how much camp will they keep, and they cut that because they, I guess, thought it was too campy. I'd assume. I doubt they cut it because they were like, we can't make this work logistically. Like, it doesn't really make sense that they could hack. It's like, shut up. That's not the reason. It's
Well, if anything, I think the thing that I found most off-putting about this version of Salazar was that he seemed almost like he wasn't far enough of an adjustment into Serious Town, so he just seemed like a slightly more subdued version.
it's like a compromised
the
version.
Yeah, like someone trying to do Salazar from Resident Evil 4, but make it more subdued. And he's like, Mr. Kennedy. No, more subdued. Mr. Kennedy. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Yeah, just do that.
Yeah, it's like soda, right? Soda's yummy, and water is refreshing. And if you mix them half and half, you get this like nasty,
Yeah.
watery soda. And you can't do that. You need to commit to having cool, refreshing water, or a fizzy, sugary soda. Both of them are wonderful in their own way. Don't half-ass it.
If I can provide just an not necessarily a contradictory view, but where I think Ada was a mistake, this I understand, and it's fine as is. And if no other Salazar existed, I'm sure we'd be like, this is a cool little villain idea they got going on here. But Unfortunately, the OG one exists, and it really does feel like a downgrade. That's kind of where I'm at with it. It's all. But
Yeah, he
I
is a
don't-
downgrade.
I don't
I liked
take,
his
like-
personality in the original too much, and his mannerisms, the way he talks, and his inflections. And this is just like how you're just a blue midget in a castle.
I think there's more. There's more fun to him than like none at all. It's just that I don't know. I even miss his
Yeah.
hat. I miss the
Yeah.
younger look to him as well. I miss the more petulant child aspect, as you mentioned. One of my favorite moments of the whole game is when Leon throws a knife in his hand and he reacts to it like
In pain.
how
Yeah.
it's a combination of shock, pain, and how the fuck dare you throw a knife at me? What the hell? And Leon's just like, huh. Which is great.
It's like, yeah,
I love that
you're not
interaction. We don't
involved.
get to have it, but they of course have him shooting him. That's one, and he does like say "you fucking like piece of shit" as he falls over and stuff. It's fun. But yeah, I think we missed out a little bit on Salazar.
The subdued voice delivery note that Mark brought up is interesting because I don't think this is a character that really should be subdued. Like you were
No.
saying, Mahler, like he literally, he's a petulant child. There's a scene in the original game where he like stomps his feet. I
Mhm.
can't remember when, but he's like frustrated. He's like, "Oh, kill him, kill him!"
Right.
Like,
yeah.
he needs to be a little over the top, and I think that would really contrast nicely with like the fact that he's like a little old man, you know, and he's
Yeah.
acting so infantile. And I prefer his design a little more in this new one. He looks more like a little old person. I like that.
I think his original look matched excellently with his more petulant attitude.
Yeah,
yeah, I
I
think-
agree with that.
I think
It
I
was
agree with that.
fancy and everything, but it had
Yeah.
this almost juvenile kind of schoolboy outfit in
Yeah.
a way. It
Hmm,
was still
right.
appropriately,
Yeah.
fanciful.
Bring back
He's
the
only
hat,
meant to
though.
be like 21, isn't he?
Yes.
Inches?
Hey.
It's pretty
Yeah.
short. So yeah, well, what do you think, Az, on Salazar? Upgrade, downgrade, neutral?
I think a downgrade. I think the first one is OTT and needed to be OTT. It's
Yeah.
good when you have a contrast between your heroes and your villains, and because Sadler is also pretty subdued in this one, Salazar needed to kind of shine because Krauser's also pretty subdued as a character. So yeah, I think he needed to be more exaggerated.
Hyper eccentric. Why not go for it? And
Yeah.
keep the Skype calls for fuck's sake.
Yes, give us more dialogue between the characters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it.
Especially because Leon and Salazar in particular play off each other really well.
Absolutely, yeah, they really do. There's some of the
Yeah.
more memorable bits.
I mean, they sort of added the Skype call into the boss fight
They've
because they talk about the script and
yeah, there
I
are
don't wanna be part
remnants.
of your
Yeah.
crappy script. So there's little bits that have added into the actual boss fight dialogue.
Or even having
but,
him talk at Leon through the speaker system. It's like that's something, but like, you know, hoping for the whole package.
yeah.
Anything else anyone wants to say on Salazar?
No, not really.
All
I
right, then.
really like his henchmen. I always have like the two aliens.
The Vertigos.
Yeah, they're like they're like these reserved monstrosities. And there's something
Yeah,
really
they're-
eerie about that, you know? Like
You
they're
see the
so
red
dangerous,
eyes.
but they're
They
just
have-
standing there. Yeah.
They have the glowing red eyes, and you don't really see much of their body other than the tail at times and their folded hands. So
Yeah.
yeah, this almost like these creepy beasts being kept on a leash, and you wonder what's underneath the robe. Much like I will squeeze in here. I love the redesign of the priests, the red priests. In the original, they wore
Yeah.
the skull over their heads, and in this one, they kind of kept that, but their whole body is covered, and
Yeah.
they have like the skull on the top, but there's like this big mass that we can only assume is some terrible, super advanced plagas growth. And because it's all covered up, and you see that like hunch in there, it's kind of theater of the mind on how terrible and awful it must be. And I really, really dig that. I
And
think that's super cool and creepy.
As a small side, just what a great addition to the dialogue, the Gloria las Plagas, the Enchanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, it's part of that really making it feel like this super creepy religious cult that's like that's earnest.
Yeah.
I dig it. Just the
Mhm.
way that, I mean, the introduction to the stage 2 Plagas is one of the cultists like breaking his own neck or tearing his own head off, essentially, in the little ritual room at the beginning of the castle.
Yeah.
There's a few other instances. I mean, the first time we see the Plagas in the village at night after the Del Lago fight, you have the altar at night, and its implication that there's a ritual where the Plagas comes out, and like it's terrible and horrifying, but that's what they're about, and I really dig it. I really dig it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, alrighty. You could really, it's between a couple people, but I'll go with why not Krauser next, Mr. Army Man. What are we thinking about Krauser? Improvement, deprovement, or neutral? Go.
I think overall I'm neutral. I think the voice actor is worse. He comes across more of like a bully in school, like a jock on the football team. I don't get this military man messed up sense of, that just not really. It doesn't work for me. It just doesn't work.
As much as I can entertain that criticism, I don't know why he would get a pass and Shadow the Hedgehog Krauser does get a pass. Like
Shadow the Hedgehog Krauser?
That's what he's like in the OG, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's edgy as fuck.
Yeah, so why does he get a pass?
I think it's I think it's the voice and the delivery. It just doesn't quite. I just don't like the voice, and
I'm not sure. I think I buy new Krauser more as a person than I do the old Krauser. Even though I think they're both kind of absurd.
I think there's more to this Krauser than the last one, and I think we definitely find out more as to his motivations, as to why he went over to Las Plagas. And
information-wise, this one is better. But I think the model and the I just like the original in terms of the voice acting more, the delivery.
I never really saw Krauser as too much more than a military kind of grunt, for want of a better phrase. Like a military just hammer, just somebody there to hammer stuff. And one little bit I did like about Krauser, I thought he's fine. He didn't upset me, didn't set me on fire. But I liked where he calls Leon rookie throughout the whole procedure until Leon kills him, and then he says, "I trained you well, Leon," and he calls him Leon because he's given him the respect that he actually deserves. Then, so and that I think is good because it works into the bit where Leon says to him, "You're always an asshole. Well, at least you had some code, some honor." And so we kind of saw a little bit of that honor and code coming back to Krauser as he died. So little things like that I think work well. I see him nothing more as a hammer on an anvil.
I like them both in the OG and the new one in terms of the role they play. It's a pretty straightforward role, and the fight. He's a crazy. He just feels like an army sergeant who's gone nuts. And as you find out, pretty blatantly, he's gone nuts for power.
He's a major. Thank you.
I don't fucking know. Drill sergeant. That's that. I'm thinking about the archetype rather than the actual rank.
Character from Universal Soldier, almost exactly. I don't know. And was he Universal Soldier?
Oh, I can't remember.
Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dolph Lundgren? No, just me.
No, I know the movie.
I just don't remember it that well.
Yeah,
Krauser is basically Dolph Lundgren's character to a T, but I thought he's much more effective in the remake. Personally, in the original, he always kind of struck me as, hey, we need a boss that isn't the final boss for the island. Let's he's throw an army guy.
I think he's more absurd in the OG one than in this. It's like burned into my memory that line where he says, "Prepare for your death, Leon." Just like okay.
He's busy.
I think Krauser is meant to act as the reflection in the wind, the water, or the mirror for Leon. It's what Leon could become if Leon was so driven in that direction, but it's not. Leon's kind of like antithesis of each other. Yeah.
Well, because Leon cares about people, he wants to help people. Basically, it's the reflection of Leon wants to essentially use his power to help people, whereas Krauser only gives a shit about himself.
I think
Leon
that,
is the better ideal, and he wins in the end.
in carrying over the sort of traumatized Leon that that we were referring to at the beginning of the stream again into this series, I think this Krauser acts as an interesting foil for that. To think that after Raccoon City, he was so consumed with wanting to become powerful enough to be able to handle a situation like that, that he joins this special forces troop. He's trained by people like Krauser, who might have some kind of honor, but maybe are you only get to that level if you're the nefarious kind of Krauser Ada type, and that's how Leon got to basically the state that he was able to do any of the things that he does in this mission, and then finds himself facing the shadow version of it at the end. And I think storytelling wise, it works quite a bit better.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
even Leon says when he says, "I trained you well, Leon," and he dies. Even Leon says that you did, Major.
Yeah,
And he's got
It's still
he's
recognized.
got a nice little quick setup in the opening cutscene as well.
he does.
It's just like quickly one shot, but like it's really cool, and it looks like a heated knife fight. Like they're really going at it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's training him with knives, and obviously because we get the knives are faster at close quarters that Leon uses on Ada, and he gets Ada that way. But then when he's met with Crowder, we know that he's a little bit flustered because of that, because he goes for the gun and not the knife.
Does, yeah.
And
Crowder.
Crowder puts the knife.
Yeah, you did
to
say
his,
Crowder there, but
Krauser. He
Leon
puts the
versus
knife to his
Crowder.
throat. He
Even
says, "I
Krauser.
always taught you," and that to me said that Krauser does get to Leon. Leon does get a little bit.
well, yeah,
He just puts him out of whack because of what they've been through and how he's turned. So I kind of like that.
in contrast
Leon's
with
not-
Salazar, I think drawing back Krauser a bit is actually more suitable because he has like a serious role to play in Leon's character development, so to speak, his journey. Meanwhile, Salazar is this fucking clown kid that gets in the way of Leon, and it's fun to play with him. So, having the more serious elements further threaded in and pulling back the voice a little bit, even if, because I'm willing to agree, the voice is still a little absurd to me. I've heard people say that it could be convincing as a guy who's just been fucking shouting almost non-stop in his life in terms of orders or taking them or giving them whatever. But he strikes me as a bit of like the actor's really like going a little nuts trying to give him an oomph that I'm not sure if it works 100%, but I think I prefer it.
Does that
Fair
bring
enough.
us to-
Krauser.
I was gonna say, I guess that's it. If anyone else got
Crowder.
anything else for Krauser, there's Krauser.
Louder with Krauser.
Louser with Krauser.
Which would take us to Sadler. Osman Sadler.
Lord Sadler.
So, up,
I
down, or
like
neutral? What do we think?
up.
I like him better in this version.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Little lambs.
Yeah.
I don't know. Kind of neutral on this one. They pulled him back a fair bit, and by the time he'd gone through all the fights and you get to Sadler, I didn't really see him built up enough as this huge threat. But that's just me.
I was going to say, I actually prefer his writing. I don't think I prefer the voice actor.
The voice is pretty meh for me. He's fine. As a character, though, I like him a bit more. I'd say quite a bit more. A lot of it plays into, as I said before, really sort of making him out as like a legit cult leader who is not using the religion as any means to a particular end necessarily, but the religion itself is the goal. He's totally in it. He's a long line of these, religious rulers. He's this fanatic who's totally into it, and I really like that. I like that the thing that drives him, enraged at Leon at the end is the, Leon's rejection and destruction of the Plagas inside of him, which is an excellent sort of like, yeah, that's what, a crazy religious zealot would do. Like I said, the only thing worse than an enemy is a traitor. Getting rid of this, what he essentially considers this divine thing, and Leon got rid of it. He destroyed it when it was supposed to be a gift, the greatest thing that can happen to you. I really like a lot of his terminology for the religious stuff, and I'm big into it. I really dig him.
I kind of wish they didn't name him Adam, because I just kept thinking about Adam Sandler.
It's not Osmond.
What do you mean?
Sadler.
Yes.
Is that not? Oh, okay.
No.
Maybe I got confused because that's on one of the graves. At the
Yeah,
beginning.
you got him confused with someone named Adam.
He was dead, and that's why he had a gravestone.
There's a cutscene where he says, "I am Osmond Sadler."
Oh, right.
Adam
I am
Sandler's
Adam
career is doing
Sandler.
just fine, everybody.
He wished his name
Adam
was
Sadler.
Adam
Did you
Sandler.
see my movies?
Yeah, Uncut
He
Gems
looks-
is pretty good.
He reminds me a lot of Ray Fiennes doing Voldemort. Looking at him, this new design. I don't know.
You could play him. in the movie vision.
I don't know if I'll be able to unsee
Maybe
that
Adam
now.
Sadler could play.
Adam
Hell yeah.
Sandler
What do you
in
mean?
Resident
Feel
Evil.
the pockets inside of ya.
Have you been
I'm-
to Krispy Kreme?
I'm pretty lukewarm on
Now
the.
that'll give you
the-
a holy body.
I think- I think he's fine in this. I didn't have a problem. Actually, I really liked his constant monologuing throughout the final boss fight. I thought that was really funny. I couldn't stop laughing through the whole fight.
So
'Cause he just
mad.
won't stop. Yeah.
I quite like the cult vision-y things you're having with the parasite getting further and further, connecting you to like this hive mind stuff. His commentary was always nice and culty and spooky. I think it works.
Mhm.
Though to be honest with you, I don't really have much to say about him. I was just fine with him.
I don't
There
really
he
either.
goes.
I think I've said pretty much everything I want to.
Yeah.
I kind of dig the look. I like the, like how he's the creepy, leader of the cult, and he has like the dominant Plagas inside of him, and all that stuff. Yeah,
All right,
I like
then.
it. I'm
Wait, does that
big
mean
on
we
it.
get to talk about the merchant then?
No. Next
What
up,
about Mike? Mike?
yeah, well, we're on our way to Mike. We're pretty much going down the list, and obviously after Sadler, you have to talk about Hunnigan. What has everyone got to say about Hunnigan?
Nothing.
I don't know.
Nothing.
Non-entity.
Yeah.
Absolute non-entity in this. So.
Yeah, she's hardly a character in this one.
It's almost unnecessary that she's even in it, but there she is, I guess. It's like, all right.
And they had to do the James Bond ending.
They did.
Leon,
was-
come in. Leon,
007.
are you there? Does this thing even work?
I'm in 007.
Yes.
With the OG one, he flirts with her.
Oh my
right?
god, he's attempting re-entry.
Um,
Yeah, he asked for a number.
Yeah,
In the OG. Yeah.
Yeah.
But because we're starting to get to the characters that are like, I'm not sure how much there is to say on them, but the only one left before Merchant was going to be Mendez. If there's anything to say
I
about
thought it was
him.
better. Mendes was
Pretty
much
much-
better in this. Actually.
Yeah, for pretty much all the reasons that I really liked Sadler more in this, I liked Mendez more too. I like his reverence that he shows for the Plagas as the holy body of this cult and the church, and how he, defers so strongly to what Sadler wants. His sort of more religious ramblings as you fight him in the slaughterhouse. I really kind of like him. They kept his coat and his hat and his fake eye. And I liked
looks
his
great.
dialogue. I liked his voice
Yeah.
actor.
It's amazing.
I like this Mendez more.
Well, and in terms of design, this goes for the OG one as well. I've always just loved to cap off each of the significant environments that the villain, I think, really matches them. Being Mendez just comes across as his role. He's like the village elder, the leader. We get that image of the previous one, and that it was passed over to Mendez like not even that long ago, or at least
Yeah, the old one's like he's like an Eastern Orthodox kind of looking priest. He's
Yeah.
kind of got that vibe to him.
And so,
Rasputin.
like, this was a job Mendez took very seriously and thought it was very important, and welcomed in Sadler, and obviously you get the imagery of Sadler and Salazar coming down to the village as well. But yeah, matched well. I think he fit the vibe, did a good job. He's probably one of the best representations of just you remade it and you did all of the things, and there he is. Good job.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
which, yeah, if there's nothing else anyone wants to say on that, the last one deliberately was the Merchant.
Yay.
The
Very
good old
famous
Merchant.
for being
I
a
love
part
him.
of the show.
So, I still prefer the original one. Probably a bit of a bias there because, it's a bit iconic, the voice he had. But this one, I really, really like this one too. I'm a big fan. I like his mannerisms, the way he goes like, "Oh, guess break's over," just kind of fucking around.
It's over, I
It's
suppose.
yeah, it's really fun. It's like gun rhymes with fun for a reason.
Yeah, I was about to ask. Did you guys know that gun rhymes with fun?
It's just-
He says it a couple times.
I think what makes me like this version more is just simply that he has more to say. I think that's that puts me in favor of New Merchant. I do really like
One of
Old
the-
Merchant, but New Guy, he's just got a lot of funny things to say.
I think this one grew on me more.
This one grew on me.
When I
think
first
so too.
heard him, I was kind of like, oh, I just want, I'll buy it at a high price. What you buying?
His accent is much thicker in this game than the OG.
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
the more I
What are you
interacted with
buying?
him, the more I sort of liked about him. And yeah, you need the merchant to be some sort of almost supernatural-esque person, really.
No, I
On
like him
that-
more as just a regular little guy making his way through this crazy world.
I don't care which he is.
What he's got in
Why?
his coat, man.
He needs to be the fucking merchant in every single Resident Evil game. Why the fuck haven't they done that?
Why isn't he in every
don't
single
know.
game?
Just make him recurring character, which is so great.
Yeah.
Never
Alex doesn't
explain
have a
it.
When he
merchant.
shows up as
Hello,
Resident Evil
Leon.
5, he just goes sightseeing around the world. He's just everywhere.
Yeah.
Just a little industrious businessman who travels the world.
Yeah, it would
selling
be
his
fucking
wares.
great.
He's
And
the
asking you
ultimate. He's
what
the
to
ultimate
buy in.
villain. He's the final.
No,
boss.
he's not. No, he's not.
No, he's always your friend, and he's always there.
He's
for you.
always there for you,
Right.
ass damn it.
Yeah,
Bro
he's
for
your
life.
buddy.
The next thing that Frangie will be saying, "Oh, you should fight the wolf you freed from the bear trap next. Oh, he's the final villain."
Why would I say
Why would
that?
Free say?
Because it's a terrible
I'd say
idea, like
that
his
he's
last
the
one.
ultimate- I'd
Wait,
say that
what?
he's- But I didn't. Are you?
Yeah,
Ricky didn't
Ricky
say
didn't
that. It was
say that.
Az.
No, that's what I'm saying. As the thing is like, oh, next thing you know, that's what it was saying.
No, you
What is
fucked up.
happening?
You thought
No, I didn't.
What is
said
going
I
I was
on?
making a
said-
joke at your expense, and it worked perfectly.
No, no.
Yeah,
I said, next
apparently
thing you
not,
know,
because-
Frangie will be saying this absurd thing to match the
Why
absurd
w-
thing you already said.
I didn't say it.
I know.
I said it.
That's the point.
I don't understand the
How about,
joke.
how about him being the
What are you
final boss?
buying?
What are you selling?
No, I didn't say that he would be the final boss. I said
Alright,
that,
good.
and then I jumped
I
in
said
and said,
that.
yeah, so
Okay,
running
good.
away
Alright,
from your
that's good.
mistake is what that is.
No, it's fine. I'm glad that you can
Um,
remain a member of this podcast
I-
because that was
I-
that's the kind of
I like how
saying that the
I like
merchant
how,
should be the
well,
final boss.
So,
oh,
chat,
boy.
what we're watching here in real time is Rags fucked up, and he's trying his hardest to make it seem like that's not the case.
No, we're
Just in
really,
case
we're really
the puppy
glad that you had
growl
the correct
threw
opinion.
everything off. That was my puppy, not Rags.
No, the only person who has to be really glad is you, because you're the only person who made the error here.
No, I think
Orphan
we're all. I
Time,
think the
yeah,
biggest
fucking-
error here is Az and his opinion about the.
Well, I'm glad that you now realize that it was Az who said that, not me. But
Yeah, he made the big mistake here that we're
it
all gonna
only took
remember.
like 3 minutes there.
Yeah.
Now, that
So
would subvert your
anyway-
expectation.
But to get back to our friendly merchant.
The
Oh,
one
sorry.
Metal mentioned, and I'm trying to remember what the line was now, but where he begins it with like a oh, like
what are you buying?
that line at first struck me as
Mola,
so
I've
strange.
been watching the footage. You put a herb out of place
Oh, I'm sorry.
when you
Don't-
racked it up on the right
Fucking
hand
dare you.
side.
Listen, this is
you
pre-recorded
put
now.
a
You don't
herb
tell
out
people.
of place.
Don't tell people. They'll notice, and then they'll judge me.
You have to earn
Yeah.
your inventory.
I want somebody to EFAP that.
No.
No,
But yeah, I was gonna say, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But I may have gotten a false impression, and maybe it's just my hearing. I thought OG Merchant was subtly an Aussie, and that this
Yeah.
guy is clearly English.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
right.
thought it was an Aussie. I bought it at a high price.
Yeah.
Australia.
Yeah.
What?
I think that's why I
What are
w-
you stealing?
That's why he had to sort of earn his place, this
Why are you
merchant, because I
selling?
was like, hey, why does he sound different? Why have you
Why does
made
it
him
sound like
different?
a home and
Making a
away?
kiwi in this one. Hey, what are you selling there?
But I will say I do like this. He has a lot of things to say, and I appreciate that because I do like listening to OG man say "What are you buying?" over and over and over again. It's kind of crazy how much I can listen to that same line over and over.
He's like the favorite weapons, salesman person in all of Resident Evil franchise. Which is why I've never understood why he only popped up in the one game. Like, why haven't you
Maybe
put
all
it?
of
Yeah.
gaming.
They've
I don't
always
even
tried
think
to
that they
like.
had.
Who was
I don't
in
think they had a
Resident Evil
merchant in 5. I don't think they had a merchant. I think it was just a
No.
No, there
screen.
wasn't.
Oh, you're right. It's just shop. Shop turns up
just
every
a-
once in a while.
Yeah,
In
not only is your
between the-
inventory shit now, they got rid of the merchant.
That was such a
True.
mistake.
The
And
only
then-
other one with a merchant is 8.
Yeah, and they clearly
And we
dude.
gotta-
8 is just a weak copy of Resident Evil 4. It
Eight-
wants to be Resident Evil 4.
Oh, that's the big guy in the card, right? In the
Yes.
the big fat guy.
The big fat guy. Yeah.
Gun.
So now that
yeah,
we've
nice,
sort of
yeah.
brought up the big fat man, the Duke, right? is
The
his name.
Duke, yeah.
So when this was in between the time of Resident Evil Village coming out and this coming out, it's like, okay, they're clearly trying to get a certain vibe from the Duke. But I think that they made a big mistake by making him like an active participant in the story who influences the plot and events, because that creates like
Yes.
issues. It creates issues with who he is, what he's allowed to do, why is he allowed to continue doing these things. He seems like a real part of the world, which generally you'd think is a good thing. But here, the merchant is just this, someone had mentioned it before, is like a supernatural sort of just a thing that's around. He's just a guy that's around.
Ambiguously diegetic.
I love
He
the
might
idea
not even
that
exist.
he sees Leon coming and he rushes to get all this stuff out on a table and he's like, all right, here we go. Leon comes in, buys, sells, whatever. And then he starts, taking everything back. And maybe even Mendes is like, who are you? And he's like, just a humble merchant. No problem. Maybe you'd be interested in buying something. Just really fucking fun shit like that. And he just, they don't have any problem with it because, and maybe people have speculated that he's actually infected in this
He
game.
looks like he's infected.
Might be, yeah.
Well,
I
they
think
just haven't introduced time travel yet. The merchant is clearly Leon from the future.
Oh, good God.
I find it funny that you
Alright,
could almost
JJ.
interpret him as a figment of Leon's imagination, like a coping mechanism.
the upgrades
It's
are
so
real.
That's what I meant by he's ambiguously diegetic. Like he might not even exist in the world of Resident Evil 4. It's
Right.
he's just
Represents-
there for us, for the player to
But,
interact
yeah,
with and have. a bit
He's
of
so
a-
much of a game thing, like a game
Yeah.
character, that you never think that he's like really like a part of the world. He's not actually like here in Spain in this castle and everything like that. He's just too game. Your mind doesn't even really bother to try and make sense of it.
Well,
his
Like
his
respawning in a
function.
multiplayer game. It doesn't ruin
Well,
your
but
immersion.
and he also represents such a great moment of, oh yes, I can get new
Yes,
stuff and I can.
I was
be
just
safe.
gonna say that. Yeah,
Yeah.
a moment of respite, or I don't know how you pronounce that, but like a relief. Yeah, it's like, oh my god, thank you. Like the flame, you see the flame in the distance.
Yes,
Yeah.
which I honestly think that would have added hugely to people liking him so much because he mechanically is a relief as well as just being a fun dude.
Yeah,
The Duke always felt a little too tryhard to me in 8.
Yeah.
The merchant is very he's very unassumingly awesome is what he is. The Duke is like, hey, I'm pretty cool, aren't I? Look at me, I'm a big fat fella and I sell you stuff.
Well,
But the merchant's
it's
Hey,
kind of what I
man,
mean
you-
by tryhard is that it's like, isn't it absurd that I'm really, really fat and you can get me things that relate to food to sell to me? And it's just like, is that your gimmick? Like,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
you're really fat? Like, okay.
gimmick. He's just great.
Well, that's what I think that the makers may have misunderstood. Like the merchant does have a gimmick. See, look at him. Look at it. That's his gimmick. And you're like, well, he's just existing, man. Like
He's
a lot of
just
stuff about it makes sense.
yeah.
Like what he's wearing
makes
keeps him, under wraps, both literally and figuratively. But like he doesn't get spotted and doesn't annoy anybody too much. And if he's really because I've always loved the angle that I don't think they ever did that. You could kill him in the OG game, right? But he would appear in the next place that you find him. And I was always thinking of a mechanic they could do is that if you kill him at any point in the game, you get his whole store for free, but then you never get anything after that. Like
Right.
whatever he had
Interesting.
at that time. So it's like a risk reward sort of thing. But I imagine that plays into it in the actual universe, that nobody actually wants to kill him because then you can't trade with him anymore, and that's it. You can take what he has,
He's-
sure,
yeah.
but you'll never have access to anything else in future, anything new. So yeah, I don't know. Merchant's great.
Looked
do
good,
I-
nice to see him. Good voice. I really like the role that they decided to give him for the game. Good decisions all around.
And that
I think
about-
I had the same initial reaction to I think all of you maybe, where like I wasn't quite sure what to make of it at first because it's like it is different.
Yeah, it's,
but
it's
yeah,
a bit of
it
a shock. It's like way different. And it's like, oh, okay, well, maybe I need some time. And after some time, it's like, yeah, I like this. This is good.
Right? Yeah, exactly. It grew on me, and it feels like a real friendly relationship with Leon there, even though it is transactional. It's like he digs you because you bring him rad treasure, and that's what he wants. He wants treasure. That's what he's there
And fish. Don't forget all the
And-
fish we bring him.
yeah,
for. Right.
and
All the
And
fish.
Leon is going into every corner of this godforsaken village, and he finds the treasure, and
Well,
Leon can trust him to keep him alive and give him good shit,
think
and you
it's-
really get a sense that he knows what he's talking about with firearms, like what he's doing.
I think it's
comes
funnier
off
than that.
as an expert.
When he's like,
Okay.
here's a map with X's that lead to all of the treasures that we know exist there.
Oh,
Go get them for us. It's like, wait a minute. Did you
It's
just
also-
set this up for me to do as a fun thing? He's
Yeah.
just like, no.
Also, the way
That's
they
a-
do
It would be good.
Gun rhymes are fun, stranger.
Yeah.
the way they do it when you first get the medallions, like, oh, those medallions look stinky. Go destroy them all. I don't like them. It's like, all right, you got it.
Try to
Oh,
shoot
dude.
two
Yeah.
of them. I bet you'll shoot all 5.
I actually kind of wanted more stuff like that, like where he's like, fuck me, do I find, this annoying? Go sort this
Yeah.
out for me personally. As opposed to like the more... Some of them felt a lot more just almost business-like, for lack of a better term. But just, it would be funny to maybe have some more of like the bosses, and like he has a personal vendetta with one, maybe like a villager that
yeah.
stole his socks or something. And he's just like, can you get them
because
back
we
and
have-
kill him?
We have the one with Salazar. It's like, can you just fuck up his picture? Like, I fucking hate that guy. Just throw something at the picture. Just fuck it up.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, that is
Immune
good,
to
that one.
Piss on
gunfire
it,
and
Leon.
knife slashes.
Yeah.
There's
Whip
a
out
bunch
your
of
cock and take a piss on it, stranger.
And then,
You
I
shouldn't
like the
sus-
idea, if he set all that up for you, that he's just around every corner watching you do all of it. He's like, yeah, you got him. Yeah. And then whenever you die, he's like, oh, shit.
No, whoopsie.
Oh, well, strange.
There's something funny that he wants you to kill like 3 rats in the waste disposal. It's like, yeah, it's gonna sort it out. Much comfier now.
Wouldn't it be so fucking great if there was just an actual clown running around the village and he wants you to kill it? On a unicycle.
I don't know where it came from, stranger, but please, it's
It's
really
an
awkward.
otherworldly demon that's haunted this place.
Then you just get
There's
to the
one guy the Las Plagas just
just-
thought was too crazy to take
Yeah.
over. It's just like, okay, I don't want to go anywhere near the clown guy.
You just
He's
go
not
back to the
going
village
to
part
join the
instead-
holy body.
And instead of
I-
the mud, you just hear. He's like, oh god, he's here.
He's here. Run.
His shoes are honking really loud.
The honker.
Well, do you remember in what is it in the Mummy, right? I like to think that maybe the merchant, whenever the Ganados show up and they're chanting and everything, he just like puts his arms up and goes, "Gloria las plagas."
Yes.
Yeah, Gloria las plagas. Yeah, and he goes, and then they pass through, and then he goes back to just being normal.
Oh, a great lad
Every
in both
mode,
games. And yeah, if someone
Yeah.
said like which do you think is better, I actually don't know. I really like both.
I
of
don't
them.
know either.
Yeah, they're both strong
fun.
in their own
Both
ways.
fun.
And I would say this new one in the remake has a little more variety of emotion injected into it, and there's little things about the lines that I really appreciate. Like he's like the breaks over, I suppose, line. The way it's
Yeah.
delivered, it
Oh,
really sounds like you caught him off. It really sounds like you.
over, I suppose.
Yeah,
It sounds like you caught him off guard, right? Like you really didn't expect you. Like, oh wow, you're here.
My back.
He seems he just seems to have this joy for violence.
Yeah,
Like,
I like
he-
him
like
even
he's
more.
glad he's glad to know that Leon has the stench of battle about him. He's
Well,
just,
it's a missed opportunity to not have him in the other games. Because imagine as Chris working with him, and you maybe pick up the Infinite Launcher, and he's like, "Sold this to a lad before, made a mess of a small village."
Yeah.
there's
Fucking great.
if you scroll through the catalog for long enough, he'll say like, "Not seeing anything you like."
yeah.
And it's like he's actually disappointed that he doesn't have something in his catalog for you.
Well,
like I like
Sometimes
little,
he says maybe buy something next time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When
Yeah,
you
yes.
Don't buy anything. It's like, oh.
right, yeah.
But yeah, he seems to be legitimately joyed that there's someone out there who enjoys weapons and violence as much as him.
Yeah,
And I really dig that.
yeah.
But
very-
yeah, if he was a cool like meta Tom Bombadil kind of character throughout the Resident Evil series, that'd be fun and kind of mysterious, and I think it'd be kind of neat.
And then when they ruin
Yeah.
it, they make him like super important, and he turns out to be Chris Redfield from Back in Time.
He
or
had the
something.
secret, the whole. Yeah.
Stop. But
yeah,
yeah,
great voice acting, and yeah, but definitely they've made a firm decision to make him English now. I think that's kind of a Western thing. Like people confuse.
The English
Australian.
It is a bit of a Western thing.
they
yeah.
often make you.
No, I mean,
British
they
people the
mix
ones
up
that
Australia
provide.
and
yeah.
and a British dialect.
Well, I mean, we saw it here in real time when Rags mixed up with me and Az.
What does that have to? No, that. Oh
Australian
no,
and
that
New
was when
Zealand.
Az. That was when Az thinks that the final villain should have been the
Yeah,
merchant guy.
nice
That's
little
what.
reflection there.
That's what
yeah.
was happening with that conversation.
And
Rags is
speaking of
dodging
Az,
them.
he has
he's
to
like Neo, who's
go.
dodging them
So
bullets.
we're going to allow
Yeah.
him to leave now. Thank you so much for joining us for the story portion. As
Yeah.
you know, sorry
I
to
wish
get
I
to talk a
could've stayed
huge
for
amount
longer.
of mechanics, but we're going to be here for another fucking 6 hours probably. So, you
Yeah.
know, if you go to
Right.
sleep
Bad.
and come back or you know, feel better, feel free to jump in and talk about the shooty bag. But other than that, thank you so much for joining us, and I'll see you on Tuesday, my good lad. Do you
I'll
wanna-
see you on Tuesday. Well, I think Gary's going to be late on Tuesday, so we could probably talk an hour of Resident Evil 4 on
Hey.
Tuesday. You know, there you go.
I'm always ready to talk about this game.
Thanks, everyone. You take care. Thanks, chat. You
Do
all
wanna-
take care. Have a great
you
day.
want to plug your journal a little bit?
Well, Tuesday, Real BBC on Hill versus Babyface channel. We've got Mandy Summers as a guest this week.
Ooh.
And then probably I'll be streaming all kinds of video games this week.
Well, we
Thinking
got stuff
about
to talk about
giving-
too with Star Wars' announcement.
Oh, holy.
Oh, boy.
Holy.
So yeah,
My God. Star
see you
Wars is
there
saved.
and catch us there if you want to, folks. But yeah,
Yeah.
Doodle pip
Bye.
ass, cheerio.
Sure,
Hey,
Pippo.
dude.
Yeah, goodbye.
Bye.
Az, see you later.
Az.
Toodaloo.
So
What do you mean goodbye?
with wrapping up characters and kind of the plot line, does that kind of do story, or is there anything else you guys want to talk about? General points about the story. I think it's amusing that Leon really does just annihilate the population of this area of the world.
You killed so many people.
And
I haven't thought about this carefully enough, but I see this as more of a situation rather than a story. I don't know. Like it's just like
Okay.
they go in, they
Oh,
do
God.
the
More of a
thing, they get out.
situation.
Whoa, that happened.
a little bit. Because I'm not sure if it bleeds over into like maybe environmental design or level design to start talking about how the events slot into place, especially versus the OG one.
Right.
I think a lot of us, possibly all of us, would have been like playing it and been like, oh, so they didn't do, oh, that's there. Oh, okay, so that's there and that's there. Oh, but when is going to be
Yeah.
the thing? And oh, they didn't do the thing. Okay. You're having that thought
Right.
throughout. Instead of, and this applies to everything that's ever a remake or remaster or whatever, I'm always like, I wonder what it would have been like to play this without the knowledge of the thing it's, remaking. Because you're just constantly comparing and stuff. But
No laser hallway, 0 out of 10.
overall, I don't think hugely of the story in either, but I do think the remake has improved upon the story of Resident Evil 4.
That's
agree.
gotta be.
Yeah.
That can't be a hot take, right? That's just reality.
Yeah, it's just.
There's
Oh,
been a fair amount
oh.
of people who, well, not me, but I've noticed a lot of Twitter arguments between people who think that this version of Resident Evil 4 has sacrificed too much of the campiness and ruined the story. And
Ruined.
the
Oh boy.
Ruined.
well, yeah, I think that's taken it pretty far.
Well,
to be
yeah, the
honest.
tone and the story are different.
Yeah,
But I prefer
I like
the
actual writing though,
yeah. There's some good good stuff here. There's some good stuff here.
because
Yeah.
like the story is still pretty flawed, like in this game, and it's like, and the character development isn't like particularly complex or anything, but there are a lot of improvements that have been made.
Yeah, I think so.
I'd
I
say.
think the funny thing is there's only so much you can fix without pissing
Without
people off
changing
that
it
the story's
radically.
too different. Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely, I think that's right. Someone just mentioned it, and I thought, yeah, that should be mentioned too. Performance. That's probably the first thing we should have talked about, actually. How does the game run, and how well does it run, and run all the
I
runnings.
thought we
and-
did mention it when
Beautifully
we were
for
talking
me.
about
little
the graphics.
I don't think it was mentioned in anywhere near as much as it should have
Oh,
been.
this game runs really well.
I think it's
Yeah.
excellent. I'm impressed by how there's been barely any discussion about it running badly on any platform.
Yeah.
I've seen like
Well,
none of it anyway.
I don't know, because it's RE Engine is, it seems at this point, it's because I think Capcom used to use MT Framework.
Yep.
That was like one of their big in-house engines. Now it seems to be RE Engine. They used it, I think it was the first one was 7, and then they used it for like Devil May Cry 5, which ran really well, I found. Like, I don't know what it is, but like those games look really good and perform pretty well. It's kind of remarkable, honestly.
Yeah, I
RE
think so.
Engine is it's sort of similar to me to the engine Kojima was working on that he
Fox
made
engine?
Metal Gear. Yeah, the Fox engine. He's made Metal Gear Solid 5 with it, and then it kind of imploded because of all the business things around it. But RE Engine seems like it's sort of delivering on the promise of that, where it's this Japanese engine that looks really, really great and has a lot of good lighting effects and reflection technologies, but it also seems to run way better
What?
than it should on hardware that is not really powerful enough to deliver the results that you'd be thinking. And Resident Evil Engine's quite flexible too, because it's what Monster Hunter Rise runs on Switch.
Oh,
Are
And
they?
yeah.
Someone in
Oh,
chat
wow.
said they're using it for Street Fighter 6. Are they using RE Engine for Street Fighter 6?
I think Capcom is pretty much using it for
That's their
everything,
engine,
and if
basically.
anything, I
Okay.
think they should be licensing it.
It's
Also,
crazy,
could
man,
be
how versatile it
fans-
is.
I think you
Wow.
mentioned it just now, but what was the first game to be using it this particular
Resident
engine?
Evil 7.
I thought, okay,
7.
because I was going to say, one of the things when I first ever played the demo for that struck me straight away was the look. I was just like,
Yeah.
damn, this game looks good. Like,
Yeah, it's got
As I
this
understand
look
it,
to
one
it.
of the big things that is like baked into RE Engine is photogrammetry. So like scanning real world objects, people, and integrating them into the game. Like it's really baked into its features, and so it's partially like, I think it was because they did that for Battlefront. I think Star Wars Battlefront used photogrammetry where they like go out to the sets where they'd actually shot like episode 4,
Yeah.
5, and 6 to scan those environments and get them in there. And it's just
Mm-hmm.
like there's a lot of details that can be captured in photogrammetry that are hard to replicate, going in by hand. So
A
it
lot
wouldn't
of
surprise
racing
me if,
games
like,
use it. Yeah.
yeah, for vehicles and stuff. I don't know what this engine like. These games look great. Like
Looks
Resident
great,
Evil 2
runs
Remake
great.
looked really good. The fact that it runs well is a huge plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It runs really well.
Yes. Smooth launch. No bullshit.
yeah.
I
and
need
someone
to-
said, compared to The Last of Us 1 port.
Right. I was
Oh,
just gonna
God.
say.
Oh my God.
Oh, boy.
They fucked that one up.
That seems to be pretty stanky.
And that is a
I fired it
universally
up, and
disproved of performance, yeah.
it caused me physical pain because of the frame drops. I actually developed a real world headache.
Oof.
Oh,
Damn.
no. That's rough.
It was
Terrible.
it's a bad port, very bad
Yeah.
port. Do
I
not buy it.
personally no problems with this. I have like one really weird issue where rarely when I boot up the game is a bit darker and all the skin textures are gone and the models are completely blacked
Oh,
out.
that's strange.
They're basically
Yeah, that's
they're all doing blackface basically.
I don't recall. Yeah, I don't.
That's, I saw that one on The Last of Us port. That actually happens too.
yeah, you're right.
Really?
I
Yeah.
think that was it
There's
running
a-
on the Steam Deck, which it went from Neil Druckmann promising it would be verified to now being unsupported on the Steam Deck.
Damn.
Yeah, but then I just restarted the game and mostly was it fine right after.
Which,
So maybe might be a weird loading issue with the particular driver my AMD graphics card uses or whatever. I don't know. Could be anything. It's not a showstopper or anything. It's fine.
Yeah,
Just have to restart the game and you're good to go.
if I was gonna, if I was gonna, I'd have to essentially nitpick in
Yeah.
terms of like the graphics and how
Yeah,
it
it's not
looks.
seamless and perfect and flawless.
RE Engine's, I think its biggest issue is how it handles some reflections on shiny metal objects. I haven't watched anyone else's playthrough, but in Luis's lab, there's a lot of shiny desks and metal boxes and stuff, and the way that the reflections work on it is really strange. On the side of Leon's starter pistol, you could see it as well. There's just it's tough to see, but sometimes it really just seems to have this odd reflection quality to it. Every
can't
once in a while, an odd
really
pop in,
what-
but we're talking like I'd have to really stretch. I mean, there's so much to praise when it comes to how this game looks and how well it runs for how good it looks.
Almost want
I
to.
think it's one of the best looking games.
I want to keep in mind, like, because it's already kind of been forgotten now with how much stuff there's just in this game to talk about, both praise and criticism. But first time I saw one of the Salvadors chopping apart a zombie as it came toward me, a Ganado, I was just like, holy fuck, that looks good. It just looks great. Like the way the pieces are coming off, the blood spray, the way that like everything's lit and so clear and effective, and almost it just feels like it's all happening very in real time, as opposed to like effort was put in to make it look like it's in real time.
Yeah.
A lot of the gore in this game is fantastic. I know we did mention
Looks
that, but
really
it's worth
good.
repeating.
Oh yeah, the gore looks great. The way that pieces, the way that parts fly off Ganados, the way the heads come off, just the explosion of flesh and blood whenever the plagas come out of the neck, seeing the parasites inside of bisected enemies that have been blown apart. It looks really, really good. There's a lot of really good stuff.
Someone in my chat when I was streaming mentioned that much like God of War Ragnarok, people have complained they sterilized this game too in terms of gore. I was like,
Ow.
No, that's
maybe playing different games.
Man.
Yeah, so I'd say the opposite is the case.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
way
It's
more
cranked
Dead
up.
Space.
The blood is way
it's
more
like Dead
realistic
Space,
and
yeah.
fountain-like a lot of the time. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Beyond
And-
just the amount of blood, like some of the animations, like there's one where the Gigante bites his head off, and it's really
Oh,
like,
yeah.
holy shit.
That
That's
was
another
They're
thing.
not fucking around.
A lot of the
You hear this-
time,
Shotgun.
And you even hear the
You-
screams like inside the mouth, where it's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you,
Use
then
a
you just
shotgun
die.
on an enemy up close, and they
Yeah.
shatter.
Dude, there's
into
Magnum
big
shots you can
chunks.
take where it'll take the torso off when you shoot them with the Magnum. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
that's the thing.
Yeah,
It's
I,
not
uh,
just a jib that where it all kind of turns into just unintelligible goo. It's hey, you can still see an arm connected to shoulder, connected to a big chunk of neck on that piece. It's they really went all out with making it look incredible.
It looks
Uh,
it's one of the best looking games ever made. It's just like Dead Space. Like these games look incredible. I find it unbelievable that somebody could actually like make these sorts of claims about the level of detail and polish, like visually. It's like mind blowing that somebody could say that.
Fucking cool.
very, 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 very.
Like look
cool.
at this cave.
It
Look
looks
at
great.
the details in these formations. It's incredible.
I
Yeah.
really like the sort of cavern area near the end, where like you see just how ancient this threat is,
Mhm.
and there's all those like giant tombs, like or statues. It looks
Yeah,
very
yeah.
ominous, and I love the lighting in there. It's very spooky. It's like I
just a
don't remember
great
being.
look.
Yeah, I wasn't
This
quite this
engine-
spooked by this part in the original, but this is awesome.
The engine and it just produces these really nice textures, and everything seems like it fits in. Nothing stands out as if it doesn't belong. The light
Yeah.
plays well off of objects. It's really great. Like
incredible
this
level of
engine is
polish.
this is a great engine.
I would say so. Like it has been consistently churning out like the best looking games, and it's crazy because like Devil May Cry 5, that's a great looking game, and it performs
Yep.
incredible. Like, that's an action game that runs at 60 frames per second, I believe, on consoles. It's like kind of crazy the level of performance that you're getting with the level of detail that you're getting with characters and environments and effects. It's really, really, really impressive.
Devil May Cry 5 was 60 FPS when it came out on base level PS4
Yeah.
and Xbox One. So
That's crazy.
and it
considering
looks
how good it looks.
nuts on PC if you play it
Mhm.
uncapped. It can hit
Yeah.
120 no problem on a mid-range rig.
That's the
So yeah, please
good
keep using
stuff.
it, Capcom.
Yeah, it was the Frostbite engine was what was used for Dead Space Remake and some Battlefield games, and that's another lovely engine that runs quite well.
Well, so as I
looks
understand it, Frostbite has often caused some developers, like BioWare in particular, has struggled a lot with Frostbite to where
It's
they're
not
not using it
is-
anymore. They're using Unreal Engine now, I think, for the next not Dead Space, Dragon Age and Mass Effect, because it is optimized primarily for Battlefield.
Smaller okay, I gotcha.
It's first person
I'm
shooter.
I'm starting to worry about Unreal 5 being the thing that everyone is jumping on for upcoming AAA games because at least for PC ports, not been
Looks damn
not
good.
been a lot of great results.
Oh, okay. It looks like
Well,
it's
for
got some
Unreal
crazy
5 in
features.
particular, there hasn't been a lot of them yet. It's just been I think
What game?
Fortnite I believe runs quite well, although I've not.
Oh,
played
we
it,
love
so-
Fortnite.
I mean,
What other games are
I'm
on,
saying that that's an example that people will often throw out as the thing that it's like, oh, that's UE5 in a game that performs very, very well and it has
Well, it's Fortnite
multiplayer
though,
and
isn't
all
it?
sorts of things happening. But Callisto Protocol, I think, is probably the easiest example.
That was
of
4, right? Wasn't it?
I believe it's UE5. I think it's an early
Is it?
UE5 game, and it's
Okay.
it doesn't perform particularly well.
Well,
There's,
yes.
It's not UE5, but The Last of
Unreal
Us
Engine
is
4. Yeah.
The Last of Us though is a game that's coded around running on a PlayStation 5 and doing the kind of SSD texture streaming stuff that apparently a lot of developers are starting to utilize UE5 for on PS5. I'm not a developer, so I don't know how accurate this is to a T. It's just some of the stuff I've been reading about where developers are thinking that, hey, even though UE5 is flexible, it might still be the kind of thing that you have to decide if you're making a mobile game or a PC game or a console game, because it's going to be difficult to use it to do multiple things. But I hope that's not the case, but it frightens me that it might be.
Well, all
Bad
right.
PC ports.
I think when they were developing Resident Evil 7 and making this engine for it, they were really at the time focused on making it a real looking immersive experience. It's like, we're going to make this scary. It's going to be in VR,
Yeah,
and it's got to look good. And then once they did that, it's just like, hey, well, let's remake the old games with this new engine. They'll look great. And yeah.
I
Seems
think
like the-
the VR aspect of 7, John, that you just brought up there was something that I think put them on good goals for performance, because you
Right.
need a certain frame rate in VR to have it not be instantly headache inducing. And I think that them knowing that, hey, we
Fuck you
want
up.
an engine that will impress people in a 30 FPS trailer that they see on TV, but also we need to be able to run that impressive thing in VR. And yeah, I think it worked out pretty well, at least from a performance standpoint.
That's a great point. Yeah. You've really got to up the frame rate for VR, because if you're moving around like your head, you're going to notice the choppiness. It's going to be
90
really
FPS is
abundant.
No, but it's
Abundantly
smooth
clear.
30 it's smooth 30 frames per second. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the human eye can only see like 24 anyway.
I do love when I see a review. Runs at a
You
smooth
might as well
30
get that.
FPS.
And that was a
FPS
shit.
Super Bowl commercial looking as good as it can look, and then the game plays like crap.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
and that was a shame, especially with the first iteration of the PSVR. That in order to get the frame rate high, you have to lower the resolution drastically. So it didn't. For as pretty as Resident Evil 7 is, if it's at a low resolution and you can see all the pixelation, it doesn't really.
I liked playing 7 in VR. It just sucks that it's exclusive to PlayStation VR.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
think it's fun.
You can
Yeah.
have Resident Evil 7 on Steam and a Steam VR headset, but not be able to play Resident Evil 7 in VR on Steam. It's so strange.
I heard PSVR 2 is a huge improvement, and apparently Resident Evil 8 is kind of cool on it.
And I hear 4 is getting an exclusive VR mode for PSVR 2, which again, I don't know why people are doing exclusives for VR. That's the
I
last
fucking
tech that
hate
they
it so
need
much.
exclusives on.
It honestly
such a bad
pisses me
idea.
off. I've been having
You
VR
have
for like
VR,
a
don't
couple
you,
of
Metal?
years. Sorry?
You have VR, don't you, Metal?
Yes, that's why it pisses me the fuck off.
I was about to
Like,
ask.
VR is already a niche market. It's not
Yeah.
mainstream at all yet. And you already
Right.
go out of your way to fucking do exclusives for VR? What are you doing?
Presently,
fuck are you doing?
OG Resident Evil 4 VR exists, and it's exclusive to the Meta Quest.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
You can't
And
even
now
get it.
now
on
you have
Steam.
this really amazing PSVR 2 headset that is incredible. And it has only a couple of games you can play anyway, because you have to do the PSVR games.
Wow.
Like,
Well,
it's-
no,
Right.
actually, the PSVR games are not backwards compatible or forwards compatible
Right.
with PSVR 2.
Are you serious?
Though certain games are getting free patches. So they're just not out of the box. They have to, because the PSVR 1 has a different type of tracking technology than 2. So there is a bit of porting that needs to be done in order to control those games. And I don't think Sony made it particularly easy for them to just say, okay, plug PSVR 2 into, or PSVR 1 emulator into PSVR 2 and just that's it, done. Apparently it's not that easy. So there needs to be individual work done on each game in order to make it happen.
yeah, it's stupid. This,
Well
yeah.
enough. In terms of, I don't know, whatever that is, right? Like almost the meta of how they release things and what they're releasing it with. I'm desperately trying to sew that into saying the topic we could go to next that I think we should is the different things that are released with this game, how they've released this game, what you can buy and what it'll get you. Especially because we're about to start up the gameplay talk, and so it's just a tired old subject, but it'll always come back, which is that of I guess pre-ordering and then special editions and what that meant for the gaming industry. We're well into it now. We're all from an era, I assume everyone here is, where we saw it begin, and we saw all the commentators talk about what this will mean and how it can get worse, and why it's a bad practice, and we're now
I
in an era where
remember
it's
when
just
Todd
I
first
was-
revealed the horse
I was
armor.
there, Gandalf. I was
Yeah.
there 3,000 years
when
ago.
Dead Space 3 came out. I was there.
Yeah,
It's-
Dead
Yeah.
Space, 3
You love your
microtransactions,
Oblivion
and
horse, don't you? Don't you want to
Online
protect it with
classes.
some
Horse
armor?
was-
Good old horse armor, yeah.
So, for those who don't know, you have the game has released. You also have the deluxe edition, which gives you some skins, which I'm fine
That's
with.
fine with. Yeah,
Then it
it's
gives you
fine.
some weapons, and it's like,
Whoa,
well, hold
what?
your horses. Maybe they're just weapon skins, right? They could be, but it's called like the Fleema, and it's just the same gun, but it looks cool, and it's like that
Yeah,
could
just
be
a different
it.
model. Yeah,
Yeah.
instead of a Remington 870, it looks like a Spaz 12 or something like that. Yeah, something really cool.
One of the
Really cool.
first things I think when I completed it and Rags did that we talked about, I had to let him know about it because I don't think you didn't play with the deluxe version, right?
No, like with pretty much everything, I buy the regular version, and then I might buy extra versions later or collector's editions that are, separate. I don't. I'm out of that. I typically just go for the normal experience. I guess the normal version.
If because I was almost certain that I was going to love the game because I'd seen enough of it, so I was like, if I get some extra skins, soundtrack, concept art, whatever, it's just like I'm happy for the game to have a bit more money. That's cool with me.
Fair.
And then,
Totally
of course,
fair.
you boot it up and you're like, oh, I have a shotgun that's apparently exclusive. Okay. Oh, the shotgun's power is roughly similar, and its spread is roughly similar, and it's pretty fast and reloads. It basically can replace the standard one. Then you have a look in your inventory and you're like, oh, it's like a.
It's significantly smaller.
I
I
always
have a lot of
forget this.
space left.
Is it 14 slots for the standard shotgun or 12? 6 by
I can
2,
check.
right? Or is it? I always
question.
forget because I'm retarded. But
Yeah,
remember.
me too.
Riot gun is huge.
riot gun is huge. I remember that. Yeah. In any case, the shotgun they provide you, the Skull Shaker, it's 5 slots,
Yes.
which is less
One
than
row.
half. It's insane because some people may not appreciate. I wonder what order we should do this conversation in, to be honest with you, because it's so difficult to sort of navigate whether it should be inventory discussed first, gunplay discussed first, or this. But I didn't need to play the game to know that that was kind of insane. I was like, how am I having a shotgun option here that takes 5 spaces? Like that, is the shotgun like drastically worse? And it's like, well, no, I used it and it's really good. In terms of its effect is that of the shotgun, as far as I'm concerned. It got me out of several close calls, and it's just it sits so small. And then of course you get the Sentinel 9, which is a pistol that, by all accounts, exactly the same as the standard pistol, just better.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's like one tier. It's like one step above. Like
Yeah,
it
where
has
the damage is
one
1.0,
damage
it's
instead of
1.1.
1.0. It shoots faster, has a bigger mag.
Yeah.
Looks
so yeah,
really cool too.
looks really cool.
Basically,
yeah,
the Angelina Jolie Tomb Raider pistol. Like a
Oh yeah, that's true.
US,
All back.
USP. What's that type? I think USP is the type of pistol it is. 44. Yeah, whatever.
I know there's a USP 45.
Oh, you
but
know
I'm
what?
not-
It's the Half-Life 2 pistol too. Basically, that's probably a better
Oh,
point.
okay. I haven't
That's
seen it, so-
what I'm trying to say is this is bad, not something you should
This is
do.
bad, especially in
to
a
be honest with you-
survival game.
Well, and the thing is, they updated it recently, so instead of me having to explain why that's bad, I can just make it clear. They've now made it so you can purchase upgrade exclusive tickets. So when when you're struggling early game because you suck and you've spent all your ammo and you got nothing left, and you're like, oh, what do I do? And it's like, well, if you pay, you can get some exclusive upgrades. It'll make your gun unstoppable. And it's like, woohoo! Lame.
Yeah,
Like,
Very
really
lame. So these are
Pay to
these
win
are
in single player games is cringe.
Is very cringe.
These are
Yeah.
significant upgrades for people who don't know. The exclusive upgrades for these weapons are very, very powerful. They can do everything from increasing power by 1.5 or 2 times to increasing the rate of fire greatly. But they make these weapons really good. And typically, you have to upgrade a weapon fully in order to even unlock the ability to get the exclusive upgrade. Then you have to get to the point in the story where you're allowed to buy the upgrade, and the upgrade costs 100,000 pesetas.
Yep.
So it's a lot of money.
You have to do a lot of
So
careful
buying-
balancing of your wallet, basically, to really think about it. It's like, do you really want to spend all the money on that? Do you think that'll be worth it? And it's like, well, you better
And,
make it worth it.
And in addition to that, there are exclusive exclusive upgrade tickets in the game. You can get 2 of them. However, if you want to get them as soon as you can, you have to essentially spend just a couple pesetas in order to get to the first one as soon as possible. And that's a big upgrade. I mean, that's what you want to do in a run. You want to, buy the treasure map, or essentially, and then when you get to the castle, you spend your 30 spinels on that upgrade, and you spend it on, for me it was the 1903 is when I spent it on. And it makes your guns extremely. It's a big deal. It's a huge deal.
Huge deal.
Yeah, it's like double damage. Sometimes even 5 times the damage. I think with the Killer 7, it's
Crit
5
rate
times the
one.
damage or something. You get better crits with the Sentinel and
yeah.
the base pistol.
it's
Killer
it's
7, I
good
think it's
stuff.
also
5 times crit chance.
Yeah.
Oh, that's one.
But
Well,
critical hits are
so
amazing on the
like
Killer
Base
7. anyway.
damage on it's like 27 or something
Yeah.
like that.
To add to that, for a couple of the bonus weapons, the exclusive is literally infinite ammo.
Yes.
So that is huge.
It will change everything to get it, to buy one of those things and unlock that early. And funnily enough, Rags almost stepped on it there, but you also get, I didn't even realize this, they give you, when you buy Deluxe, an exclusive treasure map that adds treasure into the game and points out where it is.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Seriously?
That's
Jesus
something I was
Christ.
told about only in my second playthrough.
I didn't know about it. I didn't realize
thought-
that's what was happening. I knew there
Yeah,
was
I
an
thought it
extra
just-
map, but I thought it was pointing at things that already existed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When someone was like, no, you get extra. I was like, oh.
Oh my god! Because every time it said it had the one with the yellow plus, right? Then it says exclusive map treasure. Is that what that means?
I think so,
Yes.
yeah. And someone in
think
chat
yes,
said
but-
you can't turn that off as well.
I would always immediately buy the treasure map. So every time I saw that icon, I just thought that meant okay, so that wouldn't be on the map unless I bought.
That's what I thought, yeah. But treasure
Yeah.
plus means treasure that isn't actually in the
Oh.
base game. You have to.
Okay.
That's what I mean. Like, this is actually going to play into some other elements of this game. They do not fucking tell you what's going on a lot of the time.
No.
It's really
It's the,
annoying.
So yeah, just buying it, it doesn't just allow you to. It's kind of like you get to double dip with the power it gives you. It doesn't just allow you to get a free, besides what you pay for it, in game, a free exclusive upgrade for a weapon. Which, take the Red 9 for example, with the exclusive upgrade, it's 4.05 power. That's over 4 times the damage of the standard pistol. That's a big deal for pistol shot.
Yeah.
With the M1903. A critical hit, like headshots and critical hits, they do like 32 damage per rifle round. It's huge.
Massive, yeah.
But it allows you to double dip because you don't just have to do all that and spend the money. It means that all that stuff can go to something else in its place, which means you essentially get 2 upgrades worth. All those spinels that you need to save to get to pay for the 30 and 40 spinel cost upgrade tickets respectively, those can go towards stocks, yellow herbs, treasure maps, treasures, all that stuff. Now you don't have to worry about it. You can spend those 70 spinels on all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah, and it throws out like any sense of if anyone ever says to you like, "Oh, I thought the balancing wasn't too great because I picked up a bunch of the DLCs and it kind of just threw everything off." You're just like, "Oh, yeah."
Someone in,
I guess it
someone
would
in
be.
chat. Someone in chat, Vector, is saying that the paid DLC map gives you a total of 70,400 pesetas on the village and 170,800 pesetas on the castle.
Jeez.
Damn.
That's
Yeah,
a lot.
That's basically fully upgrading another weapon.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
That is,
Insane.
That's
that
a lot
is
of
significant.
lot of cash.
That's a significant amount of money in this game. So, boo.
Yes, we disapprove.
Yeah.
Boo, boo. Disapprove. That's bad. Don't do it.
Yeah.
It's
And
lame. Don't let mobile fucking shit infect main games.
Don't do it.
This campaign is so strong, it doesn't need that shit. You'll be fine. And then, of course, they'd be
Yeah.
like, exactly, we'll be fine. We can do this and that. It'll be fine. It's like,
Well,
Yeah, fuck you.
I feel like if the answer is okay, the game industry is moving in a direction where we can't just do the sticker price. We got to think of battle passes or some other bullshit. Let's even grant you that premise and say, okay, a game isn't viable unless you have some kind of additional monetization. I think you could do this and have people be okay with it if you just say, okay, we have a gold edition of the thing. You get a bunch of different skins and fancy stuff that's non-gameplay related and cosmetic, and we need people to buy this in order to fund the game for the mass market. So if you're a big fan of the game, Just pay the extra $10, and it'll ensure that we can probably make another one of these one day. And the vast majority of games, especially if you can pay that extra bit later, be like, yeah, throw in the tip. Then
Yeah, I'm
I
happy
think
to separate
people
out.
would go with it.
You know, like, I don't think you could have done it with mercenaries. I think people would have been too pissed off with that. But, you know, like,
Oh, yeah.
the bonus missions, like with Ada or whatever, it's like, that's fine if you make that paid DLC. It's okay. The game's pretty huge as it stands. But if, you know, those formats of trying to make more money, yeah, I'm much more on board with them. Especially skins.
I think they started doing it earlier, like in Resident Evil 2, the remake. You can buy like an unlock key that basically just makes all the
I've heard that, yeah.
bonus weapon, availability statuses to true. It just switches it. But yeah, I mean, I think it should just all stay cosmetic. You know, if you're gonna have.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to say, is there? It's like we don't like this.
And I mean, like,
But, yeah.
I get it. It's a single player game, sure. But it's not. It's that creep of this is what's in the game now. It used to be when you bought Resident Evil 4 and you beat that with whatever, you were on the same level as everyone else. You couldn't just pay. You couldn't just pay to circumvent the game, because all these things do is it circumvents the challenge of the game. It literally just makes the game easier, significantly easier.
Right.
And I don't like that. I think it definitely encroaches on the spirit of what the game is and should be. And I do not like it.
It's kind of weird saying it now because, like, everything we're going to say about balance and management is null and void for people who buy this shit.
Yeah.
So keep that in mind, I guess. If you were thinking of playing the game and you think it's too hard, don't you worry. You can buy some exclusive tickets.
And this is not a super difficult game, depending on the mode, of course. But I mean, that's not the way. Whatever happened to practicing
Just play on
and getting
fucking
better and
standard
playing
mode
on
if you
normal,
want to not have
or
to,
assisted, I guess.
Yeah, or assisted.
If you want to
go
blow,
ahead.
if you want to blow through the game without a problem, just for funsies, I'm not going to blame you at all. If that's what you want to do and have fun, just play on the normal or the assisted mode.
True. So you guys ready to talk mechanics?
Sure.
I'm not sure how to. This doesn't quite work in the same way as we can with story. This is going to absolutely be a thing where we move around all over the place, more than likely.
Yes.
I'm not sure exactly where everyone would like to start. It sounds like a good idea to
Inventory
go.
management, baby. Let's jump right into the meat.
Let's start with the movement, because that's the first thing you get to do in the
okay.
game is you get to move. The first thing you get to do in this game is move.
That's true.
Resident Evil 4 had what is known as tank controls. Essentially, you cannot strafe left and right. Your character can move forward, back, and you can pivot left and right. But you cannot strafe left and right. You move essentially like a tank on treads. That's the name.
Furthermore,
this-
when you aim, you can't move. You're
And-
stationary.
Yes.
at all.
And you
When
can't
you have
move
to
while
choose.
reloading either.
Yep, you have
Yeah.
to choose between moving and shooting, or moving and reloading, because those are all mutually exclusive, which I think works actually quite well. It's not something you really see, so it might take some people a bit of time to get used to, but it works really well within the game. The decision of, do I want to shoot things in front of me or do I want to move away? I think it adds a lot to the game and how it plays out and in the encounters. And there's a lot of skill to be picked up in how you use those tank controls to maneuver in the environment. How do you round corners? When should I about face? When should I change? So that's how it used to be in the old game. And
Well,
it's, I like it. I like that.
what
and I
do you
understand
say,
people-
Rags, to the claim of it being clunky?
I would say that it's actually the opposite of clunky. I think it is incredibly rigid and tight. I think that if someone says clunky, what does clunky controls mean? I might say maybe the original Dead Space a bit. Maybe Isaac moving around is a bit clunky. But I think that there's no clumsiness in how Leon moves in the original. It is very deliberate. Your momentum, the way you move, the way you turn, it's very specific. Again, it's very precise, and I don't agree that it is clunky. I think that I know why people say that, because all of a sudden when you can't strafe, when in virtually every other game you can, that seems like a really big limitation, and it is. but it's a mechanic that adds a challenge and a way of moving about the world that plays well with the combat system and sort of the enemy design and the
Out of
choices you have
curiosity,
to make as a result.
Do you feel the same way about Metroid Prime?
I have not played Metroid Prime.
Same controls as Echoes.
Oh, gonna be honest, it's been so long since I've played Metroid Prime 2, I couldn't give you an honest answer. Just been too long, I can't
Obviously,
remember.
it's FPS, but tank controls still, and it's like,
I mean,
Yeah.
I just can't remember that enough of that game. And
I have
how
a
it actually
much
played.
bigger problem with Metroid Prime's original controls than I do with Resident Evil 4's. But Resident Evil 4, I think I might even have been on EFAP at one point saying that the Resident Evil 4 controls haven't aged well. And since going back and replaying it, I completely renege that statement.
well,
Because
yeah, I was going to say everything Rag said. I completely agree with. Basically, I think it is built with the controls in
Yep.
mind. Everything is there. Everything works, and it's as told. And I think the confusion comes in of like, yeah, but I can't do more things that I can do in other third-person shooters. And it's like, yeah, that's a mistake
Correct.
to think that
Yes.
Yeah.
more is better or more is
yeah.
less clunky.
You're correct that you can't do the things you could do in other games. That's all games.
Yep.
There is an element of working within the limitations as part of the challenge. It doesn't just give the game a decent amount of character to it, because from the moment you pick up the controller and start moving around in Resident Evil 4, the original, you understand that there's this limitation that you have to work with. It's just like an array of other different mechanics.
Well, and you think of the original Resident Evil game shooting controls, you had far less control than you did in Resident Evil 4. So I think the problem is when you look back on it from the context of, I just played the Division 2 with an Xbox controller or a mouse and keyboard. I'm used to being able to basically control a third-person shooter the way a first-person shooter is controlled on PC. But that's not really what Resident Evil 4 is doing. It's kind of taking the Resident Evil controls and being like, what if we gave the player more control of where they could aim? And I think that it's in looking at it as a completely different concept of control that grew in a different direction, and I guess sort of got absorbed into the less tank-like controls. But I think that once you get over that learning curve and just look at the Resident Evil 4 controls as being very deliberately designed and not just this plays like a shitty third-person shooter now. It's modern third-person shooter but bad. It's not that. It is its own feel that you have to kind of get used to, and I think the quick turn is sort of the key to it. Once you realize how to quickly use the 180-degree turn in order to more quickly get if you're using, say, a clock face, using the 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock to quickly get to 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock. Like using that action to also get to those clock faces. Once you get good at that, it all kind of clicks, and Resident Evil 4 becomes just a joy to play. And I'm talking about the OG.
When I'm immersed into the control set, I never feel restricted because I understand how all of it works. I'm like, it's no less restriction than any other video game, as kind of Rax was implying there. Like, you can play games that go all the way down to like literally Pong. If someone said, why can't I do, and then names a whole bunch of mechanics, like, because that's not the way this game has been designed. They don't want you to be able to. If you could move like Leon can in the new game, in the old game becomes piss easy. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah,
because you can. But the funny thing is, the reason why I use the word clunky as well is because I was setting up that I was going to say. I don't know. I don't think this will be a hot take. Might be, but I actually think the new game is clunkier than the OG game. Mechanic.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Probably, I guess you're referring to when you try to move around quickly, and then it's like, oh, there's an enemy. Let me quickly turn around or something.
There's
or
a couple things.
change
And
my directions.
Since we're on movement,
it's weird because
I agree with you
goes,
if you're talking about contextual actions. I think those are clunky.
Leon likes to go from moving incredibly nimble to I'm a tank now and take almost a second to turn around. That's what I felt like in
So
some places.
yeah, that might be the place to start. There are
Yeah.
times where Leon's fumbliness absolutely fucking kills me. Like, it's driving me insane. I'm like trying to figure out exactly what my options are, and I'm not even sure because it depends on where Leon is facing at the time and in what way he's been pushed and in what way he's slipping on the ground and in what way he's deciding he can run. And I think all these things have been added in as a way to better immerse you in the realistic movements of a person in this environment, I guess. But when you're playing a fucking video game and mechanically you need him to move to a different place, and you're like holding thingy and spamming like sprint, you're like, come on, come on, come on, come on. And he's like, whoa, 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 oh, there I go.
Mhm.
It feels like things aren't working right, as opposed to it's designed on purpose to give you the sense that, you know, things are difficult right now. You're getting pushed around, you're getting punched, you're a bit dazed or something. Meanwhile, obviously in the OG game, everything works the way that it does all the time because that's how it works. And that might be a boon to, like I said, realism, immersion, maybe. But mechanically speaking, it can create a different experience that may not be preferable.
Especially when you can't determine when it happens. Like you're talking about that stumble that you get when you're in red tier health, right?
There's a couple, and this one, it relates not just to trying to get out of places, but I was playing Mercenaries and it was absolutely driving me fucking nuts. When your health is getting lower and lower, but you need to be careful to only use your full heal, you know, at the lowest health, but not dead, so that you can take the most advantage of it. Like, when you get... I was a Krauser, and I got knocked... I think I had, like, a third of my health left, and I was like, that's fine. Then I got hit by someone as I was getting up, which is always fun, and I was like, okay, that's probably low enough now that I'll take it. But it's like spamming tab, and he's going like, stands up straight, and I'm like, why isn't my tab opening? And then someone else pushes me, and I'm like, oh, I guess it's reset now. Like, fine. Just let me know when I can fucking open my inventory.
I got so scared I was gonna tab into the menu and then out of it because I was spamming the tab button.
I've done that.
I had to step out and pee for a moment. What did you guys talk about for the moment while I was gone there?
So I said that I think the new game is actually clunkier than the old for movement.
I would agree. It is clunkier, and it is far more easy to manipulate in ways I don't believe the devs intended. I did a lot of playing and fiddling around with how Leon moves around and how that works in tandem with some other elements of his capacities. For instance, this will apply mostly to PC because of the nature of mouse and keyboard aiming. You can change Leon's momentum at any time, essentially canceling it out by aiming in a direction and then hitting W for moving forward. So it is quicker and now in this game, as opposed to other Resident Evils, when you're not aiming in, your mouse controls the camera. It's where the camera's looking, not necessarily where Leon's looking. And so you can have the camera looking at Leon's front towards his towards behind him. Just tap right click to start aiming and then tap W to move forward, and you'll just instantly snap backwards in the opposite direction, which is legitimately useful for baiting out an enemy attack or changing directions very quickly. But most importantly, what this allows you to do is very quickly face a direction so that you can initiate a block on an enemy attack that you otherwise couldn't, or to use some contextual action like a melee attack, something of that nature, which is faster than having Leon actually turn around with his weight. It's just an example of. I even told Mahler when I was fiddling around with this. I said, yeah, if you're running past an enemy and you're expecting them to attack you, just right before they attack, just right click towards them and then hit that space bar, and you'll be a-okay. You don't have to worry about Leon, getting hit in the back.
I'm stumbling, which, by the way, even if it's for like 2 seconds, that'll feel like a lifetime when everything is down to the wire.
Oh yeah. There is there's just this, like, it looks good the way Leon moves around. It looks really good. Looks really mostly realistic, really nice. But sometimes it could be a little like, it's like, I get it. And it's like, why is it taking you so long to move forward? Things of that nature.
Yeah, we talked about this, but there's this moment where even if you're like, let's say, half health, where you hit and you go, and then you back up. And it's like, is that even realistic, though? Would you really go like, oh man, I just need a second. One sec, guys. Let me just get my head together. Like, no, you'd be trying to move away. You'd be starting up a run. You'd be like, Jesus Christ, my fucking head. Where am I going? Not like, 1 sec. Oof.
The inventory
If they were
screen is
going-
already a break. I mean, the inventory screen already breaks like the immersion and reality of the game in terms of you have this case, and at any point you could instantly open it up, look through everything, sort it, time pauses, and you use an item without any sort of animation or anything. We're already there.
Yeah,
This
don't
idea that we
worry.
have to be, this idea that we have to lock players into staggered animations or have them juggled between multiple hits and remove from them the ability to open up their inventory and use healing items in between taking these attacks so that they could survive. It really sucks. Don't do that. You don't have to do that. If you're gonna, it's just a word of caution to all developers. If you are ever gonna CC the player, be very careful with how you decide to do that, because it is generally never ever fun to remove the player's control from their character from them.
No.
So be very careful in
Being-
how you choose to do that.
Hang on, sorry, I moved around, but there's this thing that I'm seeing in my own gameplay here where I'm like trying to. Oh shit, I've already gone way too far. God damn it! That's what happens when you deal with like a fucking 9-hour recording. Where there's this thing that happens, and this is kind of tied to movement, also kind of not. It's just, branch, I suppose. Funnily enough, by the way, this one of the things that happens in this recording as well is that I go for a backstab, but he just slashes when I get up to it. But I think it's the one where it's like, you just ran out of time. Sorry, bud. But there's way worse ones than that. We'll get to in a sec. But if you look at this here, this isn't necessarily the game not working. It's just really fucking annoying. This guy pushes me, and before I can get over, he punches me, and it drags me backwards.
Oh yeah, I've seen that
I
happen.
fucking hate
Well,
it when that happens. It doesn't make any sense, and then it sets me up for even more hits of a place I'm trying to get
Yeah.
away from. That push
And
is
the-
already bullshit, right? And then, like, the fact that it would even stop Leon, who's desperately trying to move in that other direction. It's like, oh, he pushed me. That means I stop and waddle around. And then he punches me, and it pulls me backwards. And then if, he was feeling particularly fucking frisky, he could have gone for a grab there. And it probably would have
Mhm.
gotten me.
Yeah, it's one of those, oh, you got hit, that means your character staggers backwards, right? It's like, well,
yeah.
no, maybe
No,
if I got hit
maybe.
from the front, but if I get hit from the back, it will propel me in that direction. You don't have to lock me into getting, slowed
and it-
whenever I get hit.
It's unintuitive,
Yes.
and it's actually detrimental as fuck, because it can drag you into a bunch of attacks you would have avoided if not
Yeah.
for the... And it would have been avoided if the punch pushed me forward as well sometimes. And it's like, oh.
And dear chatters, you might think if you haven't played the game, but he just grabbed you. What's the big deal? Just free yourself. Well, you get damaged while you get grabbed
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
quite significantly, and it's fucking.
I'm pretty sure it
dumb
does
as
more
shit.
damage than one of them hitting you with a fucking axe.
Unprofessional.
And the
It takes away.
QTEs.
If you do a new game professional, you get grabbed. That takes away more than half your health. Just the
Yes,
grab.
easily.
Yeah, and then you ask, like,
idea of-
so what's doing the damage to Leon's body? What's
Yeah.
happening? Is he just grossed out by it and it's causing
Yeah.
emotional trauma? What's
Smell
happening
real
here?
bad.
Yeah.
What's doing the damage to me? I'm just being held
being close to
aggressively.
Spaniards.
Aggressively, sure.
I'm being held aggressively. I won't deny
God,
that.
so
but
Well,
nonsensical complaint.
it's-
Someone in chat just said. What do you mean?
This was a very specific complaint. In fact, I bet another person is currently typing out, this is so specific and it rarely ever happens. I don't even know why you mention it.
So,
Well, I also there is QTEs in the game when you get grabbed, and
Yeah.
you have to tap E really, really quickly, and you're losing more health depending on
Yeah.
how slowly you tap the button. So it's a
I
pretty
would-
big deal when you get.
I would
grabbed.
rather that you have to tap it fast enough so you don't hit a time threshold to take damage than you just take damage guaranteed regardless of how fast, and how fast just determines how much damage. I do kind of prefer that. Like, oh shit, I have to actually type, tap as fast as I can
mhm.
to
Yeah.
avoid taking the damage
Yeah.
because nothing's actually happening to Leon.
A lot of the time,
Because they already
they're setting him up for another attack, which to me is totally
Yeah,
fine
yeah.
mechanically, but isn't the whole fucking point that I've got to break out and my benefit is that I don't get damaged? Not that I've already taken more damage than any other singular attack in the whole fucking game from the villagers. Why would you make
Yeah.
it that way? Other than
What's
Plagus
weird
ones, I
though-
guess.
Professional
on
new game. It's basically a death sentence. If you're really unlucky. Actually, not unlucky. That can happen quite a bit, especially when you do the beginning village
They
part.
love grabbing you in the village, yeah.
They grab. So here's the thing. Sometimes they do punch, grab, and then another one is already
Wound up the
charging up
punch,
his
yeah.
attack, and then you're dead. It's like, oh, okay, there's nothing I could have done here. It's just GG.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of there's a little bit of I think there should have been some tightening up of how the how the Ganados interact with each other, the timing of their attacks, and like maybe Leon's capacity to take damage. I'd have to give it more thought and play it a bit more and really look at it. But
I think,
sometimes I feel like there's too many instances I've noticed where if you're clearing out enemies with a shotgun blast or a roundhouse kick or something like that, and there's enough enemies that are just outside of the range of that stagger that they're making their attacks so that once you're finished with that animation, they're just on you and they're there.
Yeah.
And just little things like that could be tightened up to give it a bit more a fair feeling to the player.
It's funny you say, because like I think myself and Mel probably went through this many people did, but when you're playing the chainsaw difficulty or like trying at it or playing professional and you're like you're planning everything, making sure to avoid everything, you don't register the grabs as something to avoid in the same way as something like an axe attack or anything, because you're like, well, what I need to know about a grab is that I need to get out of it quickly with F. But then you're like, wait a minute, where's my health gone? Like, what did that?
Yeah.
And then people are like, well, he grabbed you, and you're like, yeah.
Yeah, but what did he do?
Like, I don't understand. And it's
Like,
like,
I can grab you, and
Did he have a knife in his pocket, or what is happening?
Well, people have said you lose dignity from it, and so that's what the health loss is.
Oh, emotional damage, I see.
I think that this game, one of the flaws I think I would say with this game is, I don't know, flaw might be a strong word, but one of the weird things about this game is that I would prefer that enemies had weapons. If enemies have weapons, it means that I could set them up for a well-timed parry and then a kick. It means that they have a lot more easy to dodge, attacks and attack chains. It means, like, contrary to what you would expect, oh, good, he has an axe. At least he's not unarmed, where he can make a lunge for me. Which,
Yeah.
Well, and yeah,
which I've done.
to boost you a little bit there, like you can have them. It's really hard to say whether or not this is a preference thing or a complaint thing, but they're standing there and you're like, okay, aim gun, then they go, "Rah!" And they hit you with a punch and then grab you and then throw you right, and you're like, oh wow, I really you seem docile, but okay. And then next time when you're like on edge, maybe they just move to the left a bit and you miss the shot and you're like, ah, fuck, and then they duck and you're like, what? And then they punch and then someone else from behind you grabs and you're just like, ah, like you have to keep all of it in mind, that any combination of all these different events can take place at any moment. But I think the biggest drawback for me has to be the fact that when they grab me, I'm like, I've lost. That's it already. They took fucking everything. They've taken it all. All the health's gone. Like...
Yeah. I didn't learn until my second playthrough that you could crouch and avoid being grabbed. I had no clue. No idea that you could do that. I factored into all of my gameplay, if there was an enemy who didn't have a weapon, that I needed to make sure preemptively I had enough distance to essentially scoot back if they were to do their lunge. And then apparently then they said, no, you could crouch and avoid it. And I'm like, oh, I don't think that's intuitive, but okay.
It's got to be worth mentioning, because someone in chat just said as well, why can I not parry the grabbers in the face when they get close? That'd be fantastic. You can. There is a parry animation for when they grab you and you hit space at the right time. I've done it. It's really fucking cool. I did it, I think, a grand total like 5 times in my playthrough. I could never get it consistently.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the reasons is because one of the things I found out in my decently extensive testing was, and I fucking hate this, was Leon, you could hit E when an enemy is lunging towards you. Leon can begin and basically finish his animation of lowering himself, but it's too late. You didn't hit it soon enough, and you're grabbed now.
Yeah.
And boy, let me tell you, shit like that
is.
Frustrates the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
All right.
That is what I'd call a little bit of clunk. That's some clunk in there.
That's a bit of clunk, yes.
Because it doesn't feel right at all. It feels the opposite of mechanical. It feels abstract. I don't know. Like, it just feels like something's not quite lighted up there. The by the way, my feel of it, because I knew about the parrying melee attacks since the demo. So there's actually the first time I think I actually pull it off is in chapter 2 of my stream, and I'm very happy about it. And I talk about what it means, what it is. As someone who tried to repeat it all the time, my assessment isn't that like I was fucking up the timing. It was more that my genuine feeling, right? I have no way to prove this, is that you have like an ability to parry melee attacks, but once you spend it, it has to come off cooldown before you can use it again. That's how it felt.
Yeah.
Like, once it had been enough time that I hadn't done it before, and then I think to do it, it would just work. And I was like, oh, cool. And then I try it again, it doesn't. Again, it doesn't. Again, it doesn't. I sort of forget about it. And then one time I'm like, oh yeah, I could try that. And then, oh, it does work. And it's like, I wonder if there's an invisible timer on that because they realized how fucking OP it would be if you could do it all the time. Not sure.
Yeah, I'm inclined to believe that because there seemed to be times where nothing I was doing for changing up my timing on one specific attack was working, and then I would respawn, get back to that same fight, and just parry every single hit perfectly. I'm just like, I didn't even get up. What what changed? And I'm inclined to believe that the problem's me, but every time I hear other people say that they experienced a similar thing, I'm like, well, okay. There might be some fire because I'm seeing some smoke here, you know?
And someone said they've managed to do it multiple times in a row, so it might just be that I'm very bad. But like I said, I did try a lot, and I wasn't getting consistent results.
Yeah, I'm
There's
curious what the
something
back
off
end
about
numbers
this
and
thing.
code is in terms of like how the timing and animation sort of line up with the windows you have to do these things. I'm just not certain. It works mostly pretty well, but in a game like this where fights can be decided by a parry at the right time to set up a roundhouse kick clear or something of that nature, it's really frustrating when it doesn't seem to work correctly.
Yeah, and on the note of we're kind of talking about movement and Ganado attacks and stuff, I know this has happened to myself in Metal, but I'll describe... I was about to say a generic situation, but this is one that actually happened. You're running, and things are going okay, and then right in the background, you see... right in front of you, sorry, someone's coming at you, it's a Ganado, he's about to grab, and you're like, it's alright, I'm gonna go right, and I'll be running, so I'm gonna outrun him, it'll be fine. And as you do it, bang, in the back, you've been hit by an axe, and you're like, oh... And then it drags you back, because the animations are fucked sometimes. And you're like, why am I going back? No. And then the guy grabs you, and he turns you around to someone who's already wound up a punch. But you've gone down, you've lost almost all your health. And then as you're getting up to escape, someone else grabs you. And it's just like, I want to die. That was like one of the worst experiences ever. And you might be like, well, how do they fix that then? You're like, it's complicated. But first of all, have me fall in the direction that opposites to the force that comes in, if you know what I mean. Like, that would be a really good start. And then maybe this applies to all the Dark Souls games. Can you try and implement something that makes it so the Ganados don't combo? The combos are fucking brutal to experience. They feel so wrong.
It's really not fair when you get juggled by enemies. You're hit by one, and then you're hit by another. And it's not designed to be a combo. It's not like it's not designed to be like you're getting hit by a chain of attacks specifically meant to have multiple parts. It's just that multiple Ganados are hitting you, and they hit at such a time that you essentially get double punished because you missed one, and you don't have that ability to heal in between. The punishment already being that you took damage, and now you have to heal yourself.
And you know what else?
Those situations often crop up at random too. Like, there's not necessarily a thing that you could have done to ensure that that specific chain of attacks did not occur. It's just, well, yeah, you're right. I guess I could have perfectly parried the first one, but it sucked that missing that one meant I got hit by 30 attacks after that.
Yeah. And another criticism I would absolutely levy, because it was almost at times unacceptable, but there are ways that I could maybe have escaped that scenario. I recognize there. That involve, when you crouch, there are a lot of things that pull you out of crouch, and one of them, for some fucking reason, is aiming. You cannot aim while crouching. You have to be standing.
Yes, aiming weapons, something you famously can't do from a crouched position.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to give me a bigger crosshair...
You guys have any idea how hard it is to hit something with a firearm while you're standing up?
Literally don't give a fuck.
It's really difficult.
Because that pistols, it doesn't matter, but with rifles, it's like, it's nice to have that. It's nice to have that, the extra little bit of stability. It's like, it's not a big deal or anything, but it's like there's nothing stopping me from doing this.
It's funny to me that like you could be in a position where there's one very specific part of the game, and it's kind of bad in terms of how this worked out. The first introduction of the first Plagas, I backed up from it because it turned into a thing. And I was like, whoa, and I went. There's a cave right behind me, so I backed up into that. And people were like, shoot it through the cave. And I was like, I can't aim while I'm crouching, and that's the only way I could see it. And so now I'm stuck, because I have to go through that cave, and it's right at the end, the exit of it, and I can't shoot through the cave, because it won't let me crouch and shoot. So that's great. Like the fact that there are scenarios in this game where crouch shooting would be useful, and obviously Leon is fucking capable of it, but they just
Yeah.
don't have it implemented, and I don't know if that was a time thing, because I can't see any reason to do that would it's like, oh, that would make it too easy. It's like, I don't think so. Like I don't see how that would work.
Also goes hand in hand with another mechanic, is the whole aiming mechanic, because now you have these crosshairs, right, that expand. And as soon as you realize, I was like, oh, so let me crouch, so I probably have more stable
Yeah.
aim. It's like, oh no, I'm just standing up. It's like,
Metal, that's a whole other topic.
That's
that
foreshadowing,
I know.
okay? It's foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing.
Ominous
I'm not going into
foreshadowing.
it, but
yeah,
it's just
ominous
counterintuitive.
foreshadowing by Metal.
Because in every other game, it's like, oh, I need to be more stable, so I'm gonna crouch or lie down, depending on what game you play. Like Arma, you probably want to lie down if you can, for example.
Yeah.
That's right. Arma
but
has
yeah.
like 9 different ways to stand.
Yeah, you could just hold the Y button, I think, and then you just go like arrow key up. Like, tick, 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 tick.
You can. I forget that it's like Control and then W and S. So instead of moving forward and
Control,
back,
right.
you move your character taller or shorter in like 9 different increments.
Yes.
Which is really cool. I wish they'd implement that to DayZ. But it's a really cool thing that they do. And you can shoot from all of these positions.
You can.
And it's worth saying that the topic of movement in this game is being textualized through all of our complaints as opposed to our praises, because everything else that we don't talk about almost is like, oh, it works really great. That's probably why we're not talking about it.
For the most part, this is a very good video game.
Yes. And the movement system is pretty damn great. There's just all these little ways that it can accumulate and actually frustrating the fuck out of you. Like, stuff like this can drive me nuts if it all happens in a row. It's just like, and it ruins like a particular thing you're trying to do. You feel like the game has just fucked you over for no good reason at all. But 90% of my time playing this game, I wouldn't notice the thing. It's all working the way it's supposed to.
It's just one of those little elements of there's a lot of moving parts in terms of the combat, and sometimes they don't quite mesh together well. And depending on the mode you're playing, and because this is a survival game, with health and limited resources, sometimes you feel like, oh, I shouldn't have taken damage there. Oh, I shouldn't have had to expend that health. I shouldn't have had to da-da-da. I was like, oh, I feel like that. And so, if these happen at key moments in one's adventure, it can frustrate you a great deal.
Yes.
Yeah, I think
low.
there's pros and cons, I think, to both the movement styles of the original and this one. Like, for instance, I mean, there's parts like in the original, the helicopter showdown where, I mean, it's good, but like, I kind of wish that Leon was a little more nimble at parts like that, like flicking move and turn just to get in the exact right position can feel a bit tricky sometimes. But it's one of the reasons to still play the original Resident Evil 4. Like, in terms of movement, like, they feel like unique experiences. And, I like things about this one. I like things about the old one. And it's interesting why Resident Evil 4, the original, has the controls that it does. I think one of the reasons is like it was originally designed to be a GameCube exclusive, and the C stick isn't really a great stick for operating a camera. It's better for like mapping items to or something like that, where it's just a quick flick in one direction and that's all you need in terms of its function. But not only that, but tank controls have always been associated with Resident Evil since the first game, and it just made sense to use them because of the changing fixed camera perspective, right? When you're doing that, when the camera is always changing angles, you want it so like moving the player forward is always up on the D-pad and not relative to where the camera is. But then like when Resident Evil 4 came about, it's like, interesting. It's still tank controls. And there is something that feels special about feeling a bit more restricted in that original game, and in a way that makes it more fun. And it's like there's so many things that are like designed with that fact in mind. I think a good example is like when enemies will like run at you in the original, but then once they enter a very limited radius around you, they'll start walking. It's like a very slow shuffle. And that gives you some time to kind of orient yourself and take aim at a limb. Whereas in this one, it's like they don't slow down; they just run at you,
Yeah.
and they'll grab you, and that works on like on a number of levels, including like horror. Where it's just like, yeah, they would just come at me and grab me, right? But maybe that doesn't, maybe in terms of gameplay, it's not as fun. I don't know. Like, people have different takes on it, I'm sure, but I don't really know what my point was there. I kind of forget, but
I was following you, and I think that Resident Evil 4 in particular is an interesting case study in that regard of at what point is the control and movement systems restriction its own, I guess, tool by which to create horror. Like there is that tension of only being able to see what's directly in front of you and not being able to just spin the camera around in all directions that is lost in this remake a little bit, because now you at least playing with a mouse, I don't know what it's like playing with a controller, at least for this game, although obviously the original Resident Evil 4 I played with a controller, but that limited field of view where you can only see what Leon is actually looking at or aiming at, I think was probably the scariest thing about the original. And it
yeah.
wasn't anything that you could really even put your finger on about that, but
Well, it
it
impacts
was
certain fights, like the El Gigante fight. You have
Oh,
to be
yeah.
moving away from him, and you can't see him behind you.
Yeah.
There is this kind of like, oh, it's behind me, it's coming after me, and I can't see it.
In an interesting way, though, it also really solves the problem of third-person camera, because third-person cameras can be really bad, but if the
Yep.
rule is no matter what, it's always going to be directly behind you, looking at what you're looking at, it takes that element out of it takes it out of random territory. It becomes a lot more measurable and predictable.
Right. That's a good point about the horror. I didn't think of that. I think I ultimately prefer being able to. I like having the camera direction being independent of the player direction now, and you can sort of assess threats in all directions whenever you want with the camera, which I think works better when you're dealing with like crowds of enemies. And you're like,
it's
you're
generally
weaving through
helpful
enemies.
for exploration. When you can look all around, you can
Yeah.
look everywhere, you can check out things, you could scan through rooms and do a little 360. I mean, it's one of those things like, yeah, maybe a little something is lost, but I certainly won't knock it. The biggest problem with the 360, ability to look the camera everywhere is being able to completely cancel your momentum by aiming and then pressing W in any direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like Mark was saying, like I'm just thinking about that now, and I was like, yeah, that did make it scarier. Like enemies, when they're about to throw something at you, they would make a certain sound, like or something, and that would be the only indication you have that somebody's about to throw something at you. You'd be like, oh shit, I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know which way I need to go. But in this, like you can see, okay, they're over there. They're about to throw that. I kind of get the impression that I should tilt this way if I want to dodge it, based on like what hand he's throwing it with, or
some sound cues to clue you into, that
Right.
something's about to happen.
Yeah, so there's pros and cons, and like Mahler brought up Pong earlier, and I was kind of thinking the same sort of thing with like the idea of restrictions in certain games making them more fun and giving them an identity. And I was thinking, what's a good like retro game example of that? And I thought of this old game called Missile Command. I don't know if any of you guys have played that.
The Atari
But,
game?
I think it was on Atari. It was also like on arcade cabinets.
Yeah, we know the game. Yeah, it's one
yeah.
of the famous older games. Yeah.
You take control of a little gun turret that's fixed to the ground, and then you can turn it like any degree that you want, and you shoot these missiles coming down from the sky that are represented by these single pixel wide lines. And the idea is to shoot at the missiles at like the tips of the lines and lead your target enough based on their velocity and distance. And it's really satisfying the way that game works because of the fact that you can't move around your gun. And if you could, then it would just be more like something like Asteroids or Space Invaders. Like Missile Command is what it is because of that restriction put in place.
This would be
it's fun.
A broader Halo, not being able to sprint. That's intentional. Even though someone would be like, well, Master Chief can run. It's like, I guess
always
it can,
running.
but you've got to think about you've just got to imagine that in universe when he's like moving at regular speed he's running. But like the reason why there is no sprint is because sprint is a mechanic that changes the way that you interact with the game, and it changes it in a way that's appreciable because it's been said many times. But the thing with Halo is that everybody is always able to fire all the time unless they're reloading or using melee or a grenade. Whereas when you add, and everybody is always able to move at the same top speed. Like there's a clear understanding of what you can do to anybody and what anybody can do to you at any given time. And throwing in sprint when your gun is down but you move faster is like another variable that gets added on top. And you can do that, but it makes it different. And so in the case of like Resident Evil 4's controls of the tank controls versus Leon being able to move and aim freely. I don't think that you can consistently or reliably make the case that any one version is better than the other. It's just that they are fundamentally different in terms of the experience that they're going to afford you. It's baked into the original game that you're always looking where you're aiming. It's baked into the original game that you have to choose between moving or shooting. Whereas obviously in this game, it's baked into it that you were able to move freely, but the enemies, consequently move a lot faster to counteract that.
I agree. Yeah, the games operate fundamentally differently in terms of like movement and firing, but I like them both, and I'm quite happy to replay both. Yeah,
I like them both as well. One does not replace the other.
No, I like the fluidity of this new one. Like Rags, you brought up earlier the fact that you can sort of like you're running in one direction and then you go the other direction and you kill your momentum dead, and Leon has this like animation where he'll sort of like, like push his foot against the dirt and crouch down a bit and then start bolting it in the other direction. I like that. I like using that when I'm dealing with the crowds, and it feels like appropriate action for Leon to be doing. You know what I mean? Like just constantly
agree.
oh shit, there's something over there. Oh fuck, there's something over here,
Yeah, it belongs in the world visually. It looks very good. It looks like he's got a lot of weight to him. The way that he moves around is pretty good for, implying that he's a character with mass in this world, and he's not just pixels moving around instantly.
Something I would say is that because obviously a lot's been made about the nature of the controls and how Resident Evil 4 original, based on my experience, which is way more limited than all of you basically, it seems that like something to be said about the mechanics in the original game is that they are incredibly reliable in that like everything operates in an exact way like all the time. The variables of like unpredictability are much lower, and that's baked into the movement. Whereas in this game, because it is the free moving and it's a little bit more unpredictable. There are obviously benefits that can come from that, but the downside is that it's less reliable to know exactly what's going to happen in any given moment based on what you do. But something that should be said about this game is that compared to a lot of other third-person shooters that like make a big effort to make the characters look and move realistically, I'd say that this game like works a lot harder to make sure that like that compromises your control as little as possible.
Right.
Like I'd say the controls in this game are quite responsive for a game that animates this well. Because the more you bump up the animations, the harder it gets to keep it super responsive because of the amount of time that you need for those animations to play out.
And adding to the way that Leon moves and weaves between threats and crowds of enemies, I've been really impressed with the hitboxes in this game. It there's a lot of times where it feels like you've really narrowly dodged an axe swing, and you're like, whoa, shit. Like in any other game, you would think like that would have attacked me, because usually a hitbox around a player is just a big ugly rectangle with a lot of negative space in it. There's a lot of room there to get a hit on you when it doesn't look like it. But here it's like it feels like they used like a high poly hitbox. And I don't know why they don't do that more often.
It's just a good hitbox. I mean, it's good hit. A lot of good.
It feels very satisfying to avoid it narrowly by doing a little.
The only issues that I've seen are when it comes to hitboxes and collision are sometimes enemy arrows, depending on how they're standing and what they're shooting around or over, can maybe clip just a wee bit through the environment. But it's a very rare case that happens to the point where it's just it's barely even worth mentioning.
Yeah, I found the arrows could be a little bullshit, but yeah, for the most part, the hitboxes I found quite good. Yeah. I think that it's not to be understated that element of satisfaction with the animation almost reacting in a way that is reacting with that hitbox to sell it in a way that it wouldn't if either was not as effective. You know, like the clarity of the duck going under the axe, say in this example, because it's a bit weird because I'm talking about a concept that's applied in many situations and trying to construct one off the bat. But in the example of ducking underneath an axe swing, that hitbox really combines with the animation in a way that is more impressive than it would be if it was just, hey, it looked okay because Leon went down and the axe went over him and it got close, but it seems like it's done in a way that Leon is ducking the way a person might duck one of these attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Speaking of hitboxes, there is for those who don't know, we can speak on the subject of hitting boxes, but once you learn it, you never go back. Slashing boxes with your knife is faster than pressing the contextual F to smack them or kick them. Especially if you're sprinting towards them and you make that that slash, the sprint slash. The recovery from that animation is way faster. You're more guaranteed to actually hit all the boxes. You just flat out will save time a decent amount over the run, and it's faster to
cost you integrity
slash with your knife. No, it doesn't.
It does. Slashing anything costs you integrity.
Are you sure?
Yeah, this is something I learned in the demo, and I was disappointed as fuck.
I didn't notice it doing that.
I tested out by stabbing boxes in the demo over and over and over and over again, just staring at my integrity, and it started going down.
Wait, in the demo or in the proper game?
I didn't. Well, I assumed it worked the same. I mean, you're playing it, right? You can test it right now, right?
Yeah, I'm not playing it right now, but
is anyone playing it right now?
No, I'm playing. I'm chilling on RimWorld, but when it comes to that, I think specifically Fringy asked me if that was the case, and I tested it on the spot when he asked me, and I said no, it doesn't ruin your integrity.
Yeah, I did it against walls and floors.
Because I think it doesn't.
It doesn't. Enemies, my understanding is that it only degrades the durability if you block, if you hit valid enemy targets with it, or if you block enemy attacks with it. If you hit durability in boxes, it doesn't go off. If you hit walls, it doesn't do anything. It's just essentially valid enemy targets are blocking.
Well, somebody said they changed it from the demo. I didn't test it in the game, so I just assumed it worked the same.
Yeah, because I stabbed things randomly, and I'm pretty sure nothing happened.
Well, in that case,
I've been doing it. I've been doing it the whole game. It doesn't reduce the durability and Fringy.
I would have thought you'd notice if it did. So.
If it did, I would definitely notice. Because one of the things you do in this game is that you typically will use up the knives you find before you dig into the durability of your main axe.
It depends on which one you equip, right? If you leave your main knife equipped while picking up a bunch of different ones, then you end up burning through that first. It doesn't automatically. If you equip
you have to manually say equip the shitty knives you find.
So is now the time to talk about the knife?
I suppose so. One thing I wanted to mention, because we just covered part of it. The other thing I checked and learned, and I remember complaining about it to you directly, Rags, in the demo, was that there's a couple of things about, and we're on the knife now. That's happening. So the standard when you introduce this mechanic to me, and I'm not even talking about integrity as a whole right now, just specifically how their integrities cost per different attack. So you can poke. It's that's faster, but I assume I haven't even fully tested this. Less damage than a wide slash, and it can take less targets with it. With a wide slash, maybe you can hit 3 at max. With a poke, you can only hit the 1. Maybe it does less damage. Whatever. I was like, okay, that all seems reasonable. I'd need to check the damages on it to know for sure, but I like I said, I assume the poke has less. So, in the demo, I'm fucking around with some enemies, and I'm like, how does this work? And I think it was 10 pokes to kill a Ganado, and then one of them fell over, and he started, going blah, 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 and turn it into a thing. And it was like, stab him with the execution to stop it. And I do, and then it takes a huge fucking chunk out of my knife, and I'm like, oof. Well, out of curiosity then, what happens if I poke him? And I go poke, maybe 7-8 times, whatever difficulty you're on, it'll depend. And he dies, and I've lost a third of the execution cost. And it's like, what the fuck? Why would you make the animation tied directly to this be a detriment compared to me just stabbing him? And then, if that's not bad enough, You keep stabbing him after he's dead, and it's costing you integrity, which people in chat are telling me that's
what I
still
think.
apparently that's still in the game, not just the demo.
I
That's
believe
stupid.
it was.
It shouldn't cost you
It is,
integrity to fucking stab a dead body. And when you're desperately trying to kill it
Mhm.
before it turns into a Plagueis tier 2, whatever, you're going to be pressing it over and over and over again.
A few
And
extra
when-
times before you realize he's
Especially
actually
when
dead
they
and
wriggle
dumb.
on their death, when they're like, blah,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah. You're like, stab, 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 okay, he's dead. And it's like, oh, you stabbed 4 times too many there. Rip. And you're like, oh, well, thanks. These things annoy
Yeah.
me. Like,
I-
greatly.
I imagine the knife integrity is tied to the knife itself rather than like enemies specifically. Like if you use the knife on anything, like
It
walls
is-
and stuff.
Seems to be tied to 2 things mainly. What you're actually using the knife to do, because different actions with the knife have different costs, and
Right.
what the durability value of the knife is. Essentially, it probably works as just this is knife hit points, and it expends hit points in order to perform actions.
Right.
So, like stabbing an enemy on the ground in order to finish it off costs, I think, the biggest chunk that you can use, apart from
I
like
think-
chainsaw.
It's so that it's chainsaw. Then I think it's using the knife when someone grabs you. That takes a good
Oh
amount
yeah,
of.
Yeah, that takes a
Yeah, if you're
Yeah,
getting out of a
I think
grab
the
and you use
idea
a
is
knife,
that it's kind of a it's kind of the what choice do you want to make here? Do
A
you want to
trade-off.
just try and trade off your health or trade off the integrity of the blade? But yeah, I
Yeah.
believe
But,
it's chainsaw getting grabbed. I figured the ones when you get them on the ground are like pretty low on the list, right? Or am
those
I?
are, I mean, they're way less than the first big 2, but I think apart from those big 2 reasons,
too big.
expending it to get out of a grab and expending it to save yourself from an insta kill from a chainsaw, it is the biggest expenditure of knife.
The
hit
only way I can
points.
explain it is that they thought most of the time you'll be executing while they're on the floor is in the middle of fights, and so it's like you want that done quickly as opposed to stabbing him 10 times, for example. Then it's going to cost you, and it's just like, yeah, but what about the times where I'm just alone with him? That means I just got to go stab, 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 stab. Otherwise, I'm wasting my knife. Just like surely you can have contextual integrity breaks where the game recognizes like you're not in combat beyond this one person, you've executed them. If anything, I don't even know if it should cost you integrity. It's just a matter of like efficiency, like just trying to get
think
this
I
over
would-
with.
Also,
I think I would just flat out have more fun with this game if the knife didn't have durability. and I
That could be
just,
the big question
so
to
here's
ask now.
Here's
That's
the
the thing.
conversation. This is the conversation then.
I like the idea that the knife is your trusty, is your very good friend. Your trusty backup, always there for you. If things get tough, if you run out of bullets, if you get into close quarters, if it's always there for you. But it's a high risk, high reward weapon. If you want to go in, for instance, Resident Evil 4, I will tell you personally, if you get good at that game, you can kill Novistador's knife only. If you learn the animations and you know when to hit it and when to back off, you could kill
You can kill
Novistador's with just the knife.
Regenerators.
And yeah, well that's way easier though. But I like the idea that the knife is this trusty backup weapon that's always there for you that you can use in specific times as a high risk, high reward, cheeky kind of weapon. Maybe if you slash a Ganado across the face, you can initiate a stagger from him, like in the original. However, the knife animation's a certain amount of time. You don't have the ability to just like press the spacebar and parry whenever you want. So yeah, you're saving ammunition by doing that, but it's a risk reward thing. Use at your own peril potentially.
Also, I think it might be worthwhile to lay out the case for durability before explaining why. I get the impression that I think most of us would prefer it as a universal like element that you don't have to repair.
The
I don't know. Do we or?
So
I mean, like-
durability the knife in the new game allows you to do many more things. It is a
That's
much
right.
more versatile weapon in terms of its contextual uses. It allows you to block enemy attacks, whether they are melee attacks, whether they're thrown objects. It allows you to block boss hits. It allows you to, of course, just stab, or slice enemies with a bit more better, less clunky animations than the original did. It allows you to execute enemies from behind instantly. By the way, you can do this with brutes. You can kill them in one knife stab from behind with minimal HP loss.
Big men.
Yes, the pigmen, the guys with the cow faces. It allows you to insta-kill enemies on the ground if they are about to essentially transform into the spooky versions. It allows you to get insta-kills on like kneeling enemies from behind, or it allows you to insta-kill enemies that are carrying away Ashley, or enemies that are attacking Luis.
All true, yeah.
The knife has a lot of combat uses. And so I think as a way to balance that ability out, they added knife durability, and then they added weaker knives that you find throughout the game. So you could find like kitchen knives and boot knives and whatnot that have far less durability than your mainstay knife. But it's essentially to give you some hits, give you some kills, allow you to use the knife without you get a bit more.
I would say the goal
usage.
Of durability was to have a risk reward element beyond just like, do you want to parry or like attack this person now? Like, do you want to risk screwing it up? I think that the risk reward element is making the knife similar to ammunition for weapons, and that there are some decisions that you need to make about how you want to use it, and then rewards for playing well versus playing poorly. Playing well being that you don't get grabbed, and so you don't lose a shit ton of your durability in those sorts of encounters. Like basically min-maxing with the knife. And the concern that if there wasn't durability, that the knife would be too powerful. I get it.
Which
I
is
think I
weird
would prefer it
because
as a reliable universal element, though.
well, remember too, in Resident Evil 5, one of the improvements they made was you had essentially contextual insta-kills on enemies that had been knocked prone. And that didn't cost durability, it was just a knife attacked you. Well, Sheva would use her knife, Chris would kick them in the chest very cleverly. But it's just one of those things where it's fine. It didn't ruin anything. I didn't notice it all the time.
I'd say that I think that mechanically I'd say it's
mechanically
good.
mechanically I don't have any
it's good.
issues with it. It's just one of those like I think I would just enjoy the game if I just had my knife and we didn't have all these knife pickups that I could find and equip those first. If I had my knife, it was always a combat option that I had to use in certain contexts in the game, especially with how they portray Leon's knife fighting ability.
What about when your knife runs out of integrity, you get locked off from a couple of moves? Like, we lose some of the more exquisite and top-notch moves, but we keep the basic ones like a parry. And knockout, because I'm not a fan. I think it does work, actually, and I would defend the mechanic, but I'm not a fan of the whole boot knife, kitchen knife, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, seems a little...
You have your main knife, and once you've knocked out the integrity on it, which should take longer, I'm not a fan of how limited it is, especially in the fucking hardest.
Well, it can be done if you're like dealing with, like you use it on the chainsaw guy, it's like nearly done straight away.
Yeah, well, it'll break, right, depending on which knife you're using.
And if you stab them in the neck when they grab you, depending on who you're dealing with, that can take out, and depending on how much you've upgraded it, that can take out a huge chunk of its health integrity. So.
So yeah, I'm not inherently against integrity systems. It's just that they're often so just fucking annoying. They're just annoying.
It's the big complaint with Breath of the Wild, right?
Yeah, Breath of the Wild is one of the famous ones. I've mentioned this to Rags, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is the case. Dark Souls 1 is a game that has an integrity system, but nobody ever talks about it because it's barely ever noticed. It's your sword will eventually break, but everyone upgrades in that game at such intervals that you'll barely ever notice the fact, 'cause it'll never reach like a lower level. It'll always get upgraded before it'll break, usually. When your sword breaks in Dark Souls 1, everyone's like, wait, what the fuck? Like, I didn't even know this is fucking possible. Dark Souls 2, though, that's where it started pissing everybody off, I think.
Worth bringing up, because it's been mentioned in chat, because Resident Evil 2 Remake has the way that if I'm remembering correctly, basically the way that you take damage is zombie grabs you and bites you, but if you have a knife, you can use it to stop them. But you can only do that, X number of times before you lose that knife, and it's kind of something that probably got carried over here. I guess the difference that I would cite and why it's probably worthwhile to have the knife be a universal component is just Resident Evil 4, like, Leon is way more empowered than he is in Resident Evil 2.
Yeah.
Like, it's more in keeping with the design goals of this game, of having Leon be like very capable and has a lot of moves at his disposal, that to essentially lock one off based on durability of a knife instead of having it be a universal element is like, I get the rationale behind it. I think it's well designed. I just think it would be
Yeah,
preferable
I think it's
to be able
pretty
to
well
have the knife
designed.
all the time.
I
Well,
think
so
it's
just wanted to quickly say, missed opportunity, I think, is you should be able to provide your boot or kitchen knives to Ashley, and that should make it so that if anyone grabs it, she gets an insta-kill on them and loses the knife for it.
So did you?
Good idea. Yeah, I like that.
Are you guys all equipping the boot and kitchen knives right away? Because for me, I pretty much looked at those as crafting
They
material
only-
pickups for
I
both.
hated the bolt
I
thrower.
never
We'll
used
get
them
to
for
it, so
crafting.
I didn't
Oh,
care for them
okay.
for crafting. Yeah, I always equip them if ever I pick them up straight
I
away.
always
I
use
found
them
the knife
because
is too useful. It's just too
Yeah.
useful.
I love my combat knife, and whenever it dies, I get upset.
yeah, they only sell the knives that you find. They only sell for 400 or 500. Like it's not worth it, you know.
Oh, sure, but
Oh,
um,
you
Mark's
can
talking
craft
about
them
You
into
save-
bolts though if you use the bolt thrower. If you don't,
Well,
then obviously it's
You save. I think you save essentially more in Dura. We'll have to talk about the charms later, but you
yes.
you save a lot of money by using the expendable knives than selling them because you're saving repair costs on your trusty
yeah,
main
because the
knife.
repair cost is it's not cheap, you know.
Mm.
all
Yeah,
things
that-
considered.
The
And I
only thing
repaired
I
it
would
every
change the
time.
balance
I
of.
never went through without. What, do you think it's too expensive?
Not only do I
I-
think it's too expensive, I think the knife fucking dies too quickly.
I
Yeah,
think
right.
the charm that I got for the armor, the bulletproof vest, I significantly reduce the repair cost of it. I don't know if there's a similar one for the knife.
There
But I think
absolutely
there
is,
is.
and I.
Yeah,
oh
there is,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, there is. Yeah, there's a
I
Leon
think I
attachment.
used it.
I didn't
I
get
think I
that.
used that one. Yeah.
It gives you 30% off knife repair costs.
Yeah,
You
I
better
got that on my
believe.
first playthrough.
Which
Dude,
is
you
like,
need that-
damn.
That one, the 5% off weapon upgrades, I think there's a 30% off combat armor repairs
Yes,
as well.
there is.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
I
one
used
that I
that
have.
one. I used that one too.
Yeah.
There's
Ada, I
yeah.
think.
But we'll do the whole charm segment as its own thing.
And
'cause,
also
boy,
talk
we got
about
things
the
to say.
wonderful shooting range.
Yes,
Oh.
we will talk about that. We'll talk about that in tandem with what will surely be our next thing that we discuss, combat related.
Well, are we good
Well,
on
one other
knives?
thing-
What else do you want to
Well,
say?
Knives.
reg-
I wish that
What do
they
you have
had.
there, John? What were you saying?
Go, John.
regarding the knife durability, I was gonna say, I think there's some like a nod to the past sort of thing factoring into that. Like Fringy was saying, in Resident Evil 2, you had the knives.
Hey.
In the
But
remake,
it goes, it goes back farther than that. Yeah.
Okay,
In the
there's one.
Resident Evil 1 remake on GameCube, knives you could pick up, and they were like special one-use items that had their own dedicated inventory slot, and they would basically save you from a grab. You could get out of a grab without taking damage. And I imagine that was like
That's what it was in
factored
your
into like,
remake,
hey, that
yeah.
was cool. Yeah, it's like, hey, that was cool. Like having limited durability knives. How can we kind of do that in this as like a fun callback, as well as like the obvious? You got to offset the fact that it's so OP.
I guess that's the thing
With
is
the
I
parries.
wonder like because in professional difficulty you have to get the parry like perfect,
Yep.
Otherwise you get hit. Maybe
Right.
that is the way to balance it, is to just be less forgiving in all modes.
I would be
Right.
fine
Parry.
with.
Yep.
Yeah, there's different ways to balance it.
Sorry, I just
could-
saw.
I just saw it
on
too. What
stream.
happened there? I'm not even sure. What did I
Blew
hit?
himself up by shooting the vase or something.
Yeah, look at this. I'll go frame by frame. Oh man, we've just spotted. That's not good, game. Like, that's clearly not what's supposed to have happened there. But okay.
Oh
no.
no, what was that?
Oh
no.
no.
Oof.
There's a
Um,
hitbox that's not great.
Mm.
But yeah, there is a.
Kinda a
Talking
little bit, I
about
see.
when it comes to knives, it's everything from the amount of damage it actually does to how many contexts it can be used with a special prompt. How there's all kinds of stuff that you can do to make to offset, instead of it having durability, it has other weaknesses or limitations in its place.
That's the thing. I figure it would have been. I will say it again. I think that the mechanic is like well designed. I just have a preference, I think, for a knife.
It didn't get
I
in my
really
way.
like-
Every once in a while, I was like, but that's about as bad as it got.
Sure.
Yeah, how come stabbing this guy in the neck from behind in a stealth kill takes off really very little HP, but if I stab him on the ground when they're already very weak, and proned, it takes
Yeah,
off a
I
whole
don't get
bigger
that.
chunk. I'm
Like I said, I
"Ah."
think it's to do with they would have thought you're in combat and you're desperately trying to get an execution to avoid him getting back up, and so they're like, you want that to happen that quickly? Well, it's
gonna
going to cost
you,
you.
buddy.
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty much only just to the prompt only happens to stop them from getting up with their broken neck thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not that I need to do it quickly. It's that I'm like, oh yeah, that's like a special. It's like he gets another health bar if he does that. That's like an entirely new enemy.
Yeah, I
That's
figured
why I
that
want to
you
get.
What I
rid
mean
of
when I
it.
say
be
quickly is that
rewarded for
they
doing that.
theorize you got
Yeah.
like 2 other dudes right next to him who are about to grab you or whatever. So if you go in for that quick execution compared to stab, 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 you know, like you can't do stab, 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 stab without getting hit by those others. You can do the execution. Like it's like a safe kill. I still don't. I still think it takes off. It doesn't. It's not balanced properly. I don't think it's. I remember when I did it, I was just like, oh, whoa, okay. I guess I'm not doing that in future. Jesus. Like, well, dependent. You know, sometimes if it is in the middle of a fight, and I know that if he gets
Wow.
back up, it's going to cause problems, I might go for it. Yeah.
I just did it all the time, to be honest.
Well,
I just always used
One
it.
of the best times to do it is when you have a fucking kitchen knife or whatever, like 1 integrity. It's like, oh hell yes, I'll get a free execution off this
Well, yeah,
tiny
that's
bit of
right,
integrity.
because that integrity loss ain't transferred. to
Yeah.
different
Yeah,
knives.
so that's
But hey, maybe
another
that's
thing.
part of
It
the
is.
game, right? That's another
it's-
element of it
Mhm.
is switching out knives to deal with that integrity. Min-max.
Yeah, you can min-max the knives if you want.
Yep.
Absolutely, it is an option that you have, which
As-
I appreciate.
Wait,
little
As was
things
said,
like
I
that.
think it works. It all works.
It works.
Um,
Yeah,
And I will
It's
say,
it's
we
an eye
really
roll
like
for me,
this
but it's
game,
fine,
all right?
yeah.
We really do.
Oh
like
yeah,
this
yeah, absolutely.
I say I love
I'm
the
gonna
game.
be- yeah, I will be playing this game a lot as time
Yeah.
goes on. I will definitely replay this game plenty.
One thing I'll say as well, with the increased amount of things you can do with the knife, parrying when it works, and I mean when you do it properly and stuff, it is fucking satisfying.
Oh yeah, this game there's a lot of moving parts and mechanics, and when this game works and you're in the zone and you got the flow and you're blocking and you're kicking and you're doing all that stuff, you feel like it's very satisfying to do well with this.
I'll tell you what, when people watch you play and they see you like headshot, someone comes in for a grab and you duck it, and then an axe comes in and you parry, then someone attacks you with an axe and you parry and kick, it looks great. It's just like, man,
Yeah.
you're taking names. Look at you go.
Right.
And yeah, you get that
And
feeling when you're playing it as well.
And I love how fun this is to replay. I think it's a feat, like what it's pulled off.
Very
here in that
replayable, yeah.
regard. Yeah, like every part of this feels fun, and I'm looking forward to parts now that I didn't look forward to in the original. Not to say that the original is badly designed or anything, but there's certain parts where, like the Del Lago fight, where it's just
Del
like,
Lago
oh,
fight's
fuck.
one that comes to mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're on our way
the-
to boss fights.
Yeah,
we'll get
we
there.
Yeah, we can go through the
Right.
boss fights. It's its own.
It's a normal
sections
thing to
worth
do.
of stuff, yeah.
Not to jump ahead, I was just
Well,
talking
so-
about the replayability. Yeah.
I'm sort
That's
of
good.
happy to let this flow. Like from knives, where do you want to go? Where does everyone go?
Let's go to the other big element of combat, which is the guns.
We could
and my
talk about
biggest-
the guns, sure.
which may be tied into my biggest complaint that I have. It's kind of two at the same time, sort of two that
Well,
are
I
very
think I know
linked.
what it's. First off, it's got to be the change in having in the reticule.
Well, should we go
So,
broader
yeah.
first? Like they look and sound pretty good.
They look and sound
Oh,
great,
yeah.
and they're fun to
Yeah,
shoot.
good dude, looking good, sound.
Yeah.
boom.
The gunplay is it's a-okay from an aesthetic point of view, from the sound of it. It sounds like I like it. I like a lot of it.
All right, there you go. So next
Yeah,
topic.
there you go. So biggest
in some cutscenes, Leon does a cool thing with his gun. I don't know if it's an
Yeah, he
actual like
does,
tactical thing, but like pulling the, I don't know what you call it.
Slide.
He's like checking something in the gun. Yeah.
Yeah, he's checking
I'm
if
just
there's
like,
one in the
is that a
chamber,
real-
right?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
checking
okay.
to see, which is another mechanic I like. Magazine.
The
If you
actual
have a
extra
bullet
magazine fed
chamber,
weapon, you can fill up the magazine and there's room for one in the chamber. So the starter
Yeah,
pistol,
that's
for
right.
instance, isn't a 10 capacity, it's 10 plus 1 because every gun comes with a free bullet spot right in their chamber. So I do
Nice.
like that. I really do like that.
A
It's-
little
Right,
attention
yeah.
to detail.
It is neat. And as far as I know, it does affect your reload times. When you have a fully empty gun, it's longer to reload than one that's not empty yet. Because if there's a round in the chamber, you don't have to manually work the action to put a round in the chamber. There's already one there.
Right.
You just have to change the magazine. So that's neat. I wish all games should do that. Should be mandatory for all shooter games. Do it. So yeah, but he does that thing where it's the cool thing where he uses one hand to slide the slide back and look and make sure there's a round in the chamber. Yeah, it's a neat little thing. And sometimes when he takes a gun out and you swap to the gun or he pulls it out, he does that, checking the chamber to make sure. Which is it's good. I like that. It's good.
It's good for convincing you this is a man who's experienced with guns.
Yeah.
I like that he does that center axis relock thing that John Wick does, where he close quarters, he'll hold the gun up. He'll have this sort of bladed position.
I think I know what you mean.
He holds it up sort of close to his face at an angle like Sam Fisher.
Right.
Yeah, it's cool. I think that's an actual thing. I think it was developed by a British Special Forces guy.
Well, you can't hold the gun further out if there's something really close. Yeah, it's a little thing that I like. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a thing I like.
It's pretty neat.
But the elephant in the room.
There he is. He's coming. He's swamping through.
The elephant in the room is that one of the things that Resident Evil 4. One of the things that Resident Evil 4 is famous for, that gives it so much flavor and visual identity, is that Leon aims virtually all of his weapons using a laser sight. Whenever you're aiming at an acceptable or a valid target, essentially, whether it be an enemy, a box, something flying through the air, anything, a lantern or a thing on the wall that can be affected by bullets, there will be a red dot that appears at the end of the little red line. It's how the game was played. It's a mainstay of Resident Evil 4. That's how you aimed at enemies. You used a red dot sight. And unfortunately, in this game, they opted for a much more standard, pretty much universal reticule, and not just a visual change, is it? It's also Resident Evil 4 Remake has random bullet deviation that is determined by a statistic on the weapon, not by the shooter.
This has been discussed in EFAP's history prior. I believe Halo was the last time we discussed it.
Yes, we did. We did talk about it with Bloom.
Halo is so-so in how it uses the thing. I think it works pretty. I'm not gonna say so-so. It works pretty well in Halo because of different weapons and roles. But that's its own whole other thing. One of the things I loved about Resident Evil 4 was that laser sight, because not only is it pretty unique to games, but it added a level of kind of difficulty with the game, especially if you're shooting at long distance targets. Leon had kind of a little sway to the gun as it moved around, and you had a laser, and it would only pop up when you're on valid targets. So it was a thing. It was great. I'd love it. But in this game, it's just a reticle. And the reticle is it's like basically a cone where bullets can shoot, which means you can have that thing square on an enemy's head and pull the trigger, and sorry, you got a bad roll. You missed.
Yeah, and there's what you've just said is it. There's no more. Nobody needs to say, "Well, Rags, if you were better." No. So
if I have an enemy that's standing in front of me, and the game decides, no, this bullet goes all the way to the right, when no enemy is left, even though you're in the center of the enemy.
Yeah, I have no other way to explain it.
Can do about
if you have a reticle that takes up, let's just say it is 100, the enemy is standing there, and you put it over them, and the enemy's engulfed with it to the point where there's edges, like 10% on each corner that is not hitting it, and then the bullet flies to one of those 10s. Well, fuck you.
Sucks, man.
Yeah, that's it.
In the original, there was that dot, and wherever that dot was, that's where the bullet went.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was all on you.
Here's the thing. There is an argument to be made for Bloom. The problem is that, being able to aim precisely, that shit's just useful, man. Knowing exactly where the bullets are gonna go.
I think arguments for Bloom are generally. I don't think there's any really good ones.
I'd say that it. So I think what's helpful in this case is we can point. The TMP just sucks now.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't even buy it.
They killed it.
Well, I bought it the first time around, but then I'm not buying it. I'm professional. It's just way worse. You cannot reliably. You just can't reliably aim. It has way too much spread. And the argument could be made. Well, I mean, the functionality is you sort of spray it around. It's like, damn, man. Like in the original, you could just you could spray it, but you still knew where the bullets were going because of that laser sight.
Why is it so bad to have an accuracy stat in the game? So here's the thing: it isn't.
Wow.
But if the accuracy is inherently tied to a number generator that is independent from the player, that
It's
essentially adds a
unreliable.
sense of it's literally unreliable. It is a random number generator as to where the bullet goes, regardless of where you're actually aiming.
Part of the problem is that this game doesn't give you a lot of ability to control that spread. Something I noticed while I was on the shooting range is like with the pistol, your reticule goes its smallest when you're standing still for a while, but it's like a few seconds.
And even
I don't
then,
know if
it'll,
you're ever doing that.
once you fire it, it goes back to being bigger.
Yeah,
again, obviously.
exactly.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you're
I don't know
essentially
if anybody's ever doing it in a game this fast paced. You know.
And
it just
forbid if you move your mouse a little bit.
Oh god, the
Exactly.
fucking Magnum, dude.
The
Whoa.
Magnum, not the Killer 7, the Butterfly
Yeah.
and hand cannon.
Yeah, they have
Man.
crazy.
Well,
spread.
You take the
Oh.
time to even get that thing small. You shoot once, and then it goes all the way back out. And of course, the enemies move. So you gotta move too. You need to move your
You
gun
have
in the
to, but this
direction of
game
the
is
enemy.
Too fast paced. It's just too fast paced.
And as soon as you move it, it goes. It's
yeah,
just all
it's
over the place
essentially
again.
you're charging up the accuracy of your gun.
Yeah.
And not only is it
Yeah,
the
like a
accuracy of the
railgun.
gun, it affects the stagger chance. I don't know. I'd be curious to see what these numbers are on the back end,
Yeah, that would be
but,
interesting to know.
which will lead us into our other
Stagger
thing. But I really don't like it. I don't like in a game about resource management losing bullets and shit to just a random number, especially if it's a
Yes,
weapon like the Magnum or something really big where each bullet is actually quite valuable.
There
Yeah.
is. Let's pretend for a second the target range never existed, and so I
Okay.
might have been sitting here
Done.
saying, "Okay, the thing about it is though, like the sniper, you get 100% accuracy. The pistol is like, it's, not 100%, but you can pay to get the laser sight on some of them. So TMP, listen, guys, it's a crowd controlling weapon. It's never meant for like hyper accuracy. It's meant for situations where you have several enemies. You don't know what to do.
TMPs.
You take them out that way. Okay, it's all balanced with that in mind. It's there's never a point in the game where you're required to hyper, accurately take out any particular enemy with the TMP. The TMP is always going to be something like it's got the random generation because that kind of works with how it's designed as a weapon in the game. It's always going to be working that level of efficiency. But even then, I would argue against myself and say, man, is that really suitable when it can be like you're out of ammo for everything except the TMP, and there's going to be situations where you need to shoot something that's far away accurately, and you're just fucked at that point? Like, doesn't that suck? And I think I'd be like, yeah, but at least that's not too likely. At least that's not always going to happen.
There is.
But now, reintroduce target practice, and they have sections specifically with the TMP. It's possibly one of the most frustrating things ever to give me.
I don't know how you did it,
an
Mahler.
inaccurate.
I gave up.
Hey, Mel
I
did
gave
too.
up.
They give you a weapon that is
You were
by
masochist.
design inaccurate and random for a target practice. And I know that there's going to be some people heckling in the crowd being like, well, if you were more accurate, you'd be fine. There are several instances, Metal and I, and everyone can attest to this, where you simply have to rely on luck. And I'm going to keep an eye on the footage in the meantime, but I'm pretty sure there are times... The shotgun is a fucking fabulous example of this. The spread is
Especially
fucking
the striker.
random. So you have no idea whether or not it'll hit the target, even though your reticle is over it. It's just like, well,
Just watching
the only guarantee is the
PTSD.
dot in the center. They'll give you a tag on that no matter what. But the problem, of course, is like it's like, oh, there's 3 targets. Shoot a shotgun at them. You can do that, and you can hit the center of the 3, but it'll only tag 2 or 1. And you're just like, what?
Yeah, like what are you to do?
What am I
Yeah.
supposed? And it's like, you got
What do you
unlucky.
have about
That is it. You got unlucky. And it's just like,
And
so
when the target-
I have to wait until I'm lucky before I can win the target practice, and then they just make a troll face at you, I guess.
I think that guns in video games are at their best when they shoot where you point them pretty much all the time, but what you have to control for is not the accuracy of the gun so much as the recoil of the gun.
Yeah.
That's the
Now-
big thing. There's no reason why it is bizarre that a submachine gun is more difficult and is less accurate and difficult to control than a pistol. That's bizarre. It makes no sense.
Check
it's
that
not
out.
intuitive. It's
This is what I was illustrated about the shotgun. I think this is fucking
God.
unacceptable. Get the Like,
Yeah, because
so I'll commentate this a little bit, right? So I
Go
think
for it.
I'm not particularly great at aiming. I think I'm okay, but like this sequence with the sniper, I'm like, okay, got you, got you, got you. I even get the one coming in fast, and I'm feeling pretty good about this. It's going pretty well. This is halfway through, I think, the hardest or the latest thing. Knock it down, aim with the reticle to get the skull. Everything's going pretty great. That all got knocked down at a relatively fair pace. I'm thinking about bringing out the TMP, but it's like, no, I'll hit the dogs with shotgun. And then it's like, miss, 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 miss. It's like, how is that fucking missing? You nearly cost me the whole thing. What the fuck?
Yeah.
In fact, I think it might have. But yeah, point is, like, no way the shotgun should miss that many times when that's how the rules work. And
Yeah.
all they've got
It's
to say
great
is,
because-
well, you're unlucky. That's all.
Yeah, because
try
now you
again,
don't have
asshole.
only
Get luckier,
'cause-
noob.
because now you don't have one bullet that go randomly anywhere. You have I don't even know how many bullets that come out of there that are going randomly wherever the fuck they want to.
Yeah, I don't know the pellet count on the shotgun.
Yeah,
so
I have
I
no
legit
idea.
just don't. I
The
can't
defense
tell.
that, like, it's a crowd control weapon, you use it when the enemies are right in front of you, you'll never miss. It's like, well, then why the fuck did you make a target practice section for this gun that requires absolute accuracy when it's random? What's wrong with you? Why would you ever do that? That's so mean.
It's just that it's not
so
just the
mean.
flavor and the aesthetic of the laser sight that is so like really iconic to Resident Evil 4. It's just that mechanically it's so tight and solid and skill based and reliant, and I love it. It makes flying enemies way more difficult to hit because you don't have because the dot only shows up when you're on a valid target. Enemies that are far away, it's harder to hit them with a red dot sight than a reticle because the reticle's always floating there. You could always put it over heads. I think it's a huge missed opportunity to have to lose the laser sight and to instead have this
Yeah.
have this reticle instead. Every game has a
Well,
reticle.
the laser pointer in this game is cool once you can use it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I like
I-
tailor my
yeah.
experience now. The pistol, I get the laser sight, I get the Killer 7 instead of the Broken
Yeah.
Butterfly, and
Yeah.
obviously Sniper. It's like, there you go. All my accuracies are back. Can we, to really harp on it, because I want to, they fucking
Sure,
almost
do it.
annihilated the Broken Butterfly. I don't know what they were thinking. The crosshair on that
oh.
thing is absolutely mutated. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Doesn't
If
make
anyone here has
sense.
used
It's
it,
way bigger.
it takes 10
way
years for that thing to
huge.
crush down into a reasonable crosshair, but the second you inch any direction, it goes, like, it
Yeah,
starts
all the
poking
way.
up and down. You're like, what are you doing? Stay still.
Yeah.
That's okay. At least it's a gun that has tons of ammo that you can
Yep.
just spray and pray, and it's
Yeah, it's like it doesn't make sense. Guns with a bigger so the distance between the rear sight and your front sight's called your sight radius. And pretty much the longer the distance is, and there's a maximum limit to this, but the bigger the distance is between these two sights, the easier it is to make accurate shots. That's why pistols are way more difficult to shoot than like a rifle is. So a gun like the Broken Butterfly, this big ass fuck off Magnum, this revolver, should if anything be way more easier and accurate to shoot than like the starter pistol that Leon has or anything like that.
Mhm.
Especially with the fact that a miss is it's a significant loss in terms of resources and damage.
In this game, yeah.
I mean, if you miss with a Magnum shot because of RNG, that's like what? Let's just say that's 30 damage.
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of 30 default pistol shot misses that you just threw away. And
Yeah.
it's not because you missed. It's because the game was like, well, tough luck. The random number generator didn't work in your favor.
I think
So yeah,
the
And
it's
it-
just
argument,
they break
spoilage. Let's
down-
write it off
you-
as
you can-
spoilage.
you can break down the resource math pretty clearly too, because isn't it like 17 gunpowder to craft 3 Magnum rounds?
something like
yeah,
that.
it's
Yeah.
pretty. It's very expensive.
So it's effectively an entire mag of standard handgun versus one Magnum round.
Yep.
Because I think it's 5 gunpowder for a handgun mag.
It's
That's why I can.
Might be. Yeah.
It's just
Yeah, it is.
I'm
Yeah, yeah.
playing. I think throughout it's one of the good changes with Battlefield 5 made. I mean, it's in all kinds of shooters. Like Apex Legends is an example. I've got like over 2,000 hours in that. I love it. I think the gunplay's great. Weapons in that game, they will typically shoot exactly where you're pointing, but each weapon has a different recoil pattern. And part of the skill comes with you managing the recoil of the gun against what is almost always a moving target. And that is like the gunplay element distilled to its most simple facet. And I prefer that so much more than like a Resident Evil / old Battlefield style of Weapons just get less accurate the more you shoot them, even though in
Yep.
reality, that's the opposite of how it works. The more you shoot an automatic weapon, the more you can control for the recoil because you're getting used to the kick of the weapon. It's the first shots that will be your least accurate. But this like, oh, you're getting suppressed. That means that your gun randomly shoots bullets in this cone. It's like, no, it should just be like a visual effect, or it should increase the recoil, not the take away the accuracy.
So we might, because this might bring us back to the convo that we had about Halo. There is a mechanic that is involved in these things that there is an argument to be made for.
In Halo's example, Halo does it differently than the examples that I gave.
So you were talking about the suppression system in Battlefield, right?
Yeah, when you are being suppressed or when suppression happens around you, your gun's accuracy values literally change.
Yeah, that's true. But then the argument someone would make is, yeah, that's the mechanic of suppressing fire. Like that's an element of this game that's baked into it that you have to account for.
Oh yeah, I really don't like that, and I think there was a lot of really good arguments made against it. And the way that game played out, as someone who played, I did scrim. I'm really good at Battlefield 3 and 4. I played them many times. I have thousands of hours in probably these games combined. But the problem with those games and a lot of their gunfights was that if you see an enemy soldier and they see you, what they do is both of you will be suppressing each other because you're both shooting at each other. And it will literally turn into luck wins in these fights. And and it sucks. Instead of what suppression should be in these games, we're deviating a little bit from Resident Evil, but it's EFAP. What I think the mechanic is far better is that different weapons and builds, depending on the game, will suppress you to different degrees. And that suppression is a visual effect. And it increases maybe the recoil of the gun a little bit, but it doesn't change the accuracy of the gun. These things would mimic the effect that gunfire might have on a person, but it's still able to be mitigated completely if you're good enough and you control your weapon enough. It doesn't actually change the accuracy of the gun, which is its own mechanism. And so, like in Battlefield 5, which I think is very good gunplay. Maybe not very good. I might say very good for the super high tier stuff. But the way that works in that is that weapons have recoil patterns, but the guns will shoot as long as you are shooting at someone. You're keeping that dot or scope or front post on the enemy. The bullets will hit there, and the challenge is keeping that post or sight on where the enemies are. And I think that plays so much better, and it's so much more rewarding to fight people because it's on me to be accurate and to track moving targets, even with all the noise and clutter that might be happening as a result of incoming suppression, noise, and things of that nature.
Right. Regarding the red dot sight, I'm not even a fan of it in this game personally. I find it really hard to see the dot. I'm like squinting a lot. It's like, am I over the thing right now, the enemy or the box or whatever? And often I just like unequip it and I prefer having the cursor that's kind of fixed on the screen.
I still prefer the. Sorry, go for it.
Yeah, I love the red dot sight in the original. It's awesome. And one thing, if I'm remembering correctly how it works in the original, the big dot doesn't cast over like meshes of things, but they're hit boxes, right? So like if you aim at a crow, for example, a crow is a very odd shape, but if you aim your gun at it and you look at the dot where it's casting over, it's like you're aiming at a big box. And so I like there's a simplicity to the hit detection there that I like, and it's like you can be assured what's going to register as a hit and what isn't just by looking at the size of the dot. And it's very big too. It's very easy to see.
Mm-hmm.
The one in the original is bigger. I still was able to use it pretty well, like the red dot sight.
You legitimately like learn it. You get a feel for where it is on the screen.
I love the red dot sight when I got it in this game. I missed it. I was like, thank fuck
you're
here.
Yeah.
Because
your first thought is, oh, there's laser sights here, so I guess you have to unlock them for the guns. Like, no, this is the only one. This is the only one you get.
And it's not even, you can't even get it for all pistols. It's so mean.
No, I don't get that. In the chat for the red 9.
Like
Yeah.
I'm fine with the idea that a gun, all the guns have laser sights, and a gun's accuracy is something like how much does that gun move after you shoot it? Essentially, you remove accuracy as a statistic from weapons, and it's always perfect, but you had a recoil statistic in its place. Guns that are larger, guns that are based on how powerful it is and how big the gun is, and your attachments like stocks, those will impact the recoil, but they'll still shoot. Where I mean, like if you went to the range and you took a AK-74 and you took the stock off, it's going to be a lot harder to shoot, but it's going to be just as accurate as it was with the stock on it. That's why stocks are so important as attachments for weapons when it comes to hitting things and being accurate, because it's not impacting the gun's accuracy. It's impacting your ability to use the gun's accuracy, because you, as a human, are a very integral part of that weapon being used in an effective manner. And Leon is a very, very effective soldier, essentially. So, the player being Leon, it makes sense that, shit goes where he points them.
So, incredibly detrimental to the point of negating. Like, I wouldn't recommend people
hold
play
up, before you get
the target practice because of the accuracy with the shotgun and the TMP.
Chat. Yeah. AK-74. What did you think that do you think I misspoke and didn't say AK-47?
They don't know about it.
AK-74.
How can you guys
It's
have been
for
fucking playing COD games and still don't know about the 74?
It's been around for 50 years, guys. What are we talking about? Did you guys not know that AK-74s are a thing?
You guys didn't know.
Can I just say, as someone who has gotten most of my familiarity of guns from COD games, even I would be like, the AK-74 U, right? It ends with a U, one of them. Even I know that. Like, I don't know anything about guns, but I know this shit from... Like, come on, guys. 47 is not the only one.
I think the Russians have been using AK-47s since 1947? Like, what do you... Like, yeah. The AK-74 shoots the 5.45 by 39 millimeter round, not the 5.56, as someone in chat said. But, like, yeah, like, I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
they're not using NATO rounds, and that's not happening. It's not 5.56, guys.
It is definitely not. You can get them in 5.56, but that's a different gun. So yeah, it's very strange that people would be like, "What? What do you mean?" Like, come on, what? Come on, guys.
Everybody was trying to make another Rags Biden moment, but it was actually a chat
Biden moment.
Pump it up, chat.
I don't...
Loser.
So yeah, we won't be going off guns. This is sort of like I see target practice as an extension of the gun conversation. It's a mode in the game.
Yeah, sure.
You can play it. We can even move into the gacha system and then go back to guns if you guys want.
Dude, I love the music.
The music is fantastic. Dude, I seriously had nothing but praise for this right up until I started to learn this very distant specifics. I even had people defending it, being like, who cares? It's like to get the maximum scores and the maximum amount of coins, so it's fine. It's like, no,
you fool!
Not cool. You can't, like, I'm the kind of person that's like, I will fucking beat you. Like, even if you give me these borked mechanics, I'm gonna beat you.
By the way, can you tell me now on the third one? 1C, where was the seventh one? Where was the last skull?
Yeah, Mahler, on 1C, where was the seventh skull?
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
I bet that's the one.
You don't even know, do you?
I bet
it could be the one. It could be behind the
barrel.
barrel.
Are hidden.
Yes,
hidden
they
behind
are.
Barrels.
There's another thing I find uncool.
I think there's like the third or
no.
second guy has a barrel in front of him. You shoot down the barrel with 2 shots, and then there's a skull behind.
And he's not the
I
only
don't like
one.
the
So you're telling me that
phases of the
because I
training.
played well, I got punished because I actually hit all
You're
the
supposed
targets.
to-
The pirate, you fool! You shot the pirate's head.
This is what I mean. In terms of like how you learn this thing, it's that you have to shoot the head, or you can reliably shoot the barrel to shoot him down easily. So like then they later trick you by being like, "There's actually something you need behind the barrel." Lol, and it's like you.
No,
I was so happy that I saw you do that mutually, so I didn't have to find it.
And,
Yeah.
No, I gave up. I didn't want to look it up, but I didn't want anybody to tell me, so I gave up. I just decided I wasn't gonna have fun.
You and your pride.
No,
Do you see
the
the-
opposite of-
Do you
the
see this shit
opposite of
too?
pride in this one.
Oh god, I can't roll it back
Yeah,
very well,
you're
but like
going
the
back.
shotgun fucking me over all the time. It drives me nuts.
I see
Like-
you bringing that shotgun back to the left because you're
Skill
like,
issue,
what?
right?
Yeah, you can tell from the way I'm moving the mouse. It's like, so he thinks he's done, and then he's not done. Like, back he goes.
And while we're on the subject of it, and it's on my mind, I am not convinced that this game. I'm really good at. I say that's to my own horn. I'm really good at first-person shooters, and these fucking parrots with the skulls on them. I swear to God that
No,
the
skill
bullet.
issue.
I legitimately do not believe it's valid a lot of the time.
No, that's a skill
like,
issue.
I just
That one.
where that reticle is, and if there's some kind of an inbuilt lag kind of system to it, but I can be tracking that thing fucking perfectly, especially because I'm expecting it. I know when it's coming. I know the speed it's going, and I put that reticle over it, and I pull the trigger. I get nothing, and I'm like,
Yeah,
"Fuck you,
'cause you're
game!
not
You
good at
are
the game."
shenanigans with me."
It's there were plenty of like I'm sure Metal would feel the same way. Happily concede when I know it's my fault, but there are plenty of times where I'll first of all hit and it'll give me nothing, and I'm like, okay. But there are also times where I'm like, oh, I missed, and it's like, you got it, and I'm like, okay.
Huh?
Like,
No, I didn't.
like, sure, I did, game. That's
The
fine.
strategy that Mauler is employing here is that he's throwing in instances where the game worked in his favor to make it seem like he's not actually pissed off that it's a skill issue. Okay, he's throwing in that as like, see, sometimes the game's helped me out, and I acknowledge that when I'm not so good. But those other times when I didn't hit it, it's because the game screwed me over.
I'm
It's very
confused.
sneaky.
What's happening?
No, like memes aside, I legitimately think that there is some sort of some issue on fast-moving targets and how.
Yeah,
the,
no,
I don't
probably
know.
there probably is.
Yeah, and
actually.
that's the thing.
Legitimately.
Because you notice it. It's not because the parrot's like a magic small target or anything. I think it's because it moves pretty much faster than anything you shoot at in the actual game.
Sometimes it does. I think.
So
right? Like,
when it
sometimes
moves really
goes
quick and you're
fast.
tracking it left to right, that's like the hardest shot to make, and that will the tiniest bit of lag or misalignment with hitboxes will manifest in the biggest frustrations. And that's the only time I noticed it in the game. But when it's the last fucking skull on the last
Oh my god.
fucking level, and I
All
gotta
right.
get all the way through the entire round and hit that one thing at the very end to the point I can ignore every other target on that shooting range and focus on the fucking parrot, and it doesn't give it to me. I'm like, oh, yeah, I don't like you.
And yeah, I have to make this point on streams every once in a while. If I benefit from a wonky mechanic, I'm still annoyed. It's just how it works. If it plays out and it's like, you got... Even sometimes if I get like the full score thanks to a wonky shoot, I'm just like, oh, it's
Yeah.
like doesn't really count, but fine, I'll take it, I guess.
If it doesn't really count, you should be doing it over again.
That's what I tend to do.
Yeah, you want things to make sense, the mechanics to make sense, even if
Well,
it
what I
does
will
work
say
in
is,
your favor sometimes.
If
right?
it stole it from me previously and then I get it through wonky means, I'll just be like, yeah, that's my revenge on you, game.
Your revenge on the game.
You've
You know,
played
the game,
yourself. Congratulations.
game-
Fuck you.
The game doesn't have feelings,
It does.
right? It does. That's what
checked
you do
online.
to go to sleep at
The
night.
amount of
right?
times
Haha.
I shit talk
Gotcha.
games and then I just get killed by bullshit. It's like, yeah, okay, you knew. That's
So,
fair.
My arc with this, by the way, was, oh my gosh, they've taken the target practice and made it better. And by the time I finished, I was like, it's worse.
Easily worse.
Music.
Visually, musically,
Music.
thematically, it's wonderful.
And of course,
God
your
damn
hype
that
man,
red dot. I've never
the hype
wanted you
man
more.
merchant there selling you.
The hype man
Or
mission.
Beautiful.
Ashley,
You're
or
an
me.
artist, mate. Yeah, Ashley being a bit of a hype hype man.
Well, let me
herself.
tell you something. After 5 hours of him hyping me, I need him to shut the fuck up.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, because they didn't record enough lines.
Your
There's-
words are like poison.
He's only got like 5 lines.
Maybe
and,
they
you know,
thought
I
everyone would
love
give the
listening
fuck
to
up
him.
once they realized how it worked. They're like,
Yeah.
it's fine, we'll get the lines out quick. Because,
When you're someone
yeah,
piece of
the
shit and you just
original-
want to get this
the original-
perfectly. You just hear him all the time.
nowhere near as dynamic, the original, but the original fucking works. Everything is,
Yeah.
it works the way it's supposed to. The challenge is very straightforward. Even in that, though, the way that you can win maximum points, so to speak, is kind of strange in Resident Evil 4. To unlock, like, the 6 caps, you just need to, like, I'll be honest with you. I'm not even 100% sure how it works. I end up getting all 6, and I'm like, all right, I guess I did it.
I sometimes get all 6 after the first round. It's like, oh, I guess I don't need to do the rifle one anymore.
Yeah.
No
It's like
point.
a cumulative score that you get the unlocks with. I'm not entirely sure. This one, I understood fully how it works. I just fucking hate it whenever it's like, this one will involve the shotgun. This one will involve the TMP. It's like, no.
No, I don't want that.
Or the bolt thrower. Not a fan of that one either. And by the way, the
Weird.
target practice is what made me decide to not use the bolt thrower.
Same.
And I hear a lot of people being like, the explosives are really useful. It's like, I'm sure it is, but that is not what I'm using that gun for most of the time. Fuck being having to use it for its like actual usage. You know,
I mean, it really, the mines on the bolt thrower really saved me in the dual blind Wolverine dude fight on pro mode.
the thing is, I wouldn't deny that they're useful. It's just that my setup usually involves that whenever I fight like a mini boss, I'm like, all right, time to throw out the magnum or grenades, or I've got something prepped usually. Because the bolt thrower is just more room to take up in my inventory, and I can just sell. The mines actually sell pretty well too.
I think that's what I realized. I bought it because I figured I might use it, but then eventually I just got rid of it. I realized that I wasn't using it enough. I wasn't finding it useful in enough instances.
Part of the temptation, of course, is that if you fight an individual Ganado, you can put 3 bolts into its head, it dies, then pick them all out, and it's like, wow, look at that value.
Yeah, that's
Value.
Value.
I was using.
Doesn't
We love
translate as
value.
well in a broad sense of fighting lots of people, and you end up losing bolts, and you don't have and it's just like, ah, fuck it, give me my pistol back.
Yeah.
I just want things to go where I shoot them. God damn it!
Yeah, that would be nice.
I'm
Well,
sorry
yeah,
to interrupt the
see,
flow,
this
guys,
is the,
but
this is the motherfucker that one back there. That parrot back there.
That motherfucking parrot.
Piece
I-
of shit.
I gotta get going, guys. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, okay.
No problemo,
Yeah.
Sam.
I was really looking forward to this, and thanks a lot for inviting me.
Oh, yeah,
it's
you
always a
bet.
pleasure.
This is great.
And, we'll
Yeah, it was
catch
great
you the
talking to you
next
again,
time
Jack.
we catch you, whenever that may be. You wanna let people know where to find you and what you're up to before you go?
Yeah, sure. John Graham on YouTube. I'm the Master Chief Sucks at Halo guy. I make dumb videos like that. You can check me out on there. And yeah, thank you guys, and thank you, chat.
Well,
All right.
you,
Excellent.
dude.
Yeah, catch
Fantastic.
you later, dude.
All right,
We will see
Bye,
you
guys.
later.
see ya, my
Adios,
good man.
John.
Bye bye. See you for RE5.
see ya.
See you for RE5 Remake, yeah.
That's probably happening.
Or The Last of Us Season 2. That's oof.
Oh.
That'll be fun.
So here's another thing with the laser sights, and that's something that's been theorized while I was streaming. I don't know if that happened with an audio stream as well, mutually, but apparently, if the crosshair goes smaller, apparently the crit rate goes up as well.
So obviously that needs to be tested, but I don't know if
I
that's
think
true.
Yeah, I don't know. That's like so. But the thing that I was thinking of, so if you have the laser sight, you just have full crit chance all the time.
Or well, improved crit chance, I guess.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know
improved
if-
crit chance all the time. Yeah. You're
If
right.
that's how it works, that's how it works. But I did find that once I got the 5 times crit chance and the laser sight on my pistol, it was doing work. It was
Yeah, that's why
the
I'm
point
thinking
where-
that might be true, because you get like sometimes like headshot explodes.
Yeah.
Like that's a lot of crits. Like that's a really high crit chance.
remember
I'm
saying on my
having right
stream,
now,
I was like,
which is great.
I
but,
feel like
yeah.
the Sentinel 9 plus laser plus exclusive has replaced like the TMP in the OG now. That's probably going to be what I rely on if I'm not allowed,
Mhm.
bonus weapons and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but that just
that
goes
was my
back
bread
to
and butter.
that just goes back to what you said earlier. It's like the game just doesn't tell you. It's just,
Yeah, well,
It's
it's
not
weird
the
because
standard
we can
version of the game. The
we can
game
pick,
doesn't
like,
even give you that gun.
pick like
That's
3 different
also
topics
true.
right now, but that one is definitely something I want to get to. The information they do not give you about a lot of things and how they work. Fucking annoying. But I guess, well, so first of all, target practice. Is there anything else anyone wants to say about it? Because we can move into the gotcha coins.
I
next.
hate it, and I feel that unfortunately, because of the upcoming systems we're about to discuss, it feels far more meaningful to actually do them instead of it being a fun little side thing that you can do if you like it
If
just
someone-
for funsies.
Someone wants to argue this is inconsequential to the game. They are wrong.
They are
Yes.
wrong. They
Yeah,
are
That is
wrong.
not true.
we
got
got
very- The things that you can unlock from target practice.
Yes, let's talk about those,
Wow.
shall we? So anyone who doesn't know,
Good God.
the better you play, the more silver and gold tokens you get, and once you get them,
Uh-huh.
you can spend them on little
Loot box.
machine, little loot box machine in game.
Little gotcha boy.
And it's kind of fun. And when you do it initially, you're thinking to yourself, like, I wonder what this system will be, because all of them have to be designed in such a way that's kind of fair to everybody, right? No,
Right, yeah.
wrong.
Really?
Oh, damn it.
This system,
What's
it's like, from what I can tell, it literally absolute randomness. It's actually true randomness, which you don't actually
Yeah.
want to see. You'd think you'd want to, but you don't.
It's
The way it apparently works is as soon as you enter the arena, you get a set table that you can get from the coins you have in there. So you can't even like properly you can't even save scum it. As soon as you go in there, you have a set thing that happens. So yeah, it's
You
really
Now,
weird. Like
I-
it creates a table that it draws from depending on what you put in the machine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for anybody who doesn't know, you can get like common, rare, and very rare, and then like there's
think
one
we need
golden
to-
one, right?
I think we need to back up just a bit. Maybe I had a Biden moment and I forgot, but
Yes.
there's a charm system in the game where your attaché case has spots for 3 different charms, and each of the charms gives you essentially a passive bonus. These can range from a percentage to proc extra crafting bullets.
Mm-hmm.
It can be doubling the effectiveness of herbs, fish, or eggs. It can be discounts on upgrades and discounts on repairs. It can be things of that nature. So, pretty important stuff. These are not small things by any stretch of the imagination. For
Yeah.
instance, let's say that you get lucky and you get the sleeper hit, the chicken. Oh, the chicken. Oh, the chicken. Let me tell you about the
Oh.
chicken. The chicken charm doubles the effectiveness of eggs in terms
Yes.
of being healing items. And let me tell you something about eggs. Eggs
Do it.
take up one spot, and they're infinitely generated by chickens. So, if you need it, oh boy, you essentially have more than you can handle of all of these eggs, and when they're at double effectiveness, then you get a very strong healing item that takes up one spot per. And if you're just doing a normal playthrough and you don't really, want to sit around and wait or check the chickens, you could leave the village and the farm at the beginning with like 2, 3, 4 eggs. And that's, it's a big deal. It saves you a lot of herb usage. It's very efficient in terms of its efficiency for storage. Or let's say that maybe you get a charm that's, like I mentioned before, 30% off knife repairs. Oh,
Very
30%
good.
off knife repairs. Now that saves you a lot of cash.
It's like
a
2
lot of
2K or
cash.
something.
A lot
Well, can
of
I as well?
cash.
So someone's
over the
just mentioned
game.
the beetle, right? So in my first
Oh, wait.
playthrough, you know when you kill Verdugo and you're like, oh wow, a monocle and it's worth 30k. It's like that's a pretty grand prize for a difficult boss. Woohoo! If you get the beetle and you sell a green, yellow, red herb, and now I know the obvious response to that in terms of like why you wouldn't, but if you do, if you choose to, that's 20,000 pesetas
Yeah.
with the
Big
beetle. It's
catch.
like that's 2 of those is more than what you get for like most bosses in the
Yeah.
game. Damn.
Now keep in mind,
And-
you do the first shooting range, you get that beetle, and then you go to the lake, and then you just go fishing. You just get all those fish, and you get double
Oh.
cash for that. It's like, oh, that's some stonks right there.
That is some
That's
stonks.
real
Those are
big
mega
stonks.
stonks.
Value.
And hey,
There's
maybe
fish in the little pond in the castle right in the beginning,
yeah.
which respawns, by the way, once at least.
Does it?
It
Damn.
respawns once, yeah. If you grab
no
them all
clue.
there, they respawn later in the game. You can go back and grab more. I had this respawn. There were like 2 or 3 of the big fishes in there. So yeah, you can get even more stonks from that if you don't, because you just don't need that much healing items.
But hey,
Never
why
died, right?
stop there? There are charms that give you 30% off body armor repair.
Yeah,
Ooh, that
Ooh,
fucking
damn.
comes in
Mwah.
Later
handy.
in the game.
You-
That
Later
one
in
looks
the
like
game.
Ada Wong too. It's a bonus.
Yeah,
And what about 5% off all upgrades? All
Exactly.
Yeah,
upgrade
you gotta
costs.
pop
Does
that
it
off
look
whenever
like
you
a
go
hot
back to the
Asian
shop.
chick?
Absolutely, 100%. So some of these are really, really good.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Well, wait,
it's
have you
just
named-
really, really good.
Have you named the rarest one yet?
I haven't
That
actually
would
looked at a
be-
list of all of them.
That'd be
That
the
would
the
be
Ditko
the-
reference, the
the
glitch.
striker
Oh,
charm.
neat. The Ditman glitch.
So it's the striker shotgun, obviously from the original, the model from
Yeah.
that, but it's gives you 8% plus movement speed. Which,
Whoa!
yeah, let me tell you, you feel it.
Wow.
Like you fucking feel it. And you
Jeez,
guys should be able to
um,
recognize how fucking good that is when you've got people trying to grab you and throw things at you.
that's okay. So I'm curious. Let me actually look up a list of. Let's see. Let's
Man,
go
I didn't know
to
that. It's crazy,
list
actually.
of charms
Mhm.
for
While
remake.
you looked it up, this just goes back to the deluxe edition, by the way, because you get 2 free charms.
You do, yeah.
When you get the deluxe edition. One gives you a higher chance of getting extra ammo for handgun, which is very, very useful. And the other one is
Oh,
20% more healing, I
From
think.
herbs, yeah.
From
That's
herbs.
invaluable.
Green
Here,
herbs.
I'll
So
give you a
good.
list here.
Wait, the Ashley
Um,
one, the Ashley you just get from the deluxe edition?
No.
I didn't-
You get it's literally a herb, and it
There's-
gives you plus 20%. Ashley gives you plus 50, and then there's a village lady, I
Oh,
think, that gives you plus 30. But you can put them all together if you want
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, well,
here's-
man,
I
because
got a
even with
list.
just Ashley, that turns the green herb into an incredibly valuable healing item.
Yep.
Like just
So here are
single
the
green
deluxe
herb.
edition charms. The handgun ammo, which is plus
we
30%
just
handgun.
fucking explained
And-
all of them,
And the
Rags.
green one you got wrong, which I was getting to because there's only 2. The green herb is plus 15% health.
Oh,
recovery.
whatever. We said like 20 or 30 or whatever. It's the same point.
20 is different. So there's some in here. Yeah, there's only 2 legendary charms. The striker, as you'd mentioned,
Hmm.
and I actually got the other legendary, the cute bear, which is -1 gunpowder used when crafting.
I didn't even know that one
Oh,
existed.
that-
Didn't
yeah,
even know that one
Didn't even know it
existed.
existed.
That one sucks.
I was hoping for a gunpowder reduction one, but yeah, -1 isn't that
Legendary
big a
for
deal.
-1.
That's
You
not even.
probably
Yeah,
won't
that's
ever
not that
feel
good. Like,
You'll probably
It's
never
like-
feel that.
-50% would be amazing.
But yeah, there's the other epic one we hadn't mentioned was the Illuminatos emblem, plus 20% melee critical hit rate, which plus 20. Remember 20% is 1
Pretty
in
good.
5, and that's in addition to its base. So oof.
I
But yeah, the
used
rare
that in my
charms are-
first playthrough. I got a lot of kick kills after staggering them. It was very
The-
helpful.
yeah.
There's some rare charms here. The way these are balanced is bizarre because the
Yes.
rare charms are everything. Like there's a Leon with rocket launcher that gives you 20% off the rocket launcher. It's like, well, if I don't want the rocket launcher, that rare charm is worthless.
That's a great
Um,
point, Rags. Some of these are fucking worthless depending on how you play, and some of them are most invaluable things you could possibly come across.
Yeah.
Let's see. There's JJ is 40% off resources. I assume
Those
buying...
resource packs, yeah, the small and large ones you can get.
Okay,
from the
I
merchant.
gotcha.
Which is like
chicken
okay if you're
legged.
buying them, I guess.
Yeah,
Uh,
I thought
Luis-
I
that
bought like
meant the
5 in all my
crafting-
playthroughs.
Luis is 20% weapon resale value
That's
increase,
great.
which is great if you. Yeah, I mean it's free money, I guess.
I should also
Lean-
point out that you can equip these and unequip them.
Oh, we'll
anytime
get
you're
there.
out of
We'll
fight.
get
Oh,
there.
sorry.
Oh yeah, there's a Leon with. I got this one in the first playthrough. Plus 40% ammo resale value. Yeah, and then the 2 kings, 30% off knife repairs and body armor repairs. The Black Bass one.
What was that? You
And most of the-
save 400,000 pesetas on the infinite launcher. It's not worthless. Did anyone say it was worthless? I don't think.
We never said it's worthless if you don't want the rocket launcher.
Yeah, which plenty of people don't, because they
Which
want
I just like
kill
don't,
things regularly.
I want to, yeah. Plus, if I'm playing the game, consider the the opportunity cost associated with that. Whereas Ada Wong or Leon with a handgun or Leon with a shotgun or the chicken, those are way better than Leon with a rocket launcher. So you just got kind of duped out of something that was way better. But pretty much all the common charms seem to be frequency bonuses for crafting or they're pretty much all crafting frequency bonuses. There's a couple little ones like plus 10% health recovery for green herbs. You'll probably never feel that. Plus 30% health recovery and plus 40% for vipers.
The Viper's one,
Um,
you can get it so you can get 100%, or it's just like fucking okay, I guess.
And
Like,
and I don't like the frequency bonuses. Just give me an extra bullet or 2, not like a percentage chance to craft
Yeah.
well, so
3
can we now
more or whatever.
let's talk
Equip.
about how they work, like how
Oh,
this all
yeah.
plays out.
So at the typewriter, you can save, you can put things into storage. I'll complain about that later. And you can customize both your attaché case and the 3 charms that are on it. And all of the typewriters in the game, minus a couple, well, let's put it, all of the merchants are next to a typewriter, as far as I know. Which
Mm-hmm.
means if you were to get a ammo resale value bonus or a knife repair or armor repair discount, then those don't have to get in the way of a charm that you would use while you're actually playing. Those can always be equipped. Then you go to the menu for the shopkeeper. Then you use them. And then when you go back to the typewriter that's like right next to them, you equip the ones that you'd rather have for your actual gameplay, which will generally be frequency bonuses or maybe, recovery boons. It's one of those, like, just have it be a soft bonus for me all the time instead of making me swap, because all it does is it annoys me. I literally use
there's a
no
lot that annoys me.
efficiency. Yeah, it doesn't like stop me from always using it. It functions the same thing. It's just more quality of life. So I guess they weren't thinking about it, and it has to be specifically equipped on your attaché case.
The only thing I can think is that maybe they were trying to stop people from exploiting the charms when trying to do a timed run.
But it's
because
like,
if you have to take the time to actually switch the charm to the most ideal one, you will probably elect to not.
I mean, that's so you could do it quick enough. It's just annoying to do.
Oh yeah,
Because you just got to do it. You got to go to the menu, swap them out, then go to the thing, use it, and then go back, swap it out, and it's just meh. It's just like you just have it be a bonus for the playthrough, and it's on a list. It's just a charm list by your attaché case when you press tab, because there's plenty of dead space there on the screen that shows you your bonuses. And probably the big thing to state, like, it fucking sucks that these are RNG.
Also,
Because
I've said it a couple times, fuck you, just make it a shop. I don't care. I know this is what you want, but I don't care. Make the 8% movement speed of thunder is like, that costs 10 gold tokens. If you want to save up and spend it all on that, good for you. The lower level ones, they're all cheaper in silver, and you can pick up with the specific ones you need. And I know someone's going to be like, but that's not the fucking point of the... It's like, I know. The point they're currently running with sucks. Absolutely sucks. It's all RNG. Plenty of players will get fucking 10 Ada Wongs, and then they won't get anything else, and it's just like, what am I supposed to do with this? And the game's like, oh, it's random, don't you know? And so, yeah, that's the other thing. There's plenty of, like, lower level fixes. Instead of just ripping out the system, you could have it be that, oh, you got yourself a very rare charm, but you already have it, re-roll, and you'll get one of equal rarity, but hopefully one you don't have. It's like, that's pretty simple. Why isn't that in the game? Oh, well, nope. They don't sell for very much. They're definitely not worth the fucking trouble
really
you
don't.
go through to get these fucking coins. So, I feel bad for anybody who rolled with bad charms or no charms.
It's a meaningful difference.
Yeah.
I've had both the knife repair and the body armor repair in the same run, and it just saves you so much cash.
Yep.
Because you're always going to be using the knife, and you're always going to be taking damage, pretty much. So it just saves you so much money. And the 5% upgrade off. Remember, for every 10,000 that you spend on an upgrade, you're saving 500 pesetas, which is, like, because of how much you will spend on upgrades, that's not a small difference. That shit adds up.
Feels wrong to me.
And it's free. You lose nothing by just having it. It's just a flat out discount on something you're going to spend money on anyway.
Also, what's the idea you can put 3 gold coins in and pull out a silver? What's that about?
It probably weighs it where if you put in 3 golds, you still have like a 10% chance of getting a
common, I hate it.
Which sucks.
It makes me think that I'm wasting my gold coins, especially when you get a gold through 3 silvers. It's like, oh, okay.
Or hell, imagine you pull a legendary and it's the one that doesn't, or the one of the 2 that does suck.
That's the thing. I never drew the bear, and I'm kind of
bear.
fucking lucky that I didn't. I got the 2
the bear
Dicko ones.
Sucks.
It's this is what I mean. It's unreal that I could spend all that time getting every coin, and then I don't get anything useful, and someone else is like, I got a couple coins, threw them in, and I got myself like the best charm. So that's neat. It's just like, oh, cool. When if it were like a shop or something that could be better, like what if it was like, oh, you've got yourself 5 common, you can trade them in for a rare. It's like, ooh, that's something.
The interesting thing that I thought this game would kind of explore, and it doesn't really, is this idea that you could essentially sort of make a soft build for your character based off how you want to play or what you like doing. When really, it's randomly applied bonuses to what you're going to do anyway, which isn't interesting. If anything, it's frustrating if you don't get the ones that are just flat out really good. I'm not going to go out of my way to change anything about my behavior in this game because of what I pull, except maybe if I get like a bass charm, I'm like, okay, I'll keep the fish instead of selling it, even though it takes up chances are much needed space anyway, because bass are kind of big and they're not space efficient.
Yeah.
But that's like as far as it would go.
Well, how weird
It's
is it
not
that
really
there's
gonna.
so many Viper charms when it's like I can only think of one time in the game where Vipers turn up a lot, and that's it.
I never used them.
Yeah.
I always sold my Vipers. I just
Find
didn't
like
need
one
the
or
healing, you
two
know.
randomly.
It just
in
feels so
a-
weird. It's like if you're going to give Viper charms to this degree, you should probably have implemented them a bit more commonly. Like you do come across a Viper hero there in the game. Like I feel like there's like maybe 2 or 3 in the castle. It's like there you go.
There's maybe like I feel like there's like 6 or 7 in the game.
Well,
and
that's the
3
thing.
of
There's,
them you
there's like
sell
5
for
of
the
them
spinels.
in the swampy village part, right? There's like a bunch of them
Oh
there.
yeah,
but
yeah, the
that's
fish farm
that's
area,
like the
yeah.
Viper place. And then that's it.
Three
They're
of those,
infrequent
three of those
enough
you have
that
to.
every time there was one in a box, it actually startled me. Like I was like, "Oh no, jeez, I forgot
It's
about
kind of funny.
those.
Even though they didn't show up much at all, it was when I played RE4 originally. They always surprised me.
Yeah.
But here,
Yep,
I
they're
tend
more
to
startling in the
slash.
original.
because
they laugh-
here I
they-
always
Twice.
They jump out at you, yeah.
So,
But yeah,
yeah.
what I think ultimately we could have had was a really interesting system where, based on the attaché case that you're using and its passive bonus, or the charms that you attach to it, you could make interesting little builds that might encourage you to explore different weapons or play styles or do certain things that you might not have otherwise done. And there's all kinds of charms that they could have had that they don't have, that would have given you bonuses to this or lessen the penalties for this, that, and the other thing that just aren't in here. And by the way, I only stuck with the base attaché case that gives you bonus
Handgun ammo.
handgun ammo. I just
Yeah.
stuck with that one. I
Good one.
wasn't
Very good.
really interested in the other ones. I just
You
stuck with it.
I didn't, because I'm retarded, I didn't read the benefits, and so I just went with the one I liked the most in terms of its look, and I went with the gold and red, because I liked the way it contrasted with my items.
Gives you
And
more cash.
yeah, and it drops more per se, so I was just like, that's fine. Like,
I guess that's a deluxe edition one because I didn't ever
yeah,
see
that's a
that one,
deluxe
I don't
edition
think,
one.
yeah.
Which I didn't even.
I
This is what I mean. I didn't
used,
realize the
Red
cases
Room.
gave me benefits from the deluxe edition. I thought they were just colors.
Yeah.
I think there's only 3 in the base game. There's the leather one that gives you a higher drop chance for red herbs, and then there's the
Mhm.
black
resources
one,
L
I
one,
think,
right?
that gives you the chance at getting resources. Which is if I was gonna swap, I would go for that one.
Yeah, I guess the red herb one is the one I use primarily.
And I'm curious too, because sometimes like the base attaché case gives you a bonus of finding more handgun ammo, and a little icon will appear if it is handgun ammo that's generated by the attaché case proccing. And I'm curious because sometimes I'll open up a barrel and it'll only have one item in it, and it's the attaché case bonus of finding 5 pistol ammo, which means that there was otherwise going to be something else in there that was replaced by finding the pistol ammo, which statistically is not always going to be worth it to find. Generally it is. It gives you a lot of ammo over the course of the game for your pistol, but I can't help but wonder how many velvet blues and resources and things
Mm.
got essentially overwritten,
Right.
or even potentially how many handgun ammo 10s or more were replaced by handgun ammo 5s. But I think it's still worth it. But I am just curious if that level of detail was paid to what it can replace potentially, because I don't know.
So yeah, I would prefer to do a completely different system that doesn't rely entirely on luck, but I'd also suggest a bunch of
Yes.
ways to fix this to make it more reasonable, and if you really want to keep the luck element. I was thinking, like, imagine there was 10 charms to get, and they cost 3 coins per thing, and there's just 30 coins to get in the whole game. So eventually you can get everything if you get all of the... it's just normal game mechanics instead of this weird one. You could play this game 20 fucking times, like I did, and not even know there's a bear one. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane.
And if whether it was buying it with extra pesetas, whether it was earning them through doing challenges in game, whether it was using spinels to buy some of them specifically, better systems exist other than pure randomness, especially with how effective they are. I mean, I can imagine if you save And if you were to save 1,000 on every knife repair, and that's being very, very conservative in that estimate, then you're going to save easily 10, 15, 20,000, I feel, on that. Oh, you just save so much money on the knife and body armor repair. Those are like the best two to get. Like, damn.
Yeah, no, and if you roll them, you're in big luck, which is not preferable, I don't think.
Yeah, and like what you just got on stream, the Zealot with a Scythe, plus 20% frequency bonus to crafting SMG ammo. Well, why the fuck would I use an SMG? This is worthless to me. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way to now start using an SMG.
Hey, Rex.
Because
I'll have you know the Chicago Sweeper is amazing once you get infinite ammo.
Yeah.
That's when it's pretty good, okay?
They just hold the button until they die.
Yep. Well, does that wrap
Pretty
us up
good.
on the gachi weird thing system?
Yeah, half-baked system, very poorly
Yeah.
implemented. Could have been cool, but isn't.
It's just such a letdown. You just perfected those
quite a lot.
3 galleries. And it's like, oh, let me go put all my 6 to 9 golden coins in there.
Yep.
Gray
Because
ball,
as we said,
gray ball,
you have to
gold
work
ball.
for this shit.
I never even like made any effort to understand that system. I was like, I figured that there was some way that I could like play it to get the things I wanted, but nope, didn't seem
Nope.
like it.
Disapproved. But it's
Randomissimo.
an extension,
But the
I
inventory
guess.
system is awesome.
Well, so I was going to say it's an extension of the target practice, and we're done with that now, so we can go back to gunplay. Was there anything else one wanted to say about any of the weapons and how they work? And
I don't know.
As far as the way
What
that
about
the
balancing?
weapons behave themselves, one of the things that I didn't... So, shotguns work different in this than they did to the original Resident Evil 4. In RE4, shotguns were essentially... They work like the Force gun in Dead Space.
Yes.
It projects this forward sort of cone of it blows everything back and does a decently high amount of damage. And in Resident Evil, the remake here, its penetrative capability has been extremely softened, which is, I guess more realistic, but fuck that. Instead, it just seems to be pretty much useful as like a super handgun shot, where you'll pretty much hit one enemy with it. Maybe you'll clip some of the ones around it, but it's not really going to do much to them. But it's pretty much like a guaranteed stagger, high damage hit on one, maybe 2 enemies in front of you, really. Which still means it's useful and worth having around, because it's good to have that to generate shotgun ammo as well. But I didn't find the shotgun nearly as useful in this as I did in the original Resident Evil, where it was like a panic button of, oh, they're closing in, or there's multiple enemies in a group in front of me. It's shotgun time.
What's funny about that is that the Skull Shaker's spread is the biggest of all the shotguns, I think, right? Except the Striker, maybe? I think they have the same one. Not sure.
But
of course,
Strike has a bit bigger.
Well, in
Possibly.
either case, Skull Shaker you can get from the get-go, right, as a deluxe weapon, and it's that spread I found was more consistent than even the Riot Gun spread of, let's say it's a circle with 100 dots in it, it'll fill 75 of them at random, which drives me fucking nuts. We kind of brought this up before, but yeah, the shotguns in this game annoy me, while in the classic game they seem much more consistent. Like they always
were a lot
worked.
more
They did exactly
useful.
what they were supposed to do.
There is nothing in this game that the shotgun... I mean, the shotgun behaves slightly differently from, like I said, a charged, like a powerful pistol shot, kind of. It's not used for creating distance... Like, the shotgun in the original was used for groups and crowd control. And in this, it's just like, well, I'll stagger an enemy and do a decent amount of damage to him, or a high amount of damage to him, but it probably won't really affect anyone else around him, really.
More specific
So,
issue
yeah.
that I don't know who would have encountered, because we did some strange things, me and Mel, but I noticed it in his playthrough as well. The stagger factor on the shotgun is not fucking good enough. Like
It's not... Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I need to use those shotgun shells to stagger the shotgun guys. That's one of the reasons I'm saving my shotgun shells, because I know that it's going to do something for me, and it's going to pay off when I need it. And in this one, it's just... I just wasn't using it nearly as much.
Yeah, no, I didn't rely on it as much as either, but there's something that just fucking it inherently fucks me off is that you have like a chainsaw man coming at you, because we played that particular section many times, me and Mel, and you'll have like
Yeah, once,
pistol,
twice.
pistol, and then stagger. It's a guarantee, I think, on professional at like 6 shots, something like that.
Yeah.
And at least you can rely on that. Sometimes it'll crit, which we'll talk about actually next. That's probably a good idea. And you know, you go down faster. But then it's like, oh, he's coming close. I have 1 shot in my pistol left before reloading. It's like, not worth it. Pull out shotgun, and you go boom in his face, boom in his face, boom, and I'm chainsawed, and you're like, what?
Oh, okay.
He didn't stagger from any of those? And you're like, nope. They were all
Yeah,
directly in his
probably-
face with a shotgun. It's like, I know.
Probably because that randomizer was like most of the bullets went past him. There was only 2 little pellets. You dealt like 5.5 damage or whatever.
Yeah, that
so he didn't
60
care.
pixels he covered in, you hit 30 of them. It's like, I
Yeah.
did? And you're like, yeah, sorry. I was like, oh. So, yeah, the shotguns pissed me off in this, as well as the TMP.
Yeah, they just the OG shotguns, the shotguns in the original game offered something that the other weapons simply didn't do.
It felt like they fired a tidal wave.
They fired it wasn't like super high damage, but it was a high damage shot that blasted everything away from you and gave you some space. And they were a lot more reliable in the way that they staggered generally larger enemies
what?
like the chainsaw people.
You know, I liked Rags, and I say this because it was very consistent, but say you have 3 Ganados filling the screen, right? Left, center, and right. You aim that shotgun with the red dot at the center boy, you shoot, and the left and right ones go, whoa, back, and you're like, yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, it's a big...
Get the fuck
it's
out
like,
of my screen.
It's wonderful when it works. It's powerful. And man, if you line it up and there's a bunch of guys at head level and you get that shotgun blast off in the original, you could take off like 3-4 heads maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, that feels good. It feels really good to be able to do that. Just shooting that shotgun into a massive bodies in front of you.
Yeah, and the important element
a
is
video game.
it had a definitive position to take, the shotgun. It was always ready. When I think I spent most of my time, my first playthrough, relying on the pistol exclusively. It was my
I used the
handy
pistol
boy.
a lot.
Yeah, really
Yes,
good.
I found that I was not the rifle is as in the original game. I think the rifle is more useful in this one, though that's a preference thing. When I play the original, I'm pretty half and half on whether or not I get the on whether or not I get the rifle. I never regret it either way. It's probably a sign of good balancing. But in this, man, M1903. Every time it's so good to be able to turn rifle rounds into that high damage. But if there was a weapon between the 3 that I typically use, which is the Red 9, the Riot Gun, and the 1903, I'd probably dropping the Riot Gun. I just don't use it nearly as much. It just doesn't have that useful utility like shotguns had in the original game.
Yeah, I agree.
Give me just a moment though. I need to get a drink. My throat's parched.
No problem. What we'll move into next, I think, still on gunplay, will be crit chance, because it's a big boy that needs discussing. I guess we'll lay the groundwork, being that in the original game, it seems that, and I could be wrong on this, but this is my take from playing it a lot, and just, I think this is how it works. Set damage for everything. Obviously, more damage at weak spots, being like heads and other assorted areas, but then there's a chance I guess you could call this a crit chance, where in the equivalent of like Ganados, you could say that it takes 2 hits to guarantee a stagger. Sometimes their head will just pop off, and you're like, oh, shit. And it's like, yeah, you crit and you killed them. Like, it's a fun little reward, but the irony is that sometimes it can get in your way in that, say, there's several of them, you want to trigger a stagger to kick them all, so you shoot him in the head with maybe your last bullet, and then his head pops off. You're like, fuck. Because now I can't use the thing, and oh shit. So like, you know, there are ways that even could backfire. But the reason I'm saying all this is because they have changed it in Resident Evil 4 Remake to the point where I think on assisted mode it's 1 shot and you get the stagger. I think standard it's 2 to 3. I'm not actually 100% sure. Hardcore it feels like it's 4 to 5, and then pro it can be as much as 6 or something absurd.
Yeah.
So. I say absurd as well, because the thing about it is, when you're cranking up the difficulties, I don't think you can complain necessarily that things take more damage. It has to be a better argument than that. And I think then it comes down to a complaint on consistency. And you'd be like, well, it is consistent. You're consistently getting a chance at crit damage. And it's like, okay, but there are certain points in the game where whether or not I hit that crit determines like my whole fucking run, depending on what I'm doing, which doesn't seem quite right. And when you try and kill both Salvadors on professional without bonus weapons, you have to get the crits or you're out, basically, which feels really strange, especially with how unreliable they are, because you need those staggers. And of course, then that just playing into the regular gameplay, the pistol can be very unreliable in terms of just what you're expecting it to do, to the point where you're like, there's 5 Ganados, just shoot them each in the head, boom, 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 until they fall down. Meanwhile, in the original, it's like boom, kick, boom, kick, boom, kick, boom, kick, they're gone. Like, and you know exactly how it's going to work. I consider this change to have made the combat less reliable, but at the same time, I don't know that if I'm going to be going beyond it much more critically than that. The guns themselves overall seem weaker, but it's likely tied to the fact that this game is just harder than the original. And again, that could be a matter of like, yeah, but you're more familiar with the original. And I'm like, yes, but like, I'm pretty hyper familiar with this game now. And if I was to start it up again on Pro without bonus weapons, it would be a fucking struggle compared to the OG game. Which, to be honest with you, on Pro, if you watch my stream at the end of it, I was like, I really think there should be another difficulty level. This is a little too easy. And that's the level you unlock past hard, so... And, you know, that plays into everything. And like I said, you get that red dot and crit chance exclusive upgrade on the pistol, and it starts to become quite a fucking monster of a gun. Because when you start hitting crits all the time, enemies are staggering or dying consistently, to the point where it starts to feel a bit more like the OG game. So that was a lot. What else does anyone? What do you guys think of crit chance / have you noticed it even?
So while I was doing my very short attempt of 2 Salvadors and professional with only base guns, didn't take me 11 hours or anything. Shut up. Well, I learned a lot about the randomness of crit chances and RNG. So
I heard my favorite R word.
So there's this one Ganado right before you activate the first Salvador that you have to go to activate. You have to go to those double gates, and you're like, here I am. I probably had about 10 different scenarios that I had to account for every time I went that way. Because you stealth kill all the other ones on the way, like the one lady there, and then you go up to him, get your gun out, and it's like, okay, so now it can happen that he can die in as little as 2 shots or 6 shots.
Yes.
And it can be anything in between. It could be 3, it could be 4, it could be 5. But then it could also be... The thing is, it can be like crit, hit, or it can be hit, crit, hit. And then it's just different outcomes every way. And then sometimes when you shoot him, sometimes he just goes back, staggers a little bit, because there's also different kinds of staggers that can happen.
Yeah.
He can go to his knees, he can go back, he can go stunned, so you can kick him. So it's all different ways you have to shoot.
Don't forget as well,
again.
If he staggers near a wall, sometimes it'll set up a new animation where he slams against the wall and he's set up for a knife, but that doesn't always happen. Sometimes you'll slip down the wall or into the wall and it won't proc that, which that can be a win or lose scenario as well.
Yeah, especially with that first Salvador, because sometimes you can get lucky and kick him into that wall, and then you're like, shit, I got only the stagger one, not the knife. It's like, now I can kick him and stagger him and then knife him, which is actually better, but happens.
And you know what's funny, Mel? Sometimes it'll be like, press, left click to stab, and then you'll slash, and I'll be like, no, stab him! And then you click it again, and he stabs, you're like, oh, well, I just got a free slash, I guess. Okay, fine.
Because that's another RNG thing, which is probably not really RNG, but your placement, maybe. But the problem is, if you give me the prompt to press the button to do the thing, make me do the thing.
You better do the fucking
and not
thing.
do another. Don't do a slash. Do the knife stab that you're supposed to do.
It's one of those. You are. It's this. I have a lot of buttons to use. Yeah. I don't have just one button on my fucking controller. What you can do is you can not have the button. If I'm, I think Metalhead probably has the best example in the game of. So if you're running in this game, you're sprinting forward and you click, you will do a slash attack.
Yeah.
And it even has its own little special animation for you, like slashing or kind of doing a little sprint. That's all well and good, but a lot of the times what you'll need to actually do is run up to an enemy quickly so that you could stab them and use a contextual left click now prompt that initiates an animation where you stab and essentially insta-kill them.
Mhm.
So if it's off by a little bit, instead, you're just going to run forward and slash your knife through the air like a retard instead of actually doing the thing that you need to be doing to kill the enemy, because both of these things are controlled by a single button, which seems intuitive in a way because, oh, a knife slide, you're using the knife with the same button either way. Like, yeah, sure, that part is true. But if your timing is off by just a little bit, then you're essentially going to do something that you definitely don't want to do, and instead opens you up to being quite vulnerable in a fight when you very deliberately want to do a specific thing. But I'm assuming that while I was getting my drink and having my pee-pee, that you guys started talking about the RNG staggers in this game.
I've explained exactly how
Indeed.
all of it works, and then left the field open for complaints/praises. So go right ahead, Rags.
All
Yeah.
right. This is probably this is my least favorite part of the game. I think this is why I love both. I really like this game. I love the original. Fringy had mentioned it before that the original has this extremely tight sort of set of mechanics to it. It's very predictable. There is a repetition to it. It's almost scientific and mathematical how you can make these engagements go. And I think it owes itself better to the gameplay that there is this kind of repetition to things, because it kind of turns every engagement into like a tactical puzzle where you are using your resources to the maximum ability and trying to get enemies into particular positions that sets them up for certain things to happen. It will, in this game, there is and I don't know exactly what the math is behind it. I just know it's frustrating. But just because you shoot an enemy in the head doesn't mean that you're going to stagger them. They might not even react to it at all.
Yep.
Yeah.
You might shoot them in the head with a bullet, and they're just a guy, and literally no animation change whatsoever. Sometimes they move a little bit or flinch a little bit, but that doesn't really mean anything other than a very, very slight the flinch, essentially. But in the original game, if you hit an enemy in the head, as long as they weren't armored or anything, or if you hit an enemy in the leg, it would stagger them. If someone is sprinting towards you in the original game, if you pop them in the leg with a handgun shot or a TMP, they'll fall face forward. Every time you do it, that's what will happen. If you do A, B will occur. And that's why when an enemy is sprinting at you, a lot of the times you're like, oh, I don't want to shoot him in the head. He's sprinting at me. I want to hit him in the leg so that he falls prone, right? And he's out of the fight, or I can knife him a bunch, or whatever it is. If you shoot an enemy in the head, doesn't matter if they're in the middle of a lunge. It doesn't matter if they're in the middle of a grab, or they're just standing there. If they're walking, if you shoot an enemy in the head, there will be a stagger. There's two different types, but they're both staggers, and they will both allow you to do the same thing. The only thing that's different is the window that you have to essentially exploit that stagger. It's what gave the TMP its incredible potential value, was that you could, instead of using a pistol shot to stagger an enemy and then use that roundhouse kick or the suplex or anything like that, you could use a TMP, which is essentially a cheap stagger generator. I think it was intended to be like a DPS machine, but instead it's just a stagger machine, which is great, and that's why I love it. It's one of my favorite guns.
But Rags, that's what made the original game such a cakewalk.
And yet, cakewalk as it allegedly is, that game requires a great deal of practice, and knowledge, and
I almost want to appeal to
understanding of its mechanics.
It's known as one of the greatest
really
games of all time. Do you think it got in the way of the fact that it was kind of easy when you get to know it? It's like, that's not a problem. That's fine.
I'm really, really good at Resident Evil 4, the original, to the point where I would call it easy. But that's not because the game is easy. That's because I've played it a shit ton, and I know the strategies, and I know the weapons and the best places to go. It's because I know the enemy attack animations and how to bait out enemy axe swings and how to avoid axes and how to, like, by the way, there is actually a mechanic that is no longer a combat mechanic that's no longer in Resident Evil the remake, and that's Doris's weapons.
Yep.
In the original,
Yeah, you're right.
in the original, if there was a closed door, enemies would pound, boof, 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 open. And that's how it was. Bam, 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 open. That pattern every time. And if there was an enemy on the other side of that door, you could you could kick open the door, because there are two ways to open the doors in the original. There's this nice and slow, quiet way, and then there's kicking it open.
Yeah, it's different.
And what that will do,
pressing one button then double tapping it, right?
Yep, that's right.
You
And it
double
will
tap,
stagger. Yeah, it'll stagger enemies on the other side, which is generally going to be a knee stagger. It'll bring them down to their knees, which for the villagers means that you'll spin and do a kick them forward. For the cultists and the islanders, it'll be a suplex. But that's another little thing that we didn't have. But it was nice to have that. You could use you could use doors as weapons. I don't like it. I really, really don't like it in this game. And the game's good enough in all of its other aspects that I'd still highly, highly recommend this game. And I really like this game, and I'll continue to play this game. But I think that this alone changes it to where I don't think I can like this more than the original.
Weaponized
I love
doors? Specifically, or just
no, not the weaponized doors. No, no. Sorry. Not the weaponized doors.
Also,
Not the
if you
weaponized
don't
doors.
mind,
It's
Rags,
the-
I was going to hold off on that very subject as the last thing we talk about.
Yeah, that's fair. You bet. But yeah, I don't. In this game, you can have. You lose a lot of gameplay potential by randomizing the staggers. Every
Yeah.
encounter in Resident Evil is like a puzzle, like I was saying before, where which enemies are in front of other enemies, and sort of when you shoot them, and trying to line people up for that follow-up roundhouse kick, and using the iframes that's associated with those moves. It's a really fun and surprisingly deep system that turns, like I said, every encounter into like a puzzle that's to be solved. I want this guy to be in front so that if the shield guy's behind him, I can hit him in the head real quick and then get that kick, so I don't have to spend a shotgun shell maybe getting rid of the shield. The roundhouse kick knocks him out. And by shooting enemies in the head 2, 3, 4 times with a pistol and not getting a stagger, it just isn't that interesting. It loses what I think is a really wonderful part of what made the Resident Evil 4 Originals combat so awesome and fun.
Do you think that there is an argument to be made in favor of that unpredictability? And what do you think it is, if there is one?
If there is an argument, if I was going to make the best argument against it, it would be...
in favor of it, I mean, right?
Oh, in favor. Oh, yeah, you're
I'm
in
asking
favor.
you
Right.
to, yeah, I'm asking you to create an argument in favor of it.
I mean, it would certainly be unpredictable. I'm not necessarily sure that unpredictability is better.
I think
In fact, I think a lot of the times unpredictability is worse. If I was going to change the system, if I wasn't allowed to have the original system where headshots would always stagger, leg shots would always stagger, like it basically guaranteed staggers based on shot
Were leg
placement.
shots guaranteed staggers?
In
Or did
the
you
original,
have to shoot more than once? Because I'm
it
sure
might
that
be
I
more
had
than
to
once
shoot
on the
more than once.
leg. If they
And-
were sprinting, it was
because-
always one shot to make them fall to the ground.
Because
Yeah,
what
if they're-
happened for me was, I think when I played 4 originally, I eventually just started defaulting to the leg, because I found that easier than going for the head for whatever reason. And going for the leg wasn't always one shot.
Yeah, I think it's as long if they're standing. I think if they're moving slowly, if they're standing still, I think it's one. But I can't remember exactly. It has been a while since I've toyed around with the Resident Evil 4 combat system. I've played that game a bit, but if I couldn't have the original system, then maybe I'd say like 2 shots would always stagger. Like it was predictable and it wasn't just RNG based, but it wasn't like every bullet. So, or maybe if you hit them in vulnerable there's an idea. If you hit them in vulnerable moments, then their stagger, then it would stagger. So if you get them while they were sprinting.
So something I would say is, so now I could be wrong, but this is the case, right? If they're charging to you and you hit them in the head, they will stop, right?
No, not in this game.
I think they do stop. You don't necessarily get a stagger, but they will stop, right?
By
if you
charging,
shoot a
do you
villager in
mean
the head.
top
Like they're running towards you going, ugh.
I wish I
Like,
could
and if
say
you shoot them-
yes, but I'm actually not 100% sure if they do.
I don't think so.
I don't think that is the case.
No, I don't think
actually.
so.
I could
remember
have
there being
sworn
a
I've had
couple
moments where they're
circumstances
charging
where I
toward me
was
to grab me, I
pissed
shoot them
off.
in the head, and I still get grabbed.
Yeah,
And then
I
I've
don't
had, I think that
Oh,
did
lots
happen,
of
and
time.
someone in my chat
That's
was
the
like, "You're
reason why
supposed to
I'm
duck."
asking is because I'm not sure, because sometimes that does work, and I think sometimes it didn't, but I wasn't sure if that was because I hit them in the shoulder or something.
There-
I will say I think that I don't like that I could shoot an enemy in the head while they're charging me, and that has no effect on them.
Yeah, no,
yeah, I don't like it.
I think it just should have an effect.
It creates
Because
this disconnect of I've shot a bullet into someone's head in front of me in a survival game, and they like nothing happens.
you feel
They just
a headshot. You got to get something for that, haven't you?
yeah,
you
it's
think
like
that a headshot has to stagger, yeah.
you would think, right? It's a game that really rewards good aiming and good your ability to play with the mechanics. And if those mechanics you just get objectively less of them to work with in this game, which sure makes it more challenging in a way, but it also means that it loses a lot of what makes it great.
Well, so there's something to be said then about if you as a player know that your bullet's not necessarily going to have the same impact, could it be said that you failed by putting yourself in a situation
That would be the argument, yeah.
where you can actually, like, you should have kept your
Where it comes
distance is
down
the
to
point.
bullet.
Not necessarily. I think that there is something to that, but there is also the element of a lot of the times fights can go completely differently purely based on the RNG of if you were given a stagger.
I
or
don't
not.
think that addresses the point that's raised, though. Have you failed by virtue of putting yourself in a situation where you can be at the mercy of that system? Should you back up?
Yeah, like
Should you be
as a
engaging
quick
for more of a
example,
distance?
Ganada's coming up the stairs. You've got 3 bullets in your pistol. You shoot all 3 into its head. It doesn't stagger and kills you. And then you go,
I mean,
"Fuck
yeah,
you,
if-
game." It's like, well, no, that was your fault for not backing up and figuring out something else.
In some, yeah, in plenty of cases that could be possible, absolutely. Where if you're in a bad spot and you're not like if you're thinking the mechanics are different than they are, then yeah, you might not play with those in mind.
No, I mean,
which are easy
assuming
to-
I'm assuming that at this point,
like
that
if
the
I
person
gamble,
Yeah, that's not-
sometimes I
understands
won't
that it's
win. Yeah.
possible.
Well, yeah, but
So-
if that scenario played out, you knew it was possible, but you're relying on the heavier likelihood. Like, say it was 70% likely you'd get that
Oh,
stagger.
well,
Calm down. I'm talking to Rags, not you.
okay.
So
I
70% likelihood that you'll get the stagger, you don't, and you're like, for fuck's sake. It's like, well, you've only got yourself to be angry at because that 30%, it won out.
Yeah, it's if I essentially I can gamble and lose. There is an
I
element.
know you don't
of,
like XCOM, Muller.
Absolutely, yeah. XCOM sucks. Fucking
But
making
there
me
is-
miss a shotgun shot when I'm an inch away from somebody. Fuck you.
But there's so much of these fights that completely change based on just did the number generator work in your favor. Sometimes you'll kill enemies all headshots and they'll just die and you won't have a chance to do a roundhouse kick, which would have been more
Yep.
preferable to them dying. There was this happened when I was playing, I think it was yesterday with Mahler on the is when you first enter the castle and you meet Salazar for the first time and you're in that audience chamber and he sicks all the cultists on you. I was able to get a stagger on one of the cultists, and the 3 shielded guys behind him with the wooden shields, not only did this stagger happen at the right time, I was able to get the roundhouse kick and not just knock all the shields out of their hands, but kill all of them in one kick. And it baffled me. It legitimately baffled me. I had no clue how one roundhouse kick could do that much damage. And it the fight was done at that point because I was trying to get the unarmored guys first and trying to set up a stagger because I knew it wouldn't be consistent. So yeah, but I was like, wow, that could have been a really tough fight, but I got lucky, and so the fight was really, really easy to the point where I was just astounded by what happened, and I had no clue. I just knew it wasn't me. It was it just worked in my favor. And I know plenty of times it doesn't, where enemies just won't let me kick them or something like that. But I definitely prefer the old system to the randomized stagger chance, because to my knowledge, in the original, the random element was the critical hits, which would be like an instant kill on enemies. It's like a little bonus.
So that
And
was
it
what I
wasn't
was about to ask. What is the difference between those two, would you say?
So in the it's the amount of randomness, and the randomness can virtually never work against you. The only thing that was random, again to my knowledge, was if you get that essentially critical headshot and their head would
Blow
just
their head
come
up
off.
straight away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'd come right off.
Oh, I did actually mention that
Um,
earlier, and I did
it-
come up with a scenario where it can work against you. Can you think of what it is, Rags?
In the for the critical hits
In the
Ah,
OG game,
okay.
yeah.
in the OG,
Yeah.
yeah, you could have a critical hit where a zombie that you want to set up for a roundhouse kick for the
Right,
enemies
yeah.
around him.
There you go.
Yeah,
Mhm,
I'd
yeah.
mentioned that
It
before.
immediately comes together.
But even then, it's not as bad because the next enemy can be set up for it instead. So it's just one of those.
I mean, well, all we need to do is craft a scenario where it does cost you. It can be a thing
Yeah,
that
it
fucks
can,
you
but
over.
it's very rare in the original that you're like, oh no, he's
No,
dead.
I agree.
Instead
It
of,
is very rare. But would you then concede that to be a flaw or problem in order to make sure you're sure up on the position that this game's unreliability is a problem?
I don't think it's strong enough to where I'd say that it's a problem.
Well, you can.
No, I think it's so rarely going to be an
Well, I
issue that
guess-
works against you that it's almost like, wow, that actually, it didn't help me, but it's just so.
Well, the fix would obviously
You
be
have- you have
if it causes a crit, it should stagger everybody around it, right? And then you don't have the problem ever.
I think it does actually. When you set off ahead, a lot of the times the enemies around it will be staggered a bit. It won't It won't be like combo. You can't like melee kick them, but it will make them flinch.
I'm not even saying I would implement it. I'm saying that. Sorry, when I guess what I mean is that the problem would be cancelled out if when you shoot their head and it pops up that everyone like falls over or something. Then it would simulate like the same thing as a roundhouse kick.
It would solve the problem, but I think it would make it overpowered.
Yes. I guess what I'm saying is that it seems like we've highlighted that it could cause an issue, but it is incredibly rare. The system itself has managed to.
You can invent a scenario that is going to be very rare in the game where it's like it maybe could be an issue in some circumstances. However, even if it was, you would know that the next enemy could then be used for the purpose of that first enemy, what you were going to use them for.
But it also seems like something that it's like an ironic problem because the game is like, congratulations, you've lucked out and you got yourself a crit, and it's like, thanks, it killed me.
Yeah,
and they're like, what?
And that's so much more preferable than, oh, that enemy's dead and out of the picture now, and they're going to drop some goodies for you, as opposed to, oh, yeah, you just shot them 3-4 times in the head.
No crit.
No crit. They're just like, maybe they just die from the sheer damage you put into them, which happens a lot, or it's just like, oh, I would like a system that's a bit more workable than just putting reticles on heads and clicking. If we can get away from the village and RE7 kind of stuff, that would be great. Because I just feel like so much work went into making the remake like the original, but different. That this just feels like, it's what a shame. Wouldn't it be great if you had that red? Like that's like the ideal system. Like if you want to make a game way more difficult, then don't make it less predictable. Make it more reliant on your skill to play around with that predictability. Enemies do more damage. They're more aggressive. More of them have weapons as opposed to not. They throw things more often. There's less pickups. Like less ammo, so your misses are more punished. Things of that nature. Maybe it really gets you to maybe you want to really look into learning that knife as a utility. So get in there and take advantages of the delays between enemy attacks to stab them in the face and trigger, to trigger staggers with your knife. That sort of thing instead of just pumping up the health on headshots.
Because at a fundamental level, right, if I said, I've just made a game, here's the level, go nuts everybody, you get given 10 shots at the beginning, there's 10 enemies in the map, one headshot kills them. So, you miss, you won't be able to kill them all, and they all drop, blah, 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 whatever. And then I go, people found it too stressful, and they often, ran out of ammo, whatever, so I've made it now so that it takes 2 shots in the head to kill everything, but you get 25 ammo at the beginning. It's like, okay, is that better or worse? It's like, what? I guess it's almost like I need to play it to know. It's kind of hard to say.
I mean, statistically, it's easier. But hitting, instead of having a 100% accuracy, you only need 80% accuracy. So, I mean that does make it easier, and it's probably going to be more fun, maybe.
Maybe.
Because, yeah, enemies are weaker with the 10 rounds, but you're not thinking about that. You're thinking about, I cannot miss or else I cannot complete the game. And that will overshadow everything. Whereas, like I said, if you make... I think like the ideal version is, kind of don't make the enemies just more... If you want to give them more health, that's fine, because that's how it worked in the other game too, but the stagger system was still the same. So you could, you'd be using that and using that kind of at its best potential. You'd get better at working within the system and really exploring it to its fullest and using it all the time.
Yeah, because I
Instead
felt
of just like crossing your fingers and really hoping. I sure hope this shot staggers him. I hope this one too, especially on the really tough enemies where like point blank shotgun blast to a chainsaw person just wouldn't do anything.
chainsaw person. Yes. 'Cause I was gonna say as well, like they might be sitting there thinking, well, what are we supposed to do to make it harder? It's like faster enemies, more aggressive
All of
enemies,
the
changing
things, right?
animations, new attacks. There's loads of stuff, and they did do several things that are just mentioned, which is why there's lots to praise. It's just that you feel really fucking uncomfortable when you got a Ganado coming for you and you go boom, 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 boom. What the fuck? Like they're still not staggered.
Perfect accuracy on their head. Give me something. I think, isn't it on Professional, the first guy that you fight in the game, you have to hit him with like 8 shots to kill him?
You don't kill that guy. you walk past that fucking guy. Because Jesus Christ, he doesn't drop anything as well, right? There's no fucking point in killing that guy.
It's like, yeah, I'm like, oh.
I think that's such a piece of... He should have dropped something special, not nothing. It should be like, if you kill that first guy, if you're going to make it so it costs basically all the ammo you spawn with, surely he should drop either a 10-shot, handgun ammo, or like money. Why the fuck did they make him drop nothing? What's that about?
I don't know. It's one of those example time. You remember in Resident Evil Village, near the beginning when you find all the survivors of the village, and nothing fucking happens as a result of that. But you're getting chased by the guy in the hallway after the fire starts.
Yeah.
You remember that part?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, the correct move is to do nothing, because no matter how much you shoot him, the same result occurs. Now, when you're playing the game, especially the first, maybe second time, depending on what happens, you might be thinking, "Oh, this is a bad guy, and I have a gun, and I know what to do. This is like a really easy puzzle. I want to shoot the bad guy so he doesn't hurt me, because that's the game that we're playing." But the game is actually saying, "You fool, you damned fool. You're wasting ammunition. It literally has no effect. It's just a lie to create tension. What you need to do is nothing, because it's the same outcome no matter what." Because Resident Evil 8 is a shit game.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Ryan, I've kind of wiped it from my memory as well. Like,
I know, it's so fucking forgettable. That's because the
go check out our discussion on it to see why we hate it, by the way, if you wanted to know.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, where, oh, you spent 8 pistol shots fighting this first guy? Fuck you.
Fuck you, yeah, pretty much.
Like, why would you shoot enemies trying to kill you? You run away from them to save your 8 shots. And remember, you only start with 10, so 80% accuracy, which is good, by the way. Yeah, don't miss, or else you'll be out of ammo, and he's still coming after you.
It's crazy. On chainsaw difficulty in the demo, they spawn 3 in that opening, and like I said, you can kill them all and you get nothing. So it's just like, so avoid them all then. It's like, yeah, and you got to practice until you figure out the animations to know where to run at what times. Which
I think it was my first, because I started Professional, I just didn't finish it. I just want to have fun. The first 3 villagers, I got all headshots without missing and no stagger opportunities on any of them, and I was like, oh, okay.
It feels weird.
I'm just like, this doesn't feel like Resident Evil 4 anymore.
I saw that was amusing me. It was like when I was watching Fringy play the new game. He started on hardcore and he's doing a lot of leg shots. And I was like, he ain't gonna be doing that for much longer. Because it doesn't do shit on the new game. You gotta hit him in the head, and even then you don't get a guarantee of staggers. Because I relied on leg shots in the OG game. TMP leg shots was just.
I would. If they were, I'd do headshots pretty much all the time, unless they were sprinting. Like I said, they were sprinting and you hit them, they'd fall on their faces and they go straight down. And that was useful.
Yeah.
Headshot, kick, run, knife.
The value plays in that game are fun as fuck.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it's the look at the inventories of the really good experienced players and the new casual sorts of players, and there will be a huge difference.
Does that about do it for gunplay, guns in general?
I was
I
I was just gonna make a point when Fringy was asking to kind of steelman the multiple shots to stagger or stagger chance. Uh, Maybe I was not processing this correctly, but I found that as I upgraded my weapon or switched to better handguns, I would get much more reliable staggers on headshots. So I think it's possible they might have designed it as just an incentive to grind out better guns and
No,
upgrades
it's
and things
tied
like
to it's randomized within parameters based on what you're using. So
that.
yeah, like shotguns will always like blast them back or stagger them if they don't aren't killed outright. Um, More powerful weapons, I think it's probably I'm not certain how exactly it works, whether it's tied specifically to the amount of health remaining in the enemy or the sheer power of the shot that hits him in the head, which is I think what it is. Because I think a rifle, like if you use the 1903 against a brute and hit them in the head, you're going to get much higher, staggers per shot opportunities than if you were using a pistol. But I'm not certain what the numbers are. But
Yeah, I guess the way it seemed to be making sense in my head, and again, I'm not like looking at the code or really picking this apart to analyze it specifically, but how it was making sense to me was that each area that you're staggering on, be it a foot or a head, has almost like a Fallout style, like percentage of health per the body part. And then once you've satisfied that health threshold, then it staggers. I don't know that that's necessarily what it could be, but that's just how it made sense to me when as I got a more powerful pistol, I found I was much more reliably getting staggers per shooting the areas of the body that I thought should be staggering it, based on what I know of the original game.
I'd have, I don't know. I'd have to see the numbers because I can't. I just don't know how the system works
Yeah.
because enemies get more durable as the game goes on, but you are upgrading your weapons in order to compensate for that.
Yeah.
I don't know how the math works out. If different enemies, if different like if different weapons had different stagger chances, or if they had like coefficients that works. There probably is behind, under the hood, and a lot of this I'd be really interested to see because man, I love me info. I'm a gamer, man. Tell me if if I scroll in here to this excellent assault rifle in RimWorld and I click that I see the damage, stopping power, armor penetration, the rate of fire, burst shot count, range, accuracy, close, medium, short, long, range, cooldown, aiming time, and yeah, just give me those numbers. Give me those delicious numbers. I love them.
Mm-hmm.
I love them.
Completely agree on that one. Funny enough, Thunder mentioned it, and I was like, oh yeah, we should probably talk about it. Throwables, meaning like grenades. Something I wanted to mention that I think is kind of funny is me and Rags, when I played the OG game recently and we were talking about it, it's like incendiaries are this weird grenade in the OG game that doesn't quite fulfill either role very well. And so, for anybody who doesn't know this, flashes are fucking great and grenades are great.
Mhm.
Incendiaries are okay.
These are fine. They're the
they
first
work.
to,
It's just, you know.
they're the first to go when you start needing inventory space.
Mm-hmm.
They essentially work as a somewhat damaging stun.
Yes.
They will
I honestly think they're like a halfway point between both, and that ends up
much,
making them
yeah.
less preferable than both.
They stun enemies by lighting them on fire and making them go through the animation and fall down.
Mhm.
And they do damage because the fire does damage to them. It doesn't do as much damage as a grenade. It doesn't have the same kind of stun and Plagas insta-killing as the flash grenade has. They're fine.
So
And
this
one of the
game,
things
I was just going to move on, but if you want to carry on that.
well, it's talking about incendiary specifically. I think it's kind of a shame with how good the fire mechanics are in this game that you don't have a fire throwable.
Yeah. Well, so I was
and
going to say it's funny. They removed the incendiary in this game, and yet they've improved all the fire mechanics. And so it's like, what are you doing?
Yes.
I would have
Well, I
loved to
thought
have had incendiary grenades or a Molotov in this game. It would have worked. What are
There's
you
so
doing?
many places where you can
Just-
funnel enemies and just throw one in there, and then you can just set them on fire because they get slower first, I think, and then they start to go like, I'm on fire.
Yeah.
It's really
Well,
good.
what they did was they removed an incendiary grenade and added a different kind of frag grenade that does the same thing, just with better numbers.
Yeah.
Which I
Yeah,
thought
that's
was
true.
really strange.
It is strange.
The fire in this, it's kind of wonderful. Not only does it look great, but enemies don't just instantly, like, it's not like an explosion of fire. It's kind of like the fire happens and it spreads, and if an enemy stays in it long enough, they are set alight. And so they go into an animation, oh no, I'm on fire, and it stuns them, and and it does damage over time. And that's really kind of neat. It encourages you to use them in particular ways, or plan ahead and get your timing right with dropping oil lamps, or
Hmm.
encouraging enemies to fight you and stay in fire. So if you are at the edge of fire and an enemy comes up to you and you just block their attack, it's almost guaranteed that they've been in the fire long enough to where they start catching fire. So it's really neat the way that fire kind of works. But
The,
they don't have Molotovs or incendiary grenades, which is as a throwable, which is, I think,
As much
kinda
as
lame.
it was a strange choice, the small and large grenades, I did find that the small grenades early in the game served their purpose, and then they started getting weaker and weaker as went on, and then we unlocked the large ones, and it went back to being
Yeah.
effective again. I was like, okay, I guess, yeah, that it all works.
Yeah. The little grenades, the little hand grenades, they essentially turn into like just an area damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty
sure
shit in the late game.
But yeah, which is kind of a shame. I don't feel like that. I feel like that's one of those things where it should be useful throughout the entirety of the game, not just kind of early game and sort of in the castle. It's always one of those valuable things like, oh, I've got a grenade. This
would've
is
just-
really useful.
Again, settle for you just have the standard large grenade. You don't even call it large grenade; it's just called grenade, and it does a halfway point damage between the current small and large, and then incendiaries / Molotovs. That just seems like the obvious no-brainer. Maybe they did try it and something got in the way, or some code fell apart. I don't know, but
Or if there was only one kind of grenade that you'd find, and maybe a use for crafting materials would be to turn a small grenade into a big grenade.
that's another thing.
Yeah.
Good, yeah, that would have been cool. Because I craft things because I'm running out of space, and I need to make things go away so I have more space for things.
Mhm.
And it would have been really kind of cool if we got more options for crafting things that were like upgrades to the stuff that we had.
Yeah, to have a crafting system and then to have it be, you're going to be like, how is that limited? If I say, it does herbs, grenades, and ammo, but it still feels like it is kind of limited. Like there's not that
It
many
does
things you can do
feel
with it.
very limited, yeah. It's like that's the thing. It's kind of like the charm system, where it's like you have the start of what could be a really interesting system, but
Not
we
quite
could
there, a
do
little bit
more.
half baked, yeah.
Yeah, we could do more with this. It could be
But
so much.
like the crafting and the ammo stuff, because we're kind of into inventory as well as the items in there now. Didn't get in my way. The only time it quote unquote got in my way was when I was trying to pick something up and it's like inventory's full and I have loads of gunpowder and stuff, and I'm like, oh right, I guess I'll make stuff then.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't quite the effect you want. You want it to be like, oh, I've picked this up, I can make this now. Not, oh, I've got all this stuff, I should make something. But it's hard to say that I fully blame the game for that. It might have been me not taking full advantage of it, but a lot of the time I was like, I'm currently good for my pistol, rifle, and whatever ammo. I could make more of any of them, but I don't want to make any of them yet because that means I've committed, and I'd rather keep it for when I have a chance at losing some.
Why don't you just put it in storage, Mahler?
Oh,
Well-
I did hear you wanted to talk about that, so why don't we talk about that?
Well,
How storage
So,
interacts with inventory.
So you have
Not a
storage
lot.
in this game. The things that you can put in your storage are weapons, first aid sprays, and knives.
Yep.
And ammunition, of course, ammunition, right?
And
and
nothing
resources.
else.
And
Because
nothing
it is-
else.
Yeah, that's
Nothing
it.
else.
No, wait, you forgot ammunition. What about?
No,
You can't put ammunition in there.
But,
no, you
but
can't
you-
put ammunition in
but
storage.
you can't. Why
No,
would you not be able to?
Well, why would you? You can't put gunpowder in there. You can't put extra ammunition. You can't put. You can attachments. Yeah, if that matters to you, if that matters to you at all. But you cannot put gunpowder. You can't put extra ammunition. You can't put herbs.
Grenades.
You cannot put grenades. You can't put fish, vipers, eggs, anything else other than what we named. All those things you cannot store, which means that a lot of the times you're just like, I don't know, like encouraged to store splurge or sell or
In my
it's
stream,
kind of a shame that they had that system, but then you can't do anything, you know.
having people backseat can be annoying, but when you have people backseating with bad advice, it's like the worst thing ever. And several times in my stream, I'd be walking around with a bunch of shit in my inventory, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh god, like I'm gonna need to sell something or do something. And some genius in chat will be like, just put the fucking gunpowder and stuff in storage. I'm just sitting there like, yeah, man, I'll get right on that.
Yeah, no problem. I got it.
Yeah,
see you
thanks
played
Mark
this
hasn't
game.
played the game trying to give me advice on the game, but I promise I would if I could. It would just kind of add to the better you get, the more you get to keep for later, for when you want to like splurge or whatever at another time, or just save it because it's fun to be able to save that stuff and build up a stockpile over the over an account period.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can't. They just sort of did this weird thing of you could store guns and first aid sprays and like the two weapon attachments you might get and knives. Like you can put kitchen knives in storage for when you really need a kitchen knife
Yeah.
later. But a grenade, nah.
It's
Use
so
it like-
it's so counterintuitive though, because you feel like, oh, this is like the safe place. So if I grab all these resources and I don't need them right now, I'm gonna put them in the storage, and when I'm back at this little safe house, I can just refill because I was frugal with my stuff before, so I can just use it now because I went for like a hard section. Now I can grab all my gunpowder and my resources and go like ding 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 ding. I got all my ammo back. But it's like, no, you keep it or you die.
Well, yeah, and like claims are made of, like, it's supposed to be encouraging you to do something with them. And it's like, why are you punishing me? I'm saving it up. That should be something you
Yeah.
reward me for.
I mean, I guess you could sell it, but it's like I don't.
Maybe
Like, I don't
maybe I
know.
don't want to sell it.
You don't want to. Yeah, it's like at that point, I'm not selling it to make money. I'm selling it because it needs to go.
I was gonna say, like,
I'm
yeah,
selling it
I wasn't
rid of
gonna. The whole reason it's there is I'm not selling it because I think it'll be useful at some point. But I'm trying to be, disciplined, not just spending it for the fucking sake of it.
Right.
Just yeah, it's annoying that this storage system exists. And you're like, oh, sweet. That's something where I guess I put my stuff from my inventory in there, and that means I cannot use it until I get to a typewriter next time. Don't question that, by the way. Like, in universe, like, what the fuck? I put it into a typewriter and I can grab it from... It doesn't matter. But yeah, to be like,
Very
oh, well,
large
no, you can't put
typewriter.
anything. Just guns, knives, and medicine. You're like, why? Don't really know.
Yeah, it's really odd.
Yeah, that's kind of annoying. But what else can we say? We just talk about how I was a little bit concerned with moving over the Resident Evil 4's. One of the most famous things about it is it has what people usually say is the best inventory management system in all of gaming.
And it's not even complicated at all.
No, it's super
No.
simple.
And it's
super
so
simple.
satisfying.
Yep. People often say it's one of the best parts of the gameplay, like because ordering things by color or by size, and everyone has their own preferences, and you can make it all look so great. And then, as you're in the middle of fights, the clarity at which you ordered it can be so helpful for you understanding exactly where you stand resource-wise, and it's all you deciding how things will look. And I don't know. I'm happy to say I think that they translated it pretty damn well in terms of the actual management of those things.
The only part, I don't know if that was just for me, but if you buy something, I don't know, let's say you buy like the big rocket launcher, and then the game is like, you have the space, but you need to move some stuff around. It's like, okay. I found that in this particular case, when you need to move stuff around there, it's very unresponsive when you're at the merchant.
It's a very strange quirk, but that is absolutely right.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that was just me or if I imagined
I
it.
noticed it, yeah. To the point where...
I don't know why.
So, when you're trying to be quick, right, you'll hold down for an item, it'll select, and then you hit Q to spin it, and you can put it somewhere else. Or I would, anyway. I don't know what everyone's shortcuts are. When you're in that screen where you've bought something off the merchant, you'll have to hold it for longer before you can hit Q. And what you'll notice, even on my playthrough, is that whenever I've bought something off the merchant and putting something in, I'll often switch tabs by accident because I'm hitting Q before the item has been selected, because the timing's changed now. It's not as quick as it is normally. Really strange bit of coding. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, no idea what's happening. So yeah, that was. But other than that, it works pretty great.
There's even
Uh,
there's an auto sort button.
Yeah, so there's the
left-
controversial, Rags, the
I hate the
controversial
auto-sort.
auto sort. I actually think it's perfect. You want to know why? It
Why
makes
is it
things
perfect?
fucking ugly. And so
Oh,
if you want to skip doing it yourself, you can have your ugly ass inventory. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Oh, I hit it by accident once. And I almost threw up.
It was
yeah, that's
horrifying.
why I hated it.
It just squishes it all in the top left
No,
corner.
I was
It
going
was
to say,
if
Mark,
you're
you want it to be ugly because people shouldn't have it auto sorted to look beautiful. That takes out like a whole element of the mechanics, all right? They get punished.
effort.
I think it's wonderful. It's like, all right, we'll sort it.
Yeah, we'll sort it for you, but it'll look like
yeah, we'll
shit.
sort it for you.
Looks
It'll look
like
like shit.
ass.
So there you go. That's your deal with the devil.
I keep
Uh,
hitting
but
it by
yeah,
accident because it's
I
on alt. Can you
legitimately,
not change the button for it? I assume you can.
maybe I think mine was left alt, but
Mine was left alt as well.
Yeah.
I really do appreciate the auto sort button. Sometimes I just want to make the room, and I don't want to go through and manually move every single thing all the time.
There's
That
never
would-
a time for me where I will always figure out the room myself.
This is
Also,
always
the
always this
algorithm.
feeling like you just play the game. It's like, oh, I'm gonna look at my inventory. It's like, oh god, that's unacceptable. I need to move
I'm
it
so
right
sorry,
now.
everyone. I didn't
Time
know.
to
I
do
didn't
some
know.
optimizing.
So yeah, I don't know. I think they did a good job with translating it, but it was pretty simple to translate. It would be surprising if they fucked it up.
Hard to fuck up.
And let's put it this way: I hope if you make Resident Evil 5 remake, you fucking take it over this time.
Holy shit!
Bring it with you.
I started Resident Evil 5 like not too long ago because I was just fucking around. I was like, what's this inventory? What is this? Why is this like? What is it, like
9
three-
slots, bitch.
Yeah.
3x3? And then it's
everything
so
takes one.
Disgusting. It's disgusting. I hate
Everything's
it.
one. Yep.
Why would you ever
Uh-oh.
do that? Why would you scrap your
Dude, it's
inventory
part of
from
what
RE4?
gave RE5 its reputation was that I think a
I'll
lot
tell
of
you
people
what.
wanted the sequel to RE4 and they got that instead, which is like, oh, you're doing something
Because
else?
of co-op. I think co-op
Damn.
was the main reason why they had to change it, so that it was always really easy to use on the fly, because you only had 9 slots, and so it was very easy to memorize, and you could use it quickly, and you wouldn't have to pause the game for the other player. That's what I think the reasoning was behind it. And this will be a little bit of a controversial opinion,
Uh-oh.
but I think there were some positive aspects of changing the inventory system in 5, but they're almost like consolation interesting things, not like actually things I think are like kind of worth it.
Mhm.
For instance, by changing you to only have 9 slots, it significantly increased the value of ammunition capacity in a weapon. For instance, the starter pistol can be upgraded to hold 100 handgun rounds in the magazine, which means that you essentially are freed up one of your precious 9 slots. You don't even have to carry spare handgun ammo because you can carry 100.
Keep reloading
in
every
the
time you
gun
pick it up.
itself. And you would weigh much more heavily weapons that would allow you to have larger magazines, because it frees up a much more relatively precious inventory space. But that does by no means, do not take that as a defense of the change in the system. Just that there were interesting things that kind of came about by changing it to only having 9 slots.
I understand. Anybody else got anything for the inventory?
I just love taking breaks to get super OCD about organizing it. It was just the most delightful thing to do in the middle of a stream, especially if you get to the end of a very difficult battle and you have a bunch of new items and it's like, let's rest.
It's also
Let's
when
rest.
when you like your inventory is completely full. It's like, oh, I need a merchant. I need to sell like all this shit, and then it's all free. It's like, ooh,
Oh.
so much more space to do more things. Put more
Can't believe I
The
haven't mentioned
canvas
this.
is prepared. Let me paint.
With everything we've talked about, I can't believe I haven't mentioned this already, but yes, I agree with several people in chat already. Capacity upgrades do not refresh your ammo. Sad face.
Yeah.
That is
learned
true.
that.
Yeah.
That's that no longer. Yeah, that is indeed a change.
I think I said when I was playing the OG, if they update it so that doesn't happen, it's not a flaw, it's just a thing.
It adds a
makes me
little bit-
sad.
Adds a little bit of extra strategy of, well, if I use all these rounds in the shotgun and I get that capacity upgrade, then I get 7, 8, 9 extra shells, or And with the
9 free shells.
the OG TMP, which could be upgraded to have 250 rounds,
Mm.
if you use like you could play through the whole game and never reload the TMP, use it the entire game. If you just make sure to don't do it. Just wait until you can
It's
get
fun.
the next capacity
Like-
upgrade. It's a fun little thing. Like it's like a
Yeah.
little mini game. It's a game in a game.
And I wonder if it was a deliberate, definitive thing. They were like, "No, we're not carrying that over because it'll make things easier than we're looking to make them, or something." And it's like, "Oh,
If you
oh,
say
that's
so.
bad." Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it
okay.
would have been. Oh, but we'll add like knife durability and stuff like that. I was like, okay, yeah. But it was a neat little thing in the old games where
Yeah.
I could go out, shoot my shots, and not reload, and then try to use the other weapons instead. It's a little game within a game that I really liked.
There's a risk reward element too of carrying around a dry weapon.
Yeah,
Is that it's like, well, this is burning a hole in my inventory.
that's the
but
fun thing. It's like
I
self-imposed
just
challenges that have really
reload.
great payoffs if you get it right. Well, because I know where we can move next, but I'm just making sure we've crossed the T's and dotted the I's on. We've essentially done guns and inventory and movement all on Mr. Leon there. Have we missed anything with those lot?
I don't think. Did we? I was gone a little bit earlier. Did we touch upon how Leon doesn't stagger anyone, but gets staggered by just getting breathed on?
Well, I guess we kind of covered that with movement. I felt like he's too easy to push over a lot.
Timid, yeah. You
Oh,
need to
okay.
run that bitch down. You're sprinting at an enemy. I
Yeah.
wish there was like you either bump into each other and maybe cancel each other out and both stagger a bit, or you brush past her or like push them down or something like that.
Mhm.
Like come on, you're a strong man. You're a strapping young lad. Push down that lady.
Well,
Do it.
does anyone know how to actually cause him to prevent them from grabbing him? Where he pushes like they go to grab and he puts his arms in such a way that he sort of moves past them. Don't know how to reliably cause that to happen.
That's a
I do
good
not-
question.
I
'cause
don't
I've
know.
no
I
clue.
never found out. I've played this game for a while, and whenever it happens, I'm always like, "Oh, that's nice."
What
Why
do
did
I
that
do?
happen though? Like,
Yeah.
It might
what
be
caused
if
that?
the grab is like on the edges of like the hit area or the grab area, but I just don't know. I don't know.
Because sometimes I think that's the ends of grabs. Like, dude, I have been fucking entered into a grab animation when I'm just like, no way they get me. And it's like, they got you. It's like, fuck it, hell. Like at the end of animations or when it doesn't look like they've even connected. God,
They
it's
like
so
slide
fucking
you
annoying.
into place because of the
Particularly,
grab. Yeah.
which is particularly fun when it's a Salvador because that's just an insta kill, at least on the higher difficulties.
Salvador?
the doctors. Wait, what?
Oh,
Chainsaw Men?
they don't. Well, they just kill you. They don't grab.
Yeah, no, I mean sometimes you're at the edge of the thing and you think, oh, there's no way he's gonna grab me.
Oh,
like,
right,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
way
Sorry,
too far away.
I was thinking maybe there's an animation where he actually like takes his free hand and grabs you by the throat or something. I was just like, I didn't see
Oh,
that
no.
one. But yeah, they can get you in some really bullshit places. It's the kind of thing that can get you in like Dark Souls, where it's like as long as the edge of their hitbox hits the beginning of your hitbox, you're done. And it's like, right.
Yep.
That's probably worth going into. Actually, treasures. It was mentioned in chat.
Oh yeah, another thing that I think is pretty neat about
I
this
really
game.
like the treasure system in this one.
So,
Yes.
yeah, in this in the Resident Evil 4 remake, you find treasure pieces of two different kinds, pretty much. Ones that are just used for selling as is, and they're labeled as such, thankfully. And then you find treasures that have sockets in them. Sockets
Yeah.
come in two varieties, circular or square. And during your adventures,
Rectangular.
during your adventures, you find these different shaped gems like emeralds, beryls, the purple ones like aphrodite, whatever. You find different. You like five different
Alexandrite.
Alexandrite. That's the one. You find yellow diamonds. You find different colors of these gems, and you essentially take these little gems you find, and you can put them into the sockets of all the treasures that you find with those sockets. And depending on using a variety of colors or same colors or all the same color, and whether it is that circle or rectangular gem that's put in there, you can essentially increase the value to differing degrees of all the treasure that you find. So you could find a crown that has 3 rectangular sockets and 2 circular sockets, and based off of the colors that you use for the circles and the squares, you can increase the value by like different multiplicatives.
Yes.
So it adds like a little mini game
Mm-hmm.
to selling and acquiring treasures. That kind of encourages you to hold on to them until you need to sell them, and then work out what's the most value I can get out of these treasures by using the gems that I actually get.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and this is even an instance where they tell you the multipliers.
Yeah, they give you all the answers on a sheet.
Give
so
you what
can
you want,
use your
what
brain,
you need.
basically. And there was several moments on my stream where I was checking out different combinations and seeing what the results were, and then judging the rarity of the items to be like, I wonder if, the correct route is this or this or this. And I was just thinking to myself, like, what fun they've made for me when it could have just been sell this for money. It's like, yeah, okay.
It's really neat.
And that's no knock at the original. I like how treasures work in the original game too. I just, I don't know. I thought this was really
It's
cool.
better.
Yeah, in the
I think I would.
original-
Is it? Can you say it's better or is it different?
I think that
I think it's better here.
I think this adds an extra little layer of strategy that pays off the
Yep.
more you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And in the other game, it requires you to get more. What the fuck was that? It requires you to get more specific things. So, like, an elegant mask only gets certain kinds of gemstones specifically at these locations.
Yeah.
The butterfly lamp only gets the drops from like the Novista doors, or the beer stein only gets the like, cat's eyes or whatever. But in this, it's definitely more of a you've accrued all of these things and you can mix and match now based on all the stuff that you found. And I really kind of like it. Like I said, it's like another little game within a game that you can sort of min max. And I like it. It's not overly complex to where it feels like a chore or anything. It's something I really appreciate.
Yeah. No, I think I entirely agree.
Yeah.
To the point even that in the OG game, when you're like, man, I feel like I searched everywhere, and then someone in chat says, yeah, you can't get that anymore. It's like, okay. Now, that's not to say that doesn't happen in this game still, but when you've got the crown, you've got the 4 different colors, and you're like, damn, I need one more of these things. And it's like, well, keep looking around. You're probably going to come across it eventually. Like, okay, cool. But of course, like, if you miss a crown... By the way, one of the fucking additions from the deluxe map or whatever is a crown.
You get a 3rd crown.
Man, I didn't know about any of this.
Ruin a fucking crown. That thing can be worth
That's-
100,000 pesetas with the
That
right
can be worth a
inlays.
lot.
Like,
And I'm pretty
of
sure
money.
on my first playthrough, I just got them all for 100k straight up. It's so much money.
it
That's
is, and I like it, but then I'm like,
insane.
why you stop? Like, please. And they're like, what do you mean? You like this? And I'm like, no, not even a little bit.
Now
And
that
you
I
fucking
know,
can't even turn it off. What the fuck? Like,
now that I know that I got that extra and just played pay to win. No, you make me feel bad.
yeah, it could have warned me. Which I guess I don't remember. I remember them warning that you get the map, but I don't remember them saying like you're getting exclusive treasures that only exist because you bought the thing. Like I said, I was doing it mainly for the skins, which
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll talk about. We could. Like, but yeah, I guess that's it for the treasures. We could
Maybe there's 3 treasures I think you can miss in your playthrough.
Can't you miss all of them?
No, I mean you can't go back and get them later. You can't backtrack to them because it's the Ashley section. If you don't grab the treasures right away, you're not allowed to go back.
Oh
to
yes,
grab
because
those
it's what I
treasures.
missed my first playthrough on her section.
Also, it's
yeah, you can't. Yeah,
probably
because
worth
she has.
mentioning, of course, in a broad sense, all of them can be locked off depending on what part of the games you're in.
Sure, you can just miss the whole village section at some
Yeah.
point, and then you can
I know
go
what you
back.
mean.
But when you're
That
in the
one
castle,
isn't as
and
intuitive, I
after-
think. Like, you wouldn't have thought that if you miss them as Ashley, you can't get them as Leon. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's
because
strange.
you can backtrack for basically all of the treasures, and if you're careful. But here's just like, no, you can't. She doesn't even drop the keys you need to open the
Which
chest.
I think is so strange. Why not
Yeah,
just let her
I
drop the
think that-
keys?
That whole
Yeah.
segment, yeah, like Metal said, that whole segment with Ashley, you can go through back again as Leon and get like an assault rifle and some other really good stuff. Like it's something you want to do. You got to go down there to kill a bounty, but you don't get the key. So if you didn't get it with Ashley, well,
Yeah.
tough
There's the
titties.
thing, kind of pushing into a discussion on what I wouldn't mind talking about is kind of the world in this and level design. I quite love what they've done with the village and the castle and the island, but they have them not only locked off from each other, but there are several moments in each of these places that lock themselves off from themselves. And I don't know, man. Maybe I'm asking for too much, but why couldn't I have had it all be interconnected?
Yeah,
All of
just
it.
let me go all the way back. Would be so cool.
Yeah, there's no reason why, because you like when you
The
go
island,
back
maybe?
when you go back later to the manor to Mendez's house. You go back later and there's just randomly a tree fell and there's like
Right,
a
yeah.
wall there, so now you can't go to that area
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
And I'm like, why? Like
Why?
seriously, what is the you went out of your way to code this and make it, and like why? What are you preventing me from getting that I
That would like ruin the game or something.
yeah. What do you not want me to have there? What's going on?
The big example that I can't remember if this was on stream or not that we were talking about it, but in the original game, you beat the house horde mode mission, and then you get to soak up everything on the floor because you defeated the Ganados. In this game, surprising everyone, you play a cutscene and you'll never get back in that fucking house.
No.
It's like,
Nope.
why?
And then you
Why?
get the minimap. You get the
taunts
ultimate.
You.
You
The
get the
minimap
ultimate.
taunts you by saying, "Oh, look at all that stuff in that house."
You could have picked
Can't
all
go
that
there.
up, but you didn't know. So
Yeah,
too late.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
On pro mode, on stream, by the way, I killed the brute, and then I was like attacked by some Ganados. I was heading over to the fucking emerald, and then the cutscene played, and I was like, nope, we're going back. Like, you're not taking the fucking emerald from me.
Yeah.
No way. It's really lame and annoying, and I don't know why they've done this when I think that they had the technology clearly to not only connect all three maps to each other with, like, you know, for the castle, it's the drawbridge, that's a cutscene, and then you end up in the other one, right? Loading time, I mean. And then, of course, the speedboat. You go to the speedboat, you end
Yeah.
up back at the castle, speedboat, back to the island. And then it's like, okay, so that solves the problem of the three places connecting. How do we make it so that they're all interconnected? It's like, any problem you're encountering in terms of, like, we can't have Leon be able to go all the way back to that starting basement place, can we? And it's like, why not?
Yeah, why
What's
not?
so wrong about going all the way back there? You know what's funny is when you can use the key to access that basement, and then it's like, do you want to sell it? I was like, well, I guess so. Is it of use in any way? Like, I just
Well, it
find it
is a
amusing. You kill the
key
guy who owns the house, you take his fucking basement key, and then you go to the merchant and sell it. That just sounds funny to me in a way.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the merchant want this for?
Actually held on to the keys in the beginning. It's like, maybe they make me use it again, but yeah, no. If they tell you can sell it, you can just get rid of it. Don't. Not
So,
one of these. No bonus thing. Is, what
I
I'm
love
saying.
the world, but man, does it disappoint me because it could have been perfect. It
No
it
reason
wasn't
why it
perfect.
can't be all connected. It's all completely. They just like I can't say it's essentially arbitrary. It's like why? What's the reason other than you just decided I can't?
They
Yeah.
seem perfectly capable of doing it, and I can't see any reasonable reason why it couldn't be that way.
It took them more effort to stop me than to just kind of allow me in other segments. So just
Maybe they thought it would be a really good meme.
maybe.
Yo,
You're also
you know
you're
what?
given the boat, the boat for the what's the fish's name again? Big fish monster.
Big fish.
Elago, yeah.
Elago.
You're
Oh,
given
Big fish.
basically sort of what I always kind of thought was almost like a God of War style canoe. It's like, hey, this is an area where I can navigate this
Oh,
this
that-
river
oh, that
slash
was
lake
cool.
area. Like, it's a lot more open than I thought it was going to be, and that would have been the solution right there to be like, well, if you're at the island and you want to get back to the village, there's a boat now that we designed gameplay for.
Yeah, and I got I was strange when I'd done the mission there, and then I was grabbing something from the merchant, and he said, you know, take care of anything you need to, mate. You wouldn't want to be, you know, thinking what if. And I was like, I think I said to chat, I was like, wait, am I not allowed back here? And they were like, no. I was like, what?
But why?
But like, there's no reason not to be.
not?
And it's like, no. You're
Yeah.
like, okay.
Hey, we gotta have that invisible line or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, look, I'm fucking with the treasures right now. This is what happens when you're doing playthroughs where you're not concerned about selling stuff. Get a lot of gems.
I just think that the game essentially don't sell any of your treasures until you need the money. and then when you need it, use your gems as effectively as possible, and
Mhm.
there you go. It's
Pretty
just like kind of
cool.
the original system. In the original system, in the original, you could sell that beer stein once you get it. You fool.
And yeah, as I think you did partially mention, it does say like for selling only on items that have no
Yeah.
nothing else to do with them.
Yeah, if there's an item like whatever it is, an antique pipe or whatever, it'll say just for selling only, so you don't have to constantly muck about being worried that you're selling something that has sockets attached to it.
So I was thinking we could move into enemy discussions, right? We can talk about the lower levels, mid bosses, and then big bosses, AI, and just how they play out. So you want to start, I guess, with the Ganados. I don't know, any commentary?
Grottos, just I guess broadly speaking, I really, really, really like all the kinds of different enemies, their weapons, how they look, the variety of models that we have. I really dig it. It was really, it's one of those things you notice very quickly if you play the old version, how there's like 5 villagers copy and pasted. It feels like there's a lot more variety here. The way that they look and sound and everything, it's very, very impressive. I love the look of the cultists and the Ganados and all the dudes. I really like it.
It really helps the vibe of honestly feeling like I'm crashing into some European village and killing everybody who's happily living here. Obviously they're a bit nuts, but just the way they're dressed and the variety in all of them and how they all look, they look authentic, but also monstrous. I love the vibe of the OG and this game in terms of just feeling like a fucking crazy fish out of water and that you're desperate and you have to really fight against a whole bunch of villagers. And then, yeah, by the time you get to the castle, completely different vibe and yet fits right in. And yeah, they all have the way they operate. There's a lot of very clear counters. There's still a lot of frustrations in terms of how they work. Things going wrong, comboing up, or you even get moments of wonky AI. I think me and Mel certainly discovered them on stream, but there'll be sometimes where they just don't know what they're supposed to do. I've had guys spin around on the spot because they're not sure where to go. Their pathing can be a little bit fucked, but this is one of the games that gets away with it compared to a lot of games because of the fact that they are people infected with plagas and it makes them go insane. So a lot of stuff could be hand waved. It's like, don't worry, that's just them losing their mind. It's like, that's all it is.
Those are very
yeah, pretty reliable, and they make for just engaging gameplay that, despite the fact that you're kind of mowing them down when you really understand it, still feels rewarding because you know that they can go wrong in so many different ways, and it's up to you to prevent that from happening.
Having some problems there.
Hmm?
I was just watching your stream.
Oh yeah, I mean, as much as I can blast through all of
Fuck
this.
those pitchfork grannies.
Pitchfork grannies can go fuck themselves, yeah.
I hate them so much.
All of a sudden, ruining grandmas.
You can parry those, right?
Oh yeah. You can parry grab attacks.
So do that.
It's always really satisfying when you do it, but goddamn, I've been like someone explained to me kind of how it might work, and I was like, yeah, that's fine, but I still don't get it. I just can't pull it off. I just can't pull it off.
Yeah, well, it feels like because there's even they plow it into you and then do an animation of like striking, and then of course there's the distance, and it doesn't. There's like a depth perception issue in terms of entirely where you're supposed to compared to the arching and striking like axe, which comes across as one of the easiest things to parry because it's so clear.
Mm-hmm.
So there's those. There's I don't know what order to do this. We could just start with like the villages set, which is all of them, and then like the first you encounter is the chainsaw Salvadors, right? In terms of the next mini boss, because the brute comes a bit later. But a classic terrifying enemy if you're not perfectly used to the game, knowing that if he gets you, you're dead. And he takes a hell of a lot of ammo, especially if you're not familiar. I remember watching, I think it was Fringy's stream, he put 2 grenades and like 4 shotgun shots into it, but I think you said after the first or second grenade, like, oh man, I don't know if this is overkill. And I was watching it, I was like, it's not even close to a kill. Like,
dude, that second Salvador, or I call him the second Salvador because I always spawn him second when you go into the chainsaw the chainsaw house. I like to call it. He is so fucking tanky. It's unreal.
Wait, do they not have the same health?
No.
I always
No
thought
way.
they did. You sure?
The amount of bullets and grenades I threw at the second one compared to the first one, I don't think it's even close.
Well, but the thing
If
is, you
someone tells
always
me-
knife the first one, right?
Yeah,
The
but I'm
knife
also
does
throwing
huge damage.
Yeah, but sometimes I threw 3 grenades at him. All my shotgun shells I had at that point. That's with base weapons, and then a lot of shots in the face with the pistol, and he was still alive.
Again, well, so I remember I kept advising you to get a knife on the second one because the knife does huge fucking damage. The grenades don't do much at all, I don't think, to Salvador's. And the shotgun, like I said, they've nerfed the shotgun. That's how I knew I was having a good run if I got a knife on the second Salvador, because the first one takes, I think, a grand total of exactly 3 knives to kill, or all of the ammo you have, which yeah.
I tried to get a second knife, but you know how crowded it can be. So.
Oh yeah,
It's
no,
hard
that's
to
the
do.
thing. It's tough, but you can get lucky. Shoot them in the head, and sometimes they'll stagger in a way that doesn't get you the knife.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll stagger in a way that does get you the knife, and it's like, man, I hope I get that second one. Like,
Dude, it's like you shoot him in the face 6 times, he almost hit you, and he staggers like yes, and then it's just a stinky stagger. It's like no, I want to
Yeah.
stab you, because at that point he's already too far away from the wall, so you can't even kick him into anything. So it's just like I'm just gonna run away now. And then you turn around, there's a pitchfork granny that stabs you in the gut.
Yep.
It's a bad time.
it's funny. Out of all the Ganados that are heading toward me, even grabby ones, if I see the granny with the fucking pitchfork, I'm like, I might get hurt here. No matter what, I might get hurt here.
Yeah,
I could be
luckily
holding
they
a
have
fucking
little wind-up
RPG, and I'm like, I
animation,
might
yeah.
get hurt.
Yeah, luckily they have a little wind-up animation, so you know to head for the hills.
You know, to
so they
literally
don't just-
run to a different map. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to run to a different map, which is something that enemies will not do, which we were gonna get to
Yeah.
here
Well,
in
no,
this
that's
conversation.
yeah, that's a fair time
Yeah,
to
let's
do
do
it.
it now.
Yep, let's do it.
Yeah. So
Aggro
Resident
range.
Evil
Not good.
Resident Evil Village had this problem to a extreme degree. There's some moments where it happens here, and it's really, really bizarre. I think you're less likely to encounter it here on accident, like you are in Village, because the invisible tripwires in Village were just completely nonsensical. And there's some of those here as well. For instance, let's say, what would a good example be? There is only, to my knowledge, one enemy. How do I start this? All right, when you get Ashley, the first time out of the church, and all the Ganados show up, and they start going into the church, right? And you sneak out the back, and you need to sneak through the graveyard and get back to the village, right? Let's say you don't sneak. Let's say you run. Oh my goodness, they found us, and they're all chasing us. Well, once they get to the stone archway where the graveyard begins, even though it's just a stone's throw to the village and the merchant there and the typewriter, there's literally no barrier. There's no gate. There's no waist-high wall. There's nothing. It's just empty space. They will not pursue you. They will. They'll stop. They'll be like, oh, he's gone, and then they'll go back to their spots. Because in this game, if you load a game or enemies go back to their area, they'll go to their designated spots and begin their designated routes. Which is not that's kind of a problem because they need to get Ashley back. They were commanded through psychokinesis or whatever it's called that they need to pursue them. But yep, that's the archway right there on the stream. If you walk through there, Ganados will not follow you. And the merchant's right there, and the village is right there, and they won't follow. This happens a few times, on like some bridges and things. But for the most part, I think for the castle and whatnot, enemies and fights are sort of structured to where it doesn't quite happen. But definitely, when I was doing my second playthrough, I snuck Ashley out of the church past the graveyard, and well, that was that. We're done. You just run past him. I got spotted like halfway through, and so we just ran. We just tailed it. And they wouldn't follow you into the village, so you're okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. They're not allowed to go there. And I think it'd be really cool if you couldn't do that. If the villagers would fucking chase you to the village
Yeah.
You know, and if you ran past all those guys at the graveyard and they were ordered to, and they want to get you and they want to capture you and Ashley, then if you end up wrangling dozens of guys following you, then that's what you did. You got to pay the
Yeah.
piper for that.
That would be so cool. Imagine you can just all funnel them into the village and then just have like one well-placed grenade and just kill them all in one go. Like, how cool would that be?
That would be really cool. That
That'd
would
be amazing.
legitimately be great. The whole village is following you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a bit of an issue in some parts. Some of it is at the farm. I was toying around the farm a whole bunch. I did a lot of little tests and trying to figure out how enemies work, how the spawning works, and things of that nature. The second time you go to the farm, it's raining and you've got Ashley in tow, and there's a brute that spawns by the windmill. If you get past, by the way, they will not open the door and go into the second time of the farm. As I was saying, there's a merchant inside of the little tower, and there's a typewriter there. And that's a room that enemies will not go into. They will not go into that door and get you. It's that problem that we have in Village. There's that safe spot in the castle in Dimitrescu and all those other guys. They will not go in that door and grab you. There's a magical barrier that prevents it from happening. And the same thing, unfortunately, happens here. Once you go in there, they'll go back to their designated spots. And for the brute, that will be behind the windmill, which means you could just run past them across the bridge to the cabin. And then the cabin event starts. And you think, I'm not ready to do the cabin event. I'll load the last autosave. Oh, well, the last autosave, that puts you on the bridge in between the farm and the cabin, which means if you load that autosave and turn around, there's a brute standing dutifully at his spawn location facing the farm, which means that all you have to do is run right up to him, get an insta-kill stab on the knife, collect his gem, and then you can proceed at your leisure to the cabin to do that event. And it's little things like this that could use a lot of tightening up, because sometimes when you load a game, where the enemies spawn is going to be different than where you left them or where they kind of were based off the direction that you go into the map and things of that nature, which can make the game easier or harder. For instance, if you go back to there's a contextual reason why enemies spawn where they do the first time you meet Ashley at the church. They're coming in from the village and they're going into the church to investigate following Sadler's orders. If you go back there a second time, for instance, to unlock with the key the little the little drawer inside of the side room of the church, you have to essentially navigate through there again with Ashley. And when you do that and come back, the second time, the exact same thing happens. The same animations and same enemies where they'll be coming from the village and you'll have those 3 or 4 shuffle into the church and it'll play out again like you've been caught in a time loop. And it makes no sense. So little things like that could definitely, they could, someone said it's a save room, dude. That's literally a serious staple. Oh, staples can be bad and dumb.
Yeah, I love comments like that. It's like, this thing is broken. Yeah, but it's always broken. It's like,
it's interesting.
Okay.
It's odd to wheel out the slavery argument, but I mean, up to you, I suppose. But yeah, just because something's a staple and it's happened before doesn't mean it's good now. There is no reason whatsoever that Ganado
it's a video game, Rags.
Rushing. Oh, okay. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for tuning into the stream. I just realized this is a video game. Fuck it. Who cares?
Sorry for wasting your
time,
time,
next week. Yeah,
why does anyone design anything? What's the point? Like, you just fucking whatever. It doesn't matter.
Imagine playing video games.
Don't design enemies, enemy motivations, and all this stuff, and put it next to just places where they're not allowed to go for no reason. Yes, I get it's a video game, but if you want me to take the story in the world seriously, it's going to be really tough for me to do that if I just run past them and they won't follow me when there's literally nothing in the way. When that's just a bridge too far to go to the village and get them. Can't do that.
Well, Rags, it's funny. Did you ever fight the spooky doggo in any way that revealed anything that is a bit broken about him?
Trying to think. I don't think so, but I am going to ask, can the doggo vault over fences and go indoors?
He can fly.
What?
I'm trying to remember. Someone in chat help me out. When is the stream where we discovered this? Because I can't remember exactly when I did. But basically, this is the first time I've ever fought him. I don't know how he works. He's in this village area, so I'm like, okay. But I think, the first instinct I have, as many players do, is to get inside so that I can get around corners and protect myself. I assume he can follow me in. There's a good chance of that. But as you can see already
Yeah.
at first, his attacks can go through fucking walls, but I'm not sure if... I've been hit by them when they do that, but it doesn't happen every time. It's like, that's already pretty
Okay.
awkward, but okay. And then he runs off, and it's like, wait, hello? What? What's going on? I step back outside, and he spawns and starts running at me again. But basically, the reveal here is that every form of inside represents a safe room. The dog will run away from you if you go inside. It's like, oh. So now all I have to do is just stand around at the threshold, let him spawn out, and then I can put all my ammo into him and then move backward when he's too close, and he'll move away. Like,
It's
well...
this, like, why? I feel
Well,
like
you
it
know
takes
why?
more
Because
code.
when he followed you inside, it probably fucked up the whole game, and they were like, "Oh, we can't have him do that. Like that'll ruin it."
But the whole thing is like if you let him go inside, then like yeah, he's probably more deadly inside because you don't have as much room to maneuver. So you wouldn't want to do that anyway. But the
Well, I
option
wanted to
should still
test
be
it.
there.
I love testing shit like that because I'm curious if I run around a bunch of corners, does he get caught? Does he run straight in? How does his tentacle shit work? And can I trick him into doing anything? Right? I just want to test it, but it's like no, he can't deal with inside whatsoever. To the point, by the way, where he'll poke in and out and try and get to you so fast because they want him to be terrifying and threatening and damaging. It's not in this clip, but I try this again and another time, and he flies from over the other side of the map onto the roof, and he gets stuck.
That.
He's in a constant running animation on the roof, and he can't move, and I just kill him up there. The sad part is, if you kill him while he's on the roof, he doesn't drop anything.
Oh.
So you have to reload to kill him to get the Alexandrite or whatever he drops.
Luckily, the autosave is pretty much right at the village entrance. So.
Exactly. And it's so unfortunate, like, because he's clearly not finished, this enemy, and they were just like, whatever, fuck it.
Fuck is in this area in general because Leon just keeps saying hi there.
Yeah,
Hi there.
it feels like a glitch. I don't know what's going on. He said hi there like 17 times while I was fighting him.
Yeah, and he does that regardless of you doing the strat with the house or not. He just keeps saying it. It's really awkward.
Yeah. I think maybe we should just do it by almost chronology. The
Sure.
sort of talking about enemies, because I was going to say brutes, I guess, would be next, because they're pretty closely introduced at that point. They're soon after the Chainsaw Mans, is what I guess I'm saying, and I quite like them. I think they work pretty well.
I think they are neat. They look cool. You know, they look spooky. An animal head that's been put on them. They're big, tough guys. They come in, I think, 3 variants: hammer, fists, and the little
gun
crossbow
things.
thingy.
Oh yeah, they
Right.
fire darts, right?
Yeah,
something like that, pretty much.
quite deadly.
And they're pretty tough. They can spin around and you have to evade them, or they can slam down and do a whole bunch of damage. The fist ones, they can clothesline you and kick you, resulting in some hilarious U of 8 and Ashley takes the arm hostage. It gets legitimately
It was
funny.
so funny. She gets clotheslined like crazy.
Yeah, but
Great.
it's a good like tanky enemy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it feels like because you got to be careful adding any new enemies to a game like this, because it's like this is a classic game. You don't fuck around with it, but it's like I don't know. I felt like they fit in quite well. And someone's just said they replace the JJs later in the game. It's like yeah, which I was hoping to see JJ, but okay, I'll get over it.
Oh yeah, those guys. Yeah.
Which does that mean is Delago next to talk about then?
We can start going through the fights. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say we knock out Village first, and then we'll go back to talking about. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
What does it say about Delago?
This fight is a lot better. I would say that the Delago fight in the original game it's really awkward, really kind of weird.
I might need you to
the
convince me
aiming-
it's better.
Yeah.
This one,
Mhm.
really, I think the ability to move the boat even when you're doing this, I just think that the ability to aim a bit better and the way that translates with the controls is better. I think you have a lot more options and opportunities in order to hit him. I think that there's a similar, predictability with the movements he's gonna make. It's frustrating that you can't put harpoons down, which is weird. But yeah, I wasn't having. I had a lot easier of a time with this, and I enjoyed it way more than the original fight.
I don't know if it's because I hunted for the achievement or challenge, whatever, to go through a Delago fight without missing a single harpoon. Fucking annoying.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Jeez.
This all the things I'm about to say may or may not apply to the OG one. I'm not making any comment about that because I need to play it again to test it all. But I quite despise the changing power level of the harpoon throw when it the fact that it resets. It seems to me it goes from like a 0 throw to a 100 throw, charging all the way up, and then resets back to 0. Why?
What do you mean?
So if you hold it, it'll go. It'll go from an arc that's kind of weak to all the way up to an arc that looks like superhuman, and then it'll reset.
Yeah. If you hold it down, you can throw farther.
If you watch the footage, you can kind of see it.
I had no idea that this was even a mechanic.
It's fucking annoying.
I had no clue. I was just throwing. Maybe that's why it took a long time to. Maybe that's why it took.
As someone who had to find a way to hit him with every single hit, I had to learn how this thing works, and I started to realize, yes, it does change, which is okay. The longer I hold it down, the more powerful and accurate a throw. That's cool with me. Unfortunately, once it hits a particular accuracy, it resets. As you can see, it's happening right now. It is. I don't know why they designed it this way.
Oh yeah, I had no idea that was even a mechanic.
Yeah, I found that first when I was trying to hit a barrel while I was waiting for the Lago to go. I was like, oh, this is probably some extra potatoes there that I can grab.
Yep.
And I was like, oh wait, this is charging up. That's interesting.
So, yeah, that shit's fucking annoying. And then there's the whole, like, if it hits even a glint, a speck of water, it won't count.
Yeah, it's gone.
It could be
that is the thing I hate. I hate that the hitbox ends at the beginning of the water.
Yeah.
Even though it's a harpoon. It's made for going through water. Yep. If I am off, come on. Like, just because, there's water there, that doesn't matter. That harpoon's going straight through that water, and it's going into that thing.
And if you can see,
yes, I agree. That is a bad element.
Every once in a while, the boat, when it hits water, edges up far enough that when you throw it, it could be you're unlucky enough to hit a wave that forces the boat up enough that it acts as a shield for Del Lago, which is fucking annoying as well. It may not happen to you very often, but the fact that it happens at all drives me nuts. That I've got the perfect shot, but then a wave happens, the boat moves up, and Leon throws the harpoon into the fucking boat, and it's just like, oof, thanks so much for that. I'm gonna say it. I think I'm not a fan of Del Lago in the original game or this one, and I'd need to play the original one again to know if which one is better. I'm not even sure. The fact that I can't put the fucking harpoon down.
Yes.
He has to throw one before I can put it down. Why did you? Why? Like, what in the world?
Especially if you put a challenge in where you have to hit every throw. It's like, oh, I just hit that throw, but I don't know, he's about to jump at me, so I let go of the button that aims, but instead of putting it down, he just throws another one and ruins your challenge immediately. It's like, oh, cool.
But obviously, if you're not going for that challenge, it's pretty chill. Like, the fight runs pretty normally. But that's.
I mean, I haven't even done that yet. I tried during my runs, but I got so frustrated. It's like, fuck it, I don't want to.
Yeah, go have fun with that. Obviously, do it on fucking assisted mode. Don't go on professional for that one.
Yeah, I think I tried it on hardcore and professional. So.
As someone just said, Harpoon Challenge is literally the hardest in the game. I might agree with that. It might be.
That might be true. No, actually, I was just thinking if my killing is it Verdugo that you have to kill without freezing him?
That's easy. Yeah, you can do that on casual easy.
Oh, I was thinking just get infinite rocket launchers probably.
Well, yeah, there's that too. Obviously, Del Lago, even on the easiest, like all the things I just mentioned for getting in the way, that's true on the easiest difficulty anyway. So
yeah,
it's just he has less health. Yeah, like I said, I'd need to play the original one again to know what my complaints on that one are. But I think some of these ones, like the charging resets and the fucking throwing them instead of letting it go thing, like I don't think that was in the OG game.
You could put, I think you could put down harpoons in the original, I think, and you could also hit him beneath the water's
I thought so.
edge.
Yeah, this is why I need to replay it again. But I might end up saying
definitely
that
not as strict as here. That's for sure.
might end up saying that the OG one is better, which I never thought I would.
I think that even with all those things, I still think I would I'd rather do the new one than the old one. I think that the aiming with the harpoons is such a huge improvement over the sort of the weird translation into aiming with the harpoons that kind of makes it better. And the being able to move the boat left and right while
Aiming independently.
like I said, I might
yeah, you could
agree.
move the boat.
I need to
And I
replay
think
the
there's
OG
more
one again.
there's more opportunities to hit him in this one as well. When it goes over your head, you can hit him when he's going around. But yeah, either way, I think it's fine.
I tolerate them
but-
both, but the challenge made me hate this one more than the original, I guess. Because the challenge wasn't in the original game, so I didn't have to fucking worry about any of that.
I
Yeah,
didn't try
Delago,
the
there you go.
challenge. I like.
Did you just say you enjoy challenge?
I didn't try the challenge, but I like the new one more. So maybe that's why, because I didn't attempt the don't miss a single harpoon thing.
Well, the things I've mentioned may be more pronounced, or you'll do it in first try and you'll be like, what's wrong? And I'll be like, you know what?
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely. I'm MLG, bro. Get on my level.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Damn.
bro.
Get
Yes,
right.
brother.
I don't have good footage for this, but El Gigante, what do we think?
Mm.
Eh,
I think it's okay. I really like, obviously, the look. The play area is good. I like the ability to, you know, I mean, I'm trying to think of meaningful things to say. The one thing I don't like is I feel like some of his attacks are really too difficult to get away from.
When he does the sweep,
And-
sweep, 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 it's just like, I'm just fucked. Like he's coming for me, and I don't know what to do.
Far,
For me,
far enough already. It's just like, yeah, I'm gonna get hit.
I think I don't know how to not get hit when he picks up the building roof and throws it at you. I like legitimately I was never able to not get hit by it. I never saw an evade prompt,
No.
and once he went to that building, I would be strafing left and right, but it just would
Yeah.
not.
What
I'd always get hit by it.
what I ended up doing is basically just bait him to grab the house in the beginning, and then I just stand below him, so he just throws it away from me.
Okay.
Because I had the same problem. I couldn't dodge it when he threw it. It's like, I'm just gonna let him do it there.
Also, hang on. Stop saying El Gigante. You don't say gigabyte or GIF. That's not the reason you don't say
That's
El
not
Gigante.
the reason.
The reason
It's
you
because
don't
it's
say El
Spanish,
Gigante is because
yeah.
that's not how it's pronounced in the Spanish accent and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Because, fuck me, that argument is so naive, no offense. When people had this argument, I remember mentioning this on an EFAP before. I had two friends. One of them was passionately defending pronouncing GIF as GIF, while the other one was pronouncing GIF as GIF. They fought each other for a long time, and they brought out every fucking argument you could imagine from the English language supporting both of them. And I remember sitting there thinking, like, all you've done is made me wonder what the fuck we're doing with this language. Like, that's it. Like, because, you know, like gin, for example, we don't say gin.
Yeah.
So don't try that shit with me, okay? It doesn't make any sense. It never did, never will. I'll call him El Gigante if I want to, but I'll happily concede that I should probably be saying Gigante or Gigante or Gigante. I don't really care. I'll just call it, he's giant, Gigante. Hopefully that sells it for you. Anyway, what were you saying, guys? Didn't mean to interrupt if I did.
I don't know, what was I saying?
El
I like
Gigante,
that.
house
I like
throws.
when you're fighting him, and you shoot him. The little bullet spots, the little red spots where the bullets hit, that they stay on his face. That's
Oh,
kinda
yeah,
neat.
that's
I
nice.
think kinda
I like
That's
that.
a nice little touch. I really like the wolf. I really like that that's still in this version of the game, that the wolf helps you out a lot.
Yeah.
And then he sits there on the rock afterwards. I really like that. I think that was super nice. They didn't have to do that, but I think people would have been very upset if you couldn't help the dog, and then he comes back
Yeah.
and helps you with the El Gigante fight.
They baited us with the trailers, didn't they? Or in the demo, because you saw
Everyone
the
thought
one...
the dog was going to be dead, and I remember saying, like,
They
let's
wouldn't.
wait,
There's
let's
no
wait, let's
way.
wait until, like, wait.
You wouldn't dare.
But I think, I enjoyed the I enjoy this version's fight more than the original, I think. I cannot put a finger on why. Maybe it's how you're able to I think it's because in this version, once the Plagas is out, it stays out. And it's like a weak point to hit, which if you're a good shot with a rifle, like this guy, you could do some serious damage to him and set him up for, jumping on with a knife or just unloading into the Plagas with a really high damage weapon. So I think that's what I liked about it, instead of only having the opportunity to, hurt the Plagas by, doing a certain amount of damage to him and then jumping on it. But I really liked it more in this version.
Dude, someone in chat just said they didn't kill the dog. What are you on about? It's like, whoa. I've never seen someone that slow before. Like, they just haven't caught up with the conversation at all. That's okay.
Maybe
No
they're
worries.
behind on the stream. That's fine.
Maybe.
Still, it's like a couple of minutes.
But yeah, I mean, I didn't see much of a improvement or anything to criticize. I thought it was mostly
totally
the same.
fine,
It just I was struck
the
by
same-
the update
okay.
in graphics, of course. I was just like, oh
Oh,
boy,
yeah,
look at
looks
him.
Great.
Like,
Looks
he looked
great.
even more stinky. But yeah, I had the same like rags. There was some attacks. It was like I'm not actually sure how to dodge them all
There
the
might
time.
be a way.
Yeah,
there probably
probably.
is, but I didn't quite figure it out. It wasn't
I-
necessarily really intuitive necessarily.
A lot of times I instinctively went for the stress. I'm just gonna go through his legs and it just kicks me. It's like, okay, maybe I'm not gonna do that again.
I was able to get through his legs. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
like
to see, 'cause
sometimes.
I
But
wanted to
if
see if they still let you do it in this.
oh
version.
yeah, I'm just saying that sometimes he does like a kick when you try to just go through him when he's cornering you, and it's like, oh, it's just it. Okay. Who?
So who'd be
yeah.
next? Mendez?
I think so.
The next boss, I think,
Could be
essentially
Mendez.
is Mendez.
Yeah,
unless you wanna talk
because
about
if
the
you don't have
house.
the optional. Oh yeah, I like the layout of the cabin more. I think it gives you a better sort of room to play around with the ladder, the ledge, the ledge ladder, and the staircase. It has a weird porch
Yeah.
that I have no idea why that exists. I was testing out some of the stuff in this fight a whole bunch, and I went to that porch and I looked up and down and all around to see if there was something I was missing, like a little treasure or like and I just didn't see anything. So I was just like, why is this even here? But yeah, I liked it. I like the two tables and a bit more space, and you could kind of run around a bit. Lewis is a good distraction for stabbing enemies in the back.
Mm-hmm.
And he sets up some staggers a decent amount, and he definitely saves you when you're grabbed.
He does, yeah.
Yeah.
I really liked the cabin here. Oh, it's where I learned that there's a cool new little thing in this game. If you cause an enemy to be staggered on a staircase, they'll fall backwards. They'll fall. They'll
Yes.
go and they'll fall. They'll lose their balance. they'll fall
Yeah,
back.
that's really neat.
It's funny
That's a
though.
thing.
You see they staggered, you run in for that kick, and then they go, whoa, and fall over. You're like, hey,
Oh, God.
that's fine, I guess. Like, I wanted to kick you,
They
but
do-
it's fine.
They do sort of knock down, or just jostle the one. Oh no, Lewis. They do sort of jostle the ones that they kind of hit on.
You
the way
see
down.
that again.
but-
Is that his fault or my fault?
Oh, I mean, nothing's Lewis's fault, so it's probably your fault.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's
It
a
looked
good
like
boy.
he was going to be past it, and then he wasn't. I can't fucking narrow it down because this giant timeline, so we'll see it in a sec. But Lewis taking a shot for the zombies, I don't know. There's still love there. Not giving up his roots after all. But yes, I saw, because I've watched a couple people do it, I think everyone pretty much agreed this is harder than the OG version. What's the thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think so.
I think one of the reasons it is very, very, very much tied into that shotgun change. This is a small, fairly it's not too claustrophobic, but it's a decently small area with a fairly high density of enemies. And when you don't have that shotgun that can really blast enemies back, especially like on the staircase and stuff, you really feel the difference that the shotgun has.
I feel like it's more harder because they basically force you upstairs this time.
Dude, Lewis did that on
Right?
purpose.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just saw it. I just.
I I'd be interested to see the actual stats, but it felt longer to me, and it felt more difficult in terms of just I don't know, more enemies, and of course finishing off with the mini boss as well, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, mini boss, and
I
they go like,
do
"Hey, you need to go upstairs now and kick those ladders down and stuff," and you get crowded pretty easily in the second half as well. You have to
Yes,
move around a lot. You really
I
want
would
some.
agree.
You really want some grenades for that upper part because, man, if you're not fast enough, you get surrounded quick.
Yes, I do think that it is more difficult. I just see her open that with a knight armor is
Yeah.
funny. But yeah, my biggest complaint is that anything you don't pick up is lost and you can't go back to get it.
Yeah.
Because in the original, when you kill enough of them, they go away. They give up. They go back. They've had enough. And in this one, Ashley says, "Let's go," and you do.
Yeah.
And it's cut off forever. You can't even go back.
Yep. And you cannot go back. And it also means that the area around outside there, you can't explore.
Yeah.
there's
You
some
can't
pickups
shoot
in
any
there.
Yeah,
of
and I would
those
have
enemies back
happily
there.
preferred, right, that they spawn what, like 20 of them around and in the house, and you can go back, but you're gonna have to kill them if you want all the stuff in there or something. To be like, that'd be fine with me. Like a little challenge if you want to do it.
Yeah.
But oh well. Someone mentioned what you should mention, and I was like, yeah, that's probably worth saying. The Plagus, the first like mutation form of it. Daytime, it's the one big tentacle, and then nighttime, it has like several tentacles that come off it because they're not a fan of light, right?
Oh, that's a neat touch.
I didn't even notice that, to be honest. That's
I
I know
cool.
remember
they were,
noticing
like,
it and forgetting to
sort of
mention it.
different,
So,
But
the
yeah, I
reminder.
didn't. Yeah, if it's tied to the day, that's actually really cool. I noticed the models were a little bit different, maybe on a flumpy,
Mm.
but I just chalked that up to a good variety. But that's a neat little. That's really nice.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Variety.
That's interesting.
Very nice.
Which then takes us to Mendez.
Oh, Mendez.
I think this pretty much just upgraded.
Yeah.
Um,
I like this fight a lot, actually.
I would agree. I think it's one of the better fights in the game.
Yep.
Unfortunately, one of the changes between this and the other version, the original, is that because this version does not have incendiaries, in the original version, Mendez was extremely weak to incendiary
That is
grenades.
correct. Yes, yes.
One of the speedrunning strats is you could hit him with like 4 grenades and he just dies.
Mhm.
I like this fight a whole lot.
Yeah.
They added an extra weak spot on his back with an eyeball that you can take advantage of.
Yeah, I like that you can even
Uh,
just tag it when he's throwing the bars at you as well. He
Oh,
reveals it for
nice.
just a bit. You can shoot it.
That's cool.
He's got some decently intuitive and predictable moves as long as you're staying away. He has a move to block with your knife. He has a move to evade, a couple of those. There's a charge up move that he uses where you have to jump down so you can't camp up top for the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
He has 2 different patterns of throwing logs at you, one of which requires you to not move at all because they
Yeah.
cross in front of you, which that's kind of neat.
Yeah.
The problem is you couldn't possibly know that the first time, but then you realize, oh, they cross, and so I should stay still for this one, and you look out for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. I love his, the lingo that he says. He's, super religiously motivated, and all of his dialogue reflects that. And I like, I love it just looks great. The burn in place,
Yeah.
looks great. He's got a great model. And I like how it's Ashley who kind of breaks open the window and is like, "Hey, get on over here. Leave." And she helps you, and it's like a little bonding moment for him.
Yeah.
I really dig that. It's like she's learning, being brave and helping Leon out. He takes a little, she throws her stool through the window
Ew.
and helps Leon. Yeah.
Taking a page out of the Amber Heard playbook.
I mean, if it works, what? Yeah, which about wraps up village enemies.
Yeah. They let you pick up all the stuff that you forgot in here, though. You can go.
You can go get it
around
all.
and pick
Yeah.
that up.
It's like,
Yeah.
why isn't that
There-
applicable in
Yeah.
more places?
And I do like that they had a segment right before the fight where you just have to run away from him.
Yeah.
And if he catches Ashley,
Yeah.
it's basically a game over. But yeah, there's this
Just-
segment where you just run forward, and Mendez is
little-
chasing you, and that's a neat
with a-
scene. That's
With
a
a
neat
little
sequence.
bait hut there. It's like, ooh, there's a flash grenade in here. And I died like, actually
Yeah,
died like
I
5
tried
times there because
I
I
tried a
want that
number of
flash grenade.
I had to use the flash grenade to get out of the situation, which means but I eventually was like, nah, it's just not worth it.
Oh, I guess
But
with mentioning Chainsaw Sisters too, but genuinely, that kind of played out exactly the same in terms of like I like it just as much in both. Like
Yeah,
as a
I really
sequence.
like it. There is here you can pause it on the stream, but this little pit that you're walking around here in this section, I think that's a little callback to the optional El Gigante fight.
Yeah.
Because you look down and you see like the quarry pit and everything. I think that's what that might be a reference to. But yeah, in the original, for those who don't know, after the cabin, you can choose between two routes. One of which has the big El Gigante. You could fight another one, or you can take a path that's guarded by a lot of ganados, including some chainsaw ladies. And if you want to, you can do them both. It's up
Yes.
to you. It's an option. And in this one, they just opted for the ganado route, and it's fun to play. There's a little bit of stealthing in before it if you want to use that option.
And
There's a brute you can fight, some Molotov throwers, but yeah, it plays out pretty well.
Now might be a good time because it's definitely a subject I wanted to get to, but just trying to slot it in. Ashley as a mechanic.
I think that Ashley as a mechanic in the original was totally fine. I think that her annoyance and her well, I guess we kind of already talked about this. As I was thinking that Mahler and I talked about this yesterday, but no, that was today. As was here. It was just so long ago. But in the new one, I don't know how you guys feel, but I think that I really miss the original's mechanics of wait here, follow me.
Yep.
I love it. You stand there, and when I'll call you when I want you to follow me, instead of this like follow me close or follow me but like from a distance. Because the follow me from a distance, so follow me from a distance is like that option that you never have because why would you?
The only time I ever wanted to use it was if she was in my fucking way trying to aim at something. I'd be like, okay, get out of the way.
I remember when I used it. It's because Ashley in this is really great at baiting Ganados. The Ganados will grab her, and then you could stab them and insta-kill them for very cheap knife durability.
Ooh.
And you could basically farm Ganado kills using Ashley as bait.
True.
Which I don't like. It is what it is. I don't think that they meant you to use the mechanic like that. I think they're just like, oh, you can go and save her by stabbing the guy that she's being carried by. But that's like really effective in a lot of circumstances. It's really useful in the graveyard when you first rescue her. It's really useful in the water hall. It's just a really generally useful kind of thing that you could use all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Ashley, for really contributing. It's a team effort.
Yeah, with all that
absolutely.
said, I hate to report that I think it's just a downgrade from the original.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's worse.
I don't know how they fucked that up, but they did. As soon as I found out you couldn't make her stop still, I was like, oh god. Why?
Why though?
Yeah,
Just have it as a third option.
And
There's
there's
so
not
many-
a ton of places to make her hide either. There's a few in the game, so it's not a mechanic that's totally absent, but there's not a lot of situations where you can say, hey, why don't you stay in this nice safe dumpster for a little?
Yeah, and it sucks that like there are times in the original game, one of the ones I know for sure is like the Gyarados fight, the first one. You can tell her to stay upstairs, go downstairs, fight him, or you can have it follow you, and she becomes a serious liability in that fight. That feels like a very natural way of being like, these are the mechanics, player. Use them if you want. And then you do, and you're like, wow, that was really effective. And it's like, yeah, can be. And yeah, I never got to do that in this one, outside of noticing like, oh, there's a locker there. I guess there you go, I'll use that. Cool. Like every once in a while, but yeah, I don't know.
It's confusing in a way that it wasn't originally. It's so straightforward in the original. Either she'll be right behind you, or she'll be in the place that you told her to stop. Whereas here, it's like she'll either be right behind you or in many places potentially. Like it's I don't know. Like, hey, keep your distances. I don't know what that means intuitively. You know, like especially when there's so many enemies swarming from all over the place.
Well, that probably sums up the village then. Onto the castle times.
Yeah, if anything, pops into my head about the village, I'll I mean, and again, throughout, there's a lot of really good nods to rooms and areas that are in the original game that sort of exist here in their own little version, or are very, very similar. and I like a lot of that stuff. It happens throughout the game. References to rooms, nods to rooms. And you guys did know, of course, that throughout the game there's creaky little lamps that you can shoot down, and they often have treasures and goodies inside.
Yes.
Mhm.
Apparently, more of them if you
Have the
did
deluxe
the
edition,
deluxe
apparently, yeah.
edition.
So many.
Also, there were bird nests in this version as
There
well.
were, yeah.
There
They're
were, yes.
harder to see, but they were indeed there, and some of them are even in some little locations that kind of harken back to the original game, including, you know how at the very beginning of the original game there's that red herb kind of in the grass to the right on your way to the village? I think there's a little nod to that here, where there's a red herb off behind a little fence in the grass right after the Del Lago fight. But it's little things like that, like even very small specific things that are a wink wink to the, remember this in the original game? And I really, really appreciate that.
As do I. I suppose the first lad to talk about would be the first Gyarados fight, right?
Yumbo.
What do we think? Improved or unproved?
Let me see. I think that I like the Gyarados mechanics quite a lot. The little dangling chains. I like that when he's rushing at you and swings, he'll swing over you if you're crouched down.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of wish Leon didn't say overtly he can't see me. Thank you, Leon. His eyes are sewed shut and he only reacts when you start talking. I think it would have been really neat if you didn't say that overtly. And it would have been kind of neat.
Yeah.
But I dig it. I dig the area. I dig how it's dark in this section here to kind of put you almost an even footing in a way. I'm a little confused sometimes with how he's able to detect where I am and hear me.
I think
But
they have it
I have
so
to
that he'll generally drift to your direction most times, even though, there should be no way he could possibly know, but they
I have to check for sure.
Yeah.
I think it's better than just he's here in a room and there's these bells hanging around. It's just very conspicuous bells to ring. But yeah, I really dig this area, this dungeon area. It's dark, it's spooky. And there's I dig it. I like the Gyarados.
There are all these chains hanging around that you can dodge or can use to.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, I forgot. I meant to try to manipulate them with eggs. I actually never did that. I completely forgot about that.
Never too late to manipulate someone with eggs, Mel.
That's true. I think it would be kind of fun if you just have some eggs around.
Women do it all the time.
Just
so
just throw them somewhere.
Part of what gives me great pause on praising them is the good God, the amount of times it would be like, press left click to stab him in the back. Press left click. Nothing. You sliced, and now he's going to hit you. The amount of times that nightmare scenario would happen, it's like, fuck me, you got to tighten that up, game. And if the developers were to tell me, it's like, you got to nail it. It has to be within a very specific window, and Leon has to be facing them head on, or something like that. I was like, why have you made it this way? Make it generous. Why are you doing this to players? Like,
just don't show me the input.
Yeah,
If you show
and
me the
please
input,
only
that
show
means-
it when it's ready to go. Never show it when it's
Exactly.
not ready to go. Fuck me, that's horrible.
I will say that there's a little fun fact. I don't know if this is fun or not. On hardcore, if you're a smart little boy and you use you save up your spinels for that exclusive ticket, and you use your exclusive ticket on the M1903, the rifle, the Gyarados is a 2-shot kill. So that's why we bring a rifle with us into castles, boys.
Rifle.
I killed my first Gyarados with just knife because I was
Nice.
almost certain I could do it, but I
That's a
kept getting
challenge, isn't it?
frustrated. It was, yeah. But I did not like that inconsistency. But overall, I think I would say they're upgraded. It's just, man, that inconsistency really fucks with it.
Yeah, it really does.
I wish that wasn't the case, and it's an update away from being perfect, okay? All they gotta do is just make it more generous. I say make it more generous. Make it as generous as it comes across. That's all. Communication with the player, super important. Do it
Very
right.
important.
Importante. I guess it's worth mentioning the water room. I thought it was way easier in this game than OG.
Yeah.
I I'm mixed on whether it's harder or easier. They're both very different, and I like what they did with this kind of version with the sort of 2 sections. For those who aren't too aware, in the first Resident Evil 4, the water room, the pro water room strats, are to run to the back of the water room to the
Yeah.
blue room, where there are 2 pressure plates, and all of the enemies will chase you into that room where there's a door that kind of funnels them in. And that's kind of like what I'd recommend as a pro strat instead of trying to fight them in the big open areas and things of that nature. Instead, there's like a bottom segment. You jump down to the bottom segment to get this the crank, the angel wheel, I think it's called.
Halo,
And then you
right?
fight enemies down there, and the ones from the top will follow you down, which I found was a really good strategy. Was similar to the original. Don't fight anyone up here. Run down to the bottom and fight them there.
Yeah, it feels like an
'cause you
echo
have-
of the previous game in terms of strategy. It's almost like they're trying
Kind of,
to
yeah.
edge you to go
What-
down there.
What
You
I
funnel-
found
Yeah.
is they follow you back to the room where you came from, which has a really nice way to funnel them into a pretty tight spot.
It's true. Yes, they will. They will follow you through the double doors.
Yeah.
They won't go into the save room, right? That's too much. They won't do that.
No,
Right.
no.
No, it's really you are a guest and this is their castle, so they will not follow you into that little save room. But they will
respect your
they will go
privacy.
through the double door. They do. Yes, they're
Yeah.
probably doing something really important in there.
But yeah, I
Um,
found that to be pretty effective to just have them lined up.
Yeah.
But
For sure.
yeah, I enjoyed it in both versions. I don't know which one I like more. It
Yeah,
might
I'm
be
not, I'm
this
not sure I have
one,
a commentary on that exactly. I guess
but-
the thing about it is, if ever they mechanically are just as good, then I'm probably going to opt for the new one just because of the graphical update. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing here is that I can't remember how this worked in the original. In this version, once Ashley is done with the first crank, if Ganados will grab her and carry her all the way across the bridge,
Uh-huh.
which is like really helpful.
Yeah.
So you let them carry her all the way across this bridge to the left side, and then you shoot the Ganado so he can't, take her away. So that is like, thanks, mate. It's useful. So yeah, but otherwise it plays pretty much like the original.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I was when I put the crank in, or that halo or whatever it was called, and that bridge came down, and we went, okay, where's my weapons? There's gonna be like 6 people charging me, and then there was no one. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Being so familiar with
Just,
the OG game, it can make you on edge on some stuff, and then be super
Yeah, it's like-
surprised by others. You're just like, oh, they're doing that? Oh, jeez, okay. But yeah, that's something of a point of interest. The way that Ashley and Leon get separated at this point in the game, I thought it's fucking stupid in the original game. In this is actually, I think, a decent improvement. That she gets
Yeah,
partially
it-
mind controlled, and then clearly someone does all this on purpose at the right time to separate them. Meanwhile, in the other game, she's like coughing, and Leon's like, "Are you okay?" And she goes, "I'm fine," and runs off
And
in a
she pushes
direction.
him away.
And
Oh,
then
Then she stands next to a wall, and then randomly 3
Yeah.
metal clamps clamp her to the wall, and the wall spins around, and we're
Right,
like,
what
"What the
happened
fuck?"
there?
It's
it
at
is
least
it is
an
such a
overtime, I
like,
guess.
I'm sorry, what? But you're just like, well, see you later, Ashley. I don't know what the
Yeah,
fuck that was.
I like this a lot better. It plays more into the horror element of this thing is growing inside of you, and the influence Sadler has over you is getting closer and closer as well. It is something that's referenced a couple times later. That they say, like him, telling her to be careful with knives and things of that nature.
Mhm.
And it just shows, and she reflects on how terrifying it is later, right before you get to the maze, the hedge maze.
Mhm.
When you find her again and she's in that room, and she talks about how terrifying it was to just like have a body that wasn't even hers. So that they do something with it. It's not just a good change that is less of a stupid contrivance. It's something that like they kind of use for character stuff. So yeah, I'd say it's a rather large improvement.
Absolutely.
Next potential point of interest, I would say, is the big old sequence where you fight another El Gigantote.
Gigantor, yeah.
El Giganto. In the castle. This was a surprise sequence for me. I had no fucking clue this is something we'd be doing. And I was just like, this is different and interesting.
no
Okay.
clue.
What did everyone think?
Wait,
I thought it was pretty neat. It was another. It was just different. It wasn't annoying. I didn't have any issues. I just thought it was kind of fun little El Gigante fight that plays into the whole castle element, and there being another cannon up there, and how they put armor on a Gigante, and you had to fight some of these guys.
You know what I didn't like?
What did you not like?
I think it's absolute horseshit when this happens, but I saw that he had an exposed part of his face, which is very much so the case, because you end up fighting him later, and you can actually kill him with that part being exposed with Luis before he comes in with the dynamite. You shoot at him in this, and Leon's like, huh, that has no effect. Like, fuck off. The only thing that has an effect is an RPG or the cannon. You can't kill him with regular weapons, which I think is bullshit, and I was actually kind of disappointed on behalf of Resident Evil as an IP. Usually, they let you kill them with your regular ammo. It's just going to take a lot, which I'm totally fine with. I think that would be a really cool alternative if you had all your rifle ammo, pistol ammo, magnum ammo, whatever, and you had red dots and everything, and you got it into that jaw of his, and he actually died from it. I'd be like, yeah, neat.
It's just another challenge for you right there to put a new game. Put it, give me.
The fact that they let you do it with an RPG means that it's clearly not tied to like a narrative thing. Like he has to be killed by the cannon. It's like, no, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Why? Like, why'd you take it away from me? Why'd you do that? And I just hate that level of exposition. You shoot it once, and then Leon's just like, huh, useless. Like, what do you mean?
Leon, you need like 50 shots to kill one of those.
Yeah.
What do you mean useless? I had like a couple of times where the stones he throws go through the barricade you're behind, like in weird instances because they're so small. It's like shrapnel almost that he throws. Like sometimes they kind of squeeze through some of the gaps between like a wall or something.
Yeah, that's a bit of an oversight, I think. It
was a bit annoying.
As intended.
It doesn't happen.
I just didn't notice.
It happened like twice, I think. I was like, oh, that's really annoying. But yeah, it's just.
What a weird thing to have a problem with. You're clearly, we really are nitpicking now. It's like, yeah, is there a problem?
Yeah.
I wasn't going to nitpick. The game is really good.
Yeah.
Also, I hope you take similar issue when we nitpick. When I say something's really cool that's basically inconsequential, you better complain. You better say like, what the fuck, guys? Move on.
Better complain.
I just love it. It's like, it's okay if you like the game. I do too. I think it's real good.
You don't like it enough.
Stop. Talk more about the good stuff. One of the treasures we did mention with the little Salazar dolls. I thought they were fun.
Oh yeah,
the little clockwork castellans.
Knock them all out and you get a primal knife.
You do.
Fully upgraded is infinite. And it's like, yay, finally a knife that should have been here from the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm still missing like 3 of them. I don't know where I don't know which ones I don't have. But they carry over from playthroughs though.
Yeah, so, they do. You can see in which chapters you don't have them, right?
That came across as strange to me though. So if anyone doesn't know, there is 1 Salazar doll per chapter. However, you can like get chapter 1's Salazar in chapter 4. And so it's like,
oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that.
It just comes across as strange that the results screen is like, you've not got chapter 1 Salazar. And it's like, okay, but he's not chapter 1's Salazar. He's chapter like 1 through 5's Salazar.
Can first be encountered in chapter 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just comes across a bit weird to categorize them that way, but it's fine. Maybe call them the village Salazars, or something.
Yeah. I missed only 2 on my first playthrough.
I missed
the village Salazars, and they're all dressed up as different skill trades.
I hate that sneaky one at the end, right
That's
before you get
bullshit.
on the speedboat. It's
not
sneaky
why I
boy.
I don't even know if you can hear it. I already knew about it when I started looking for them. But yeah, because you I don't know if you can hear him, because normally when you go around you just hear like the ticking from the clockwork or whatever it is. Or from the gears rather. But I don't know if you would hear it there.
Oh, sorry, I should have mentioned Fringy's power went out. That's why he's not here. He'll be back, hopefully.
He's just done with
the emus have had their revenge.
We've clearly expended his power levels on talking about Resident Evil. we're still here though, and we're still gonna bring it home because we haven't made it yet. We've got plenty to talk about still.
Woo.
Not doing bad,
Okay.
guys. 7 hours of talking strictly about this game.
I just
Hooray.
realized how late
I
it.
feel like we've been talking for 7 hours.
It's gone. I would say it's gone fast though. Honestly, because I don't know. I had so much to say about this game, so it kind of makes sense it ended up this way.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? It was this encounter. I suppose we should probably move on because about it
Yeah.
with the ogre man.
Yeah, there's not a lot. You just dodge his stuff and then you shoot him with a cannon. There you go.
Yeah, pretty simple. Very cinematic. I find like a
Yes,
nice
yeah.
addition. Prize edition. Did you, Rags, know about the interaction with one of the 3 heads of the statue? You can throw a preemptive grenade at the guy who activates the switch. In this case, I use an RPG, but you can do that, and it'll prevent him from pulling the switch.
It's really
I
neat.
I mean, it's an odd question. I didn't do it. I assumed you could. But at this point, you know, I've got that rifle ready to go, so I shoot him in the head. And but yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all.
There's fun skips like
guess
that
there's-
throughout the game.
Yeah, that's kind of neat that it allows you to do that. It seems intuitive, and so yeah, I'm glad they allow you to do that.
Definitely input for speedrunners, right? Because like the whole speedrunning community is just desperately trying to find all the biggest skips. I think
Yeah.
like within hours of the game being out, there was already like top 10 skips for the.
Yeah.
But even like
love
this
that.
room, it's like it's a callback to the original game.
Mhm.
You know, there's
Yeah.
the raised bridge area. It's really nice. What was it called? The gallery or something like that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
I-
can quickly
yes.
realize you're approaching it from the reverse way that you would have in the OG game. They do that with a lot of rooms where it's a callback and echo of it, but that they've also made you come in the opposite direction.
Very disappointed that I didn't get a rocket launcher here.
Yeah, I was expecting to have to
Yeah.
make room for another item, and then I was like, oh, no,
Yeah.
okay, fine, that's fine, that's fine.
Is it though?
Yes.
Yeah.
I saw
maybe.
someone mention it. This is definitely something to throw in, and I'm not sure where it would fit, so we may as well just do it now. How do we feel about yellow tape and paint and stuff being used to signify things that can be interacted with?
I don't like it when people patronize to me.
Mhm.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I think that there are way better ways to distinguish interactable stuff from the environment. I mean, like Resident Evil 4, the original, didn't have this. They was just like, oh, this is one of those boxes that look like a box I could break. Let me break the box. That wasn't like it wasn't so like it just looked like a box you could break. The yellow over all this interactable stuff, I was like, yeah, I get the point, but I feel like a lot of it is like, meh.
I think you should be able to turn it
Um,
off, and then I'd be fine with it.
Yeah,
Because I
Just
get
weird.
it.
It's
I
on
get it. I
everything,
get it. I get it. They watch
everywhere.
people like DSP who's like, a box? What am I supposed to do with this? And then walks past
Yeah.
it. And you're like,
I find it's one of the problems that often comes up that needs to be solved. As we were talking about it earlier, the general look of the environment's getting so good that one of the problems becomes trying to figure out how to communicate to the player what actually is interactable and what is atmospheric set dressing. Because at least in the GameCube game, like the original Resident Evil 4, it's pretty easy to tell what an interactable object looks like versus a background object, whereas now everything
think-
looks so good that it's
a
a
version
little
of what you're
muddier.
talking about, in a way, is like classic and even current animation, where there's like this really well drawn background, and then there's things on the. So, for example, you'll see a character walk on, but there'll
Like
also just be
Scooby-Doo.
this chair that looks distinctly different from the background. And then you're like, he's going to pick up the chair, isn't he? And then he does. And you're like, oh, that's why. Because it's going to be moving and stuff. I can see what you mean, where it can stand out as what is interactable and what isn't. But because like in this game, there's things I walk past that someone in chat could be like, why aren't you destroying the lamps or whatever? They drop things. And I'm like, oh, shit, they do? Fuck. I didn't even... Oh, okay. And that could be a moment where a developer would be like, see, isn't it better that we point things out to you like that? And it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's fun for me to be like, holy shit, I've been missing these the whole time, and I could have been popping them. Well, I'll know that for the future or something. It's a bit of a balance, bit of a tug of war as to just how much, because of course everyone would agree you can't have hand holding to the point of fucking character on screen at all times telling you exactly where to walk and shoot. They seem to have figured that
Yeah.
out. But on the other end of it, they don't want to go. I was gonna say Dark Souls, but Dark Souls isn't even the extreme of the other direction. They have tooltips in that game. Like, I'm not sure what the example would be for the extreme of the other direction. A game that we're probably gonna have to go back in time to games that just didn't fucking tell you how anything worked. They just presented themselves.
Well,
and they're like, have fun.
There's a fine line between hand holding and signposting. Signposting is probably the term that would be used to, hey, these are ways in which we are communicating the intention of the game design to the player without explicitly having, like, say, a tutorial pop up that says, hey, did you know that you can smash the boxes? But it's difficult to figure out where the exact line should be between, we want to make things obvious enough for the player to be able to see it, but not to the point that they feel pandered to, I guess, or patronized to would be the word.
One of the strange examples, I guess, is, do you remember when you need to get to the dual Gyarados fight? There's a drawbridge to bring down. There's 2 weights you need to destroy, one of them in the obvious place that they've always been in throughout the game, and then one of them that's hiding below, and it's one of the things you'd have to like look for, if not for the fact that there's a big giant splat of yellow paint on the wall. To be like, look
That was
over here.
really weird.
And it's such a like, okay. Like that's a bit and it's so close to getting to the point of just, you may as well just have a little fucking paperclip there being like, hey, would you like to destroy this weight over here? It would help you out. Like, so yeah, that it's a bit of a controversy. A lot of people talked about it. Like I said, I wish I could just turn it off. Simple as that. Let the people who need it have it, I suppose. Call it an assistance mode of some kind, but
I did like that you can turn off the sides of the screen are all red now because you're injured stuff. Because that's something that I hate in video games, and it was egregious in this game.
It depends for me.
I saw in the menu, it's like turn off. I was like, oh, sweet.
I'm the kind of idiot gamer where I'm like, health isn't low enough to heal yet, still not low enough, not yet, and so sometimes that kind of shit will be like heal, and I'm like, okay, I'll do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna heal.
You get the big red borders in this game, I think, when you're in yellow though. So I'm just like, man.
Well, it makes me look at my health bar, I guess, is what I'm saying, which is good.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It's not something I turned off because sometimes I need to get a bit of a jolt with it, but I can totally understand it being annoying, and it is good that you can turn it off.
Yes.
Hate the red jam.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not a fan.
So, why don't we talk about the Ashley sequence for mechanics? I imagine there's not a lot to say on this one, and probably frustrates everybody about as much as the OG one does, right? And by that, I mean basically not at all.
I didn't have any real issues with it. I thought it, the lighting of this version, makes it seem more, it seemed pretty spooky. There's a little, they're creaking around. You see the armor, you know what's coming. You got more rooms to play around with and go back to, and stuff to collect. And yeah, I mean, it seemed just fine for me. I guess that nothing really noteworthy comes to mind at the moment.
I think it's a
But yeah, it
neat
works
sequence
fine.
that has a bit more of a horror to it than the OG one.
That was going to be my point. That I think the giving you the effectively OP weapon of the lantern and making it seem like, okay, well, this is almost a non-issue because I can just freeze all these things with this light. It really kind of sets up a nice little thing when it's like, oh, well, your lantern is gone, so what now?
No.
Funny thing about that, Mark, I didn't realize, I didn't read the fucking prompt properly, that that's what the lantern does. You can see it on stream. It says like press the button to focus the light, and I did, and then I literally say like, I don't know, it's not that much better. Because I think what they're saying is that you can see things better if you focus it, and I was like, nah, it's about the same. So I won't need to use that. And then I bump into these enemies, and I never focus the light, so I'm avoiding them like crazy and scared the whole time. So when they took the lantern off me, I was just like, well, same thing. It's like it's what I've been doing the whole time. So it kind of like, in a way, it kind of made the whole sequence that much more scarier for me, because, doing it later while being able to focus the light, I was like, oh, fuck, this is way easier. Not even much to worry about.
Yeah, no. And I thought that was like, I was kind of disappointed by that at first, because I was like, well, I feel like they've given you a really effective tool here to the point that I can't imagine suffering any damage. And then I almost felt like, okay, you got me when you get to the part where you have no light.
Mm-hmm. I don't know when to fit it in, but I saw someone mention it. It's like, fuck, we should have talked about it as well. The puzzle aspect of the game. Should we do that once we've done the enemy encounters?
Sure. Yeah, we can do that.
Alrighty. That about sorts out Ashley. I think it's a solid sequence, and it's
Yeah.
well adapted, I guess, from the original, because the original one's a little bit strange. You know, the whole like you can burn the cultists to death if you throw 3 lamps at them, they die
That was
thing. It's just
funny.
like, that's strange, but yeah, like, I guess it works. It's all right.
Well,
And that there's like
it was
exactly
pretty-
3 of those lanterns you need to kill them anytime.
So you can't miss, and she doesn't aim to where they have to be stunned for the lanterns to hit.
I always
because
wait for
where
them to get
she-
close because they slow
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, they.
Because I know what
the
you
way
mean.
that she aims, and yeah.
She can
it's
miss
kinda
very
cool.
easily 'cause she's a moron. I mean, she's fine.
No, she is. She's been to college. She should know better.
She
There's
should
no
know
excuse.
better.
You know how to burn people alive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I guess you could say the next. You got the ballroom with all of the these are Novistadors, right?
No Vistadors.
Yeah, this is almost their main sequence, I would say. I guess outside of like the mining area, I guess. I mean, what do you think of them as being translated from OG and how they play out?
I'm pretty keen on them. I kind of miss the invisible sewer sequence and the music that came along with it. I really kind of like that. Let me see, but this is pretty good too. They have throughout the whole game. I never fucking learned, but they would be like frozen. They'd look like rocks,
Yep.
and I wouldn't.
The camo.
The whole game, the
Yeah.
whole fucking game, they would jump on me, and I'm like, God damn it, every time. There's some that I was able to, see ahead of time, but yeah.
I really
it
want
always
to
kinda
reward the
caught me off
game for
guard a
that.
lot.
They had the kind of camo that I legit thought they were fucking invisible until I was like, oh, it's right there. How am I not seeing that? It's right
Hiding in
there.
plain
Like,
It's right there, man.
But yeah, they I really I like them. I like being able to finish them. They're not too they don't feel too tanky to me. I like they have one animation though attack where they're in the air, they like surge forward without warning or anything that I don't like, but it's pretty rare that would be triggered. But I like the segment here where there's like a big nest, and obviously a callback to the original, and then then of course in the sewer or down below where they're invisible. That I think is a pretty neat touch that I like. Instead of there being nothing between you falling into the pit and the Vertigo fight. And then you see him later on again at the island, and I'm like, yeah, it's fair enough. We get to see him a bit again.
point of interest on the OG game, correct me if I'm wrong, but I always found it absolutely fucking bizarre that when they're flying, let's say they have 10 health and a couple pistol shots will knock them down, but if they land, their health goes up to like 50.
Right, that's
In the original, if you hit them while
weird.
they were flying around, it was an insta kill.
Yeah, they just got fucked. And
Yeah.
that difference in value is insane.
Yeah.
Like-
Yeah, you feel it. You just TMP pip pip pip. If they're
Yeah.
in the air, you could just oof. Which is like, does it make sense? No. Is this way better?
No.
I guess technically, it's just, but it was like one of those things that you realize this ain't the game no more.
So yeah, then that's followed up straight away by the double Gyarados sequence, which I don't mind starting on this in terms of just I actually kind of adored this sequence because I had so much fun treating them like my pets that I guided into all of the enemies. I was just having so much fun with it as like an arcade game almost.
Yeah.
I ended up playing it, I think, several hours on stream of just trying to find different ways of seeing if I could get through it without losing any health or spending as little shots as possible, seeing how much damage I could get them to do. Funnily enough, because I know I'm not like that's not a common experience. A lot of people said this is the most hated room. So
Really?
yeah. A lot of people said it's frustrating,
Yeah.
annoying.
Definitely
blah,
one of the
blah, blah.
most difficult ones for me. But
I just love running around and let those fuckers slice up all those Ganados that jump from the balconies. Like, yeah, fuck off. And then it just gets sliced. And then there's like 4 or 5 on those staircase, and you just bait them in there, and they go like, it's good shit. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it was kind of an expected fight because of the previous game, but when it actually shows up, you're like, whoa, 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 because they like chunkier and more intimidated in this game. So it's just like, how will this go? And I think it is intended to be probably one of the most difficult rooms, if not the most difficult room in the castle, and if not
It's
the
tough
game.
in the original game.
It was,
It
yeah.
was a tough room in the original game. And in this one, it was tough but very enjoyable. It was good to. It was just fun to play. Tough and fun.
Was indeed. Which, if we fast forward a little bit, we end up at good old Verdugo, the epic, big old right hand of Mr. Salazar. Is it safe to say this is basically 1-to-1? I don't know what else to say about it.
It's
Yeah, it's
very,
very
very
similar.
similar. I like the
Very.
play area a little bit better and some of the rooms. But yeah, it's extremely similar to the other version to the point where I don't know if there's anything meaningful to say. There's an optional little this room here that you can open up and go into, but yeah, I was really keen on it. I really liked it. I thought it was well done. We get some story stuff down here. We learn about the guy who essentially became Vertigo by getting transformed and all that sort
Oh,
of
that's
stuff.
right.
But,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's I really like it. I dig it. It's a good fight. It's a good new version.
Someone in chat mentioned, I don't like that you can leave without killing him. Why not?
Why not?
I mean, honestly, even in the original, I didn't even realize you could kill him. I thought the point was to call
Slow
the
him down
elevator
until the
and
elevator
to-
arrives, yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's something to make sense in
Fair.
terms of a player's interaction with him. My disappointment was that he didn't drop something worth of more value. I was like, I
Yeah.
want 50k
This
from
drop is
you.
Pretty lame.
Yeah, he drops a crown segment, I think, in the original game. But this is in the original game, this is where I always use my free rocket launcher to kill Vertigo.
It makes sense, and
Saves a
it
bit,
does.
saves
I
some
think it's
time, and
very kind of it's the scariest, one of the scariest moments in the game. I would say it comes close to actually being kind of like intense because of the way the guy's been set up and how fucking aggressive and fast he is.
Oh yeah, you hear him chasing you, and these hallways are clearly designed with like you running away from something in mind.
Yeah, I think it's just really strong sequence. It's one that they adapted pretty much 1-to-1, but probably because it worked so well in the original one. It's just like, yeah, just keep going. Why not? Then I guess pushes us to. Well, we can talk, I guess, about the double L Gigantes.
El Gigante. I like this one a bit better. I think there's something about being able to move and shoot that plays with El Gigante in a nice way, especially with there being two of them. Lewis being there is neat. I like that. Gives you some more time with him.
I think that would be my primary upgrade, is having it be that they're together. There's so many little great moments, like obviously, for example, Luis grabs him to pull him in, but then it ends up pulling both of them out. It's just like it's almost like goofy shit, and then he can shoot him out of the hand. So it's just like they're working together the whole time. It's just fun. And yeah, you don't have to drop him into the lava pit.
Yeah.
You can just kill him the regular way. And what's cool, by the way, is if you kill him quick, after Luis has gone off to get the dynamite, if you kill the armored one before he comes back, or whichever one is left at that point, he'll say, once he's back, he's like, oh, you didn't leave any for me? It's just like, heh. A different result, which is this kind of stuff you like in terms of details.
And I didn't even know you could kill the armor one before Luis comes back, and you can use the dynamite to blow off its armor.
Yeah, because it has a little exposed piece of its face, which, like I said earlier, it was disappointing. Here, it's like, yay, I was expecting it, and it works. Good stuff, Resident Evil.
Oh, nice.
Then we kind of had a mention of it, but yeah, I don't know. All I really have to say about the trade cut section is just fucking cool. It's a cool.
Yeah, it is really
cool.
fun. I
Very
like that here's your gun. You got infinite ammo for it. I think it's implied here that you have his Red 9.
Yeah.
He's giving it to you to use. But it's like a little shooting sequence, an action shooting sequence. There's obstacles to shoot in front of you. There's a leaning mechanic where you have to lean so the cart doesn't tip over. Shoot the baddies.
Focusing on the crosshair at this section is probably how I'd have liked it in the whole game. It's pretty quick. It
is very quick, yeah.
And it's just like, God, this would have been so much more. Like, I could have complimented you so much better, game, if this was how it always worked. Because I felt pretty in control of what I was aiming at in this, even with the fact that it's not a red dot. I was like, yeah, but it feels like I can mostly shoot everything first try instead of it like fucking with me. Yeah, and just music, the fucking visuals, of course, the these are like hampered mechanics in a sense, but they're very suitable for this sort of moment of gameplay. And there's a couple of interactions that change things. You can shoot enemies earlier on at a distance, and they won't affect you later. There's Chainsaw Man. You can, if you have to time the shots on him correctly, otherwise it can fuck you over. But you can also focus all the shots on his actual cart, so you can destroy that, which will kill him. Like there's just fun little interactions like that. And to be honest with you, I'm surprised there's not like mini games of maybe, because you could have done this where it's like 5 challenge maps and they're all train cart ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Jeez, hey.
Sorry, the puppy did not like that idea.
I'm sorry. I don't know. Do I have to explain it?
She's
Like,
a very racist puppy.
He
I thought it was pretty
heard
cool.
heard the word train and was like, uh-oh, bad memories.
Yeah. Reminder of her time working on the rails.
yeah, good section, good addition. Clap, clap. Nice one.
Yep.
Oh, and then we get to the Krauser first part boss fight, which don't know if anyone's willing to take the opposite direction, but I think this is a strict upgrade.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely a strict upgrade. The other one was just like the lamest thing ever, where it's just QTEs. This was actually them talking to each other, but you're involved in the fight itself. It has you evading. It has you, blocking his attacks, following up, putting that knife to use. There's some, items to pick up here, and of course you get the segment, of course, with Lewis dies and that sort of thing. And I like it. Yeah, it's a little play area that you have to fight with him. And I like it. I think this is really neat, and it is also a sort of setup and practice for when you have to do it again later for the fight, which again is it's kind of neat.
I would say that there's maybe someone out there who might try and make the argument, how is this any different? Ultimately, it is QTEs. He attacks, you have to hit space, and you counter parry. Isn't that the same as hitting X and A or whatever buttons combination? I would just say, like, there's so much freedom and player choice in this moment. You can move wherever you want. You can engage with him by attacking him as he's attacking you, or parrying, or trying to crouch, cowering, doing all... Everything's dynamic, and everyone's going to play differently because he's going to have a dice roll on exactly how much he'll attack you, where he'll move, what kind of moves he'll engage with. It's not going to be the same thing every time, and your performance will change the fight as well. Like how much you hit him and how fast, or how much you run away from him. It's much more dynamic than the original. It's pretty much, because people point out, just like how people say, like, every game's an RPG. Every input you have in the game is a QTE technically, and it's like, no,
You're always playing a role.
This
Don't be obtuse.
Yeah, that's the short version. You know the difference. This is
Don't be
definitely a change, and it's a fucking welcome change, because the original one is kind of lame.
Yep, pretty much.
I really like the lighting too, as other people have mentioned. It's really fucking cool.
It showed me how shit I was at parrying, at least I'm professional.
It's good for like getting you back in. It's a full-on fight about that only, so you can get used to it.
Yeah,
more.
like I
Good for
said,
training.
the more you engage with the fight here, then the easier it will be later when you're more used to it.
And that's another thing, like I was just
kind
saying
of
about the train car section, you could have had another arcade-type minigame where you fight 5 levels of Krauser, or maybe 5 different characters, and they get harder and harder and faster, and the parry windows are smaller and smaller until you beat the hardest challenge, A lot of minigame opportunity in here, and it can work as well for training you up on being better at parrying. Maybe
And it's just good. It feels like an appropriately good, like, to do this with a knife only. Like and I didn't know if by intention you're supposed to in the later segments, but like really fighting him with the knife, it's kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's not super complex. There's not that many mechanics involved, but it plays pretty well. It uses the mechanics of stabbing and slashing well, the blocking, and I really was having a good time fighting Krauser with the knife.
Which I think then takes us to Salazar, doesn't it? Other than the clock tower fight, which I do want to mention actually, because wasn't a huge fan of enemies spawning from behind pillars. It was throwing me off a little bit when I was trying to learn this for the first time, because I was like, I want to shoot them before they get to certain areas, so if I can get them in advance, and then I'm like, wait, now they've appeared there. What? Where did they come from? Are there other doors that they're coming from? There are other rooms? And it's like, no, they come from behind the pillars. And most often as well, when your camera is 180 degree away from them. Wherever you're looking, they'll spawn them behind you and behind pillars. And it's like, okay. the result of that is me spinning around constantly looking for the next spawn, you know? Which isn't handy, because there is a challenge to never let the elevator stop. And of course, any ganado that steps on the elevator for more than, I think, 3 seconds, and you're out.
That's the stoppage.
Which, in the OG game, didn't it take more than one to do that? Was it
I
3?
think so.
It would. I think it was something like that, and they always fell. They always jumped down, so you could kind of be sitting there waiting with your shotgun to blast them once they came in. Wow, they ran fast as fuck. But yeah, they would jump down into the middle of the platform, so you'd be ready for them.
Mm-hmm.
This one is a bit more varied, so in that sense, it's good.
Yeah, I constantly kept looking up and just spun around. It's like, where they are, where you at? Yeah,
I was very satisfied when I got through it without the thing stopping. I was like, oh, finally, I did it. I'm so good. It's like a little bit of just lucking out that you look at the right place, the right times. They did involve the red priesty boys as well. 2 of them in that sequence.
Oh yeah, the red priests, the Los Illuminatus priests. They can create essentially plagas coming out of the heads. They do the little chanting, and cultists' heads go away, and then you have the plagas come out of it. So you know that if you don't want to do that, you need to take care of the priest because he's like sort of powering them up.
Yeah,
in a sense.
They also,
which is an addition, and it's a cool one, I think.
They also stun you for a little bit when they do the little chant.
You go ooh ooh,
ouchie.
Because you've got a plagas in you, so it affects you to some degree. So that's a nice little gameplay element / lore appropriate, mechanic here. So yeah, good on you. Nice.
So, but I do like the sequence, and I really like the music that plays for this. I think it's like you get a lot of drums. And like the more I talk about it, the more I realize like I do want an RE4 too. I just want more of all of this new stuff though.
Yeah.
And it's like the closest we're gonna get is the RE5 remake, and that's if they don't botch it. Or it's funny if it was an accurate remake, it would be.
One.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people are after that as well. I was thinking, you know what? Who knows what they'll do? This was a surefire like choice. RE4 remake is like, of course you can make money from that. As for whatever
but it's
comes
also
next,
the one that they could have been burned. Yeah, they could have lost a lot of reputation by screwing this one up.
Absolutely. But
if this had the same gameplay as Village, it would be like, what have you done? Yeah, maybe people would be finally understanding that gameplay is just so mediocre.
Mediocre. Which takes us to the Ramon Salazar fight. What do we think? Upgrade, downgrade, neutral grade?
I only fought him normal once. I don't remember the fight very well.
I didn't have any trouble with it at all.
Yeah.
In fact, the fight seemed really easy to me. Just the way that you could move around in the space and his ability to kind of get to you. But yeah, I just didn't really have an issue with it at all. I don't know how I feel in terms of it being better or not. I think I like the old one more. But I'm not sure. I think, I'm going to say I like the old one more, but that's not a strong opinion. I'd have to fight Salazar more in the new version to really say.
Oh, there's no argument from anybody to say one of them is easy or not. Both of them can be annihilated instantly, so don't even try. Like they're both very easy. I think the... Wait, what was that? Was that confusing? Or?
What? How do you annihilate him easily in the new one?
So you know these golden eggs?
Yeah.
One of them deals 70% damage to him. So if you have 2 of them, you can just insta kill him.
So I guess you gotta just know to not sell the eggs.
Well, there's one pretty close to this place. And yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess there's one in that little. Yeah,
the throne room.
It's in one of the where you have the little. I don't even know what to call the cube puzzle. Turn the cube to the right slot.
Yeah.
And I think in the OG you just have to stand still and shoot him until he dies.
It honestly doesn't require much from just generally whatever weapons you even have fully upgraded. Yeah. He's pretty low health.
Yeah, I think I like the idea that. Well, I forget for whatever reason. I just forget. Like I'm blanking. What happens to the vertigo he doesn't send after you in the remake?
Good question. I
I
don't
don't
know.
think we find out.
Yeah,
Oh,
Like a
I
hole in this game, I think.
I
that's
just
strange. Yeah,
It
in
is
my head
strange, yeah.
canon, he's just still merging with them, I guess, but we don't see it. But he's
Just
just kind of gone.
Any word on that chat? It disappears.
yeah, I just yeah, that's probably why I'm drawing a blank because in the old one, the vertigo that's left gets pulled by the tentacles into the big flowery thing, and so I assume that's like the one eye is the vertigo there, the left eye,
Oh,
by the way.
people saying he might
Um,
be in the Ada DLC. That might explain it.
maybe,
Oh, maybe, yeah.
but yeah, yeah, I think I'm gonna go with I'm siding with the old one is better currently. I don't know if that'll change over time, but that's what I'm sticking with for now.
Only enough, I have the reverse. I'm going to side with the
Yeah.
new for now, but I'd like to study both of them. The thing I'm worried about with the new is he's a bit flumpy with clipping. But I can't remember if it flumps in your benefit or not. I think it's like 50-50. Sometimes he'll clearly have hit you, but he's clipping, and the game will be like, that doesn't count, you're okay. And you're like, thank you, game. And sometimes it's,
Some of his attacks also are not super easy to track exactly what they're going to be. He kept on killing me with this one-hit kill bite that I couldn't really figure out what the game wanted from me other than it. Okay, gosh, we got
In the
dogs
new
again.
or the old?
The new one. In the new one,
Oh,
he's got
okay.
this one-hit kill chomp where he just runs. He sort of growls at you for a moment, and then it's almost like one of those Elden Ring super delayed attack things where it's a little bit later than you think it's going to be, and I think you have to be at a run and going laterally. Otherwise, every other time he seemed to kill me with it, and every so often I didn't know if he was staggered and in a good position where I could hit, I guess the head of Salazar, that little glowing eye on the actual mini Salazar head that's inside the mouth. God, it's difficult to speak about Resident Evil anatomy, isn't it? But yeah, and I found that I'd be like, okay, I guess I wasn't supposed to be shooting him there because he was just prepping a one-hit kill, and now I'm dead and have to do the entire thing again. And I found that I never had as much difficulty figuring out the mechanics of the original Salazar fight in the 2005 game.
Yeah, I think the idea that you're on a platform up above and you have the option to go below, that he has like the tentacles that smack down, he has the bite, that there's that eye you have to hit enough to open up his weak spot. I don't know. I'd like it. I think it's a good fight. I think and I like Salazar as a character more on the old one. So yeah, I'll stick with that for now, but it's very possible that I might change if I play the new one more, or when I play the new one more. So
the more
yeah.
I fought him on, I think it was my pro playthrough, I still wasn't using the eggs or anything. I was finding that there was still times where I was getting blasted. I was like, fuck, what am I not knowing here? But the longer it went on, the better I was getting, like understanding his animations and then blocking them all and finding really good exploit points, like because of the way that the map works, is there's lots of little areas you can get really good vantage points from while he still can't hurt you. And then just enjoying the fact that a lot of it was rewarding accuracy, like when he's going around dropping his little like pus bombs or whatever. Like if you get him in that orange spot on his head, the game will reward you. He'll go, "Oh fuck, you've got bad," fall over and stuff. And it's just like, yeah. Meanwhile, in the original, like, who the fuck's losing to the original? Like he's just so easy to kill. He's right there, the target's right there, opens up weak spot right there. This one I felt I had to work a bit harder to get the rewards. That's kind of why I found it more engaging as a challenge. But yes, you could. I say this right now with the footage of me getting eaten. But there you go. More of a challenge or something. I don't know. So yeah, I guess I'm undecided on exactly if I consider it an upgrade or a downgrade. I'd have to study up on them both a bit more mechanically. But I will say... maybe this is just because of the visuals, or it's more than that, but like it just comes across as more cinematic, which is a fun spectacle thing for Resident Evil. I think graphically the music is usually cranked up for the remake, and then just the room and how everything looks makes for quite a grand experience. I'd have to like replay the OG one to remember what elements are happening outside of the mechanics. I saw someone say like he's better
top
monster.
of the clock tower. Ashley's been sent away. There's this mass of this Plagas mass at the top, and he gets pulled into it.
No, I
and-
know that. I meant like music and stuff. I couldn't quite remember because it's always over so fast for me that I don't quite. It doesn't quite embed with me. But because like I don't know how much we've mentioned the soundtrack, but I quite love it. And I would say in both games, but this game felt like I was really enjoying the tracks for the Mendez fight, for example. I could hear in the new track the old track, like how it was remixed and repurposed, sort of thing. Those are cool elements like that. I want to compare them for both probably.
I'm very pleased with the new soundtrack, and I'm really happy that they gave the option to have the old soundtrack play.
Yes.
I think that was pretty neat. I really
That is neat,
appreciate
yeah.
that.
Well, I actually prefer the sound effects for the moving the inventory because I even said on stream I miss the when you place an item that it goes like I want that back, give me, and you can get it back, so it's kind of neat.
It's a very comforting soundscape, isn't it? The menu manipulation
mhm.
or inventory menu specifically.
Well, hearing the classic sounds and stuff at a whim of your choice is just like that's a real neat thing. I wish there were even more of these crazy neat things they put in, but they did put in a lot more than you get from a lot of modern games these days. What about which do you prefer? Which look, the Salazar monster mode from original or new?
So tough to tell because of the graphics.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I think the old one has this element of like he's becoming part of the castle in a way because of the fixture that the Plagas mask kind of has to the tower. It's they're so different. One is mobile and it bounces around, and the other is like a stationary boss.
Yeah, it is
With
hard to
10
compare.
it's really tough. I don't know. I don't think I'm like conceptually partial to one over the other.
I like them both, and I think obviously
Yeah, I can't say to
I'm not going to
yeah.
hold graphics against the old one at all. Like it's I can envision how he would look, with this graphics sort of thing. It's more about the design that I'm interested.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty then. Takes us to the Island. Probably most notable interaction. Yeah, I guess it would be going straight to the Regeneradors.
Yeah.
Well, I do appreciate that they added enemies with metal shields.
Yeah.
And I think this is the first time we see the club enemies, where you have to evade instead of blocking their attacks. Nice
Is it the
keeping the
electrocution
variety
stuff?
there. No, they just have the big like club thingies, big mace club thingies.
Oh, you have to
and-
crouch to avoid because you can't parrying. That's not possible. Is that right?
Yeah, there's an evade prompt that pops
Right.
up. But yeah, it's like essentially they're like replacement for the scythe enemies because the scythes did that where they the scythes you could block some of the attacks, but they had another attack that was an evade one. So that was neat. But yeah, the metal shield enemies that you couldn't blast through their shield, so you'd want to like what I would do is I would get a good parry on them, and that would open them up for a stagger kick.
Oh, you should try and just get them at the feet.
Yeah.
That's as well.
It's good that
I think if you shoot them often enough, they even lower the shield to protect their feet, if I'm not mistaken. I would need to double
Maybe.
check that, but I
Yeah.
What I
feel
remember
like
is,
that
like,
happens.
tag the feet enough, and they open up the slot on their head, and then you shoot that, and then they're almost done.
Right.
'cause-
Yeah.
Yeah. Metal shield guys were in the original though, weren't they, or were they not?
Not to my knowledge, no. I don't think there were any that had a shield that was unbreakable. Or at least extremely resistant. I don't think so. Maybe I'm just forgetting. You never know
I'm
what
trying
kind
to
of things
remember
you
because
forget.
that seems familiar, but I don't know if that's me making shit up.
Yeah, I think it was just wooden shields only. I
Wooden
don't think they
shields
had
only?
metal
Okay.
unbreakable shields, yeah.
Anyway,
Especially because in the old version, because you couldn't move and shoot, and there wasn't like a parry system, it would have been kind of a nightmare to deal with them potentially. Like it's not really based around that, whereas the wooden shields can be broken.
oh, is it RE5 that has them?
I can't
Didn't
remember.
RE4 have one with spikes in front of them?
I
Like
don't
spike
remember.
shields? Or am I...
You'd think I'd
am I
remember since I
making-
played it so recently, but I
Well,
don't
in
remember.
the tribal sections, I think there were ones who had shields. But yeah, it's been a while since I played that.
Oh well.
So the regenerators, they've got the fucking exploit's been fixed. So there's that.
It was an exploit, yeah, where you could stun lock them with the knife. Yeah, you just blow off a leg, they fall, they just collapse, and you just knife them until they die. Yeah.
Oh, you mean
it was?
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
You
okay,
just
no.
knife them and kill them. Yeah, fair enough. I don't
Fair
blame
enough.
them for. Fair enough.
I couldn't
Whatever.
slap their asses
we had our
anymore
fun
until
for
they died.
years.
Yeah.
So yeah, fair. I really I like the regenerators in this.
Yeah.
They're
scary as fuck.
fierce. Yeah, they're scary. They make the fucking noises. They
Jiggly
they're
asses.
dummy thick. They have
Yeah,
they
dummy thick,
squirm
yeah.
around on the ground and jump on you, and they have that reach for you and grab you thing. And then of course, shooting the plagas from the inside of them with either a SMG or a rifle. They're pretty standard there.
Yeah, you can.
I like.
They
yeah.
have a health bar that if you don't
Yeah.
shoot any of their blobs, it's just a big health bar, which I like.
Yeah,
You
kind of like the
can
original. Yeah.
shoot the big old blobs with obviously the heat thing, but you can also with the shotgun or SMG or well anything of your choice shoot enough where the skin will come away and reveal where the blobs are, and then you can shoot them that way. As far as I know, that's an
very neat.
addition.
Yes, I think that's true. I think in the original version, you could just blow like limbs and stuff off, and eventually you could kill them doing that. They did have a health bar, but yeah.
So yeah,
it's a huge investment in ammo.
I think they did an excellent job moving them over.
Yes,
I couldn't figure out a reliable way to kill the level 2 version of them. Like
Iron
when
Maidens.
yeah, the Iron Maiden. So once they have that single parasite that's only in their head, I really couldn't figure out is it a precision shot that I have to get in between the opening in the face and actually just hit it dead on? Is it an amount of damage? Because it didn't seem that using the thermal sight had any kind of advantage to it at that point, or at least
Something I figured out was that you don't need to use that anymore. You just use a shotgun or even the TMP would probably be better at that point.
That's sort of what I was getting the impression of, because I'm like, I feel like it's not making any appreciable difference for me to use the thermal sight to actually aim at that final parasite. But,
yeah, well, so anybody who's listening,
I didn't like fighting them because I didn't feel like I really understood how to fight them the way I did in the original, or even just fighting the standard regenerators in this game, where it's like, okay, kill the parasites inside the body. I get that.
Also, just in case anyone doesn't know, the
the
regenerators had 2 versions in the other game. In this one, technically it is 2 versions, but the Iron Maidens pop out as like a second phase of the first ones eventually.
Yes.
Later on.
And they added something that I really liked, because in the original it was a little bit weird. They explode and they have the spikes all over them. But in this one, when they explode with the spikes all over them, it's actually like almost like an attack.
Grenade.
You have to, if you're kind of within their line of sight and close, they
it's a death knell.
They take some damage, take some bit of damage. But strong enemies. I fought them all using the normal method. Rifle with the plagas, the scope. And the only time I used an SMG in this game was I have the SP5, and I figure, well, I got this SP5 I picked up. It comes with 30 rounds in it. I have the scope. I'll use it on one of the boys. And so I essentially got there you go. Being expeditious.
Yeah.
But that's use. So there you go. And I like how it's optional. That one room that has the 4 of them frozen. One of them you need to fight to get the wrench, but the other ones, you don't have to fight them. You can if you want. You get gems, or if you mess up and you miss a shot, you crack it open, and now you have to fight it. So that was really neat and interesting. Like you can challenge yourself if you want.
And they
it teaches you to be careful.
They did the thing of the OG game as well, of just like they are overwhelming, and when you first meet them, a lot of players will treat them as though they're like characters you're just supposed to fucking run, and get away from it, move around the room. Like, because obviously the first one you can run away from and move around. The second one, they lock you in a room with them. Well, funny enough, don't they lock you in a room with them in the original, and this one they don't, or do they lock you at all in the room in the original?
They lock you in the freezer.
The freezer, yeah. They don't lock you in the freezer in this one. You can walk out of it, can't you?
I actually didn't try that.
You can.
But
the thing about it is, if you've left the other one alive, you might run into him, and then it gets real scary.
You have to wait for the key card to reprogram in this one.
I thought you had to do that in the OG, but in this one you can run back out.
I think the trade-off is that the play
Well, I think-
area is a little bit more difficult to get past him, but but I don't think I can't remember. for
The
whatever reason.
thermal sight is also not in the freezer in this one, or at least.
Yeah,
Or,
the
I
thermal
don't
sight
know,
is
just
down
hardcore
with level 3, right?
Incubation. Yeah.
So that's not like a hardcore mode, the items get shuffled thing, because I was thinking there was a possibility of that. I was like, wait,
No.
hold
no.
on. The thermal sight's supposed to be in here.
No.
My memory betrayed me.
Isn't it?
The plagas in those regenerators can be a bit fucky depending on what angle you shoot. Like you're straight on it, but I don't know, maybe a leg flumes in front of it and then it doesn't go through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I typically tried to avoid them when they were on the ground because I wasn't
Yeah.
quite sure, but that typically wasn't an issue.
Yeah.
I didn't
I
have
play
a problem with it.
Oh, you fight a couple of them, you mostly just snipe them from far away anyway. And it's
I don't
pretty-
think I ever hit a single Plagas parasite while they were in the middle of the walrus attack. Where they kind of slide
Walrus
across
attack.
the floor. I'm just like, oh no, nothing's happening here. I'm just gonna take damage.
Which will then take us to, I think a point of interest would probably be the crane sequence. I quite liked it. The
I
wrecking
like the
ball.
crane sequence. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was a fun fight.
Good moment for
yeah,
Ashley.
fun fight.
That's true. And,
Yeah.
and to be honest with you, I remember when I finished it up, I remember thinking, man, probably one of the last times I'm going to do like a fun horde thing in this game. I
Yeah.
want more. Like, I like these. I like the stress of many multiple spawns and environmental like explosives to use and lots of different enemy types that can interact well with each other. It's like, I just like this shit. I like the core gameplay loop. And yeah, I just knew like, I'm coming to an end probably. Like a wrecking ball. There's cool skips. You can use the RPG or grenades to open up the hole so that she hits it once and it blows open straight away.
Yeah.
Though in this fight, there's a creepy moment where fucking like 8 of the spindly like crawly boys spawn.
Yeah, the spiders, the plaga spiders.
And it was funny to me because it's like, oh good god. Then you check your inventory, you're like, oh, it's okay, I have a flash.
Yeah,
Like,
flashing of these.
it's like, if you don't have a flash, oh no. Because that's probably something worth mentioning actually is enemy types. The Phase 1 Plagas guy, just like the original one pretty much. Phase 2 guy, I think is that just like the original? Is there anything different about him?
A little
I
bit.
kind of consider the Phase 1 Plagas in this game to be that weird broken neck mutation that they do.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
And that I thought that was an interesting way to do it, to have the enemy mutation mechanic be in the first act of the game.
He just has a
But
floopy
still-
neck, pretty much. I wouldn't call it a plagas.
But
I think it's supposed to be interpreted as such. Though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that-
like
that's
he's
the thing,
alive
it's
because the
sort of-
plagas is keeping him alive.
Yeah.
But like it doesn't come out. It's still all internal.
And I think it's what I was trying to explain is that I think that was a way to have the enemy mutation mechanic exist in the early part of the game before the almost twist of the Plagas that happens like
Yeah, I
once
think
night
so,
falls.
yeah.
And I thought that was a clever way to do it. It's like, oh, it's like a new mutation there, and something's messed up with their head, and it's what's going on there? And you're like, oh, that's just the Plagas trying to get out,
Creepy-
but it's
yeah, creepy
it's not far
parasite
enough
underneath
along
them,
yet.
yeah.
It can't explode the head.
Can't hurt you.
The I think the stage 1 plagas acts pretty much like it did in the original game.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a tentacle with a blade at the end. Don't let it get close to you. It can be floopy sometimes with how it hits.
And it can fucking
but-
stun lock you on its own if you get really unlucky. Like
Ooh, it
if
didn't
it-
happen to me, but that sounds really bad.
I've been in a corner before where one of them spawns because you just get unlucky enough that someone's head pops off and then it turns into that and you try to get out, someone grabs you, and by the time you get out of it, they tag you and Leon goes, whoa, whoa, whoa,
This isn't a good day.
Trying to get his balance back, and by the time you recover, hits you again. You go, whoa. And the unfortunate fucking part, especially if that thing is not alone, is by the time you can recover, someone else has done something to you. Oh, you got punched, and then you got grabbed. Then you escape the grab, and there's like, oh, there's a dynamite at your feet, by the way. And you're like, and then you explode into mist, and you're like, well, I'm gonna go play fucking chess. Like, leave me alone. So,
Chess is a classic game.
and you know
Never
what?
goes out of style.
Reliable, mechanically reliable. No one calls chess clunky.
True.
But then you play chess and your opponent gets a pawn to the other side of the board. And sure enough, once you get one, now you have another health bar on your fucking piece, and you're like, oh, I
Chess
can't
is just
escape it.
clunky checkers. Checkers is just chess with better mechanics.
Ooh, no.
I know. I'm kidding. It's faster.
Good.
It was
Let's
going to make
see,
things a
but yeah-
competition, Mark. Gee.
though.
Yeah, games are in a competition.
Hey, I will say then, just in case anyone thinks I'm not joking, unequivocally, chess is a better game than checkers. Everybody.
I
agree.
prefer it.
The second stage Plagas, I think, are they're a bit different in this one. Not too much. They still have the insta kill move on you. However, now they have they're only vulnerable when their mouth is open, which means you can't just kill them right after they pop out. Well, I think you can. You have a little window right after they pop out to kill them.
Yeah,
and
they give you a
then-
chance.
Yeah, but a lot of the times you won't be able to do that because you're dealing with other, boys around him. So you have to kind of wait till it's a little bit closer and then hit him with, a shotgun blast or a rifle shot. They also have a move where they can jump up onto the ceiling and attach to the ceiling and then leap towards you.
And they can fucking insta kill you if you're not
And that'll
careful.
insta kill you too. Yeah, and I think they're my least favorite of the three. I don't like the second one. In the original, they weren't as bad because they were always vulnerable. You could always shoot them with a rifle or something and blast them away. But in this one, they seem to be a bit more aggressive, and they have windows of vulnerability that you have to exploit. And the third is the one that underwent the most change. In the original, the third one would pop out and it'd be like a spider on a stalk,
Mhm.
and you'd kill it, and then the spider would fall off, and then it would jump towards you and come and get you. And now the spiders can skitter around, and they can jump on enemies and essentially power them up to make
Yeah.
them really aggressive.
Did it freak anyone else out when they first did that? Because they're
It
fast.
certainly caught
Really
me off
remind-
guard.
Really reminded me of the Crimson Heads in the Resident Evil 1 remake. If you guys have ever played that one, it's they're the ultra powered versions of the zombies where they get these bloody faces and they move super fast and they make a very scary sound. And the first time I saw one of the, I don't know, I guess face hugger Plagas zombies that they were, I guess Ganados in this one here, that I was like, oh god, they put Crimson Heads into this game, and they're so much faster and scarier. But yeah. One thing I did like about it though is once you've knocked the Plagas off and it's running around again, they're fairly easy to kill if you
Yeah,
can
they got
shoot them when
quite
they're
low
not
HP.
attached to a host.
Dude, the thing that
Yeah,
really freaked me out was in the sequence with the castle where the cannon and stuff. When you're sorting out the sun moon dials and stuff, and there's a staircase, a winding staircase, you begin climbing it. One of those fuckers is crawling around the walls, and I was like, they could even do that? Yeah. Kill it. This is definite spider vibes, being taken advantage of.
Let me see. The yeah, I think that's it for the the Plagas enemies fighting them
Yeah, it's sort of-
themselves. I think it's a decent change to the second one that makes it a little bit more difficult and dangerous, and the third one it just adds a completely different mechanic where they can essentially power up enemies and make them really aggressive, and to the point where you got to blast them away with a shotgun to keep them away from you. And it gives you an incentive to kill them before they can power up an enemy.
So, Krauser Phase 2 fight. Or final Krauser fight, I guess you could put it that way.
Hardest fight in the game.
I think it's one of the easier fights in the game.
I was going to say, I'm not sure if I think it's the hardest
really?
fight in the game.
I absolutely think it's one of the easiest. I beat him
man.
essentially. I would have beaten him completely with a knife, but the game, because of the knife durability, I simply couldn't. But yeah, I
Neato.
pretty much beat him just all with a knife, which I think it's a mark against the durability thing, because everyone knows you knife Krauser's kneecaps in the original, and in this one, he fights you with a knife, you fight him with a knife. Yeah, but yeah, the durability still durability still counts in the fight, which is like, eh.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like how you can.
Where did you fight
Yeah.
him with the knife? Like in the middle parts or the end parts? Like when he is mutated?
Both.
Oh, okay. Not bad.
The ending segment where you witness the power, it owes itself well to playing with a knife. His enemies are dodgeable and blockable. You can, stab him in the face, and of course you can shoot him with guns and stuff. I had to finish him off with a bit of gunplay just because the knife was broken after all that. Luckily,
Yeah.
I instantly got a replacement, but because I kind of thought it was what you're supposed to do.
I
Also,
blasted him the
but-
whole way through.
what I was kind of
Fair-
more
fair
interested in
enough.
asking though was just, do you think it's upgrade or downgrade?
I think it's an upgrade.
I think it's an upgrade as well.
Yeah.
Upgrade.
I like
Fun,
the
like, little gauntlet again. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and
Yep.
this one more so than the previous games, the OG one. This one felt more like it was personally designed for me to complete a set of challenges that involve him ambushing
Yeah.
me throughout it.
Because in the OG one, you had this weird puzzle where you have to move like a statue around. Like that
It's
was
really fucking weird, yeah.
really awkward.
Yeah, in
It's
the
like,
middle
why
of the
is- why-
fight. Yeah,
okay.
I
they
did-
move
I
the
mean,
pedestals in the fight.
He's
and
like, to
it's
get to
that's super
Ashley, you're
weird.
gonna need to collect these 3. It's like, what the fuck, Krauser?
Let me guess, you've got the third. It's like, well, just have all of them. I
Yeah,
don't
why-
know,
yeah,
like,
exactly.
Why, it's just
Yeah.
like, why are you
Oh,
being
yeah.
such a bitch?
I played that not too long ago and totally forgot it too.
But yeah, I think that the robots in this aren't silly like the flying ones and the ones that burrow out with the legs. These are just like laser wires and
yeah.
a couple little auto turrets, and that's pretty
Mhm.
much it. But yeah, he's got the laser sight on the bow. He's got his little machine pistol, and of course at the end, he's got his floomp arms. Yeah, but yeah, I really dug it. I liked his attacks. I liked how it really rewarded you for having good timing and good knife skill. So yeah, this is one I prefer this one. I think it was, and I would say it's one of the easiest. That's definitely not a complaint. I can see why someone might have a lot of difficulty with it. But I was having a lot of fun, like knifing, essentially fighting him with a knife.
The thing about it is, if you know how the fights work, then technically any of them are the easiest, right? Because someone could argue, like, Salazar's obviously the easiest with the eggs. It's like, okay, that's fair, I guess.
I
It's
learned
like-
about that today.
That's the thing. There's a
on
lot
this
of stuff
show.
a lot of people don't know. Like, to be fair, the first time I think I fought him in his ultimate power form, I didn't use the knife at all. I can't remember if I did. I was just like, I want to unload on him, fucking kill him. But I guess I just
Yeah.
thought it. Yeah, because it does work that way in the OG. You can either focus the knife on him or you can use guns on him.
Yeah, he takes extra damage from the knife, and he staggers easy from the knife.
You sounded so full up with food there.
Nom nom nom.
Yeah, which then takes us to the Mike sequence. I
Mike.
suppose. Next of significance. How are we feeling about that in terms of... I know that a common thought about it in the original game is that it feels like we're stretching the limits of the sort of mechanics early on at that point in terms of very hectic. I think John mentioned this partially. It's very fast-paced and it's very... it almost feels like you're reaching the limits of the way you interact with this world as Leon in the OG game is getting outclassed by the sort of speed and intensity of that sequence. Anyone, what do you guys think about that as a comment?
Mike is a true hero and he shall be avenged.
Of course.
I think I prefer the new version.
Yeah.
I think I prefer the new one as well. I'm trying to figure out in my head why. Like, in real
Yeah.
time.
I think the complexity of the shooting combat, including enemies that have range attacks themselves, works a bit better in the remake just because it's
No minigun enemy.
Yeah.
Not really, but yeah, there's sort
Yeah,
of a
or
replacement
one,
for him. But yeah,
and-
I like this version better. I
The
just think the
minigun
play
enemy
area
has
is
a counter.
better. You've got some. You could get on the little machine guns, and you can use those to fight Ganados. Yeah,
You can
I'm
shoot
really.
the gun of the machine gun enemy and blow it up in his hand too, and that's kind
another
of
cool thing. You guys know you can blow up the AA cannon with the grenades or the RPG. Obviously.
Yes.
Oh, didn't
yes.
realize
You
that.
get like a full skip on that then. Hey.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't know.
It's I think the cheapest way to do it is one heavy, one small one.
Mm-hmm.
That's the fast way. You can just yeet it up there.
Actually, the cheapest way is infinite launcher, loser.
I don't know. That's pretty. That costs a lot, doesn't it?
That costs like
Don't cost Leon shit. He can go
okay.
for days.
doesn't cost shit after those 2 bill.
But yeah, I like this area better. I just think it plays better. I just think it's ranged enemies in Resident Evil. I was like, yeah, it's fine if they're here and there once in a while, but they're like, they didn't feel as obtrusive here. Yeah, I prefer
Resident Evil
this
5,
version.
if you remember, pissed us off with the gun enemies in there eventually.
Yeah, just all the
Yeah.
Maginis with AKs. I'm like, oh, this isn't the same.
No.
This just no.
I still remember the first time I played that in Resident Evil 5 and thinking, I really bet there's someone on this development team that said this is what it's all been leading towards. Zombies that shoot back at you. It's like, yeah, I think you missed the mark on your own franchise.
Which just makes
there,
you
but-
wonder, it's like, you do realize what's fun about killing zombies is not that they shoot back at you, right? Like,
Yeah, zombie type enemies that shoot back at you are not as Be very careful.
mhm.
I will say while this is playing, I like this version compared to just having Ganado shoot a rocket. The idea that Sadler is controlling the Novistadors to do this, to fly around.
I remember
think it's
thinking
a lot
that
more
there's no
fitting.
warning from Leon, though, that annoys me. Leon should see this before Mike does. Because he turns the thing sideways, right? Because I remember when I was watching it happen, it's Mike that realizes this is happening before Leon does, even though, yeah, it should be Leon from how this runs. Leon should be like, holy fuck, look out! Because he's got perfect view of all of this, but I guess if we're supposed to believe Leon's like not quite able to see it.
I don't know, maybe I gotta see the angle they come from, or do we even see it? Or maybe he's focusing on getting on the ladder. Or yeah, I guess they both sort of notice at the same time. They just show up and grab
It's okay,
it.
but no, I agree with what
yeah.
you said, though, that Sadler brings it down specifically and personally. It's
Yeah,
kinda like,
using the
yeah.
Novistadors. Like they're far more of a presence in this game than they were in the old one. I think there were only 3 segments in the old one. There was the let's see, was it 2 or 3? There was the underground sequence, the underground prison. There was the cave at the very end, and then there was the tower. So yeah, 3. But in this, they just feel more present. I don't know, because you fight him at the island, and
Mhm.
they bring down the chopper. They seem like a valuable tool that he would use, for this sort of thing. So yeah, it
yeah.
just seemed more fitting instead of just he gets shot by a rocket. They also the original chopper that was sent to you in this game, it's delayed. It can't get to you because of a storm. And in the old version, Hunnigan's like, I guess it was shot down. I'm like, okay, well,
Right.
that's not good.
That's bad, Hunnigan. That's
So
very bad.
no chopper. Both of the shot down choppers were replaced by something different in this version.
Next point of interest, I think, is probably the last major encounter. Where it's like a huge area filled with all kinds of enemies. It's like a big old, goodbye to the mechanics almost.
There's a little segment with the bags that hang down and the regenerators you fight.
Yeah.
There's the segment here where there's a brute, there's some Novistadors, there's just typical Ganados.
When running around and experimenting and stuff, which is what I like to do, I discovered pretty quickly, it's like, oh, what's preventing me from going straight to the end is I've got to release the sentries, right? And it's like, okay. So what if I do that, get behind the sentries, and then reprogram them to aim out at people who are coming in? I was like, surely, game, you're going to reward me with all of the enemies clamoring to get to me and getting torn to shreds by the turret, right? No. It's there's an aggro range limit, and it's not as far as the turret. How lame is that?
No, you know what it is? Because I tried it too. As soon as you put up that second turret, when you go behind it,
Yeah.
that's when they cut off the aggro completely, and they just turn around and leave.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
do
I
they
was
continue to
pretty
chase you?
upset
Because
about
like the aggro cuts off
Yeah.
anyway.
No, because they
It's
attack
literally
me when...
on screen right now.
He's
The
running
aggro cuts
away,
off
yeah.
anyway.
Oh, I didn't go that far. I was talking. Okay, yeah.
Well, so funnily enough, even when I turned the turret on in my, I think, pro playthrough, some of them followed me in, which was cool. And they got melted by the turret, but most of them just turned away. And I was like, that's so fucking lame. Why would you set all that up and not let me do that? Like, that's gotta be the coolest way to complete this section, is to run through them all get all the switches pressed, and then turn the turrets on them. That's such an obvious, cool thing to do, and you can't do it. Or at least you
Yeah, it
can't
was
do it as
very-
efficiently as you'd like.
Very disappointed when I pulled it off and they just left. I was like, "Aw."
I attempted that in the first encounter that's on the island because one of the first things you have to do is you have to deactivate one of the turret's laser walls, and I tried to just aggro a whole bunch of them, go back to the area where I knew that it would, if I turned it back on, it would swing in and trigger them, but they just stop following you the second you go into that cave. And they turn around and then walk away as if you were never in a battle with them. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess bye, guys. We're not fighting anymore, I suppose. But I mean, I guess fair on them. They saw through my ruse.
One thing about this segment that I think was timed pretty well is this was where I was like, you know what? I'm really sick of enemies that shoot arrows at you. And I was just like, oh, I'm just done with them. I'm just sick of them. I don't want to see him anymore. And sure enough, it was the last segment with him. So I was like, all right, that works.
There you go, timed it perfectly. Though there's an RPG cunt in this fucking area, and I think it was my offline playthrough. Right. I'm not sure, but I skipped past him. Never skipping past him ever again. I'm killing him every time now. I got all the way to the door at the end, and his fucking laser can go all that distance and actually still hit you. He got me and I died, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I had full health but no combat armor, and so it killed me. I was just like, Jesus fucking Christ. You should be paid the big bucks, I guess.
One thing that's on my mind, the difference between the combat armor in this and the old game is the old game, it's just you buy it and it's just like 20% reduction to damage. In this version, it greatly reduces the damage you take from ranged attacks. And it does and it soaks up some hits as well from melee attacks, but it has like durability that goes down when you take attacks. So it's like
when I shot,
and you can repair it over time.
You can
Doesn't
actually
it
see
also
it
have some stuff where it totally nullifies the damage from explosions and fire and
it reduces explosive damage.
All of you, silence. Like I do this right in the opening. I actually shoot the rocket at myself, and if you look, it takes 0 health off me, but it takes about just over a third, I think, of the combat armor. Yeah, and that's with an RPG right next to me. And this is on professional too. You'll see it in a sec. I can't be asked to keep.
Yeah, I was noticing things like that happening too, where it's like, oh, I didn't lose any health, but my armor is gone. But
yeah,
you know,
which is amazing, honestly. Yeah, it's about a third of the armor is gone, and I've lost no health with that close a range of an RPG strike. So, very good armor.
Pretty good.
Better than real armor.
Yeah, these fucking video games with their being better thing. Yeah, and the final point of interest.
Armor, you can take a couple like fragmentations, things like shrapnel flying around in a normal frag vest, but for our actual
typically when you get an RPG fired directly at you, it doesn't save your life.
Oh yeah, no.
Typically, there's been known to have.
It just knocks you back, but you'll be fine.
Yeah,
you can get up, walk it off, rookie.
So awkwardly, I didn't think about this when I was recording it. We got no footage really for the Sadler fight in this recording, but let me start with a hot take. I don't like the Sadler fight in the OG game.
I didn't care for it either. No, it's like it's pretty meh.
It annoys
me. A whole lot better. I like this one a lot better.
I often killed him too fast to really judge it, and on my recent playthrough on stream, I was like, let's actually fight him. Let's see how it goes. And I just got disappointed and annoyed. It seemed really cheap at a lot of the times, and it takes fucking ages. Funnily enough, is it the mine thrower? That weapon fucking trivializes him at the end of the OG game if you go via... If you're not using like an RPG or super special weapons with super high damage, you can trigger the... I think I tried to kill him just by stabbing, right? But you have to proc the stab by dealing enough damage to parts of him. But what happens in the OG game is you'll always give you a chance at stabbing him after an explosion. I think he's... Is that his weakness, explosions? Because that kind of applies in this one. He gets staggered by explosions. I'm not sure. In any case, this fight, treating it 100% properly, I really like it. I think it's really good.
Yeah, I like the play area better. It just seems to work well, and I like him, as a character way better.
Mm-hmm.
He flies into the rage when he tries to control you. It doesn't work, and you realize you've killed the Plagas inside of you. But yeah, pretty. He looks great.
Yeah.
Looks really great.
Plenty of resources throughout the entire area. You have to shoot. I think at first it's like his leg eyeballs. As he goes on the phases, there's more leg eyeballs to shoot to proc his weakness being exposed. And then if you're a smart player, you can do the whole like magnum shot, stab, so that you get the stab and the bonus damage going in. Or you can obviously just use the RPG at this point. You're likely going to have the spare money, or you could sell one of your upgraded weapons to get the easy kill on him. So, I just like there's loads of options. I like mechanically that it works pretty well. He sends a bunch of Novisadors after you, and they're all pretty easy to deal with as well. Just as a way to make it more dynamic, you'll jump into the center of the map, and you can even, from there, shoot his bonus eyeballs off with like a rifle. Or good pistol shots, I guess. So, yeah. Feels like there's a lot of variety to how you can beat him. It'll include basically all the weapons you have, and all the ammo is supplied, and you get a bunch of health bonuses as well. And they give you a decent amount of, like, call it mistake allowance. It's quite grand as well. I just think it's a really strong
I was about to say,
adaptation.
lots of spectacle points too. This version.
And then, you beat phase 1. Phase 2 is him he gives you some easy to avoid attacks, and you just have to shoot his weak spot, and then Ada provides you the rocket launcher, and boom, dead. Which leaves really the only thing to talk about is the speeder chase at the end, or the
I'm trying to think about if there's anything before we get to the end. If there's something that kind of happens along the way that's really worth talking about. I guess we talked about our little segment where you're get the Plagas out and Lewis's lab and that sort of thing, and I like it. I like that.
Yeah,
she goes first and then she puts Leon in it, and you wake up out of it. And
we haven't covered everything, but we are at 8.5 hours, so.
Yeah,
we'll be finding a way to wrap this up at some point.
It's possible to beat the game if you're really, really quick and you know what you're doing. It's possible to beat the game, and this time,
it is.
My first playthrough was, I take a lot of time in games. I smell the roses. I check for everything. I look around. I really take my time and enjoy it. I had a good. I think my first playthrough was like 20 hours or so.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can get a lot of time, and the game owes itself really well to replays on the different modes and unlockables and stuff, and it's just a fun experience. So,
hell yeah.
I guess we could move on to the
the water scooter.
The water scooter, which is just fucking better in this version. The old one was like a weird tacked on thing that I don't even know it was possible to fail. But the new one involves a lot more dodging obstacles and doing ramps and
it takes advantage of the fact
things.
it's a graphical update and it's super spectacle again. Just things blowing up and ramps
huge
everywhere.
Stalactites falling down, factories exploding. It's just madness, and it's a neat little like end to the game, an action-packed escape from the exploding island, because it explodes for some reason in this version.
And that's it.
Yeah, looks really good. That's the game. You get outside. It's a new dawn. Ashley, she really likes you at this point. Says she can set you up to be on her personal detail. But yeah, he's like, nah, I gotta do this, that, and the other thing, and carry on. And they go out to the sunset, and we get a little bit of a story shift. Where in this version, Ada does not deliver the sample to Wesker. And instead, she takes the helicopter and she goes off into the somewhere, and we don't know what happens to it. So who knows what they will do with this story change with Wesker not getting the sample. I'm not sure.
That's the thing. If they do make a Resident Evil 5 remake, it will be interesting to see where they're actually going with the story exactly, because it, you probably know for sure.
Resident Evil 5 did have a story.
Allegedly.
I don't really... Something about stopping Wesker from releasing the global saturation.
Oh, no.
Dude, this is the thing. If they remake it... I was talking to Az about this on his stream, and he was like, they need to fucking remove all the goofy shit at the end. And I was like, remove?
No! I actually thought about how they could do that. If they wanted to remove the boulder punching from the game, at least as far as being a end climax, we're fighting at a volcano sort of deal... You begin the game with Chris training by boxing a boulder.
There could be plenty of references to Chris punching boulders
Yeah, but you
But
can't
just
overdo
keep
it.
the
You gotta
keep
just
the
do it.
Listen,
goofy end.
There are some campy things that get so absurd and crazy and what the fuck that it comes back around to just being, you got to include that shit. You kidding me? How could you leave that out? I want to see
Own
him
it.
punch a boulder. I want to see him go crash in the middle of a volcano. Fucking hilarious.
They randomly crash into a volcano in the ocean, and then they have to shoot him with RPGs when he's in the lava. Like, what the fuck is happening?
I want to see Super Mario eat a mushroom and grow.
Yeah, these are. It is
But,
iconic for Chris and Wes.
Like,
You
it
have to
might
do it.
sound dumb, but it's why we love it. Let him punch the boulder is what I'm saying.
We'll see if they do eventually. I think that's the majority of the major subjects about the game. Is there anything else you
Pretty
guys
much,
wanted to
I
mention
think.
about it in a more specific sense, be it story, mechanics,
we
what have
will-
you?
We'll cover the Mercenaries later. It came out like yesterday.
Yeah.
I haven't even played it yet, so we will. We'll have to cover that another time. But as far as the game goes, I really like a whole bunch of stuff. We went over some of the changes I don't like, some annoyances, but overall, man, I think we got a really good Resident Evil 4 remake, and I'm super happy with how it respected where it came from and had all the good
Oh.
references.
Something worth mentioning, I think, is they took what was a very cool and good idea of the end credits for the game in the original, and I actually love this sequence. The music and then all the frame photos, and basically it's a charming fairy tale almost of this cute little village that was peaceful and just doing their own thing. And then gradually we pass over the window where it's gotten dark and it's raining, and then they show like the more modern, not necessarily modern, but more up-to-date pictures that have been taken. They're all scattered on the table of Salazar, Sadler, the cult, and everything falling apart. It's like that in the OG, but I fucking love the way they did it in the new one.
Yeah, the OG was just like sketches, but this is contextualized as photographs and everything, and that's a photograph you find in the attic there, the Mendez
do?
attic,
Very neat.
as well as the Court of Owls is up there too. But yeah, this is really neat. I really enjoy this final change here. I like it.
I don't know. It's so great. Sort of look back at like, yeah, we did just get done killing all of those people, and it's like, how fucking tragic is that? They were all set upon.
Tragedy happened before we got here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff, and the music is just perfect as well. So, with everything that's been talked about, I want to ask 2 questions back to back, and I want simple answers mostly from everybody, and then we can talk more about it. But we'll go left to right quickly. Okay, I would have done this with everyone else, but Fringy has said he's going to need a few more hours before the power's going back on, so it's likely he won't be able to be back before we end. But I'll give you his answer anyway, because I asked him what it would be. But yeah, so I guess Mark, you can go first. Which game's better? Which game do you prefer / would play like first if you were to revisit Resident Evil 4?
Ooh. I don't know. I think that probably going forward, I will want to revisit OG Resident Evil 4 on Steam Deck, like because I've now played it twice on my Steam Deck, and it actually sort of plays perfectly there. Because I think it must be Linux compatible, because I have a plugin that actually tells you what the real compatibility is with the Steam Deck thing, because Steam has sort of a 3-tiered system, but Platinum only gets given to games that actually run natively on Linux. So, I mean, I guess that does run well enough that there's a place where I have it always, that I can always fire it up. It runs at 60 FPS and plays totally fine. And probably when I feel like playing Resident Evil 4 with the mouse, keyboard, and a whole big high-powered PC, I'll probably play the remake. And I think that'll be a good way to preserve both experiences in their own setting,
All right. My answer, I think, is that by my standards that can get very rigid about what I believe to be like superior when it comes to design in video games, one or the other, I'm probably going to go with OG Resident Evil 4. I think it's more consistent and tight, and more to celebrate in terms of how well designed I think it is. This game, however, in terms of design, there's plenty to compliment, even praise over the original in terms of changes they've made. But I find there's more to be critical of, and not only is there more to be critical of, but there are elements that are basically throughout the game, as opposed to like, I don't like this boss or this particular thing. It's like, oh, that mechanic's just throughout, and it's like actively damaged a significant portion of a thing. While at the same time, I think they're both fantastic. As for which I prefer and which one I go back to, I'm not sure I can answer that yet. I'm really not sure. It might be something that in a year from now, when I think about playing Resident Evil 4, is when I'll decide, and I'll realize which one is the one that I'd rather either play first or play over the other. I really love both of them, and I will say it's quite a pull, this game, the graphical element to it. Way cooler to play a game that's this, fucking advanced in terms of how everything looks. So it could be that that's what edges out the new. I'm not entirely sure, and I'm gonna have to answer that when the time comes. Metal, what do you say?
I also both like them very, very much. I can just echo the consistency part on the OG for sure. Just in terms of mechanics, it's just solid and very, very good. I think in my mind, I'm probably just gonna go with both when I want to replay. So probably if I decide to go, I want to replay RE4, I might just do a package
Do them
dealio.
concurrently, yeah.
Just go with first the OG and then a playthrough of the remake. Because I do like them both very much. But yeah, that's my answer, I think.
All right,
I don't know if
and
yeah.
Rags?
So Mahler's thoughts are very similar to mine. The Resident Evil 4, the original, has a special place in my heart, and I do think that it is a better game. It is. I think it's just more consistent and mechanically tight. However, as for which one I'll play going into the future, it's tough to say because I've put significantly less hours into this one. So I'll probably be playing this one if I want Resident Evil 4 for a while to come because I've played the original so much. There's so much to appreciate about the new one. It looks great. There's a lot of good changes. There's some not so good changes, but there's a lot of great changes that I really, really enjoy. So yeah, I think I'd still say the original is the better game mechanically, but there's so much to like about this new one, and it does so much well that I will definitely be playing it for or into the future.
Mm-hmm. Springy's answer
But
was the OG is a better game based on consistent design, but I prefer the remake. I think I prefer the remake, is what he said. It's just a reflection of how things work, I guess. It could be better designed mechanically or tighter story or whatever. Because I actually think that the story wins out in the new game compared to the old.
it does, yes.
If there's
and
gonna
the
be a
characters-
mod that's gonna replace the aiming with all
Laser
laser
sights.
sights.
Well, I was
Oh.
just about to mention that. Someone messaged me during or someone in chat had mentioned it earlier. Apparently on Nexus mods, there's a mod that gives every gun the laser sight, and it adds the
Ooh.
consistent
Let's-
staggering back in.
Oh boy.
So if that's the case, then I'll be very, very interested
I need
to
to
try that out.
Man, I wanted to take a break from streaming tomorrow, but now I want to download that and do a playthrough of that.
Yeah, you might want to maybe tag some of us in the Discord later if you have a link to that mod.
Yeah, that would be
Because
great.
like legitimately, I think like the perfect mix of if this new game had the laser sight and the consistent staggering, it would be like they would just take it to that top tier and make it incredible. Yeah, definitely give us a ping later with that.
Someone said
I
that's
think we
cheating?
all really
Yes.
appreciate it.
Yes, it is.
Yes. Mods
Yeah.
mods are all cheating and some of them are wonderful.
Well, I mean, the laser sight just makes the game. I mean, in a way, it's a complicated talk. It get technically easier and harder at the same time, but it just depends.
Wait,
I honestly
sorry, why would it
think
make it
that if-
harder?
It's harder to like aim at a target with a red dot than it is just an out of universe like
That's
reticle.
I see, what you're saying is like, so say you had a big circle, it's like that's easy to get on a target compared to a red dot. However, that big circle doesn't guarantee you'll get the shot, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a bit of both, but the red dot is technically more difficult to use, but it's more consistent, and it will lead to better rewards if you are a good shot.
Once you have the indication of a hit with the red dot sight, it's 100%. You
Yes.
have that
Well,
circle
that's what we
or
want.
not.
But
Yeah, no, I know. I'm on the same
And
team in that
maybe,
regard. In fact,
you know,
I
maybe
honestly
you're
think
right
that
as well.
if now that we've got, granted, a totally broken, at least at this juncture, PC version of The Last of Us, I think it would be really interesting to see if you added the Resident Evil 4 red dot into The Last of Us. Would it make the shooting mechanics good?
Interesting question.
Because it was the crouch in the Resident Evil 4 remake that made me think that. I was like, this feels actually kind of similar to The Last of Us. It's just better. Like the shooting mechanics are good as opposed to being shit. And
Shooting
no,
mechanics are
I'm
all
kinda-
right. That's not
Oh, in Last of
this,
Us, or
in the remake. In the remake.
you think they're you just think they're all right? I think they're pretty tight.
I do not think that they're tight in this. I don't like the random bullet stuff.
Oh,
and no
yeah, I'm
aiming
talking
or
about
crouching.
with a with
red
the
dot.
red dot. Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you added all that stuff in, then I'd significantly think better of it, and I'd enjoy it more and like it more. Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
basically, all of them are saying they're okay with censorship. That
Huh?
happened.
What?
Huh?
Censorship.
What?
If anything, mods
censorship?
are like the opposite of that.
Yeah,
you can do whatever you want, sort of thing.
Maybe like moderators.
Mods exist outside of censorship.
Oh shit! If you're talking about the fact that they've covered up Ashley's panties, don't even get me started, dude. Like,
Jeez, go outside. Fucking hell. Or maybe
one
don't
thing
go
I did notice
outside.
as far as that goes is apparently because I learned the term "skort" when I was doing a review of the
I don't. What's
Resident Evil
that?
3 remake. It's a skirt that are also shorts, so they're
Oh,
not like so. But anyways, the reason I learned that term was when I was reviewing Resident Evil 3 remake. That's apparently what they did to Jill Valentine's mini skirt in the classic costume in that game. And I actually just noticed one time when she was climbing up a ladder, I was like, oh, Ashley's kind of kilt, her tartan skirt at the end is a skirt in this game as well.
well,
All I
there's
know is that
probably
if
a
they
mod
don't
for it.
give-
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen some badonkadonk mods already.
There you go. You can get
there's
naked
horny
Leon
mods
and
for
naked
mean,
Ashley
all your
doing
characters
whatever.
in this game. Don't worry.
There you go.
Ashley's still got her ballistic physics in this one out the gate, no mods.
That's true.
I don't
They
know.
are
I
part of
think the
game.
whole Capcom is taking the sexiness out of thing. I don't buy it.
Well, I remember people saying they've uglified Ashley because of
Yeah.
blah blah blah. Blah. And it's just like, but I mean,
Ashley
no
was
way.
always okay looking.
Well,
Calm down.
I think she's
Well,
fucking better looking in this game. But I was gonna say,
She
no
is
way,
better
yeah.
looking in this
no way you
game.
can maintain that argument across the board when you have Ada and Hunnigan looking the way they do. No way you're telling me they've been uglified.
Yeah,
Like,
honestly.
that ain't
Well,
happening.
yeah, Ada in particular, I was just like, okay, like, you can say what you will about her voice acting, but nothing wrong
Clearly
with that
not
character
uglified.
model.
My character
But
model.
with Ashley, I think because I almost did notice it at first. I was like, oh, Ashley looks strange when I first saw her, and I think what it is the blonde hair using the sort of RE Engine hair effects, whatever they had, almost looks kind of gray. So when her Act 1 outfit, or I guess not chapter 1, but like the first half of the game when she's wearing a coat and something of a scarf and everything, she's dressed more what looks like almost like a Hillary Clinton type outfit, and I think that is a little off-putting when you compare it to the sort
Fucking
of
Salazar
schoolgirl
looks
thing
more
she
like
has in
Hillary
the
Clinton than
original,
she
but-
does. Come on.
No, but like I think it's just the idea of it's like she's wearing a blazer and I don't know.
no.
I'm not saying that it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just I think that in the second half of the game, she basically just gets her costume from the original. So I was
Pretty
like,
much,
oh, okay.
yeah.
Well, I was like, where's the problem then? It's like, is that she's wearing a coat at the part of the game when she might be outdoors more? I don't know. I think the argument totally falls apart when it's like they give her the costume you're complaining about her losing in this game. So obviously they weren't trying to get rid of it,
I just see James saying it. It's just funny. They used an IRL cosplayer for the body model, but then slapped someone else's face on the character.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Range.
Oh wow.
it's really weird.
Man, that
But-
cosplayer was probably upset about that.
Maybe they
Like,
feel
oh,
complimented
okay.
about it, that they got it. The body at least got in there. That's something. I don't know.
But yeah.
Anything else you guys want to say about this game in closing?
Oh,
No?
I think we've said.
think we've said
I've said enough. I'm tired. We've talked about this a long time, and I'm ready to
I
ready
think it's
to
excellent, and I
go
think
to
we're
sleep,
winning
yeah.
right now with the whole Dead Space and this. That's
Oh,
a
yeah.
question.
Oh yeah.
What's better, this or Dead Space Remake?
Oh, I think
Ah.
the Dead Space
Dead Space
I'd
remake.
say the Dead Space remake wins out for
compared
the
to
same
their
reason.
own
Yeah.
originals or compared to each other.
I think it's games, I'm trying to say, and I think
Yeah, I
it
think
wins
Dead
out for the
Space
same
remake
reason
wins.
OG Resident Evil 4 wins out, is that I think the Dead Space
Yeah.
remake is much more consistent. It's fucking...
Yeah, I think the way that they
nice.
expanded
Yeah.
on the Dead Space remake was just like it feels like a different game in a good way. Yeah.
Yeah, and we said it before this game even came out. It was never going to replace Resident Evil 4. It just couldn't. It was only ever going to be able to be like different, and it is very different.
Yep.
Because you could theoretically have done it, I guess, with like a remaster. But I guess what I'm trying to suggest is that they've fundamentally changed so many things about how everything works that it plays like a completely different game. May look a lot the
Yes.
same, and have the same vibe in a lot of different ways, but it's just they're very much different games. And I love both of them. Where's
Yes.
Az? Oh, he left about 7 hours ago. I think he went to sleep. He said he was not feeling too great as well. He had something wrong with his leg, I think. But hey, I super
I
appreciate
hear that.
everybody
Yeah.
staying for as long as they did, because this was a long boy. I think now, I guess the next thing would be to talk about what everyone's up to before we probably sign. So, Mark, why don't you go first? What are you doing these days, pal?
I've been spending a lot of time streaming lately. I sort of picked up a YouTube algorithm wave by around a time where I was making shorts and streaming. So I've kind of locked myself into consistently making YouTube shorts and streaming until it slows down. But yeah, it's been fun though. I hang out with my dogs and I play video games and talk to people, and yeah, and then I make little short films of them and upload them to YouTube while bored at work. So, there's that. I guess subscribe to Mark the Cyborg if you found me interesting, and if not, I guess just try not to be too mean to me on Twitter.
Oh.
I love you all.
Metal, how about you?
Hey. I'm gonna stop playing Resident Evil and go back to work, I guess. Because yeah, I'm still working on that one video that people still don't know about what it is. I'm gonna go finish that now that we're done with this Resident Evil shenanigans, because that has been dominating my life for the last 2 weeks. I streamed it a little bit, so yeah, the gaming streams are still happening, of course. But yeah, going back to that video, I actually don't know what the next Metals Forge is. I have nothing planned, to be honest. I'm kind of just want to focus on that video, get that out, and then I'll see what's going on. I think the next big movie is probably Guardians, if I'm not mistaken. So that's
When
definitely
is that coming out?
I think in May.
Oh, really? I didn't
Early
think it was
May,
that
I
soon.
think.
What was I thinking? It was like November. I guess
Because
I
you're
kind of
stupid.
figured
That's
that's
when,
Marvel's big
yeah,
one of the year, so I
Marvel's-
was like,
the
probably
Marvel's
around
coming
Christmas
in.
time or something. But wow,
Um,
it's pretty soon.
oh, there you go. Links for both you boys is in chat. In the
Yeah.
EFAP world, you guys have Mando. Next episode's ready to go. That'll be out soon. As well as Gotham Knights episode 1. I'm gonna try and figure out where to put these things out. 'Cause,
Ooh, all right.
Oh yeah.
we've been checking that out. That's been a wild ride.
It has been.
You guys can finally start seeing it play out. There's already 4 episodes of that out, so it's weird, but all these things will be coming out over time. And yeah, I'm not actually 100% sure on what next week's EFAP's going to be about yet, but we'll figure that one out. In the meantime, videos are being worked on. So, is there anything else you wanted to mention other than that, Ragu?
Nah, that's it for me. I'm ready to sign off on this one, and another EFAP down, another game covered.
Yeah, that's it for games now. Won't cover another one for a few years.
Woohoo. Yep.
They had their chance. And they did really well.
They did do well.
Well, I say that.
Yeah,
Atomic Heart was pretty
surprisingly
meh,
well.
but
Konami has got to be sweating over Silent Hill 2.
gotta
Oh
get it
yeah,
right.
that's true.
don't be the loser now. Gotta get them all right.
And I don't know, the devs that are remaking Silent Hill 2 they've made a couple games I've played and I've not liked a single one of them. So I'm my hopes for it are not high.
Boy.
But I'm willing to be surprised.
Oh, and
Yeah.
I will say, we are currently up to date on Super Chats except for this very episode, and they're all scheduled to
Yep.
release. They're all just coming out. Just give them
Look
the
at you
time.
guys.
But obviously, we will get this one caught up as well as soon as possible. Fringy is still unable to return, unfortunately. Gonna miss the outro too,
Oh my god.
which I'm gonna do right now. So thanks for joining us, everybody. Super appreciate it. Sending in those kind donations and all kinds of company for us. Super appreciate it. And well, we'll see you in the next EFAP related thing, whatever it
Yeah.
may be.
See you around, man.
See you later, everybody.
Goodbye.
everybody.
Bye bye.
I did it for Fringy.
Gloria, let's play.
Destroy the emus. Fringy must be avenged.